In this world, is peril imminent? It matters not, for I shall take action. Chapter 1. The Escape from the Apocalypse. Phew! The sensation of plummeting from a great height jolted by Feiyu awake. With a hint of confusion and bewilderment, he glanced around at the wholly unfamiliar surroundings, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Fragments of his previous memories flickered through his mind. Vaguely, he recalled just concluding a job interview and engaging in a game at an internet CAF. Without any forewarning, darkness enveloped him, and he felt himself descending rapidly. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself in this place. It was a villa by Feiyu lay on the expansive floor of the living room, with an exquisite chandelier hanging above and a semi-open second floor. Observing the opulent furniture shrouded in dust, it appeared that the house had been uninhabited for quite some time. Have I traversed dimensions? Reflecting on the unfinished game at the internet CF, by Feiyu sighed in resignation. It's not that I wish to log off, it was beyond my control. This is a game. It is also an opportunity. As a deceased individual, you possess no right to question. Your sole task is to complete missions and survive. At that moment, it felt as though an invisible quill was inscribing words in the air, lines of text materializing with an air of superiority, filled with disdain for this human before it. Witnessing such a fantastical scene, Bai Feiyu's expression remained largely unchanged. He had consumed numerous similar films and novels, making comprehension effortless, yet he found himself puzzled. Why am I referred to as deceased? Have I truly perished? He touched his corporeal, warm body, filled with questions. At that moment, two semi-transparent virtual options appeared before him. Personal Attributes Mission Panel by Feiyu tentatively reached out to touch the former, and a virtual interface materialized. Player, by Feiyu level, 00100 strength. E Constitution, E Agility, E Talent, Cowardly Lizard, D Divine Gift. None time. 0. It appears to be no different from the attribute panels in games. A thought struck him, and Bai Feiyu clicked on the talent he found most intriguing. Cowardly Lizard passive. Due to your fear of death, your body has become more agile, facilitating retreat from combat. Rating, D. Because of my overwhelming fear of death, my talent has all been allocated to agility? Bai Feiyu momentarily fell silent. However, he quickly realized that this dranked talent was not as inferior as he initially thought. His strength and constitution were both E, likely the average level of a normal person. Agility, being E, surely indicated an enhancement from this talent. Bai Feiyu attempted to rise and stretch, discovering that his seldom exercised body was unexpectedly nimble, indeed surpassing his previous capabilities. The buoyant sensation in his feet made him yearn to find a place to sprint several laps. Following this, Bai Feiyu turned his attention to the mission panel. Mission title, Escape from the Apocalypse Introduction. This is a ghost town situated amidst a desolate wasteland, steeped in eerie tales. Here, haunting is far more than mere legend. Gentle reminder 1. Avoid close contact. There may occasionally be ruthless survivors scavenging for supplies in this ghost town, and they are far from benevolent strangers. Gentle reminder 2. Shh. Speak softly, lest you awaken them. Gentle reminder 3. The darkness of night may not be the most terrifying element. Objective: locate the evacuation point and escape the apocalypse. Difficulty E. Time limit: 24 hours. After perusing the messages on the panel several times, Bai Feiyu finally grasped his current predicament. He found himself in another world, a post-apocalyptic wasteland that had likely endured some catastrophic event. He was ensconced within a perilous ghost town, tasked with finding his way to a designated point and escaping this realm within a stipulated time. It stands to reason that game designers would not throw novices directly into the jaws of monsters. I am most likely in a beginner safe zone, where danger will not be imminent for the time being. He glanced around, organizing his thoughts. First, I should seek a reliable weapon for self-defense, and then scavenge for some food. Having spent a considerable time gaming in an internet CAF without sustenance, Bai Feiyu acutely felt the pangs of hunger. However, according to the earlier inscriptions, he was now a dead man. Why would a corpse feel hunger? Unable to fathom this contradiction, Bai Feiyu chose not to dwell on it. He instinctively rummaged through his pockets, hoping to unearth a piece of gum or something similar to quell his hunger. His phone and wallet had mysteriously vanished, leaving his pockets utterly empty, save for one exception. What is this? Bai Feiyu retrieved a small, elongated metallic object from his pocket. It was a sleek, silver USB drive, exuding an air of quality. After a moment's reflection, Bai Bai Feiyu recalled that during his time at the Internet CF, he had inadvertently removed a USB drive from the computer he was using, assuming it belonged to someone else. He had carelessly placed it on the table, awaiting its rightful owner. How intriguing. Bai Feiyu examined the dainty object closely, a faint smile gracing his lips. All my belongings, my phone and wallet, have not accompanied me, yet this little trinket from the table has followed me here. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The USB drive in his hand seemed to liquefy, transforming into a silvery fluid that enveloped his right hand. Before he could react, it fully melded into his palm. When he lifted his hand to inspect, he was astonished to find an emblem of a silver USB drive etched into his palm. As he gently touched it with his left finger, a virtual panel sprang to life. A shop? He paused, momentarily taken aback by the two blunt characters displayed at the top of the panel. The shop offered but two items. Name, Eye of Justice type. Equipment rating, C attributes. Provides additional vision and possesses the ability to discern illusions. This ability is only effective against targets with a capability rating of C or lower. Description. With a single glance, one can ascertain the truth, identifying it as the pure essence of Yangjian. Price. 22 years of lifespan. Name. Biological transformation device. Type. Item. Rating C. Attributes. Capable of transforming non-human entities into biological weapons. Usage. 22. Description. A biologically powerful entity does not necessarily equate to a formidable weapon. Price. 12 years of lifespan. Upon observing the attributes of these two items, Bai Feiyu couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. These artifacts appeared far superior to his own rudimentary talent. This thing, Bai Feiyu mused, gazing at the USB drive symbol in his palm, must be an external enhancement, right? Chapter 2. Biological weapons. Undoubtedly, such enhancements come at cost. To procure items from this shop, one must sacrifice their lifespan. In the bottom right corner of the shop interface, Bai Feiyu's remaining lifespan was displayed. Remaining lifespan. 57 years, 3 months, and 25 days. I'm 23 now. Does this mean I could live until 80? Bai Feiyu chuckled. That's longer than I had anticipated. However, what's displayed here likely isn't my precise date of death, but rather the duration this body can exist in this world. To acquire these two items, I would need to expend over half of my remaining lifespan. Theoretically, if I failed to complete the task, I could perish today. The remaining lifespan balance is akin to a credit line. If I were to die today, it would be as if I had squandered decades of borrowed lifespan. If I survive, then what more could I desire? It seems I would be at no loss. With this thought, Bai Feiyu unhesitatingly sacrificed 34 years of his lifespan to purchase the two items from a shop. The notion of conserving lifespan by acquiring one item first to tackle the task never crossed his mind. What if he failed the challenge? That would be both foolish and frustrating. The idea of proceeding cautiously, purchasing only when danger arose, was utterly impractical. In moments of imminent peril, there would be no time to spare. Furthermore, as these items could not provide immediate combat efficacy, procuring them as early as possible would yield the highest returns. After deducting 34 years from his lifespan, Bai Feiyu felt no adverse effects. One could only say that an external enhancement truly lived up to its name. The anticipated scenario of becoming frail and resembling an elderly man failed to materialize. It appeared that the reduction of lifespan was merely a diminishment of longevity, without hastening his aging process. Following the depletion of his shop's inventory, the phrase "next task refresh" appeared. The purchased items were temporarily stored in a virtual grid within a shop interface. Similar to a gaming backpack, they could be retrieved at any moment, proving to be quite convenient. Regrettably, aside from the items sold in the shop, no other objects could be accommodated within this virtual backpack. As a mere thought crossed his mind, two objects materialized before Bai Feiyu. One of them was a vibrant blue eyeball, comparable in size to a typical human eye, with an exceptionally clear pupil that exuded an aura of innocence. This was the prosthetic eye true vision. Upon grasping it, a multitude of delicate blue threads extended from the rear of the eyeball, intertwining with Bai Feiyu's skin. Instantly, he felt a profound connection with the orb, a sensation akin to acquiring an additional organ of perception that he could command with fluidity. He was able to observe everything within the field of vision of this eye, as if he possessed an extra eye. Remarkably, he did not even need to implant it in his body. When he placed the eyeball against the wall, it effortlessly adhered to the surface using the blue threads, functioning much like a camera that could be accessed at any moment. However, the eye's ability to pierce through illusions remained untested, as there were no suitable targets at hand. Subsequently, Bai Feiyu shifted his focus to the device known as the biomodification machine. Outwardly, it resembled a small, palm-sized dark green sphere. Upon holding it, a sense of operational knowledge surged within him. Although he had procured both items, Bai Feiyu's combat prowess had not significantly increased. He needed to utilize the biomodification machine to ensure his survival in this haunted city. He required a creature that was not of human origin. What kind of creature could possibly exist in a haunted city? Peering through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, Bai Feiyu glanced outside. Beyond lay a verdant garden, seemingly neglected for ages, where flowers and plants flourished to knee-height. The current predicament was not about what he desired, but rather what was available. The talent known as the timid battle lizard had not been mistaken. Bai Feiyu indeed feared death. Thus, in his eyes, survival was the utmost priority. Should he perish in pursuit of a more formidable biological weapon, even the mightiest of creations would hold no value. Bai Feiyu set off towards the garden, hoping to discover some small creature. Unexpectedly, his movements startled a small entity hiding beneath the sofa. A tiny black silhouette darted across the floor and slipped into the crevice between the furniture and the wall. A mouse? Bai Feiyu's eyes lit up. Tossing the dark green sphere in his hand, he recalled a classic line, a smile creeping across his face. You shall be the one. Capturing a mouse amidst a plethora of furniture was no simple task. Despite his agility reaching an E rank, far surpassing his previous capabilities, he still had to rearrange furniture to drive the mouse out. After considerable effort, he finally cornered it in the bathroom, where the mouse had no escape routes, allowing the green sphere to strike it. In an instant, the biomodification machine transformed into a mass of green slime, completely enveloping the palm-sized mouse. I have captured a Pokemon, hooray! Witnessing this scene, Bai Feiyu felt a surge of joy, amusing himself with his triumph. After patiently waiting for 10 minutes, his first biological weapon was finally brought into existence. The green slime reformed into a sphere, and the mouse re-emerged into the light. The figure appears to have undergone little change, resembling an adult-sized palm with minimal flesh. Only the pair of clever little eyes has transformed into a vivid crimson hue, and a scar in the shape of an X graces its profile, adding an air of ferocity and danger. Name: Bomb Mouse Type. Biological Weapon Rating: D. Attributes: capable of producing and storing 10 miniature bombs internally, ready for immediate detonation at any moment. Bomb Inventory: 1010, producing 1 bomb per hour in a satiated state. Note: the mouse is quite irate. The consequences could be dire. After reviewing the attributes of this little creature, Bai Feiyu felt a measure of reassurance within. Although he had yet to test the potency of these miniature explosives, the D rating suggested they could not be particularly weak. Just as he was reveling in this thought, Bai Feiyu's expression shifted. Having lingered in this newbie safe house for a bit too long, he could not guarantee the absence of unforeseen incidents. For safety's sake, he had earlier sought a room on the second floor with a favorable angle, affixing his prosthetic eye to the exterior wall through the window, serving as a surveillance device to monitor the courtyard outside. Periodically, Bai Feiyu would switch to the view provided by the prosthetic eye to gauge the situation. Now that the biological weapon modification was complete, he instinctively swept his prosthetic eye across the scene and was taken aback to discover an entirely unfamiliar figure, having silently traversed the courtyard and approached the villa below. This individual was cautiously peering through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the first floor, scrutinizing the interior of the villa. Chapter 3. Cautious and calculated steps. Before him stood a rugged, middle-aged man, his weathered face a testament to the trials of life. Clad in a worn-out windbreaker, he bore a bulging backpack and gripped a dark handgun tightly, his demeanor both indifferent and astute. Was this the wasteland survivor mentioned in the mission? A jolt of realization coursed through Bai Feiyu. He, a creature nurtured in times of peace, was akin to a delicate flower sheltered from the storms of reality. His upbringing, ensconced in an environment of safety, had deprived him of the awareness of danger. Often, he failed to recognize his own fragility, oblivious to the fact that even the slightest misfortune could lead to demise. Since his arrival in this new world, Bai Feiyu had managed to remain in a relatively secure setting. Although he comprehended the gravity of his situation, a sense of detachment lingered within him, rendering him somewhat fearless, as if he needed to witness death to truly grasp its significance. However, the sight of this armed survivor shattered the protective bubble of his sheltered existence, rendering everything starkly real. Bai Feiyu felt the chill of this world seep into his bones, the air thick with the scent of danger. As if he could perceive the approach of a devil named Death, his heart began to race uncontrollably. The bomb mouse, sensing its master's unease, stood upright, clinging to Bai Feiyu's pant leg and squeaking anxiously. He lowered his gaze, surprised to find an audacious confidence reflected in the mouse's tiny face. No longer the timid creature of its kind, it now resembled an arrogant thug, bold and assertive. A mere mouse, typically weak and fearful, had transformed into a biological weapon. This newfound confidence stemmed from its abilities. Indeed, what was there to fear? Bai Feiyu reassured himself, a smile creeping onto his face as he crouched down to pet the bomb mouse. The true source of fear should be the man outside. His attention shifted, and he noticed the survivor outside the villa, lurking and observing for a moment. Then, he produced a walkie-talkie from his person. Bai Feiyu's instincts alerted him to two crucial realizations. This man was not alone, and he had been discovered. Earlier, while capturing mice in the living room, Bai Feiyu had moved several pieces of furniture. The dust that had settled over the long-abandoned space made his activities glaringly evident. The man outside had surely observed the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows and noticed the signs of disturbance. Uncertain of the situation within and the number of occupants, he dared not act alone and sought assistance from his comrades. Bai Feiyu's artificial eye lacked the capability to eavesdrop, preventing him from discerning the words exchanged via the walkie-talkie. Yet, he was aware that the range of such devices was limited, and the man's allies were likely nearby. As a mere mortal, he found himself ill-equipped to withstand an assault from firearms. Should the reinforcements arrive, the balance of power would shift, and he would be in dire straits. The middle-aged man, upon discovering that there was someone inside the house, had not retreated. Instead, he remained in wait for assistance, clearly not seeking a game of chess. Bai Feiyu had no intention of wagering his life on the goodness of strangers. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden thought struck him, and the bomb mouse darted out in a flash. A biological weapon. It is both a living organism and an armament. Although it cannot be controlled like a robot, Bai Feiyu can clearly convey his intentions to it, commanding its actions with remarkable ease. Shortly thereafter, Bai Feiyu emerged from the bathroom, forcefully shattering a flower pot, and swiftly dashed towards the back door of the villa. Outside, a burly middle-aged man, poised and vigilant, heard the commotion and quickly peered through the floor-to-ceiling window, catching only a glimpse of a figure frantically fleeing in disarray. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired a shot, shattering the window into a cascade of glass. Regrettably, he failed to catch the fleeing individual. The bullet found its mark nowhere. Attempting to escape? His gaze shifted, and the middle-aged man's mind raced as he deduced the direction of the target's flight. He hurriedly made his way along the narrow path beside the villa, hastening towards the rear. Rumors had long circulated about a group of unscathed sheep hiding in this ghost town, hoarding abundant supplies and surviving amidst the notorious reputation of the area. It appeared that the tales were indeed true. Recalling the fair complexion of the figure he had just seen, he licked his lips, his heart igniting with an insatiable fervor. This was an opportunity he could not miss. In a state of sheer exhilaration, the middle-aged man remained oblivious to the crimson-eyed rodent lurking in the grass nearby. Suddenly, a scarlet projectile erupted from the mouse's mouth, striking him with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The sound echoed like thunder, and the middle-aged man's body was violently torn apart by the explosion. A mist of blood spraying forth as he collapsed to the ground, the world spinning around him. As darkness encroached upon his vision, he faintly heard a voice, calm yet tinged with a chilling edge. I gave you a chance. Although Bai Feiyu was aware that this survivor harbored ill intentions, he, having been raised in an era of peace, was not the type to take a life at whim. Thus, he afforded this individual one opportunity. If the man had no intent to pursue him, Bai Feiyu would have had no qualms about maintaining a peaceful distance, for his mission was merely to escape. However, if one sought death, there was little that could be done. Gazing down at the shattered remains of the body, Bai Feiyu felt a surge of nausea. Indeed, the bomb mouse proved to be a formidable biological weapon, its miniature explosives wielding greater power than he had anticipated. Unsurprisingly, the middle-aged man had perished on the spot. Reflecting upon the first moment this man had chosen to fire upon him, Bai Feiyu felt little remorse for the cold-blooded act. A faint green light emanated from the corpse, seeping into his being. Survivor eliminated. Rewards obtained. 1. Experience points. 5. 2. Time. 30 minutes. The attributes panel distinctly indicated that ascending from level 0 to level 1 required 100 experience points. To level up, one must eliminate 20 such survivors. Was this intended to transform me into a ruthless killer? A chill ran down his spine. Bai Feiyu had no time to dwell on his unease. Such a thunderous explosion would undoubtedly hasten the arrival of the man's companions. He swiftly collected the backpack from the corpse, which bore several gaping holes from the blast, yet remained largely intact. He slung the bag over his shoulder and retrieved the handgun that had been blasted away. Swiftly, He dashed back to the second floor of the villa, reclaiming his vigilant eye that served as a surveillance tool. Through this encounter, he genuinely appreciated the worth of his rather unappealingly named talent. Even while burdened with a pack, his speed was still notably superior to that of an average person. After a little over a minute, Bai Feiyu gathered everything and, accompanied by the bomb rat, escaped through the small gate in the backyard of the villa. Unbeknownst to him, a ghostly figure had already taken note of his every move. Chapter 4. The death of Bai Feiyu. 3 minutes later, several fully armed survivors congregated around a mangled corpse. The target could not have fled far, yet they might possess grenades or similar weaponry. A slender, somber-faced man spoke first. Boss, should we pursue? Pursue? How do you propose we do that? Do you think this place is any ordinary location? This is the Ghost City. The leader, a burly bald man, wore an expression of anger and irritation. If we inadvertently provoke the monstrosities lurking within the city, none of us will fare well. Must we simply let it end here? Another voiced his discontent. Let us not forget our purpose here. We are to find something of significance. Without a moment's hesitation, the leader turned and declared, let us move. That explosion may attract unnecessary trouble. We must leave this place. After a brief pause, he added, as for old Zhang's body, we shall return to bury him once we find what we seek and exit the Ghost City. Bai Feiyu finally understood why this place was dubbed the Ghost City. The lush greenery along the roadside thrived, yet the paths lay in disarray, devoid of any living creature, creating a silence that was disturbingly profound. Even the sound of his escape seemed piercingly loud, as if it might awaken some lurking beast, sending a chill down his spine. However, he had no excess energy to dwell on such thoughts. His talent had enhanced his agility but had not fortified his physique. After fleeing along a shaded pathway for about 10 minutes, he found himself utterly exhausted and took refuge in a house that appeared to have suffered some calamity. The front door had vanished, allowing easy access for anyone. Bai Feiyu remembered to affix his surveillance eye to the outer wall, serving as a makeshift camera to avert any unforeseen incidents. He commanded the bomb rat to conduct a thorough search, and upon confirming the absence of danger, he exhaled deeply, found a corner, and sat down on the ground to wipe the sweat from his brow. He removed his backpack to inspect its contents. There was a decent amount of supplies, a set of clean clothes, several cans, a few packets of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of water, and some unidentified dark brown jerky. The remainder consisted of various odds and ends, flashlights, ropes, and ammunition. Curiously, he found that these items could not be examined for attributes as his previous equipment had. Perhaps they were deemed too low in value? Famished and weary, Bai Feiyu had little energy to ponder further. Not knowing the origin of the jerky, he certainly had no intention of consuming it. Instead, he opened a can of meat, placing it on the ground as a reward for the bomb rat. He devoured a few cans of food and drank half a bottle of water as if he were a famished ghost reborn, experiencing an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Sitting on the ground, his back against the wall, he felt so comfortable that he was reluctant to move. Never before had he realized that consuming a meal could evoke such a profound sense of happiness. Bai Feiyu rubbed his belly, lifting a can and gazing at the familiar characters printed upon it. Why were these characters, used in this apocalyptic world, also in Chinese? Could it be that this world shares some connection with the earth I inhabited before? He pondered, stifling a yawn. Perhaps it was the overwhelming comfort that enveloped him. For an insatiable drowsiness washed over him. His eyelids began to wage a battle against one another. In the fleeting moments of closing and opening his eyes, he noticed the bomb mouse beside him, having long since succumbed to sleep. This was a disaster. A flicker of realization passed through his mind as Bai Feiyu desperately attempted to awaken. Yet, the insurmountable wave of sleepiness proved impossible to resist, rendering even the act of biting his tongue futile. His consciousness slowly sank. In a moment of disorientation, a searing pain erupted from his neck. If anyone had been present, they would have witnessed a horrifying spectacle. Bai Feiyu, slumbering on the ground, as if a colossal unseen maw had taken a vicious bite, leaving his entire head to vanish into thin air, accompanied by the sound of crunching in the air. Suddenly, his body jolted, and Bai Feiyu awoke with a start. What a twist. 2 against 1, and yet he was the one to be ambushed. Wait. I'm going to take on 3 opponents. Never before had such a splendid beginning unfolded. A cacophony of voices flooded his ears. Staring dazedly at the bustling internet CF before him, Bai Feiyu absent-mindedly touched his neck. Have I returned? Feeling his head securely resting upon his shoulders, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Was it all just a dream? After a moment's thought, he raised his right hand and slowly opened his palm. The instant he glimpsed the intricate design etched within, a shiver ran down his spine. Everything that had transpired was no mere dream. He had truly traversed worlds, and ultimately had his brain consumed by some monstrous entity. What a foolish creature I am. Reflecting on this, Bai Feiyu couldn't help but slap himself, lamenting his untimely demise despite having the advantage. As a certain Mr. Liu had said, "I truly am a fool." At that moment, a fellow gamer seated nearby seemed to have overheard him and turned his head, staring intently. Bai Feiyu glanced at the screen of this individual, his expression tightening. Goodness, he had encountered a fellow cheater. Brother, you can't even win against others while cheating? As he observed the other's impending loss, he couldn't help but chuckle. Your cheat is ineffective, isn't it? Seeing this individual, Bai Feiyu was reminded of his former self, lifting his spirits. Speaking so freely in an internet CAF could lead to trouble. In the past, he would never have acted in such a manner. However, having experienced everything that had just occurred, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Compared to the relentless survivors who would shoot you without a second thought, or the monstrous creatures that stealthily gnaw at your skull, this impoverished fellow who might merely give you a light punch seems rather endearing and charming. I merely fear they might report me, muttering softly about playing as a cheater. What a ridiculous concern. Unleash your wrath upon them, mercilessly torment them. Otherwise, what is the point of cheating? Bai Feiyu patted his shoulder encouragingly, asserting that the strong must mercilessly humiliate the weak. With a hint of hesitation on his face, the cheater contemplated, silently maxing out the cheat functions, spiraling into madness, and activated the massacre mode. Witnessing this scene, Bai Feiyu nodded in satisfaction. He chose to log off, approached the cheater from behind, raised his phone, and quietly captured a screenshot, reporting it to the game authorities via Weibo. Justice shall be served. Throughout his life, Bai Feiyu harbored a deep disdain for two types of people, cheaters and those who prevent him from cheating. He thrived on hypocrisy. From the moment he was devoured and yet somehow remained alive, the essence of this game had irrevocably altered. Cautious and meticulous, he tread carefully. Those destined to die must meet their fate. As a cheater, one should be audacious and unreasonable, unleashing devastation. Chapter 5. My adventures in the market. Upon arriving at the Internet CAF's front desk, Bai Feiyu used the excuse of his missing wallet to review the CAF surveillance footage. From the video, he could distinctly see himself engrossed in a game over an hour ago. Everything seemed normal until he dozed off, his head tilting, succumbing to sleep in the chair. From that moment, he remained in that position until he was abruptly awakened moments ago. Bai Feiyu grasped two pieces of information. Firstly, he had not physically traversed into another world. Rather, it was likely his consciousness or soul that had journeyed there. Secondly, the flow of time in both worlds was likely synchronized. He estimated he had spent over an hour in that realm, which meant that a similar duration had elapsed in this world as well. Had he not returned prematurely, he might have been sent to the hospital due to his prolonged slumber. With a newfound clarity, Bai Feiyu rewound the surveillance footage, hoping to uncover the origin of that disc. However, the video's resolution was too low to discern when the disc had appeared. Even as he scrolled back to the early hours of the morning, he found no indication of anyone using that particular machine. Remarkably, he was the first customer to occupy that machine today. In that moment, he could not discern whether it was fate's design or if the disc had deliberately chosen him. Weren't you looking for your wallet? The nearby attendant, a youthful girl with braided pigtails, regarded him with curiosity, questioning his intent in watching such early footage. I'm sorry, but I truly cannot locate it. Bai Feiyu stammered, flustered, extracting his phone from his pocket and earnestly gazing at her. How about we exchange WeChat? If you discover anything later, you can contact me right away. The charming young attendant hesitated momentarily, scrutinizing his handsome features and neat attire. To his surprise, she inadvertently discovered that when he pulled out his phone from his pocket, he accidentally dragged out an item that had been concealed, revealing a corner of a dark, square object. It was unmistakably a wallet. The pretense of checking the surveillance was merely a ruse to obtain my WeChat. Such cunning schemes abound. Though her cheeks flushed slightly, the little network administrator found herself speaking in a soft and gentle tone, gazing into his sincere and clear eyes. Sure. Let me add you. Bai Feiyu was a social phobic, a veritable terrorist in social situations. His singular virtue was his audacity. Only someone as shameless as he could manipulate others without a hint of embarrassment or trepidation. While his body had not traversed realms, everything acquired in that world had returned with him. Upon leaving the Internet CAF, Bai Feiyu glanced at the friend request that had been accepted. The little network administrator sent a cute, pouting emoji to greet him, yet he chose to ignore it. He briskly made his way home, savoring the enhanced agility of his gifted physique. The attribute panel and task panel appeared before him, unchanged from before. However, the shop interface displayed some modifications. Lifespan balance, 22 years, 3 months, and 25 days. Compared to before, he had lost a year. Was this the price of dying in that world? Purchasing even the simplest of items required the expenditure of years, sometimes even decades, of life. In contrast, The cost of dying once was not only negligible but perhaps excessively light. Furthermore, on the right side of the shop interface, a red button labeled Super Sense had appeared. A sudden clarity washed over Bai Feiyu. Pressing this button would allow him to return to his place of demise. Should he make a comeback and surprise the creature that had devoured him? A wicked smile crept across his face, imagining how even monsters would be startled to see their prey rise from the dead. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to find a bustling market nearby, where the sounds of haggling and bargaining filled the air. The earlier act of killing that survivor had been akin to slaying monsters in a game, granting him experience points. As he gazed at the experience bar on his attribute panel, reading 5100, an idea struck him. Could slaying other creatures yield experience points as well? With renewed enthusiasm, he entered the market and searched around, purchasing several crabs, a few bullfrogs, a pound of crayfish, a hen, and a pound of small crucian carp. For someone who had recently graduated from university and had yet to find employment, this was no trifling sum. The pain in his heart was rivaled only by the moment he had been devoured. If his hypothesis proved false, he could at least consider it a hearty meal for himself. Bai Feiyu consoled himself as he ventured into a secluded alley, marking the first day of his new existence as a hunter. In a corner where no one could see, he commenced his brutal slaughter. Kill crab, gain experience, 0. 5. Kill bullfrog, gain experience, 0. 5. Upon vanquishing a crayfish, I acquired an experience point of 0. 5. The notifications that popped up before me caused Bai Feiyu's eyes to gleam with excitement. Most of the creatures he purchased were capable of bestowing him with 0. 5 experience points. That hen, in particular, could grant an astonishing 1 experience point. It is worth noting that a mere survivor yields 5 experience points. This implies that 5 hens could equate to a single survivor in terms of experience. It seems the title of the premier jungler in this national server is rightfully mine. The ease of acquiring experience points had Bai Feiyu grinning from ear to ear. He planned to reach the maximum level in the wilderness before tackling the so-called advanced missions, determined to show the monsters in the haunted city what true ruthlessness entails. Before nightfall, dreams of a high-level player sweeping through the novice village began to take shape. This dream was so delightful that Bai Feiyu felt a twinge of unease. Is leveling truly this effortless? He raised an eyebrow, contemplating the illogicality of casually slaughtering defenseless little fish and shrimp, only to have their demise compared to that of a cold-hearted survivor. With this thought in mind, Bai Feiyu's expression shifted as the shop interface appeared before him. Remaining lifespan, 22 years, 3 months, and 14 days. Compared to earlier, it had diminished by a full 11 days. The number of creatures he had slain precisely totaled 11. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Bai Feiyu sighed in exasperation. It was clear that killing these wild creatures would not yield experience points. Much like in the apocalyptic world before, the majority of entities lacked attributes. This was a matter of insufficient level. However, his apparatus could artificially elevate the life levels of these creatures to barely meet the standards required for granting experience points. It bore a striking resemblance to the cheats in many games that directly provide experience for player advancement. The only distinction was that Bai Feiyu's cheat required a small sacrifice. In simpler terms, one must invest money to activate it. As long as one does not perish from expenditure, one should spend liberally. Bai Feiyu gritted his teeth, resolutely embarking on his journey as a jungler. Having already invested decades of lifespan, he would certainly not be stingy with these few remaining days. As long as his strength was sufficient, there might yet be ways to extend his lifespan in the future, potentially reaping returns tenfold or even 100-fold. Upon slaying a bullfrog, I acquired an experience point of 0. 5. The wild creatures before him were insufficient to facilitate his leveling up. After finishing his hunt, Bai Feiyu found himself returning to the marketplace to make extensive purchases. In his pursuit of jungle leveling, he sacrificed both lifespan and financial resources. In that moment, Bai Feiyu was at a loss, pondering which was more terrifying, the death of a person or the depletion of money. Having sacrificed so much, he hoped for a return. And finally, he filled that wretched experience bar to the brim. Player level increased. 1. Chapter 6. Cybernetic Blade Runner. The anticipated sensation of his body being filled with energy, a heat that was almost unbearable, did not materialize. Bai Feiyu felt no discernible change in his body, nor did he experience even the slightest increase in strength. Simultaneously, an option appeared before his eyes. What are these ridiculous items? Bai Feiyu muttered, unable to suppress an expletive as his eyes twitched. Am I running a trash wholesale business here? Alas, he had no authority over the distribution, left with only the option to choose one from 3. This was the upgrade reward he had fervently anticipated. One that cost both his life and money, yet it was utterly unacceptable. Logically speaking, A typical novice player would only receive such meager rewards upon leveling from 0 to 1. Bai Feiyu, however, had been spoiled by the perks of hacks, having purchased items 2 levels higher from the shop without ever experiencing the tribulations of an ordinary player. Just as he steeled himself and extended his right hand in preparation to make a selection, a wisp of pale blue energy emanated from his palm, coalescing beside the options before him, transforming into a lever. With a gentle tug, a crisp sound echoed as the 3 option boxes swiftly scrolled downward, revealing a succession of entirely new choices. Bai Feiyu felt a surge of disbelief wash over him. It seemed that this game had been thoroughly compromised by rampant hacks. Such brazen cheats would undoubtedly attract the ire of the gaming company, while typical hacks could torment other players without consequence. Those that infringed upon company profits would be swiftly dealt with, fearing economic repercussions. A sense of trepidation gripped Bai Feiyu as he pondered the possibility of being banned. Though it was the hacks that had instigated the situation, he doubted anyone would heed his explanations. With no alternative, as a pioneer, he resolved to take the risk, carving a bloody path for future players. He wore a benevolent expression, echoing the sentiment, "If I do not exploit hacks, who will?" This game did not possess any free features. A cursory glance at his remaining life confirmed his worst fears. His lifespan had been reduced by a full year. However, upon discovering the 3 new options, his mood began to lift. Please select a divine gift. 1. Lunarian. When wielding a pitchfork as a weapon under the moonlight, experience a comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes. Rating. 2. Child of Rain. Can transform the weather within a 10-meter radius into rain. Rating. 3. Cackle. Emit a piercing, mocking laugh that infuriates the target. Rating. These selections were significantly superior to the previous ones, with none falling below a certain level. Could it be that the prize pool had been altered? Bai Feiyu couldn't help but entertain the thought. For instance, when a player levels from 0 to 1, it is improbable that they would be granted an overwhelmingly powerful divine gift. Thus, the prize pool must predominantly consist of lower-tier rewards, with higher-tier ones being exceedingly rare. However, the difficulty of leveling for advanced players was incomparable. It would be unreasonable to still offer them such trivial rewards. Consequently, the prize pool for higher-tier players would be more abundant, filled with superior offerings. Bai Feiyu, with a casual flick, summoned 3 exceptional items in a single breath. It is improbable that sheer luck has favored him. More likely, he has been replaced in a superior prize pool by an external aid. With a final pull of the lever, he gazed at it, as if a devil, consuming lives, beckoned to him. The 3 current options were far from satisfactory. The only ability that stirred his interest, the lunar soil, could only manifest under moonlight, thus imposing significant limitations. With a decisive pull of the lever, the options materialized. 1. Lighter, a trivial item to bite on during boredom, with a diminutive chance of gaining experience points. Evaluation. 2. Black Temptation. Acquire a pair of black stockings that enhance attack speed. Evaluation. 3. Cyberblade. You shall possess the ability to transform into the Cyberblade. Evaluation. Upon encountering the final option, Bai Feiyu felt as though his soul had been elevated, rendering all else insignificant. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his choice. Tapping the 3rd option, the other 2 faded away, and the selected box emanated a black glow. A stream of black liquid coursed from his fingertip, enveloping him. Contemplating briefly, he ultimately submitted, allowing the liquid to penetrate his garments, adhering to his skin. Surprisingly, the liquid bore no stickiness. Instead, it possessed a chilling metallic quality. It crept along his skin, gradually reaching the area above his heart. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu felt an intense agony akin to countless fine needles piercing him, a heart-wrenching pain. The black viscous substance permeated his skin. His heartbeat quickened violently, causing him to kneel, clutching his chest, gasping for breath. Just as he had mentally prepared himself for a scream of anguish, he was taken aback. Was the pain gone? Shouldn't such a formidable item at least inflict some suffering? A sense of hardship to enhance the reality of its acquisition? He could not help but express his discontent. Yet, beneath his complaints, anticipation and excitement surged uncontrollably within him. As with previous items, upon claiming ownership, he instantly comprehended its usage. With a mere thought, a layer of black shell emerged upon his skin, gleaming with a metallic sheen. It felt akin to donning an exceptionally thin armor, adorned with simple patterns. This minimalist design radiated a futuristic, sci-fi essence. A copious amount of black liquid spilled from his palm, condensing and elongating, surging forward like an advancing tide. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a slender black metal blade in his hand. Bai Feiyu took out his phone to glimpse his current appearance. A striking fusion of a futuristic warrior and an ancient swordsman. Is this the Cyberblade? His lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. How splendid. Chapter 7. hypersensitivity upon transforming into the Cyberblade, the alterations to his physique, beyond mere appearance, filled by Fei Yu with exhilaration. Explosive power surged from within him, and his body felt weightless, as if he could effortlessly leap into the air with just a few steps. His body, brimming with muscle, exuded an unprecedented sense of formidable strength. With a sharp crack, he picked up a stone and crushed it effortlessly. Fei Yu could distinctly feel that his physique had undergone a comprehensive transformation, with all attributes experiencing explosive enhancements. A slight movement revealed that his power and speed had transcended human limitations. Player, Fei Yu. Level, 1-0-500. Strength, Constitution, Agility. Talent, Cowardly Lizard. Divine Gift, Cyberblade Master. Time, 30 minutes. Glancing at his attributes panel, Fei Yu noted that all his core attributes had advanced significantly, surpassing the realm of humanity. The sensation of wielding such immense power was unparalleled and intoxicating, igniting within him an urgent desire to engage in combat. With a mere thought, like a swarm of dense black ants, a dark liquid slithered up his face, coalescing into a black metallic mass that concealed his features, revealing only his deep, obsidian eyes. He resembled a dark assassin from a future world, enhancing his aura of cold danger. Fei Yu found himself in a village within Star City, where the buildings were low and closely packed, devoid of towering skyscrapers. Navigating along the windowsills and air conditioning units, akin to a nimble black cat, he effortlessly ascended to the rooftop of a 7-story building. Once timid about heights, he now felt no trace of fear at this altitude. Standing atop the roof tiles, he gazed out over the entire village, overlooking the masses below. An exhilarating sense of superiority enveloped him. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Fei Yu let out a triumphant shout, sprinting across the rooftops, proclaiming himself the king of the world. Half an hour later, the self-proclaimed king, panting, pedaled a shared bicycle back to the alley. In his fervor, he had inadvertently ventured too far and forgotten his belongings. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he retraced his steps to reclaim the wild monsters he had left behind. The transformation into the Cyberblade Master lasted only 10 minutes, with a cooldown period of 1 hour. Overcome with excitement, Fei Yu found himself cycling back dejectedly after his transformation ended, desperately trying to prevent the creatures he had slain from being claimed by others. Pedaling vigorously for 20 minutes left him utterly exhausted. Without the enhancement of his abilities, he was merely endowed with the physical capabilities of an ordinary person. If one were to inquire why he didn't simply take a taxi home comfortably, his dwindling bank balance, barely in double digits, would provide the answer. As a recent university graduate, Fei Yu had yet to secure a job, and thus, savings were a distant dream. His recent foray into the marketplace had drained both his vitality and finances, leaving him with merely 20 years of life remaining, while his wallet had already been thoroughly depleted. He vaguely recalled treating himself to games at an internet CAF after a morning interview, envisioning a bright future. However, the afternoon ushered in a starkly different path. Money was scarce, and life was fleeting. Fortunately, he had his game mechanics to rely on. Fei Yu attempted to slay a few remaining wild monsters once more. Regrettably, he could no longer gain experience points, not even from the highest-ranked chicken monster, which failed to yield any experience at all. It seemed that assisting him in ascending from level 0 to level 1 was the utmost limit of these minor creatures. Alas, his aspirations of obtaining silver through high-interest loans to grind for levels were dashed. Burdened with bags both large and small, Fei Yu trudged towards his residence with great difficulty. Even though it was merely a few minutes' walk, the journey left him utterly exhausted. Upon returning to the rented apartment, a modest 1-bedroom unit, he made his way directly to the kitchen. He began by cooking rice in the rice cooker, then lit the stove to steam some crabs. Most of the wild creatures were stowed away in the refrigerator. After completing his tasks, Fei Yu took a refreshing shower and changed into clean clothes, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Once he emerged, the rice and crabs were ready, and he quickly sought Ed some spicy crayfish. Thus, a simple yet satisfying meal was prepared. Of course, this meal was not one that signified his impending demise. Rather, it was a metaphor for his intent to sever the heads of others. Gazing at the perfectly cooked white rice, the crabs with their orange roe oozing slightly, the vibrant red spicy crayfish, and a glass of effervescent black cola, Fei Yu felt a surge of emotion within him. He faintly recalled a previous meal during the apocalypse, consisting of a few cold, somewhat spoiled canned goods and a bottle of water tainted with a foul odor. Compared to that hellish existence, he now profoundly sensed that he was, without a doubt, in paradise. After satisfying his hunger, Fei Yu spent some time watching television to aid digestion. As he felt his body tremble uncontrollably from overwhelming excitement and anticipation, he realized he had reached a peak state. Just then, the cooldown for Cyber Blade had concluded. Returning to his bedroom, Bai Feiyu lay upon the soft bed and activated the interface. In that moment, he was no longer the bewildered, helpless youth who had just traversed into this world. He had transformed into a well-prepared, confident player. He extended his finger and gently pressed the red button that seemed to connect him to another realm, Super Sense. As the souls descended relentlessly, he landed abruptly. Bai Feiyu opened his eyes, his deep gaze sharply scanning the surroundings. There was no need to activate his abilities. The black metallic liquid bestowed by the cyber blade could crawl across his skin, ready to confront any imminent danger. This state, while not enhancing his physical prowess, was akin to wearing a high-tech protective suit. This place was unmistakably Bai Feiyu's final resting ground. The dusty room was in disarray, the floor littered with items he had previously extracted from his backpack. Not seeing his own corpse, he stepped into a large pool of thick, crimson blood, likely a remnant of his previous demise. Moreover, the most striking feature was a series of somewhat chaotic footprints on the ground. These prints resembled those of enormous webbed feet, leading out towards the door, presumably left by the creature that had devoured Bai Feiyu's brain. It appears that he departed with a sense of satisfaction, after all. In the realm of two worlds, time flows equivalently, and over an hour has elapsed. This is not akin to the stationary monsters in a game. It is improbable that such a creature would linger here. In truth, Bai Feiyu has harbored a lingering doubt since the demise of White Feiyu. Where exactly did that monster originate? Before entering this house, he had specifically instructed the bomb mouse to conduct a thorough search. Given the rodent's acute sense of smell, it would undoubtedly detect the presence of other beings, particularly one as ferocious as this creature, if it had arrived subsequently. He had taken great care to mount the artificial eye on the exterior wall as a surveillance device, making it inconceivable that he would have overlooked it. The back door was tightly shut, and stealthily infiltrating was out of the question. He recalled the mission briefing mentioning that this haunted city had tales of ghostly apparitions. Could it truly be a specter? No, that thought was quickly dismissed. Observing the peculiar blood-stained footprints on the ground, he shook his head. That entity certainly possessed a physical form. Yet, it appeared to be quite finicky, as it chose not to consume the mouse. Bai Feiyu cast a glance at the bomb mouse still soundly asleep on the floor and, somewhat exasperated, gave the little creature a gentle nudge to rouse it. The bomb mouse woke sluggishly, seemingly unaware of the events that had transpired, drowsily pawing at its whiskers. When the monster made its appearance, the creature had been engrossed in a can of meat, likely oblivious to its surroundings after such a prolonged absence of delectable fare in this haunted city. Bai Feiyu would not attribute his demise to a mere rodent. After contemplating, he ascended to the second floor, where he immediately discovered identical webbed footprints on the layer of white dust covering the floor. This trail led him to an open window located at the rear of the house, where he found remnants of the creature's passage. Peering down from the window, Bai Feiyu finally grasped the situation. The monster had ascended from this very spot, and the artificial eye, serving as surveillance, could only observe in one direction. It must have been drawn here by the explosion that obliterated the survivor earlier, following him to this location. Bai Feiyu descended the stairs slowly, reflecting on the hazy images of his own demise, and deduced the creature's capabilities. It could climb walls, induce sleep, and render itself invisible, yet it possessed a tangible form. This being had likely witnessed him installing the artificial eye on the wall, which explained why it, despite having the ability to conceal itself, chose to circumvent and climb the wall instead. It patiently awaited the activation of its sleep-inducing powers before striking, resulting in a swift fatal blow. Its intelligence was not to be underestimated. It was cautious and somewhat timid, considering the difficulty of this task. It was reasonable to assume that its combat prowess was not particularly formidable. Reflecting on his first death, he recognized that a lack of situational awareness, experience, and meticulousness played a role. On the other hand, it was also due to the creature's excessive cunning and caution that Bai Feiyu found himself ensnared, resulting in an unjust demise. Had that being been a tad more reckless and attacked through the front door, the outcome could have been entirely different. It is worth noting that Bai Feiyu's artificial eye possessed the ability to pierce through illusions. Perhaps it could have seen through the creature's invisibility. Following the footprints on the ground, he stepped outside. Next to the peculiar prints, there lay a scattered trail of blood. It seemed that the creature had been unable to consume his entire body and had instead taken it away in a makeshift package. He raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he still intended to share this with his companions. It would be acceptable if it were merely for consumption. However, dark images flickered in Bai Feiyu's mind. If this were to be utilized, he could scarcely accept it. If that fellow were to depart alone after indulging, locating a hidden monster in such a vast city would be akin to scaling the heavens. Nevertheless, the fact that it took the body away offered a glimmer of opportunity. Rats are among the most acutely sensitive creatures in terms of smell, Perhaps they could trace and uncover several clues. Yet, the odds remained exceedingly slim. On one hand, too much time had elapsed, causing the scent to dissipate. On the other, that monster was far too shrewd and cautious. If treated as a cunning adversary, it would undoubtedly foresee the possibility of being discovered through such a foolish oversight. Thus, pursuing this lead could either yield nothing or result in a wild goose chase, squandering substantial time. In light of this, it appeared that Bai Feiyu had no choice but to swallow his frustration. In truth, he had already sentenced that creature to death in his heart. The monster's ability to eliminate Bai Feiyu stemmed from its intelligence. Yet, it was precisely this cleverness that had left it with a fatal flaw. It was time for you to comprehend what true peril entailed. Bai Feiyu inhaled deeply, a smirk gracing his lips, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. Chapter 8. Explosive carnage. The expansive factory loomed, vacant and slightly dim. Dull sunlight streamed through the open windows of the second floor, casting irregular patches of yellow light upon the ground, augmenting the sense of desolation. In this ghost town, such lifeless structures were abundant. Even if a survivor happened to pass by, they would likely not spare a second glance at this unremarkable locale. Yet, at this moment, an uncanny scene unfolded within the factory. A blue eyeball floated in midair, swaying gently as if an unseen hand were delicately manipulating this peculiar object. As the suspended eyeball rotated slowly, the scenes within the factory reflected in its pupil. The vast space was dotted with dark red, fleshy orbs, each towering over 2 meters, pulsating as if they harbored some extraordinary life force. If one were to draw closer and listen intently, they would detect unsettling sounds emanating from within the flesh, reminiscent of a beast gnawing on bones. In the eyes of ordinary individuals, the factory appeared mundane and desolate, yet within this blue eyeball, it resembled a monstrous lair. A veritable hell on earth. The revolving eyeball came to a halt, fixating on a peculiar and eerie figure. Its humanoid form was emaciated, devoid of any clothing. The head hanging from its neck bore an unnaturally wide maw, lined with a dense array of chilling, sharp teeth. Its hands resembled eagle talons, with razor-sharp nails, and its feet were akin to enormous webbed appendages. Coupled with the 4 eyes rotating on its chest, the figure exuded an aura of horror and the bizarre. The blue eyeball was gently pinched in its claws, and the 4 rotating eyes conveyed a sense of contemplative observation. Suddenly, the window on the open second floor of the factory shattered with a resounding crash. Accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, a dark elongated shadow sliced through the air. A sudden, visceral sound echoed as flesh ruptured. The 2 eyes situated on the left chest of the humanoid monster were abruptly penetrated, gushing forth a copious amount of dark green blood from its back. It staggered backward, 2 steps in disarray. The immense agony caused the 2 eyes on its right chest to bulge wide open, turning in unison to the left. Finally perceiving the object that had pierced its chest, a sleek black long knife. A flicker of confusion and bewilderment glimmered within its gaze. "I see you," a voice, laced with a playful mockery yet tinged with a chilling undertone, resonated into the void, as though pierced by a sharp instrument. An unprecedented sense of peril surged from the depths of the monster's being. Its gaze gradually ascended, revealing, on the semi-open second floor, a dark figure that had mysteriously appeared. Behind this figure, a more radiant, dim yellow sunlight streamed through the shattered window. Due to the backlighting, the frontal features remained obscured, but the glint of black metallic sheen suggested that the figure was clad in sturdy, form-fitting black armor. An overwhelming aura of death seemed poised to consume all. Instinctively, the monster recoiled half a step. In the next moment, its remaining 2 pupils contracted simultaneously. The dark figure lightly leaped down, enveloped by a gust of wind, materializing directly before it. The once shrouded visage beneath the black metallic mask was now fully exposed to the air. It was a familiar face adorned with a hint of a mocking smile, a visage of a corpse. An abyss of terror overflowed from the monster's eyes. The dark figure seized the hilt of the knife embedded in the creature's chest and delivered a powerful kick. With a whoosh, the monster was sent hurtling backward, the slender blade trailing from its body, releasing a cascade of dark green blood that arched through the air. 2 fingers extended to gingerly grasp the blue prosthetic eye that had slipped from the monster's grasp, affixing it to its forehead. With a forceful push against the ground, its body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Thud! As the expelled monster crashed to the ground, the dark figure swiftly followed, appearing like a specter, and landed heavily upon its chest. The overwhelming pressure offered no respite. Madness, born of desperation, flickered in the monster's eyes as it strained to lift its head. The gaping mole revealing a tube that extended forth, aiming directly at the figure's face, faint wisps of gas escaping from within. As if anticipating this, the dark figure's sealed metallic mask reformed, isolating the gas. With a swift flash, the monster's head was severed, soaring high into the air, only to be cleaved in two again. Dark green blood sprawled across the ground. Its once fear and frenzy-filled eyes dimmed to nothingness. This creature possessed a modicum of cunning. Yet in the face of overwhelming power, it proved utterly futile. Ironically, it perished due to its own cleverness. Observing by Feiyu installing the prosthetic eye outside the house, it sought to avoid a sneak attack. Likewise, it recognized the extraordinary nature and value of the eye. Hence, after dispatching Bai Feiyu, it casually decided to take the eye with it. No matter how clever this individual may be, he could never anticipate that Bai Feiyu would resurrect to exact vengeance. Previously, in another realm, it was likely due to the separation of worlds that Bai Feiyu could not sense the existence of the artificial eye, let alone utilize its vision to perceive his surroundings. However, upon returning, he immediately regained control. That familiar sensation returned, allowing him to distinctly perceive the location of the artificial eye bound to him. Yet, perhaps due to the distance, he was unable to switch to the eye's perspective. Nevertheless, a general sense of direction was sufficient. Kill the Shadowless. Reward, 1. Experience points, 10. 2. Time, 5 hours. Upon seeing the notification, Bai Feiyu halted his hand, poised to deliver a finishing blow, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Indeed, there is unparalleled joy in effortlessly annihilating foes with the aid of external enhancements. However, he was perplexed as to why the experience gained was so minimal. A mere survivor could yield 5 experience points, yet this formidable creature only rewarded 10? Although the Shadowless possessed relatively weak combat capabilities, its ability to remain invisible and its intelligence comparable to that of a human rendered it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary individual to contend with. Had it not been for Bai Feiyu's artificial eye, which could pierce through the veil of invisibility, he certainly would not have dispatched it with such ease. Could this be due to my recent advancement in levels? He recalled the experience of leveling up by defeating wild creatures. As one's level increases, creatures of a lower tier become incapable of providing experience due to their diminished life essence. This must be the same principle as one ascends in level. The experience yielded by lesser beings diminishes, or even becomes null. This mechanism prevents higher-level players from exploiting weaker monsters for rapid advancement. From the time acquired, the reward for slaying the Shadowless could be tenfold that of a survivor. Although Bai Feiyu was currently unaware of the utility of time, any reward would undoubtedly prove advantageous. The more, the better. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a cacophony of tearing sounds erupted from within the factory. Shifting his gaze, Bai Feiyu observed the enormous fleshly tumors within the factory blooming like petals. One by one, the grotesque forms of the Shadowless gradually came into view. Chapter 9, Players Kill the Shadowless. Reward, 1. Experience points, 10. 2. Time, 5 hours. Before today, in Bai Feiyu's 20-plus years of existence, he had only experienced combat once in 2nd grade, against his deskmate. His battle skills were virtually non-existent. Simply put, he was utterly untrained in the art of fighting. Yet, he possessed overwhelming strength. In the state of a cybernetic blade master, his power, speed, and physique were on an entirely different plane compared to these Shadowless. Moreover, the Shadowless lacked any means to penetrate his metal armor. Standing still, he would not be harmed. Thus, even though this was a battle of few against many, it remained remarkably effortless and pleasurable. What Bai Feiyu needed to do was straightforward: charge forth and cleave his enemies in twain, or perhaps into 3, 4, 5, or even 6 pieces. In any case, there are fundamentally no problems that cannot be resolved with a single strike. If there are, then 2 strikes will suffice. This, perhaps, is the exhilarating allure of the game, where my skills, awareness, and agility pale in comparison to yours. Yet, you cannot vanquish me, while I can eliminate you in an instant. Initially, Bai Feiyu believed that the tumors were the eggs of the Shadowless ones, only to discover that they were, in fact, incubators. Within each tumor resided a Shadowless one. Including the first, he had dispatched 7, yet there were 9 tumors in the factory. Upon splitting open the remaining 2 empty tumors, Bai Feiyu realized that these 2 might have ventured out to play. Why, at such a late hour? Have they not returned home for dinner? He glanced at the sun, which was descending on the horizon, and mused, "What mischievous souls, I shall call for you." 2 minutes later, a thunderous explosion resonated from the factory. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone nearby, upon hearing an explosion at home, would undoubtedly cast a glance back. Bai Feiyu did not intend to eradicate entirely. He merely could not bear to forfeit the experience points. Based on his current encounters, the number of Shadowless ones in the Ghost City should be limited. In such a vast city, actively searching for them, akin to finding a needle in a haystack, would be futile. Given the opportunity, he naturally sought to seize it. However, Bai Feiyu did not plan to squander too much time. allowing a maximum of 10 minutes. He positioned the bomb right along the necessary path to the factory, camouflaged by weeds. He himself concealed himself in a nearby tree, observing the situation. Alas, the time for the Cyber Blade Master's abilities had elapsed. He could only assume the role of the lurking predator. 5 minutes later, Bai Feiyu indeed beheld a Shadowless One returning to investigate. While the bomb rat could not see the Shadowless One, it executed its Master's commands with remarkable precision. A good creature, a good position. The outcome was inevitable. Boom. With a resounding blast, the Shadowless One was obliterated, its concealed form laid bare. Shadowless One slain. Rewards received, 1. Experience points, 10. 2. Time, 5 hours. Seeing the rewards, Bai Feiyu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. As for the last creature in this lair, having heard the commotion, it was unlikely to make an appearance. There was no need to waste further time. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. He descended from the tree, leading the bomb rat, prepared to depart. Unexpectedly, he noticed a figure peeking cautiously around the corner of a nearby wall, observing him intently. Upon being discovered, the individual hesitantly raised a hand in greeting. Hello. I'm also a player. It was a girl, seemingly in her early 20s, with chestnut long hair, a dress, fair skin, and a sweet countenance, albeit somewhat dirty, suggesting she had endured some hardships earlier. The contrast between an ordinary person and a survivor who had tasted blood in the apocalypse was stark. Her serene gaze, stylish attire, and delicate makeup were all rare sights in such a dystopian world, coupled with Bai Feiyu's eye of insight, which he wore on his forehead. It was hardly surprising that he was recognized as a player endowed with extraordinary abilities. When did you arrive? He instinctively inquired. I had been nearby when I heard the sound of an explosion, prompting me to rush over to investigate. The girl appeared somewhat frightened, cautiously explaining that she had been present when I climbed that tree. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the invisible creature revealed on the ground, and she sincerely marveled at my audacity in daring to hunt such an elusive monster. Previously, this creature had ambushed us, leaving us utterly defenseless. And you? I inquired. Indeed. She replied, there were initially 8 players with us, all venturing into the game for the first time, hoping to collaborate and seek an escape route to complete our mission. A hint of nostalgia graced her features as she recounted their initial optimism. However, upon encountering the stealthy creature, which was both cunning and terrifying, several of our group perished in an instant. Her expression dimmed as she continued. The remaining players scattered in panic, and I wonder if anyone besides myself survived. 8 people? Bai Feiyu felt a surge of indignation. Why should others have the luxury of an 8-member team while she was left to face everything alone? Was this some form of discrimination against those who exploited cheats? Did using cheats mean one was unworthy of companionship? Though it was merely another death in the game. The psychological burden weighed heavily on her. Having finally encountered a fellow player who shared her plight, the girl couldn't help but express her thoughts incessantly. Another death? Bai Feiyu seized upon this pivotal moment. Yes, she replied, somewhat puzzled. After all, we are all individuals who have perished in the real world, are we not? In an instant, Bai Feiyu recognized that the reason she had not allied with these players was fundamentally due to their disparate states. These players were merely the remnants of consciousness, while she remained alive, albeit with her essence projected into the game. The distinction was profound. Bai Feiyu's ability to resurrect by expending her lifespan was likely deeply connected to this divergence. Earlier, during my encounter with the invisible creature, I had sustained a blow to my head, and I was uncertain if I had suffered a concussion, as there were many memories I could not quite recall. I pressed my hand to my forehead, feigning pain, and began to spin an elaborate tale. I am unsure whether I am truly dead. In fact, many of my past experiences are rather hazy. In this game, who is the easiest to deceive? The novices, of course. You must be lying, she retorted, her eyes scanning my unblemished form, devoid of any wounds. You don't seem injured at all. Well, perhaps novices are not so easily fooled, I conceded. Realizing she had perhaps pried too deeply, she quickly amended her statement. But I'm not a doctor and don't understand these things. I believe you. Let us leave this place. Otherwise, we may attract unwanted attention from those drawn by the sound of the explosion, Bai Feiyu said with a warm smile. The girl's complexion paled slightly, and she nodded vigorously. Follow me, she instructed, leading the way. I know a safe location. Before long, they arrived at the rooftop of a nearby building. What do you think? This place is rather nice, isn't it? She declared, blocking the rooftop door with a stone and brushing off her hands in satisfaction, relishing the expansive and secure view. Bai Feiyu, however, was unperturbed. Suddenly, she stepped forward, squinting into the distance. What is that? That must be the Star City Bridge. The girl squinted her eyes, following the gaze of her companion, and beheld a grand bridge spanning across the river in the distance. The Star City Bridge? This is indeed Star City. So it seems fitting to call it the Star City Bridge. Bai Feiyu strained to peer into the distance, slowly discerning the familiar contours of a once foreign ghost town. This was Star City, the very place she called home. Chapter 10, Two worlds gazing down upon the desolate, cold, and shattered remnants of a post-apocalyptic landscape. Bai Feiyu found it utterly inconceivable to associate it with the bustling, prosperous, and vibrant city she inhabited. Could this truly be the same city? Or perhaps it was merely a game replica designed against the backdrop of Star City. Did the scene before her appear familiar yet elusive? As if she had seen it somewhere before? Noticing her deep contemplation and silent demeanor, a hint of smugness appeared on the girl's face. And she offered a clue. The apocalypse. What apocalypse? Bai Feiyu asked, utterly perplexed. Have you not seen it? The girl exclaimed in astonishment. It's the hottest show right now. Each new episode trends explosively on the Giant Blog hot search. What on earth is Giant Blog? I've only used Weibo. For a moment, Bai Feiyu felt as though she was somewhat out of touch. Yet she spent hours daily surfing the web, keeping up with the latest trends. How could there be such a wildly popular show of which she had never heard? Weibo? Now the girl looked puzzled. She had never heard of it. This isn't some outdated app for the elderly, is it? Although they were of similar age, she felt a generational gap. You must have used Douyin, right? Have you not come across any short videos about the apocalypse on there? Seeing her expression still somewhat bewildered, the girl appeared utterly flabbergasted. Are you even from Blue Planet? It was then that Bai Feiyu suddenly realized. Although they were both novice players, no one had ever mentioned that they hailed from the same world. The girl before her was from Blue Planet, while she herself was from Earth. Do you not go online at all? The girl murmured incredulously. All the players who were with me earlier had at least some knowledge of the apocalypse. Naturally chatty, she continued to ramble. Without understanding the plot of the apocalypse, how will you complete the tasks assigned by the system? Throughout the day, Bai Feiyu had encountered numerous bizarre events. And the presence of a player from another world hardly fazed her. Are you suggesting that we are currently within the narrative of that show called The Apocalypse? She inquired. To be precise, we are in the storyline of the first episode of The Apocalypse, the girl asserted confidently, patting her chest. Earlier, I saw a group of survivors. They are characters from the show. Then why don't you seek their protection? Bai Feiyu asked. They are a band of ruthless outlaws. Who knows what they might do to a defenseless girl like me? The girl replied with a knowing expression. I'm not foolish. Have you considered that I might be one of their kind? Bai Feiyu assessed the girl's curvaceous figure, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. If that's the case, I could accept that. Unexpectedly, the girl advanced rather than retreated, grasping Bai Feiyu's clothing, her innocent visage uplifted, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. You certainly align with my preferences. Indulging in a night with you would not be a loss, merely a fleeting companionship. Bai Feiyu, startled, took a half step back. His eyelids twitching, she was indeed a formidable woman. Observing his expression, the girl paused, her eyes dimming. Do you perceive me as particularly despicable? Not at all. Bai Feiyu replied, shaking his head. In such circumstances, aligning oneself with a man who appeared both capable and attractive was a sagacious choice. It significantly enhanced the odds of survival. He mused softly. In comparison to death, many seemingly grave matters are trivial. I have faced death once and understand how terrifying it is to lose everything. With a heavy heart, the girl's eyes glistened with tears. I long to see my parents again, to reunite with my classmates and friends. I yearn for milk tea, for cake. There are countless things I wish to do. I do not wish to die, truly. She choked on her sobs. This is my final opportunity. I must complete the mission. Only then can I be resurrected and return to that world. Unlike the insatiable living, for one who has tasted death, existing is the greatest happiness. Except for a few inherently malevolent souls, most individuals raised in a peaceful world do not become irredeemably wicked upon shedding the constraints of law. The novices in the game, untouched by the harshness of society, remain rather innocent and endearing. They are straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives, and seldom provoke disdain. In contrast, Bai Feiyu, who from the outset harbored deep vigilance and had already simulated methods of elimination in his mind, resembled a natural-born antagonist. Tell me about this series titled Doomsday. He did not regard the girl's pitiful, tear-streaked face, but turned his gaze towards the horizon, his voice calm, yet somewhat warm. As compensation, I will assist you in completing the task. Really? The girl, still sniffling, lifted her head, her tear-stained face brimming with hope. For me, aiding you in this mission is but a trivial matter. Bai Feiyu's countenance radiated a confidence and assurance not commonly seen among other players. It primarily depends on my willingness. Why are you so formidable? Because I possess an advantage. You are deceiving me again. At last, they exchanged names. And Bai Feiyu gained a preliminary understanding of the widely acclaimed series Doomsday through this girl named Zhang Yushi. The first episode of the series primarily narrates a post-apocalyptic world 20 years hence, where several scientists restore footage from a camera. The video features a man from Star City recording his last words before his demise, concealing a staggering secret. It turns out that 2 decades prior, before the apocalypse struck, the man, accompanied by his family for a picnic in the mountains, encountered a meteorite's descent and, driven by curiosity, ventured to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered a peculiarly shaped meteorite within the crater. Succumbing to greed, he secretly brought the meteorite home, unwittingly unleashing a catastrophic calamity. The meteorite unexpectedly activated within its confines, revealing itself to be an artifact of extraterrestrial origin, seemingly endowed with the capability to connect to distant celestial realms. Ethereal beings from beyond, akin to specters, emerged through this device, mercilessly slaughtering the man's family. The man narrowly escaped this grim fate, yet the entire Star City was beset by an unprecedented calamity. A multitude of aliens, utilizing the transporter, appeared in the city without a sound, unleashing a unilateral massacre upon humankind. Ultimately, the man could not flee Star City. In his dying moments, racked with guilt, he recorded his final words on a camera, elucidating the harrowing events. When survivors later discovered this camera, its contents were rendered inscrutable. After changing hands several times, it eventually reached a group of scientists who managed to restore the device, uncovering the tragic truth behind Star City's transformation into a ghost town. Consequently, they expended a fortune to employ a band of hardened survivors to scour the ghost city for the alien transporter that resided in the man's home. Thus commenced the tale of the apocalypse. In the midst of this revelation, Feiyu found himself in a tumultuous state of mind. Could it be that the world he inhabited was merely a realm within another's narrative? If so, would all future events unfold according to this storyline? The once thriving Star City was destined to devolve into the derelict ghost town before his eyes. Having personally witnessed the horrors within the ghost city, Feiyu developed an increasing aversion to this apocalyptic reality. With his current abilities, he could thrive even amidst the catastrophic conditions portrayed in the narrative, possibly enjoying a life akin to that of an emperor. However, he detested the tainted canned goods and the stench of polluted waters. A life devoid of the continuous influx of fresh films, novels, anime, and games would undoubtedly be dreary. He preferred a tranquil era where a modest sum could afford him comfort and leisure, regardless of the circumstances. Feiyu would never permit the world to descend into its current state, be it aliens or any other menace, should they provoke his ire. They must be prepared to face his formidable retribution. He cast a glance at Jiang Yushi, a woman well-versed in the intricacies of the apocalypse. Yet she exhibited no reaction towards him. This indicated that he was certainly not a character who had previously appeared in the narrative, not even as a mere background figure, but rather just another face among the myriad souls of Star City. Whether this was good news or ill remained uncertain. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion interrupted their conversation and contemplations. Shortly after, sporadic gunfire echoed from afar. The plot was unfolding. Jiang Yushi, momentarily stunned, swiftly grasped the reason. They had located the alien transporter. In the original storyline, armed with knowledge of the general area where the man resided, the hired survivors had indeed discovered the fabled extraterrestrial device. However, the vicinity was fraught with numerous monsters, leading to a bloody and intense confrontation between the two factions. Although this segment of the original plot appeared to lack a direct connection to the player's quest for an evacuation point, Jiang Yushi's group, consisting of 8 members, had pooled their insights. They discerned a possibility. If it were indeed a game, it would be improbable to deliberately design inconsequential elements within the tasks. Since they had entered the world of the play Doomsday, it was unlikely that the missions were unrelated to the original narrative. Moreover, the task required them to escape through a designated evacuation point, rather than fleeing from the haunted city. The only potential means for them to escape this realm lay with the alien transporter. After reaching this conclusion, the group of 8 players even devised a preliminary plan. They intended to act at the moment when the survivors discovered the alien transporter. According to the original plot, an encounter between the two factions would ensue, unleashing a fierce battle that would attract the attention of the monsters, thus providing the players with the optimal opportunity to approach the alien device. Although their ideas and strategies, derived from the collective wisdom of these novice players, were somewhat theoretical, they were fundamentally sound. Regrettably, they had gravely underestimated the terrifying prowess of the shadow beings. With their current experience and courage, they were no match for these cunning extraterrestrial creatures, resulting in a swift and devastating defeat. "Let us proceed," declared Feiyu, who, understanding everything, held no contempt for these novice players as he eagerly made his way downstairs. Given the unfamiliar terrain, the differing world, and the absence of teammates, the information at his disposal was exceedingly scant. He had remained perplexed regarding the evacuation point mentioned in the mission. Now that they had a target, regardless of its accuracy, he decided to test the waters. Wait a moment, you don't even know my talent abilities, and I am not well versed in yours either. Jiang Yushi hastily followed suit. How are we to coordinate? We cannot rely solely on improvisation, can we? Coordinate? Bai Feiyu turned back with a smile. Who said anything about coordinating with you? What do you mean? Jiang Yushi was somewhat bewildered, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the thought of his potential inconsistency. Have you ever ridden in a trailer in a game? A trailer? There is but one thing you need to do, Bai Feiyu said with a radiant yet audacious grin. Find a place to hide, while I handle everything, and then we shall leave from the evacuation point. Jiang Yushi was taken aback. She had never encountered anyone so brazen. Among their previous group of 8, there had been a player with a particularly formidable talent, due to his strength. He exhibited an air of confidence in the face of the apocalypse, but it was merely confidence, in stark contrast to the unabashed arrogance of the man before her. That confidence seemed trivial. Ultimately, he was the first to perish. Although she had previously witnessed Bai Feiyu use a bomb-laying rat to hunt down a shadow being in the factory, it could at most be deemed a display of audacity and cunning. He was hardly strong enough to handle everything with ease. Reflecting on how some boys might puff themselves up in front of attractive girls, Jiang Yushi felt a pang of concern. Nonetheless, she recognized the resoluteness of his decision, which could not be swayed by her mere words. Thus, she chose not to linger on the matter further, lest she irritate Bai Feiyu. Instead, she began to contemplate how best to provide him with the necessary assistance. Moreover, it is essential to consider the other party's dignity to avoid making Bai Feiyu feel humiliated, which would lead to discontent afterward. It is indeed a challenging situation. Jiang Yushi gazed at Bai Feiyu's retreating figure and sighed. If only this person were not so arrogant. He might embody the ideal image of a boyfriend she envisions. Chapter 11. The killing machine in front of a beautifully decorated villa. There lay an expansive courtyard adorned with lush green grass. What was once a tranquil and idyllic setting was now disrupted by the intrusion of outsiders, transforming the atmosphere into one of chaos. Bang, boom. The cacophony of screams, gunfire, and explosions filled the air incessantly. The verdant grass was trampled underfoot, while bullets whizzed by and grenades detonated. Blood, both crimson and emerald, was carelessly splattered everywhere. A group of fully armed survivors fled from the villa, retreating while engaging in combat. These beasts are cunning beyond measure. Our thermal imaging devices have all been destroyed. Not a single one remains. How did they manage to ambush us here? How could these wretched creatures have known? Fire. Shoot quickly. I refuse to die. Without the thermal sensors, I can see nothing. Someone tell me where they are. They emitted furious, terrified, and desperate howls as they wielded various firearms, standing back to back and firing wildly into the surrounding air. Occasionally, a splash of dark green blood would erupt in the atmosphere. The enemy comprised a horde of monsters invisible to the naked eye. Despite prior preparations and the employer providing several thermal imaging devices as their trump card, the creatures proved too cunning, exhibiting an organizational and strategic prowess akin to that of humans. Perhaps they had previously encountered the threat posed by the thermal sensors and, through collaboration, managed to destroy them all. As a result, the numerous survivors became effectively blind, resorting to indiscriminately shooting at the air to prevent the stealthy monsters from approaching undetected. The mere thought of those unseen creatures, capable of appearing at any moment to sever one's head, was enough to instill an uncontainable fear within anyone. Ammunition poured forth like a relentless stream as they formed a circle, relying on their formidable firepower to secure fleeting moments of peace. They were acutely aware that this respite could not last long. If things continued this way, everyone would perish. Eventually, someone could no longer bear the pressure of impending death and broke ranks, firing their weapon while fleeing in a frenzy. They were, after all, not a regular army, and their discipline was severely lacking. With the first defector setting the example, the team quickly disintegrated, scattering in all directions. When Bai Feiyu and Jiang Yushi arrived, they beheld this scene from afar. Find a place to hide. I will handle the rest, Bai Feiyu instructed, excitement flickering in his eyes as he surveyed the chaotic courtyard through his artificial eye, preparing to charge forward. Wait, Jiang Yushi exclaimed, hastily restraining him. According to the original storyline, this group of survivors would scatter, drawing away the majority of the monsters. Driven by an insatiable thirst for life, she maintained an unwavering caution and rationality. It was in that moment that we found our opportunity to infiltrate the villa and seek an escape route. You are absolutely right. Bai Feiyu nodded in agreement. Jiang Yushi exhaled a sigh of relief, loosening her grip on the other's hand. But it's unnecessary. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Bai Feiyu, with a playful grin, turned and sprinted away, resembling a mischievous boy reveling in newfound freedom. In that instant, Jiang Yushi was engulfed by the same sense of despair she had once felt while playing competitive games. Her teammates, ever so confident, often dashed off alone to meet their demise. The strength of an individual is inherently limited. No matter how formidable one may be, a solitary figure remains just that, one. They could never comprehend the significance of teamwork and collaboration. Yet, in the very next moment, Jiang Yushi's hollow gaze, once filled with despair, began to shimmer with renewed color. She beheld the reflection of Bai Feiyu's form, desperately racing ahead, exceeding the limits of human capability. A writhing black liquid emerged upon the surface of her skin, akin to countless tiny black ants crawling restlessly. As it solidified into a layer of metallic black armor, Bai Feiyu's speed reached its zenith, transforming her into a shadow that forcefully plunged into the battlefield before the villa. Slashing sounds echoed thud, 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 as the dark luminescence flickered. Accompanied by the sound of flesh-tearing, monstrous figures appeared, their incomplete bodies standing rigidly, greenish-black blood gushing forth. The surviving onlookers, like frightened stray dogs, froze in shock at the scene before them, which defied comprehension. Their gazes were transfixed upon the black figure that seemed to herald the arrival of a dark deity. Clad in armor that gleamed with a metallic sheen, her elongated, harmonious silhouette was accentuated by an ultra-minimalistic design, radiating an aesthetic of advanced technology. The blue cybernetic eye adorning her forehead added an enchanting allure. She appeared as a futuristic warrior, a killing machine forged from the pinnacle of technology. The once terrifying monsters were rendered trivial in her presence, effortlessly dispatched as though they were mere vegetables. Disfigured bodies collapsed in the courtyard, the greenish-black blood splattering chaotically, littering the ground with severed limbs. In an instant, this battlefield had transformed into a hell on earth. Had they possessed the ability to perceive these creatures, they would witness the brutal extraterrestrial beings, once filled with fear, frantically scattering in all directions, much like the players they had encountered before. As Jiang Yushi gazed upon the battlefield, her mouth fell slightly agape. It dawned on her that her doubts stemmed purely from her novice status. The few she had encountered were weak, easily vanquished new players, lacking any true understanding of real strength. When an individual possesses the power to crush all opposition, concepts of teamwork and cunning strategies become meaningless. Their initial meeting had merely scratched the surface, leading Jiang Yushi to feel trepidation. It was only at this moment that she truly recognized she had latched onto an extraordinary ally. The prowess displayed by this individual resembled that of a high-level player invading a novice village, possessing an unfathomable strength capable of obliterating all monsters within the dungeon. What was originally an exceedingly perilous task, one that could cost lives, became as effortless as a banquet in his presence. Before long, the shadowy figure, reminiscent of a relentless killing machine, came to a halt, casting a lingering gaze around him. As the remnants of slain monsters littered the courtyard, the onlookers realized that the creatures had been vanquished. Yet, the figure seemed far from satiated. A shiver ran down the spines of the few fortunate survivors. Were they next on the list? Chapter 12. The evacuation point. The terrifying might exhibited by the shadowy figure instilled a profound sense of dread in the survivors, rendering their legs weak, yet they lacked the courage to flee. They understood all too well that, given the opponent's recently revealed terrifying speed, escape would be futile and could even seal their fate. They could only fervently hope to remain unnoticed, like insignificant ants. However, what they feared soon manifested. The gaze of the harbinger of death shifted, freezing upon them with a chilling intensity. Instantly, their bodies trembled, as if plunged into an icy abyss, nearly paralyzed by fear. Yet, in the next moment, the metallic mask that concealed the figure's face dissipated, revealing a serene and handsome visage. His clean gaze brimming with sincerity and warmth as he smiled. "Do not worry, I shall not harm you. Please rest here for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you shortly." Realizing that he bore no ill intent, the survivors felt as though they had been granted a reprieve from death. Releasing a collective sigh of relief as their bodies relaxed, nodding in haste, Bai Feiyu smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and proceeded towards the villa with the blown-open entrance. These individuals still held value for him, so allowing them to escape was out of the question. He intended to secure their cooperation first. Be cautious at that moment. Jiang Yushi, for reasons unknown, rushed into the courtyard, her expression tense as she warned loudly. According to the original storyline, there should still be a formidable special monster hidden within the villa. Are you referring to a creature covered in spikes? Bai Feiyu, rather unperturbed, turned back to inquire languidly. Yes, Jiang Yushi replied, taken aback. Earlier, when I was dispatching other monsters, it fled from the backyard. Bai Feiyu sighed in resignation. It must have been frightened off by me. At that time, he had been preoccupied with slaying monsters, only catching a glimpse of a hasty figure retreating at great speed. Too late to pursue before it vanished from sight. Jiang Yushi remarked that monster might be akin to the others in this mission, having been genuinely scared away. This distinction set it apart from typical online games. In a true game setting, creatures lacked intelligence. Regardless of their opponent's level, they would charge foolishly into combat. However, these extraterrestrial beings possessed awareness, harboring their own thoughts and judgments. Upon realizing they were no match, they would not recklessly offer themselves as sacrifices, nor would they remain to await their doom. They had long since seized the opportunity to flee. Jiang Yushi abruptly sensed that her previous concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Deep within her, an unprecedented sense of relaxation and reassurance washed over her. The exhilarating feeling of clinging to a powerful ally was simply delightful. Reflecting on her prior experience with the 8-member team, despite their numbers, confronting monsters had transformed them into a macabre ensemble reminiscent of a horror film. One by one, her companions met with bizarre and gruesome fates, akin to a chilling cinematic experience. Although they ultimately survived, they came perilously close to being terrified to death, leaving Jiang Yushi with significant psychological scars. This compelled her to resolutely cling to Bai Feiyu's support. The outcome was even more gratifying than she had envisioned, as she effortlessly coasting through the ordeal while Bai Feiyu took the initiative. Jiang Yushi felt a pang of regret for having previously mentioned the fleeting notion of a one-day boyfriend. In truth, extending their time together would be quite agreeable. With a light-hearted jog, she effortlessly followed Bai Feiyu into the villa. Knowing the original plot, there was no need for them to search. The object of their quest awaited them in the living room on the second floor. However, they discovered that someone had arrived before them. Embedded in the wall was a massive silver instrument, resembling a colossal silver clock, its circular frame housing several still hands and an array of incomprehensible numbers. It was coated in dust, suggesting it had not been activated or touched in quite some time. A figure stood beside the apparatus, appearing to have been studying it prior to their entrance. This was a young man with black-rimmed glasses and shoulder-length hair, exuding a refined and cultured demeanor that bore the hallmarks of an artistic soul. He seemed entirely out of place among the other survivors. Xiaoyang. Upon recognizing him, Jiang Yushi's face lit up with surprise. "You're alive? Seeing you alive brings me joy as well," the young man replied, offering a warm and amiable smile. He was Lin Xiaoyang, a former member of their team. Encountering a surviving friend filled Jiang Yushi with elation as she eagerly introduced him to Bai Feiyu, exclaiming, "He is a really good person." Whether he was truly good remained uncertain, but he certainly possessed a measure of courage and luck. His presence at this moment suggested he had heard the commotion and intended to infiltrate the villa during the unfolding of the plot to complete his objectives. Little did he know that Bai Feiyu had already unleashed chaos in the front yard, causing those who had taken refuge within the villa to flee in terror through the back door. This serendipitously provided him with the perfect opportunity to enter unnoticed, making it unlikely he could have arrived here before them otherwise. For a novice player entering the game, such qualities undoubtedly surpass those of the majority. "Hello." Bai Feiyu greeted him with an unpretentious smile, gesturing toward the clock-like device and inquiring, "Is this our mission objective?" "Indeed," Lin Xiaoyang nodded enthusiastically, a relaxed smile gracing his face. "This is the evacuation point mentioned in the mission. Just touching it will complete the task." "Really?" Jiang Yushi's eyes brightened with delight as she prepared to approach the device. However, Bai Feiyu gently restrained her, stepping forward on his own. Lin Xiaoyang detected the other's skepticism and, with a gentlemanly smile, moved aside from the apparatus, displaying goodwill. Bai Feiyu exhibited no trace of fear as she boldly reached out to touch the silver clock. Arrived at the evacuation point, mission accomplished. Shall we immediately escape the apocalypse? The system's prompt appeared before her at an opportune moment. It seemed that her earlier strategy was indeed sound. After all, it was merely a level task. And under Bai Feiyu's formidable prowess, all challenges were effortlessly surmounted. The multitude of shadowy figures vanquished outside, as well as the fleeing ones, represented a nightmarish existence for ordinary novice players. Without exhausting their wits and facing near-death experiences, it would be utterly impossible to encounter this mission item. If there were any further variables, it would be excessively cruel, leaving no escape for novice players. Well, this was indeed the evacuation point. A mere touch would suffice to complete the mission. Bai Feiyu turned, her expression slightly darkening. She observed Jiang Yushi, tense and filled with dread, her eyes wide with terror, a shallow indentation encircling her pale neck. It was unmistakably entwined with an almost transparent energy thread, the other end extending to the hand of a third person within the room. As a seasoned player, one ought to be more cautious. The benevolent smile on Lin Xiaoyang's face gradually contorted, revealing a visage of madness and savagery. Chapter 13. The ambitions of novice players do not act rashly, Lin Xiaoyang warned. His expression fierce yet tinged with deep apprehension as he maintained his distance from Bai Feiyu, clutching the energy thread tightly. This is my innate ability, possessing immense lethality. A slight exertion from me could sever Jiang Yushi's head. His fists clenched, and immediately, a faint ring of blood appeared around Jiang Yushi's neck. Xiaoyang, why are you doing this? Jiang Yushi's voice trembled, bewildered. We have already completed our mission, haven't we? Why? An exaggerated grin spread across Lin Xiaoyang's face. Of course. It is to survive. Sister, how naive you are. He shook his head, his expression revealing uncontrollable fear as he questioned, after this task. Do you not realize how arduous it is for ordinary players like us to complete missions? From 8 at the beginning. We are now reduced to just the 2 of us. He wore an expression of barely contained terror, demanding, if that high-level player had not intervened with brute force. What do you think the chances of us completing the mission and surviving would be? Jiang Yushi paused and glanced at Bai Feiyu. Without the latter's assistance, her likelihood of surviving the mission was likely infinitesimal. We were fortunate, surviving thanks to the benevolence of a high-level player. Lin Xiaoyang wore a bitter smile. But do you believe this will be our final task? He screamed in despair. Next time, will you be so lucky? Jiang Yushi found herself at a loss for words. Previously, her utmost goal was merely to survive the current task. As for future endeavors, she had neither the energy nor the courage to contemplate them. Now, having been confronted by Lin Xiaoyang, her heart sank. Oh, wait. Gazing at Jiang Yushi, Lin Xiaoyang revealed a sardonic smile. I may not possess such luck. But perhaps you will. After all, he cast a sidelong glance at Bai Feiyu and remarked with a sardonic tone, you merely need to ingratiate yourself with this esteemed player. Should they be in good spirits, perhaps they might bestow upon you a modicum of charity. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yushi's expression was one of discomfort, yet she refrained from retorting. As the armor upon her dissipated, Bai Feiyu, with an air of resignation, scratched his back and inquired, Hey, are you pretending I don't exist? He pressed, knowing that I am a senior player. Do you not fear that I might employ some incomprehensible means to eliminate you? Can you? Lin Xiaoyang's face was fierce, akin to a wolf driven to desperation. As a senior player, if he could indiscriminately slay novice players like us, this game would indeed be laughable. If I am not mistaken, you must be the guide for our current quest. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to enter the same dungeon as us. He fixed his gaze upon the other, adding, Yet you, too self-absorbed, seem utterly indifferent to the well-being of us players, leading to our initial heavy losses. He asserted with unwavering certainty. I even have grounds to suspect that the difficulty of this mission is not the lowest, but rather dictated by your presence, making you the architect of our lamentable plight. Guide. Bai Feiyu inwardly rolled his eyes. Given his initial state upon entering the game, guiding others was a formidable challenge, let alone leading them. So, you wish to exact revenge on me? He arched an eyebrow and couldn't help but chuckle. I am not so deluded. Lin Xiaoyang replied with a stoic demeanor. What I seek is a high-grade item that can catalyze a transformation in my abilities. He cast a threatening glance at the lovely and charming Jiang Yushi. You wouldn't want this adorable little kitten to perish here, would you? His confidence stemmed from 3 layers of assurance. First, the mission was complete, allowing for a swift escape from doom. Second, a senior player could never directly slay a junior player, regardless of the methods employed. As long as he remained alive, he could depart unscathed. Lastly, he possessed the innate ability to eliminate Jiang Yushi at any moment. As Lin Xiaoyang noted the silence enveloping his opponent, a wave of unexplainable pride and audacity surged within him. Such a formidable senior player was still beholden to him. To dare pluck feathers from such a being while assuming the guise of a novice was surely a rarity among all players. Securing a high-grade item as a novice would ensure future quests were navigated with ease, perhaps even overwhelming challenges as this individual had, garnering substantial rewards and soaring to great heights. A bright future lay tantalizingly close. Lin Xiaoyang was convinced that with his ambition and cunning, if he could survive any reprisal from the other, he would undoubtedly become a figure of reverence. This moment was destined to be the inaugural step in his legendary journey. I once encountered a forlorn stray cat by the roadside and, out of kindness, offered it some food. Bai Feiyu's expression revealed little anger, rather. He found the situation somewhat comical yet also exasperating. At that moment, a beggar emerged, threatening me with the life of the stray cat, demanding money. He smiled and countered. Do you truly believe I would comply? Jiang Yushi's countenance darkened. She understood that her encounter with Bai Feiyu was merely a fleeting moment, devoid of any significant events. And the other party had exhibited no interest in her physical form. Everything stemmed from a place of goodwill. What he had done thus far was sufficient, and she dared not crave for more. Jiang Yushi felt that if she could muster the courage to assertively tell him to disregard her, it might render her demise somewhat more dignified. Yet, When she opened her mouth, the words eluded her. She was overwhelmed by a profound fear of death and a longing to return home. That depends on how much you adore this little stray cat. Lin Xiaoyang replied to the query, her demeanor radiating confidence, in stark contrast to Jiang Yushi's despair. You're absolutely right. Who wouldn't adore such an adorable kitten? Bai Feiyu glanced at Jiang Yushi and offered a resigned smile. Here, take this. To their astonishment, he removed the artificial eye from his forehead and tossed it casually towards Lin Xiaoyang. Lin Xiaoyang's eyes widened in excitement as she beheld the blue eye soaring through the air. In that moment of hesitation, she seemed to glimpse her future within that orb. She eagerly raised her hand, prepared to seize her destiny. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from behind her head. The deafening sound shattered Lin Xiaoyang's body, and in tandem, it obliterated her dreams. Chapter 14. Conclusion. Player killed, level 0, earned, 1. Experience points, 10. 2. Time, 24 hours. In the wake of the explosion, the room trembled and chaos reigned. The blue artificial eye rolled to her feet as Bai Feiyu crouched down to retrieve it. Such items of this caliber are not easily damaged. After a cursory inspection confirmed its pristine condition, he wiped it clean and reattached it to his forehead. The experience points gained from slaying a player rivaled those earned from defeating a shadowy creature, and the time accrued was astonishing. Nearly equivalent to that of vanquishing 5 such entities. It seemed that achieving peaceful coexistence among players would prove to be quite a challenge. A small shadow darted forward. It was the bomb mouse, brimming with bravado and chattering excitedly about its accomplishments. Well done, Bai Feiyu remarked, patting its head. You'll be rewarded with a fine meal shortly. Eliminating a novice player who had revealed their capabilities was far simpler than slaying a mere chicken. He had merely been biding his time. Initially, Lin Xiaoyang had been overly animated, her emotions running high during the most tense moments. Any slight movement from Bai Feiyu could have triggered her to react, potentially fleeing or retaliating. Bai Feiyu had to follow her rhythm, feigning helplessness to gradually lower her guard and instill a sense of invincibility in her. Little did she know, the bomb mouse had stealthily crept up behind her. As Lin Xiaoyang's attention was irresistibly drawn to what she desired, she revealed a fleeting vulnerability. Ultimately, she was but an ordinary person. The anticipated variables never materialized, resulting in an outcome even smoother than Bai Feiyu had envisioned. In an instant, her head was shattered to pieces, leaving her with neither the chance to escape nor to harm her captor. Jiang Yushi sat slumped on the floor, gingerly touching her neck, which was faintly seeping blood, her expression reflecting the bewilderment of having survived a calamity. Don't just stare blankly, she urged. Bai Feiyu smiled, pointing at the silver clock. It is time for you to return home. For a moment, Jiang Yushi was taken aback, rising with a somewhat dazed expression as she approached the shimmering object, gently caressing it. Upon receiving the prompt, her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. Turning my head, I noticed her biting her lower lip, gazing at Bai Feiyu with an expression that was profoundly touched. Enough with the theatrics, Bai Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. To me, rescuing a stray cat by the roadside bore little difference. It was merely a casual act. Let us go? Please, leave me your contact information, Jiang Yushi implored, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding a tender, reluctant demeanor that, coupled with her pure and radiant visage, was undeniably captivating. Upon returning to Blue Star, I shall make every effort to repay your kindness. There is no need for that, Bai Feiyu replied, his refusal resolute. He did not entertain any delusions of grandeur, believing that she had developed feelings for him. At best, she merely sought to cling to someone powerful. A charming stray cat by the roadside was delightful to observe, but bringing it home would entail considerable trouble. Disappointment and melancholy flickered across Jiang Yushi's face as she cast a glance at herself, and then deeply regarded Bai Feiyu before choosing to withdraw. As she made her decision, the hands of the silver clock on the wall began to whirl rapidly. With a snap, the hands came to a halt at several digits. Suddenly, a black hole tore open within the clock, and Jiang Yushi transformed into a stream of light, drawn into its depths. In an instant, the black hole sealed shut, as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing this scene, Bai Feiyu felt a surge of curiosity. What would happen if he chose to complete his task and depart now? According to the novice players, they were all dead, and completing the mission would allow them to be resurrected in Blue Star. Yet, Bai Feiyu was very much alive, and his physical form resided in another world. What would occur after completing the mission remained a mystery to all. Filled with anticipation, Bai Feiyu refrained from hastily seeking answers. With 24 hours allotted for the task, more than 10 hours still remained. In such a relaxed instance of the dungeon, he could effortlessly grind and level up. Opportunities like this might not present themselves again, making it unnecessary to rush away. Already, he had devised a plan, The survivors outside were merely bait for his scheme. With the revered teleportation device now at hand, the plan would likely unfold more smoothly than anticipated. Several hours later, an altered off-road vehicle emerged from the ghost town. The silver clock-like teleportation machine securely fastened atop its roof. Inside the front seats, the last two surviving members could not contain their jubilant cheers of relief. Their faces flushed with excitement as they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Baifeyu, who sat in the back seat. "I truly am not human," Baifeyu mused inwardly, pressing a hand to his forehead in exasperation. His strategy was uncomplicated, using the teleportation device and the surviving individuals as bait to lure monsters, thus facilitating leveling up. The survivor's objective was inherently tied to this machine. Baifeyu fabricated a rationale, expressing his willingness to provide the device and escort them out of the city. Who among them would refuse such an offer? Certainly, the remaining survivors must have sensed something amiss. However, the formidable prowess of Baifeyu rendered them mere lambs to the slaughter. Even if they perceived the danger, they lacked the capacity to resist. Submitting obediently granted them at least a glimmer of hope. Initially, Baifeyu's escort plan was remarkably successful, luring several shadowy figures to attack, resulting in numerous devious traps being sprung, and tragically, 2 survivors fell victim to the creatures. Yet, these cunning individuals soon realized that they were merely walking to their demise. Thus, the anticipated coordinated assault never materialized, and they all retreated to a safe distance, possibly having exchanged information in secrecy. Consequently, the journey ahead became relatively unobstructed. Baifeyu could not find a single specter, and the one who had previously shown himself in the villa was exceedingly elusive, never once revealing his presence. Now, with merely half an hour left for the mission, he had no inclination to squander the final moments and prepared to depart. It was somewhat regrettable that he had not leveled up to level 2. Casting a glance at his experience points of 440500, he sighed. Just 6 more shadowy figures were needed. However, in comparison to the struggling novice players, his achievements were indeed extraordinary. After enduring for so long, he was eager to discover what awaited him upon task completion. Without further delay, he made his choice. The machine atop the vehicle activated, and a black hole materialized. Baifeyu transformed into a streak of light and was drawn into it. Chapter 15. Settlement and Rewards. Escape from the Apocalypse. Difficulty, Task, Completed, Task Rewards. 1. Resurrection. 2. 100 experience points. 3. Time, 72 hours. Amidst a whirlwind, Baifeyu found himself in a realm reminiscent of the vast cosmos. His body floated weightlessly in a dimly lit environment, adorned with countless stars, creating a profoundly atmospheric setting. He gazed at the settlement panel gradually materializing before him. Resurrection? Baifeyu's interest was piqued upon seeing the reward. A smile graced his face as he thought, "I am eager to see how you intend to resurrect me." He speculated wildly, wondering if it might even involve recreating a new body for him. Yet, a twinge of concern crept in. Due to the existence of cheats, he was undeniably more peculiar compared to other players and feared whether the system would detect him. If the cheat were to be discovered, it could lead to a ban. Baifeyu clenched his fist, thinking that if I were caught, I would likely be obliterated without a trace. Genuine cheaters only experience accelerated heart rates when the system detects them. Nonetheless, he felt powerless and could only trust and trust again. After all, as a cheater, he had long prepared himself mentally for the possibility of death resulting in the loss of his account. However, based on the rampant nature of his previous exploits, the system's detection capabilities appeared rather subpar. All functions had been thoroughly hacked, yet no divine retribution had descended. It resembled many gaming companies being outmaneuvered by cheats. Left without any recourse, not perceiving any immediate changes, Baifeyu ceased to ponder further. In addition, the experience gained as a reward was a delightful surprise. The experience bar, which was merely 60 points away from leveling up, was instantly filled. Player level up, 12. Please choose a divine boon 1. Transformation. You can transform into a creature. Rating. This boon is a combination ability. If you possess the boon of Earth, you can synthesize the boon of Hometown, gaining additional attributes. 2. Illiteracy. You can render the target unable to read for 1 minute. Rating. 3. Assassin. You will acquire a series of exclusive abilities of an assassin. Rating. The divine boons available from leveling up from 1 to 2 were evidently far superior to those obtained from 0 to 1. There was no need for Baifeyu to resort to hacks, as he could already see the options at this level, perhaps a stroke of good fortune. This system even possessed the ability for combination sets? Baifeyu's gaze lingered on the first option. In the game, such combined sets typically offered considerable additional attributes. He vividly recalled having drawn the Earth boon last time. At that moment, he was quite tempted, but regrettably opted to forego it due to the presence of hacks. Now, seeking another one felt rather unrealistic. As for the second boon, it might have some special utility, yet it contributed almost nothing to his strength, thus it was disregarded. The final option stirred by Fei Yu's interest. The rating at this level indicated that its effects would not be trivial. An assassin's abilities would likely include combat skills. Precisely what Bai Fei Yu lacked. With his lifespan now barely exceeding 20 years, there were far too many situations where a lifespan was a factor. Unlike last time, when his strength was temporarily adequate, it would be unwise to spend several years seeking better divine boons now. If he drew one, that would be fortunate. If not, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Until he discovered a method to replenish his lifespan, Bai Fei Yu decided against extravagance. As a player reliant on hacks, he needed to leave himself some margin for error to avoid another mishap. With this thought, Bai Fei Yu resisted the temptation of the lever beside the options and swiftly made his choice. Option 3 transformed into a stream of light, entering his body. His physique emitted a series of crisp sounds. In his mind, a figure clad in a suit flickered incessantly. Whether in combat, wielding a firearm, committing murder, or driving, practical skills were forcibly imprinted into his being. Along with this, Bai Fei Yu's physical attributes began to elevate incrementally. He closed his eyes, savoring the experience. Soon, he abruptly opened his eyes. His previously gentle and kind gaze now turned cold and sharp, resembling a true assassin who views life as inconsequential and takes lives with ease. Remarkable indeed. Bai Fei Yu rubbed his face, relaxing his taut nerves, his previously stiff and indifferent expression reverting to its usual calm. As he moved his limbs, the accompanying skills felt as though they were etched into his very being. He could wield them effortlessly, devoid of any clumsiness. These techniques have required years, even decades of refinement, resulting in immeasurable enhancements across various aspects. Player, Bai Fei Yu. Level, 2, 402,000. Strength, Constitution, Agility. Talent, Cowardly Lizard, Divine Gift, Cyberpunk Blade. Assassin, time, 311 hours and 30 minutes. Sensing the elevation in his physical attributes, Bai Fei Yu opened his attribute panel for a glance. As expected, both his strength and constitution had ascended to a new level. As for agility, due to his innate talent, it was already significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals, thus showing little improvement. I possess an abundance of time, yet what is its true purpose? Gazing at the panel, which displayed over 300 hours, Bai Fei Yu could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. Soon enough, he discovered the answer. This time represented the duration a player could survive in the real world. Once the timer reached 0, he would be thrust into the next task. Concurrently, this was a universal currency among players. When will I be able to escape this wretched place? Having unraveled this mystery, Bai Fei Yu eagerly inquired of the system. Congratulations on becoming a formal player. The following functions have been unlocked. 1. Virtual backpack. 2. Friends feature. 3. Marriage feature. These were merely a collection of fundamental functions commonly found in most games, easily understood at a glance. If you have comprehended the aforementioned functions and are prepared, please select Rebirth. Impatiently, Bai Fei Yu, filled with anticipation, extended his finger to tap. Suddenly, his ethereal body plummeted at an unimaginable speed, with everything around him transforming into a blur of light and shadow. He watched as he drew ever closer to a blue planet, closer and closer still. Abruptly, darkness enveloped him, and his senses faded away. After an indeterminate passage of time, Bai Fei Yu regained consciousness and awareness, promptly opening his eyes, only to find that he was not gazing at the ceiling of his own bedroom. Chapter 16. Another me. Before him lay a spacious bank hall, its floor bright and immaculate. Approximately a dozen individuals huddled at the center, hands clasped over their heads, crouching on the ground. Among them, there were people of all ages, their faces betraying an uncontrollable fear, bodies trembling slightly. Standing apart from the crowd, Bai Fei Yu observed the scene with a sense of confusion and bewilderment. Glancing down, he noticed he was holding a heavy black handgun. Feeling somewhat constrained in his vision, a sense of discomfort washed over him. He raised a hand to discover he was wearing a mask. Turning his head, Bai Fei Yu caught a glimpse of himself reflected in the glass of the bank counter. Clad in a crisp white shirt paired with black trousers, he appeared rather refined and elegant. Adorning his face was a gray-black rabbit mask, which bore an unsettlingly anthropomorphic grin, quite eerie in nature. With a slight tilt of his head, Bai Fei Yu could even discern the striking silver-white short hair atop his head. Accompanied by the grip of a black pistol, I bore a striking resemblance to the archetypal character often depicted in films, outwardly refined, yet inwardly a deranged killer. Had I become a robber? And was I in the midst of a bank heist? Bai Fei Yu glanced around, observing the hostages on the floor who dared not meet his gaze, leading him to this unsettling conclusion. The system had mentioned resurrection, What was the current state of affairs? Confusion swirled within him, laden with questions. Where was he? Whose body did he inhabit? Was his uniqueness the cause of this predicament? Don't move. A sudden, thunderous command shattered the silence. Following the direction of the voice, he spotted a man adorned with a gray wolf mask, wielding a submachine gun, escorting two bank employees clad in uniforms as they emerged from the office within the bank. Who are you? The eyes visible through the wolf mask widened in shock as the man tightened his grip on the weapon, aiming it directly at Bai Feiyu's head, demanding answers. Seemingly prepared to fire should he remain unsatisfied. The intensity of this man's reaction bewildered Bai Feiyu. His attire seemed to suggest an affiliation with the masked assailant. At that moment, someone from within the bank's office rushed out, a man wearing a lion mask, his voluminous curly hair framing his face. What madness is this? He approached the wolf-masked man from behind, delivering a heavy slap to the back of his head, his deep voice resonating with confusion and ire. Boss. The wolf hastily pointed his gun at Bai Feiyu, exclaiming that this individual had appeared out of nowhere. Isn't that Xiaobai? The lion-masked man turned to scrutinize Bai Feiyu, seizing the wolf by his hair and growling. What on earth are you doing? Xiaobai. A flicker of recollection and contemplation crossed the wolf's eyes as he regarded Bai Feiyu, a hint of fear creeping in. Isn't Xiaobai dead? How could this be? Have you lost your mind? Or perhaps you've had one too many to drink. The lion's tone brimmed with irritation and impatience as he continued to strike the wolf's head. Xiaobai has always been part of our team, hasn't he? Has he? The wolf's muddled memory struggled to piece together the fragments, recalling something amiss. Yet perplexed by the notion of Xiaobai's demise. Did I drink too much? But I didn't even drink yesterday. I don't care if you drank or not. The lion raised his gun, aiming it at the wolf's head, his cold voice dripping with menace. If you continue this madness, I swear I will shoot you. The wolf trembled, finally regaining some clarity. Boss, I apologize. I may have been confused. He quickly raised his hands, attempting to laugh off the tension. Keep an eye on the hostages. If you cause any more trouble, you know the consequences. The lion glared at him, refraining from further comment as he turned back toward the bank's interior. From their exchange, Bai Feiyu discerned that the owner of this body he now inhabited was undoubtedly deceased. The system had indeed facilitated his rebirth. However, the origins of this body remained a mystery he could not yet unravel. Even the whereabouts of his own existence eluded Bai Feiyu. However, a faint inkling of deduction began to form within him. If he was not mistaken, the system's method of reviving players was rather crude and direct. The system would not alter the world line to ensure that a player could survive a fatal incident. Otherwise, it could plunge the entire realm into chaos. Instead, it would simply resurrect the deceased player. This would yield a peculiar outcome, within the perception of many. The player was already considered dead, and a sudden revival might lead to perceptions of a zombie or ghost, leaving him without an identity and unable to live a normal life. Fortunately, the system's aftercare was commendable. It appeared to employ a cognitive alteration ability, replacing the former reality of the player's death with the notion that the player was still alive. This elucidated the current circumstances. In Grey Wolf's memory, Bai Feiyu had perished long ago. Yet, upon careful reflection, he vaguely recalled that this individual had always been alive. Upon encountering the real person, this cognition would gradually overshadow the previous memories. For instance, the lion seemed to be one whose memories had been entirely overwritten, unable to recall the fact of Xiaobai's demise. Grey Wolf escorted two bank employees to the pile of hostages, yet he could not restrain a curious glance at Bai Feiyu. His character appeared much like what he remembered. A taciturn fellow. He could not help but grumble, feeling exasperated that even in the face of his boss's admonition, Bai Feiyu remained silent and did not lend him a word of support. Having grasped the general situation, Bai Feiyu decided to play the role of the aloof expert, remaining silent. Simultaneously, he took a seat on a nearby bench meant for resting and began to scrutinize himself. The attribute panel presented no issues. However, at the bottom, a conspicuous new section read, Time until next task begins, 7 days, 311 hours and 30 minutes. The initial 7 days represented a fixed rest period after each mission, during which players could neither utilize their abilities nor make alterations. The time in parentheses indicated the actual time Bai Feiyu possessed, which he could allocate at will to extend his rest period. For many players lacking strength, this was akin to a remaining lifespan. Regrettably, this was not the genuine form of longevity Bai Feiyu sought. Upon accessing the interface, he discovered that even after assuming a new body, his remaining lifespan had not changed at all. Why was this the case? Bai Feiyu found himself perplexed. Interestingly, beside the original Super Sense button, a brand new Return button had materialized. Upon seeing this, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he surmised the function of this button. However, considering his predicament, Bai Feiyu refrained from attempting it hastily. At that moment, a figure adorned with a goat mask swaggered out from the office on the opposite side of the bank. Adjusting his waistband, he approached Grey Wolf with a playful demeanor, saying, "Little Grey, did something amusing happen while I was in the restroom?" Grey Wolf, somewhat unwilling, pulled the goat aside and pointed towards Bai Feiyu. The goat cast a sidelong glance at Bai Feiyu, his eyes narrowing slightly, and with a hint of derision, remarked, "So this is Xiaobai? What's wrong? Have you lost your memory?" Yet, he distinctly recalled the Grey Wolf shaking his head. "Never mind, if I keep talking. I feel I might be on the brink of a mental breakdown." Suddenly, he noticed Bai Feiyu leading a woman hostage to a corner of the bank. What was this fellow planning? Seeking some fleeting pleasure? Observing the woman's alluring silhouette, a tinge of envy seeped into his tone. Hadn't he, the boss, explicitly forbidden such potentially troublesome antics before the operation commenced? As he contemplated intervening, the goat restrained him. "It's fine. Let him indulge for a moment," the goat said, his voice low and laced with an icy chill, a faint smirk playing on his lips. After all, he would never have this opportunity again. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu was not seeking the thrill of coercion. He merely desired a deeper understanding of his current predicament. At the very least, he needed to ascertain his whereabouts. Such a simple inquiry would be swiftly answered with a mobile phone, yet he possessed none. Upon reflection, it was improbable for a robber to carry a phone during a bank heist. As for the hostages' phones, they were certainly confiscated. Thus, he resolved to strike up a conversation with one of the hostages. Although the young woman was initially frightened, suspecting Bai Feiyu of nefarious intentions, after a few exchanges, she realized he posed no threat, merely passing the time in conversation, and gradually relaxed, complying with him. Without much effort, Bai Feiyu gleaned the information he sought from her. Blue Star, Xiangqing. This was an answer he should have anticipated. This was the homeland of those players, seemingly akin to Earth, yet for Bai Feiyu, it was an entirely foreign realm. His knowledge of this world was limited to the snippets he had gathered from Jiang Yushi. For instance, there existed a wildly popular drama titled Apocalypse, the narrative of which transpired in a city on Earth. As for whether Earth was indeed the world depicted in Blue Star's cinematic narratives, Bai Feiyu could not provide a definitive answer just yet. "Could I borrow a mirror?" Bai Feiyu inquired, glancing at the small handbag the woman was carrying. "Of course," she replied, momentarily taken aback, quickly retrieving a compact mirror from her bag. "Thank you." He accepted the mirror and returned her to the group of hostages. He then removed his mask, gazing into the mirror at the familiar face with its striking, unfamiliar silver hair. "Really handsome." He couldn't help but exclaim. The visage reflected in the mirror bore a striking resemblance to his true self, yet upon closer inspection, there were notable differences. His features were more chiseled, his skin more radiant, among other subtle distinctions. These were merely slight variations, akin to many subtly altered celebrities. Yet the elevation in attractiveness was palpable. Thus, the individual who could only be considered somewhat handsome on Earth now, adorned with flamboyant silver hair, resembled a beloved character leaping from the pages of a comic, looking almost unreal in his allure. Bai Feiyu recalled a theory known as parallel universes. If we were to consider that the Blue Star and the Earth Star exist in parallel dimensions, it would imply that there has always been another version of myself in the Blue Star, one with a different life trajectory and personality. Gradually, the thoughts coalesced in my mind. I completed my task and became an official player, with an external aid concealing my true identity. Consequently, the system remained oblivious to my status as an outsider from another realm, treating me as it would any other player. Thus, the system would undoubtedly assist in my revival within the Blue Star. Coincidentally, this world harbors another version of me, one that has already perished. The system failed to discern the distinction between us, or perhaps the mechanics of the game effectively obscured the truth. Thus, I successfully leveraged my identity from a parallel dimension to resurrect myself. Chapter 17. The Demon Alright, you lot. The lion led two henchmen, adorned with elephant and gorilla masks, each clutching several bulging black duffel bags, as they emerged from the side of the bank, leaving one to guard the hostages while the others collected the money. "We must depart." He cast a glance at Bai Feiyu, who was in the corner removing her mask to gaze into a mirror, his expression darkening as he cautioned, "Be careful not to let the hostages see your face." Subsequently, he tossed several hefty duffel bags onto the floor of the lobby's center and checked the time on his watch while sending a message on his phone. I'm quite adept at this money-moving business. Allow me." The goat and the Grey Wolf exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they rushed toward the vault. The henchmen busily played the role of tireless laborers, transporting the heavy black duffel bags to the center of the lobby near the entrance, where they formed a small mountain. The hostages, huddled together at a distance, trembled in fear at the sight of these lawless individuals. They dared not harbor resentment, merely lowering their heads in silent prayer, hoping that the robbers would swiftly take their loot and leave. Bai Feiyu watched the scene unfold with keen interest, refraining from intervening. Was this immersive bank heist experience far more entertaining than any game? Considering my identity in this world, if I wished to reform and become a good person, it seemed I would have to spend the latter half of my life behind bars. He sighed outwardly, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that he could only embrace the life of an outlaw. Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes echoed from outside. A black modified car boldly backed up to the bank's entrance. The Lion stepped forward to open the rear compartment facing inward, without needing to issue commands. The remaining henchmen seamlessly transferred the black duffel bags into the vehicle with fluid precision. In no time, they had successfully emptied the mountainous pile from the lobby. One by one, the henchmen climbed into the back of the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Feiyu intended to board with them, but the leader, known as the Lion, stopped him. You go put this inside the bank and give those arriving officers a surprise. Accompanying his frenzied words, he thrust a square bomb into Bai Feiyu's hands. Do you truly think I am a fool? Bai Feiyu cast a glance at the individual before him, feeling a sense of exasperation within. Why must the bomb be installed at the last possible moment, leaving him to shoulder the burden alone? It was hardly an attempt to surprise the authorities. It was clearly a scheme to eliminate him first. Whether the motive was to retain a greater share or for some other reason remained a mystery. Such a valuable asset should indeed be preserved. In the midst of the Lion's astonished gaze, Bai Feiyu unzipped the man's jacket, stowing the bomb within his embrace, and zipped it up again. Should the authorities pursue them, it would serve its purpose. What are you doing? The bombs we've planted in the city are more than sufficient to keep the police occupied. They won't have the luxury to bother with us, grumbled the gray wolf seated in the vehicle, raising his weapon and bellowing. Even if they divert some manpower to trouble us, it won't be many. And I could easily deal with them. Suddenly, an ominous wail of sirens echoed from afar. No matter how audacious the criminals were, the sound rendered them as timid as mice before a cat, their expression shifting to one of gravity. Enough, let us get in the car, the Lion commanded. His eyes glinting with cold ferocity, he ceased to linger on the matter, retrieving the bomb from his clothing and casually tossing it into the bank. Issuing orders with a serious tone, he mounted the vehicle, turning his back to the outside world, his eyes radiating lethal intent as he exchanged fleeting glances with the other robbers already inside. In an instant, they all understood, tightening their grips on their weapons. With a click, fingers poised on triggers, the Lion abruptly turned. He seemed resolved to forego any subtlety, preparing to shoot Bai Feiyu down without hesitation. A deafening gunshot erupted. The bullet pierced through the mask and skull of the Lion, his crimson blood spraying outward in a grotesque display, splattering the faces of his fellow robbers. Staring at the scene before them, starkly divergent from their expectations, they were momentarily stunned. Bai Feiyu, who had initially sought to interact as an ordinary person, was met with their indifference and distance. He slightly tilted his head, spreading his hands, and declared, "All right, I won't pretend any longer. I'm armed." The brutal carnage, delivered in a nonchalant tone, combined with the eerie rabbit mask he wore, evoked the chilling image of a deranged killer from a film, sending shivers down their spines. Yet, they were hardened criminals, with psychological resilience far surpassing the average. After a brief moment of shock, they swiftly raised their firearms, unleashing a barrage of gunfire toward Bai Feiyu. The bullets rained down like a tempest. Despite striking their target, the rounds failed to pierce his form, instead producing a cacophony of metal clashing and igniting sparks. Upon closer inspection, they realized he was encased in a glossy layer of metallic armor, rendering the bullets ineffective. One must not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Bai Feiyu mused, lifting his own handgun and, without hesitation, began to fire mercilessly into the vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. The flesh and blood of the bandits could hardly withstand the might of bullets. With the cramped confines of the carriage, there was nowhere to evade. And blood blossomed forth like grotesque flowers. The oppressive specter of death, the acrid scent of blood, and the agonizing pain of bullets piercing their bodies drove them into a frenzy. They squeezed the triggers with desperation, unleashing a hail of gunfire at Bai Feiyu, fervently hoping that their overwhelming firepower would breach his dark armor. Did they relish in shooting? Observing their ferocity, Bai Feiyu too felt invigorated, refusing to budge an inch. Standing firm and absorbing the bullets, whoever flinched would be deemed cowardly. It was time for steadfast retaliation. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat, boom, boom, boom. Amidst the chaotic barrage outside the bank, the hostages within had long since shrieked and hidden behind the load-bearing pillars. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the gunfire ceased, only one bandit, donning a gray wolf mask, remained in the carriage. Unlike his comrades whose heads had been obliterated, he had merely sustained a gunshot wound to one hand. Gazing at the demonic figure at the back of the carriage, his eyes widened in agony and terror. The vehicle suddenly sagged. The white-haired demon, adorned with a rabbit mask, shed his dark exterior and leisurely stepped onto the carriage. The features beneath the mask were obscured, rendering his emotions inscrutable and consequently more terrifying. The gray wolf stammered in fear, finally comprehending why ordinary people recoiled in horror at his sight. It was entirely due to an overwhelming dread that rendered one's body utterly unresponsive. Bang! The carriage door shut with a thud, plunging the interior into deeper darkness. The hunched silhouette of the figure became increasingly grotesque and menacing. In the dim light, the sinister grin of the rabbit mask and the shock of white hair stood out, akin to a fiend that had just clawed its way from the depths of hell. Chapter 18. The boss, don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. The paralyzing fear nearly shattered the gray wolf, who pressed himself back, curling into a ball, and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't go mad here. Move the corpses." By Feiyu's nonchalant tone shattered the atmosphere of terror. He found a spot to sit and remarked casually, "Isn't it better with a few less penny-pinching fellows? Drive." Through the small window, the bandit driver observed the scene in the back of the carriage, dumbfounded, his eyes brimming with dread. Upon hearing Bai Feiyu's authoritative voice, he fell silent for a moment, relinquished the gun he had tightly clutched, and placed his hands on the steering wheel. The vehicle began to move. The enhancement bestowed by the divine assassin was not merely in the precision of his marksmanship and the efficiency of his kills, but also in a transformation of mindset. The fear and aversion towards corpses, as well as the repulsion towards killing, had significantly diminished. Of course, the ability of the cyberblade was even more grotesque. Even without activating his powers, the sheer presence of his black battle armor made him impervious to bullets, an extraordinary being beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. The only lament was that, now that Bai Feiyu had ascended to level 2, these thugs could offer him no tangible rewards. Now you should truly appreciate the fortune of being alive. He cast a glance at the trembling gray wolf, casually rifling through the pile of large handbags. "If you can answer all my questions honestly, I can ensure your continued existence, and you may take a bag of money with you. What do you wish to know?" The gray wolf urged eagerly. He had already resigned himself to being dead, and upon discovering a glimmer of hope, he clutched at it desperately, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. "Why must you kill me? It is the boss's command, and we have no choice but to obey." To demonstrate his sincerity, the gray wolf spoke candidly, without hesitation. "The boss?" After a moment's contemplation, Bai Feiyu inquired, "Reveal everything you know about me." Upon hearing such a question, the gray wolf's pupils involuntarily constricted. Recalling everything that had transpired, a terrifying suspicion took root in his mind. Could it be that this person before him was not the true Bai, but rather a genuine demon masquerading as him? Moreover, he recalled that in his memory, Bai had already perished. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, chilled to the bone, his body tingling, and his back drenched in cold sweat. With the cards laid bare, Bai Feiyu disregarded the gray wolf's thoughts entirely. Soon, he gleaned a wealth of information from him. In fact, this band of outlaws had all been assembled by the boss. Prior to this, they had been strangers, ignorant of each other's identities and backgrounds. However, they shared a common trait. All were desperate individuals driven by financial need, each with blood on their hands. Bai was the last to join this group. Typically aloof and taciturn, offering no superfluous words, and with his striking white hair, he appeared quite imposing. Nevertheless, due to his skill and marksmanship, no one in the team dared to provoke him. Previously, the boss had assigned tasks involving murder and kidnapping, but this time, the assignment was somewhat exceptional, a bank heist. The boss provided them with firearms, explosives, and meticulously prepared plans. Moreover, after the robbery, he would take not a single penny for himself and would reward them with a substantial bonus. Completing this task would secure their livelihoods for the latter half of their lives, which explained their willingness to take such risks. Bai Feiyu found himself perplexed by the boss's motives. This seemed like a purely loss-making venture. Investing such significant resources and effort without any tangible gain was truly baffling. Yet, aside from the boss himself, no one understood his true intentions. "I recall you previously claimed I was dead. Do you remember how I met my demise?" Bai Feiyu pressed on. "I cannot recall clearly." The gray wolf struggled to remember. "You seem to have been killed." "By whom?" "By..." The gray wolf struck his own head in frustration. "I cannot remember. Perhaps it was the boss. It could be someone else." He hesitated, unable to vouch for anything. That memory felt as elusive as a dream. "The boss?" Bai Feiyu's gaze flickered slightly. "Did that individual harbor a motive compelling enough to eliminate me?" He was not driven by a sense of justice to avenge himself for the world. Rather, it was a simple realization that since he had been slain by another, It might pose considerable danger and trouble for his future self. Resolving this matter swiftly would surely render his existence in this world far more enjoyable. The criminal, serving as the driver, exhibited remarkable driving skills. The escape route had been meticulously planned. Moreover, the majority of law enforcement was diverted by the concealed explosives, creating a diversion. As they wound through the streets, not a single police vehicle was in sight, thwarting Bai Feiyu's anticipated cinematic atmosphere of a police chase. Suddenly, the vehicle halted in an old, abandoned underground garage. The garage was devoid of any human presence, dimly lit, and lacking surveillance. Within, 2 vehicles had been prepared for their escape. As per their plan, upon reaching this location, they would switch vehicles and attire, splitting into 2 separate paths to flee. Bai Feiyu exited the vehicle, narrowing his eyes. In one of the prepared getaway cars, the driver's seat reclined at an angle. A figure obscured by a hat leisurely resting within. The original driver, displaying an obsequious demeanor, hurried forward. "Boss, I've brought the person," he said, adopting a submissive posture as he lightly tapped on the car window. Suddenly, a tentacle-like appendage smashed through the glass, piercing the criminal's skull with brutal force. Blood and brain matter splattered across the ground. Had no one ever advised you against disturbing someone's slumber? The sticky appendage slowly retracted back into the vehicle. To my surprise, you managed to survive. Accompanied by a voice laden with coldness and irony, the figure in the driver's seat gently removed the hat covering his face, revealing that the last time you perished too easily. But fret not. This time I shall allow you to savor the agony and terror of a life that feels akin to death. His eyes widened in shock, each socket filled with numerous tiny orbs. Filled with fury and murderous intent, his gaze, piercing through the window, locked onto Bai Feiyu. "I will ensure you remember profoundly the consequences of daring to sleep with my woman." Chapter 19. The hunt for players. Is this for real? Are you mistaken? Bai Feiyu teased lightly, adopting a relaxed tone, "For I am a staunch advocate of pure love and would not engage in such nefarious acts." Though he spoke thus, deep down he could not help but lament the extravagant nature of his predecessor's escapades. Given this body's appearance, it was hardly surprising that women were drawn to him. Yet, entangling himself with the boss's woman seemed a brazen pursuit of thrill, explaining why he met his end at such a young age. At this juncture, "Do you still wish to quibble?" The individual referred to as the boss emerged from the vehicle, a grotesque smile etched across his face, reminiscent of a predatory beast. "My associate witnessed you bringing her home, and for a full 3 days, you did not allow her to step outside. I shudder to think what you might have done to her." "I did nothing." Bai Feiyu maintained a solemn demeanor, his tone imbued with sincerity. "I have never laid a hand on her." "Is that so?" The boss's expression froze for a moment, a flicker of hope unconsciously igniting within him, wishing against all odds that the words spoken were true. "False." The shift in Bai Feiyu's tone was abrupt, as he asserted with unwavering conviction, "I shall kill you." In an instant, the boss was consumed by rage. His arms twisted and transformed into elongated tendrils, lunging towards his adversary. Desiring to evade the clutches of these repulsive appendages, Bai Feiyu chose not to rely on his armor for defense. Instead, he deftly sidestepped the impending attack. His physical prowess surpassed that of the average person, and augmented by the enhancements bestowed by his role as a killer, even without activating his cybernetic abilities, his strength remained formidable. Simultaneously, he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle flared with light as several bullets soared with precision towards the boss's head. In the depths of his beady eyes, which could induce terror in the faint-hearted, disdain was palpable, accompanied by a sheen of oily sheen on his visage. The bullet struck his face, akin to colliding with an exceptionally elastic and resilient rubber surface, bouncing off effortlessly without leaving a trace of injury. "Do you comprehend what she signifies to me?" The boss swung his tendrils like blades, launching a frenzied assault. His voice hoarse from the exertion, "She appeared during my darkest hour, my angel, the sole light in my heart. I shall not permit anyone else to lay a finger on her. And you, beast." His eyes blazed crimson, his expression a terrifying blend of madness and anguish. "Not only did you embrace her, but you also brought her into your home. I wish I could devour you alive." Hearing his words, Bai Feiyu, a proponent of pure love, briefly empathized with this valiant warrior driven by affection, feeling a tinge of sorrow. "Heh," the boss sneered. "Do you think that uttering such words will spare you?" He bellowed, "Can you fathom my suffering?" This man's assault grew increasingly frenzied, and Bai Feiyu found it harder to evade. The tendrils struck him repeatedly like daggers. Clang, clang, clang. However, they failed to penetrate the resilient armor, producing a series of metallic echoes, the immense force causing his skin to tingle slightly. "Apologies, but I cannot empathize with your pain." Bai Feiyu, acutely attuned to the sensations radiating from the impacts, found them not only bearable, but rather pleasurable. To possess such strength and means just after becoming a player suggests you have encountered significant fortune. Provoked by Feiyu's taunts, the boss, instead of succumbing to fury as anticipated, adopted a demeanor of calm composure, as if recognizing that the other was deliberately provoking him. However, alas, a novice is still a novice. At present, your level is merely 2. His expression grew serious. The techniques you have displayed are essentially your entire arsenal. It is time for you to witness the true disparity between us seasoned players. His eyes, filled with numerous tiny pupils, began to whirl, seemingly preparing to unleash his genuine lethal techniques. Wait, Feiyu suddenly raised his hand, interrupting, the person you are waiting for here should not be me, correct? 2 flowers bloom, each reflecting their own branch. The gray wolf, concealed within the vehicle, observed the unfolding scene with furtive anticipation. Upon witnessing 2 individuals who appeared far from ordinary engage in conflict, an overwhelming surge of elation welled up within him. Fate had not forsaken him. Earlier, while still in the car, the gray wolf had realized that his extensive knowledge of Feiyu's secrets would inevitably lead to his silencing. Yet, he felt compelled to comply. Refusal would mean certain and grim demise. By obediently cooperating, he could at least prolong his existence, seeking a new avenue for survival. And lo, a new path had indeed emerged. Seizing this opportune moment, the gray wolf stealthily descended from the vehicle, ignoring the pain from his injured hand. He tightened his resolve and body, cautiously making his way toward the exit of the underground parking lot. As he drew nearer, excitement and exhilaration filled his wide eyes. Suddenly, the gray wolf sensed an anomaly. Turning his head, he was taken aback to discover a figure leaning against the rear of a supporting pillar, arms crossed, hidden from the view of the 2 non-human entities. Since learning of the bandits' entire plan from the gray wolf, Feiyu had felt an unsettling dissonance. He could not fathom why the mastermind would invest such vast sums of money and effort into orchestrating a heist that promised no tangible rewards. Upon arriving at the vehicle exchange point of the bandit scheme, he encountered the seemingly patient mastermind. Although the driver had likely contacted the mastermind discreetly during the drive to relay the situation, it was improbable for the mastermind to appear immediately. This was merely a transit point, one that could be pursued by the police at any moment, not the final destination for the bandits. As the mastermind, being present near the endpoint was entirely justifiable. Yet, why was he lurking in such a perilous transit area? You've become quite the player. Not only have you become more loquacious, but your intellect appears sharper as well, the mastermind remarked, narrowing his eyes. Or perhaps you've been masquerading all along. Reluctant to reveal your true self? Feiyu shrugged, non-committal. There's no harm in sharing the truth with you, the mastermind chuckled, feigning indifference. Recently, a vigilante has emerged in Xianqing. This individual cannot tolerate injustice, ardently combating crime with remarkable prowess, always arriving at crime scenes that the police struggle to handle. His eyes glimmered with amusement. Can you guess who this person is? A player. In that moment, Feiyu comprehended the true intent of the adversary. The meticulously orchestrated robbery, ostensibly beyond the police's capacity to address, served merely as bait to lure out the player-turned-vigilante. Thus, the mastermind awaited here. With Feiyu being nothing more than an unforeseen complication, the bandits were merely tools for hunting players, no longer concealing his intentions. The mastermind boldly directed his gaze into the distance and called out, "Now that you're here, why not join the fun, vigilante?" Chapter 20. The little angel from the direction of the underground parking lot's exit, a figure slowly emerged from behind a supporting pillar. Tall and clad in a minimalist gray tracksuit, the figure bore a black helmet that obscured her features. However, the bulging chest and the hint of pink flowing hair escaping from beneath the helmet revealed her femininity. Her attire exuded an air of simplicity and nonchalance, as if she had just been strolling along the street when she suddenly sensed a crime unfolding, prompting her to hastily don a motorcycle helmet and rush to the scene. With slender arms, she gripped the neck of the gray wolf tightly. The creature's eyes were wide with terror, trembling as he dared not make a single move. Resembling a chick caught by the neck, he could only strut about in front of ordinary people, but today he faced monsters, and he lacked even the courage to challenge them. "Is this your man?" A somewhat muffled voice emanated from beneath the helmet, as the gray wolf was effortlessly tossed aside. His hefty body, weighing over 100 pounds, was flung several meters through the air, accompanied by a gust of wind, crashing into the boss. With a sickening thud, 2 tendrils pierced the air, ruthlessly impaling the gray wolf's chest, akin to 2 brutish hands exerting force in opposite directions. His body was mercilessly torn apart, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. These seasoned players were unyieldingly ferocious. The menacing thugs paled in comparison to the ease with which they could be crushed like ants. Life and death hung by a thread of thought. Indeed, The so-called emissaries of justice were either too timid to show their faces beneath helmets or were peculiar individuals clad in tight-fitting attire. Bai Feiyu cast a glance at the woman, unable to suppress his disdainful commentary. In response, the woman decisively removed her helmet, revealing a face of exquisite beauty, framed by cascading pink waves of hair that evoked the aura of a pop star. Yet her expression was devoid of emotion, betraying neither joy nor sorrow, and instead exuded an air of stiffness and dullness. Witnessing this, both Bai Feiyu and the boss exchanged subtle glances, not due to her striking appearance, but rather the implications of her unmasked visage. Initially concealing her identity suggested a desire for anonymity. Now, unveiling her face signified her internal declaration of a death sentence for the two men. Exposing her true self before the dead was naturally inconsequential. This was a fight to the finish. Bai Feiyu harbored no ill feelings towards the so-called emissary of justice. However, the sentiment was not reciprocated. The emissary's gentleness typically extended only to kind-hearted individuals. In a world where he was merely an ordinary person, Bai Feiyu might have received the warm comfort of this justice sister. Yet now, as a notoriously ruthless thug alongside his boss, they were perceived as utterly vile, leaving little room for peaceful coexistence. Is it too late for me to abandon the darkness and embrace the light? Bai Feiyu inquired tentatively, seeking the woman's understanding. I am, in fact, a good person. Though the woman had merely displayed a hint of her capabilities, Bai Feiyu could easily sense her formidable strength. To hurl a person weighing over 100 pounds several meters away was something he would only achieve by activating his cybernetic enhancements. This implies that the opponent's strength will not be less than. Furthermore, there may be other formidable trump cards in play. Their true power is certainly not inferior to Bai Feiyu at his peak. If given a choice, Bai Feiyu would prefer to avoid a desperate confrontation. Not only does dying reduce one's lifespan, but the agony accompanying death is also unbearable. Before the woman could speak, the boss, unable to contain himself, burst into derisive laughter, pleading for mercy from a woman. What a pathetic display. Someone like you can only rely on your looks to win her favor. His eyes, now shimmering with a green hue, suggested that perhaps this woman was one who judged by appearance. If you humbly submit and beg, she might just spare your life. Ha! Are you complimenting my looks? Bai Feiyu was always adept at grasping the crux of the matter. I was mocking your shamelessness. The boss could no longer endure it and roared. Suddenly, the walls of the underground parking lot glimmered with a green light, accompanied by a myriad of rustling whispers. Countless patterns of eyes flickered in the darkness. This was a meticulously laid trap by the boss, who had surely prepared deadly moves in advance. The thought that his angel had been toyed with by someone of such lowly caliber was utterly nauseating. Taking a deep breath, the boss's body began to swell inch by inch. His clothing tore apart, and numerous tentacles erupted from within him. In no time, he transformed into a grotesque creature resembling an octopus, its massive form nearly bursting through the ceiling of the parking lot, covered in grotesque lumps. Each tentacle was adorned with a multitude of tiny, swirling eyes. Bai Feiyu, who suffered from a fear of clusters, felt a chill run down his spine at the mere sight of this abomination. Meanwhile, the woman merely glanced around with a blank expression. Her gaze soon fixed upon the colossal octopus, her demeanor unchanging, devoid of fear, worry, or even disdain. What you should truly be pleading for is not this woman. Boomed the deep voice of the octopus, resonating throughout the underground parking lot. With a thunderous crash, the statement was abruptly cut short. The enormous body seemed to have suffered an unimaginable impact, shattering into fragments. Blood and dismembered limbs flew through the air. The woman watched this scene quietly, her expression remaining unchanged. Throughout this ordeal, Bai Feiyu had not discerned the means by which she had executed such a feat. However, he had come to a sobering realization. His earlier assessment of the opponent's strength being on par with his own had been somewhat presumptuous. With sheer force overcoming all methods, the eyes in the darkness quietly vanished. It seemed that due to a life-preserving instinct, the boss did not perish immediately. Regaining his human form, he lay on the ground, pale as a corpse, utterly limp, with a complex array of emotions etched on his face: fear, disbelief, confusion, and a hint of despair. You fool! Did you not research the type of fish before casting your line? Bai Feiyu lamented, a look of helplessness upon his face. The boss, ashen-faced, refrained from retorting. Any last words? The so-called paragon of justice appeared devoid of emotion, yet possessed a surprising depth of humanity. My employer found himself in a whirlwind of confusion, seemingly unable to come to terms with such a conclusion. However, the unfathomable strength of his adversary compelled him to accept the reality. After a brief silence, witnessing the other party prepare to strike, he hastily implored, "Could you please look after my little angel?" The woman tilted her head slightly, wearing an expression of mild bewilderment. "There lies her photograph. I am certain that with your capabilities, you can ensure her safety. The boss struggled to raise his hand. Pointing toward the vehicle he had initially occupied, a plea evident upon his face, I beg of you. The woman remained motionless, while Bai Feiyu took the initiative to step forward. He was curious to see what the angel, tainted by the original owner, truly resembled. In the driver's seat, a small round mirror dangled, reflecting a photograph of the boss and the little angel. In the image, the boss wore a joyful smile, while the fluffy little angel nestled in his embrace, contentedly squinting her eyes. You bastard. Bai Feiyu could not help but turn back, exclaiming in anger, just because I played with your cat, you intend to dismember me? Before he could finish, he was momentarily taken aback. The boss, lying on the ground, had quietly succumbed to death. The woman, bearing the title of a justice envoy, gazed at him with an expression devoid of emotion. The indifference in her eyes, tinged with a hint of coldness, mirrored her gaze upon the deceased boss, revealing no difference whatsoever. Chapter 21. The demon that occupies the body for a moment. Bai Feiyu, perceiving the intensity of her gaze, feared she might strike him down in an instant, just as she had done to the boss. In truth, I am a good person. He felt the odds of survival were slim, yet he resolved to attempt to gather more information, making his demise worthwhile. Perhaps there would be future opportunities to meet. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to invincibility in battle. The woman remained silent, her expression impassive as she regarded him. I speak without a flush of the face or a flutter of the heart. Bai Feiyu began to fabricate. I am an undercover agent for the police. Would you believe me? Surviving the clutches of such a justice envoy was not insurmountable. One simply needed to convince her of their virtue. I have long infiltrated this criminal organization, awaiting this very day. His tone resonated with righteousness, declaring, we shall capture them all and restore clarity to Xiang City. The woman's expression remained unchanged, her eyes betraying neither doubt nor trust. Without any preamble, she raised a slender finger, pointing towards Bai Feiyu in the void. With a sharp crack, the mask upon Bai Feiyu's face shattered unexpectedly. He instinctively touched his unscathed visage, relieved. I almost thought I was about to be shot. You are not Xiaobai, the woman stated, her gaze fixed intently on his face, her previously placid expression now revealing a subtle, enigmatic shift. What? Bai Feiyu was momentarily stunned. The woman before him, it seemed, was familiar with the original owner. This was not mere acquaintance, it was a profound familiarity, likely a friendship, granting her considerable insight into the original owner's character. Hence, she recognized that the current Bai Feiyu was utterly unlike the Xiaobai she knew. For instance, the relationship between the boss and the original owner may have merely been a superficial superior-subordinate dynamic, with little interaction, and thus, they were not well acquainted. No matter how greatly Bai Feiyu's demeanor diverges from that of the original, it will invariably be perceived as the true visage emerging now, with all prior appearances deemed mere facades. What perplexes Bai Feiyu is how the original, a criminal, could possibly be acquainted with such a righteous avenger. One who abhors evil with fervor. What a serendipitous encounter. Or perhaps, he mused, it was merely a matter of timing. A bright, sunny voice resonated from the entrance of the underground parking lot. A figure descended from the illuminated area, an imposing man, broad-shouldered and robust, wearing a radiant smile that exuded a sense of righteousness and vigor. What on earth is happening? As he walked inward, he surveyed the scattered remnants of shattered corpses. Could you two provide an explanation? He inquired, lifting his gaze to Bai Feiyu and the other individual. In an instant, his visage and posture shifted dramatically, transforming into that of a statuesque woman, her smile unwavering. With each few breaths, his appearance morphed again, rendering it nearly impossible to discern his true identity. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Feiyu's mind became acutely clear. From the outset, he had found it curious that the boss had not conducted any reconnaissance before attempting to eliminate the Avenger of Justice. How could he ensnare such a formidable adversary, leaving no trace behind? The very presence of the boss here indicated his unwavering confidence in the plan to hunt this champion of justice. This signified he must have indeed investigated the Avenger, firmly believing he could vanquish her, thus formulating such a strategy. Yet, the outcome far exceeded expectations, leaving that man in disbelief at the moment of his demise. This can only imply one thing. This woman is not the so-called Avenger of Justice. From the very beginning, her objective was not merely Bai Feiyu, but rather the original self. The individual before him, the true target of the boss's hunt, was the Avenger of Justice combating evil in the city. However, due to her ability to alter her appearance, it was hardly surprising that the boss would hastily identify the woman as the target. Do you two have nothing to say? Noting the silence, the Avenger's expression grew more solemn as he stated gravely, I have plenty to. His voice abruptly cut off, as if struck by an invisible fist, and he was hurled backward, vanishing amidst the brightness of the underground entrance with a pain scream. Who are you? The woman had not once glanced at the Avenger. Her gaze was locked onto Bai Feiyu's face. Why are you controlling Xiao Bai's body? Her tone remained flat, yet there was an undercurrent of barely restrained fury. Bai Feiyu felt a prickling unease. A misstep in his response could lead to dire consequences. However, ever since he had come to understand his abilities, he had cast aside any fear of death, akin to playing games in an internet CAF, oblivious to the concept of fear. I do not know. Bai Feiyu feigned a sigh, his expression earnest. When I regained consciousness, it was already like this. In my mind, there exists not a shred of memory regarding my own identity. He clutched his head, feigning anguish and struggling. I do not recall who I am, nor do I possess any knowledge of my past experiences. I am even uncertain whether this body truly belongs to me. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, and Bai Feiyu felt a tightening in his throat, an acute sensation of suffocation overwhelming him. The woman had swiftly appeared before him, one hand tightly constricting his neck. Her gaze icy and terrifying. Do you think yourself clever? The soul possessing this body may perceive itself as the unique child of destiny, embodying absolute justice as the protagonist. However, from the perspective of the original's family and friends, it is merely an evil spirit that has usurped another's body and claimed all that belongs to them, deserving of condemnation from all. It is conceivable that the woman harbored an intense desire to extract this malevolent being from the body of the innocent Bai and crush it into oblivion. Trust was utterly unattainable. There would be no trace of sympathy or understanding. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation caused Bai Feiyu's face to redden, his eyes rolling back. Suddenly, the grip on his neck loosened. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat, coughing vigorously and gasping for breath. I will ask you one last time, the woman stated, her expression indifferent, looking down upon this familiar yet strange man before her, exuding an aura of terrifying oppression. Who are you? This could not deceive him. Rubbing his discomfort throat, Bai Feiyu murmured softly, well, there is no other choice. I shall tell you the truth, accompanied by a voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. He slowly raised his head. His flushed, strikingly handsome face bore a hint of illness, and beneath his disheveled silver hair hid a pair of eyes brimming with madness. The corner of his mouth curled into a brazenly provocative smile. He was indeed the demon that had taken over Bai's body. Chapter 22. The end is nigh. Her gaze suddenly darkened, revealing a palpable intent to kill. As if ensnared by invisible hands, Bai Feiyu's body was lifted into the air, firmly held in place. Confronted with the imminent threat of death, his expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, he laughed with reckless abandon. My lady, you wouldn't want to see Bai's body harmed, would you? At these words, the pressure upon him indeed slackened. Playing the villain is far simpler than being the hero. To be virtuous requires constant vigilance and restraint, whereas to be wicked allows for unbridled freedom. Bai Feiyu felt he possessed a certain talent for this. After all, in this world, his identity could never be cleansed. Thus, he resolved to abandon the Fade. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to kill you? Noticing her growing arrogance, the woman spoke with a barely contained fury. You do not wish to kill me. Having gained the upper hand, Bai Feiyu wore a confident smile. After all, if he could exist in this world using Bai's body, perhaps one day he could feign exaggeration, and Bai might even be revived within this very form. The woman hesitated to strike Bai Feiyu with full force, partly out of a desire not to harm Bai's body, but also because she harbored a hope of resurrecting him. As long as he could seize upon this psychological advantage, Bai Feiyu would find it far from easy to meet his end. I shall not take your life. Yet I can certainly render your woman unwilling to be so easily subdued. Her gaze sharpens, and she experiences a torment worse than death. Suddenly, the air surrounding Bai Feiyu compresses violently, constricting his form, as the sound of cracking bones echoes around him. Have you ever contemplated the agony of the body? His eyes turn fierce. Why, until now, have I displayed not a hint of fear? It is because a demon like me can effortlessly abandon this corporeal vessel. Can you? He raises his head slightly, a challenge in his eyes as he regards the woman before him. Reflecting on her previous demeanor, carefree, whimsical, and unrestrained, she finds herself momentarily silenced. This demon, occupying another's body, has indeed shown no sign of fear towards death from the very beginning. However, even if he possesses such abilities, the cost of their manifestation must be exorbitant. Otherwise, he would have long since exchanged bodies, without the need for this back-and-forth tug-of-war with her. Doubts linger in her heart regarding the veracity of his words, yet the pressure she exerts inevitably begins to wane. At that moment, the faint sound of sirens draws near. Casting a glance at Bai Feiyu, the woman suddenly produces a red toy gun from thin air. She pulls the trigger towards the ground, and a burst of red liquid erupts, forming a circular red portal upon the floor. Through this portal, a glimpse of another room is visible. Grasping Bai Feiyu, she leaps through the portal. Upon landing, Bai Feiyu realizes he is confined within a completely enclosed glass chamber. There are no doors, not even a single window. Measuring merely 20 square meters, the outside is shrouded in a thick fog, rendering his surroundings indistinguishable. After casting him into this place, the woman is unwilling to linger for even a moment, vanishing without a trace. Clearly, she has recognized her disadvantage and, for the time being, has no means of dealing with Bai Feiyu, choosing not to witness his further verbal prowess. I truly am a despicable and shameless villain. As he surveys his surroundings, Bai Feiyu reflects on his recent conduct, secretly lamenting the situation. To leverage another's emotions towards their original self as a threat, this is the hallmark of a true antagonist, one who meets their demise at the last moment. Yet, witnessing that woman, furious yet restrained from taking my life, brings me immense satisfaction. He chuckles mischievously. Could it be that I am destined to play the role of a villain? I, a lawless renegade, have barely spent half a day before being incarcerated. Such a lack of ambition. After reveling in this thought for a brief moment, Bai Feiyu attempts to assault the glass wall, receiving no response whatsoever. Thankfully, at least he need not tread upon a sewing machine, since the woman has confined him here. She must be certain of his inability to escape. After several fruitless attempts, he resolves to abandon any thoughts of flight. The woman, having placed Bai Feiyu in this confinement and ignoring him, clearly intends to wear down his resolve and patience while simultaneously seeking a method to deal with him. This, indeed, aligns perfectly with Bai Feiyu's own desires. Within the glass chamber, there lies only a bed and a toilet. Yawning widely, he sprawls carelessly upon the bed. He had not slept for a long time, and had it not been for the enhancement of his physical constitution, he might not have been able to endure it. Now that he had relaxed, he immediately felt the weight of fatigue. Who could have imagined that just a day and a half ago, he was merely an ordinary university graduate? In this brief span, his life had been more fulfilling than that of a master of time management. Bai Feiyu stretched comfortably and assumed the most leisurely position on his bed. He activated the interface and selected the Return button next to Super Sense. On the Earth Star City. With a breath, Bai Feiyu awoke from his bed, gazing at the familiar ceiling, a sense of tranquility washing over him. Indeed, the function of the return option was precisely as he had anticipated. Remarkably, it did not even deduct any of his lifespan. Furthermore, he could always transfer his consciousness back to the little Bai on the blue star at any moment. As long as he did not perish, his lifespan would remain intact. Glancing at the time, it was precisely evening. Surprisingly, the time on the blue star and the Earth star was also aligned. Lying in bed for so long, he felt no discomfort at all. The power of the external capabilities was astonishing. Bai Feiyu had no energy to ponder this deeply at the moment. Returning home, he felt completely at ease. Even the simplest act of breathing became extraordinarily pleasant, allowing him to truly experience a sense of drowsiness and fatigue. He ventured into the kitchen and found the remnants of wild creatures he had procured from the market today, preparing a couple of simple dishes. It was then that Bai Feiyu remembered the backpack he had unlocked after becoming a formal player. He released the bomb mouse from within. The little creature, bursting with pent-up energy, scurried excitedly across the floor. General Mouse, you have certainly contributed significantly to my endeavors. I shall not treat you poorly. Enjoy your meal and rest well. Bai Feiyu shared some food with it. Then his eyes fell upon the date displayed on his phone, and he became serious. Realizing that once they had recuperated, there were far more pressing matters to attend to. This pertained to the quality of his own life, and indeed, the fate of the entire Earth star. The date mentioned in the television series Doomsday was fast approaching. Chapter 23. Variables on the Earth Star in Star City. At Bihao Garden. This was a renowned affluent district within Star City, replete with opulent villas. There were few pedestrians, with the occasional luxury car passing by. Walking along the pristine sidewalk, Bai Feiyu glanced at the time on his phone. August 11, 2023. Ever since his consciousness had returned from the blue star, he had indulged in a deep, restorative sleep. His mental state fully rejuvenated, he relished a hearty meal before hastily boarding the subway to this location. This was it. As he gazed at the somewhat familiar streetscape before him, Bai Feiyu was certain that this was the very area where he found himself after entering the game instance. The bright sunlight drenched him in warmth and comfort. A few small birds occasionally landed on the roadside greenery, chirping merrily. It was a scene of tranquility and harmony, starkly contrasting the desolation and ruin depicted in the apocalyptic landscape. According to the plot of the show Doomsday, this serenity would soon be shattered. Tomorrow, August 12, 2023. A Saturday, a man residing in this district would take his family for a picnic in the mountains, unwittingly discovering an extraterrestrial transport device that had fallen from the sky, which he would bring back home. Since then, a calamity of monumental proportions has unfolded, transforming the entire Star City into a renowned ghost town. Even now, Bai Feiyu lacks definitive evidence to substantiate that the events depicted in the drama will inevitably transpire. Deep within, he harbors a glimmer of hope, wishing that all of this is merely a coincidence. After all, the act of saving the world is seldom as straightforward as it is portrayed in films. No one dares to offer absolute assurances, confident in their ability to alter fate. Moreover, this is Earth, the very locus of Bai Feiyu's existence. The formidable ability to resurrect and make a triumphant return has been stripped away, leaving him without the luxury of error. Unable to manipulate others' bodies with his consciousness as he did on Blue Star, unencumbered by fear. Pausing for a moment, Bai Feiyu gazed at the villa not far off. Every detail aligned perfectly with his memories, leaving no room for doubt. He had found it. This villa was indeed the extraction point for his mission in the instance. The very site of the extraterrestrial transporter. Simultaneously, it was the residence of the man who had sown the seeds of disaster. Having pinpointed his destination with precision, he felt an ambiguous mix of joy and anxiety. The number of correspondences was increasing, heightening the likelihood of events unfolding as per the apocalypse narrative. Tomorrow marked the official commencement of the plot, yet Bai Feiyu had arrived a day in advance, primarily to scout the location and preempt any unforeseen incidents. Finding a secluded corner devoid of surveillance, he changed into a new outfit. It must be said that the inventory available to players after becoming an official participant far surpassed that of the store's inventory, which could only hold merchandise. Though the backpack's capacity was limited to 10 square meters, its convenience was unmatched, allowing him to stow away all manner of miscellaneous items, save for living beings. After changing clothes and forming a helmet from black metallic liquid to obscure his features, Bai Feiyu silently entered the villa's backyard. Although he felt little fear, exposing his identity could inevitably lead to complications in the future, which he deemed unnecessary. He placed the artificial eye atop the head of a bomb mouse, transforming the little creature into a ground drone. He commanded it to sneak inside the villa and scout the premises. Inside, apart from a housekeeper engaged in cleaning, there was no one else present. It was a Friday afternoon, and the family was likely either at work or school. With Bai Feiyu's current physical capabilities, scaling a house like an action star from a movie was a simple task. He discovered an unlocked window on the second floor and effortlessly climbed inside. Through the surveillance of the artificial eye, he observed the housekeeper tidying up on the first floor. Treading softly, Bai Feiyu made his way to the small attic above. The space was modest, featuring only a small window and cluttered with various items. After locking the door behind him, he settled gently into a soft recliner, allowing the metallic liquid on his face to disperse, exhaling a comfortable sigh. With the bomb mouse at his disposal, he could easily use the artificial eye to survey the entire area without expending significant effort. Why did he feel like a voyeur intruding on others' privacy? Bai Feiyu chuckled softly, pondering whether anyone would believe him if he claimed he was there to save the world when discovered. With only a day remaining until the plot officially commences, it was inconceivable for him to remain here, foolishly acting as a mere security guard monitoring the surveillance. Bai Feiyu possessed scant knowledge of the drama titled Doomsday. His entire understanding stemmed solely from the recounting of Jiang Yushi, akin to having watched a film commentary, grasping the general storyline while remaining oblivious to its intricate details. This ignorance could lead to significant oversights, jeopardizing the safety of the entire world. It was not something he could afford to treat lightly. If at all possible, Bai Feiyu must immerse himself in the drama thoroughly. As a thought crossed his mind, he activated Super Sense. With practice, he had grown accustomed to this sensation. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself ensconced within a glass cell. It felt reminiscent of a prison simulator as he sat upon the small bed, gazing at the toilet not far away. If only there were iron bars, it would evoke the melancholic imagery of iron-barred tears. In the eyes of that woman, his mere repose had spanned several hours. He wondered if she had done anything to him during this time. Upon inspecting his body, he was taken aback. His shirt had been inexplicably removed, revealing his skin adorned with an array of bizarre black markings. Had that woman indeed taken advantage of his slumber? Although the markings could not be erased, Bai Feiyu felt no discomfort whatsoever. Suddenly, a powerful voice, as if resonating from the heavens, thundered, causing the markings on his body to illuminate. Simultaneously, the glass rapidly contracted, shrinking to fit his form snugly, resembling a transparent coffin. In that moment, Bai Feiyu finally had the opportunity to perceive the external circumstances. He spotted the woman from before, coldly observing him from a distance. Beside her stood a long-haired man, bare-chested, whose skin bore similar black markings to those on Bai Feiyu, emanating an eerie glow. The man fixated his gaze on Bai Feiyu. Return. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Feiyu's consciousness returned to the star of the realm. Reclining on the chaise in the attic, he retrieved a bag of pre-prepared potato chips from his player's backpack. He wondered why the man had shouted so loudly, startling him. Ripping open the packaging, he nibbled on the chips to calm his nerves. The reason the woman had only begun to employ her tactics after Bai Feiyu awakened was clear. It was evident that her methods had failed during his slumber. Coupled with the man's fervent utterance of heart of truth, Bai Feiyu speculated it might be a peculiar divine gift, a technique compelling him to utter sincere words. Once his consciousness shifted, his body became merely a shell. This ability likely could only be utilized while he was awake. Otherwise, the woman would have obtained the desired answers during his sleep. Thus, Bai Feiyu unhesitatingly chose to return, evading the immediate danger. Meanwhile, the woman with the indifferent demeanor and the long-haired man observed Bai Feiyu tilt his head, seemingly slipping back into his previous state of slumber at lightning speed. Their expressions subtly shifting. Regardless of how loudly the long-haired man questioned, he received not a shred of feedback. As the dark patterns on his body faded, he glanced at the woman beside him, cautiously seeking her counsel. What should we do now? Before she could respond, the figure encased in the glass coffin, Bai Feiyu, lifted his head and surprisingly regained consciousness, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Though he remained silent, it seemed both could hear the mocking voice within him. I'm back. Hit me, you fool. The long-haired man narrowed his gaze, the patterns on his body illuminated once more, unleashing a thunderous roar. However, before he could utter another word, that fellow slipped back into slumber. Frustrated by his futile attempts, he felt an unnamed fury rising within him, akin to striking air with a punch. As the long-haired man lost focus, that individual astonishingly awoke again. This time, the opponent moved quicker and with greater finesse, before his words could settle. The figure had once again succumbed to sleep. You enjoy playing games, do you? The long-haired man ground his teeth in irritation, his temper flaring as he anxiously awaited another provocation. True to form, Bai Feiyu proved to be insufferably audacious, as if aware that he could incite the man's wrath. Leaping about on the brink of recklessness, in and out of consciousness, the long-haired man exerted himself earnestly, hindered by the prolonged latency of his abilities. Yet he could never seize the elusive figure. Growing increasingly exasperated, he strained his voice, shouting until it became hoarse. Overexerting his abilities led to a nosebleed, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him, causing him to collapse. Whether it was due to excessive exertion or sheer frustration at the sight before him, he was at a loss. Through the glass coffin, Bai Feiyu provocatively gazed at the woman before him. If you truly seek knowledge, why not inquire directly? His expression resembled that of a devil enticing humans to barter their very essence, one question in exchange for one condition. His portrayal of the villain was so vivid that it bordered on typecasting. The woman regarded Bai Feiyu, pausing before stating, "First, tell me your terms." She acknowledged that asking for his release was utterly unrealistic. "My demands are modest," Bai Feiyu replied earnestly. "Just provide me with a computer that can access the internet. At least allow me to watch movies and play games to alleviate my boredom." For him, being confined for a while held little consequence. After all, in Blue Star, he had no pressing obligations. Conversely, the situation on Earth was far more urgent. Witnessing the series titled Doomsday was paramount. The simplicity of his request prompted the woman to ponder for a moment. However, she quickly reached a decision. Raising her hand, the long-haired man on the floor jolted awake as if electrocuted. "Use your lie detection ability," she instructed succinctly. "Understood," he responded. Without hesitation, she turned to Bai Feiyu and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Bai Feiyu," he replied. With a shrug, Bai Feiyu offered a candid yet somewhat perfunctory response, a smile gracing her lips. As she furrowed her brows, the woman regarded Bai Feiyu's earnest expression and, without turning her head, inquired of the long-haired man behind her, "Has he lied?" The long-haired man replied softly, "He has not spoken falsely." Upon hearing his voice, the woman sensed a hint of something amiss. Turning back, she observed the long-haired man's features beginning to morph gradually. After playing the fool for so long, he had finally completed his arrangement. The long-haired man slowly twisted his neck, a sinister smile gradually emerging on his face. In an instant, countless black tendrils unfurled beneath him like a web, enveloping the woman within their grasp. "Ah, love truly is a grave for women," he sneered. "For only in the presence of this man would all your attention be captivated, revealing such glaring weaknesses." Chapter 24. A mind vacant were it not for this man's presence. How could you, a member of the Shadow Circle, fail to notice my repeated use of abilities? Accompanied by the long-haired man's triumphant tone, the black patterns on the ground, resembling a spider's web, surged with dark light, extending from his feet to converge beneath the woman. It became clear that his earlier so-called inquiry of the heart was merely a fade. His true target had always been this woman. The black tendrils gathering at her feet grew rapidly like solidified vines, ensnaring her lower body and binding her firmly in place. Simultaneously, black fish, formed from condensed gas, manifested in the air. With their tails swaying, numerous fish swam through the atmosphere, darting toward the woman's body. The woman's expression remained inscrutable, devoid of the typical reactions one might expect. Even in such dire straits, she maintained an unyielding demeanor, as if a mountain could crumble before her and still not alter her countenance. Ignoring the long-haired man, a violent gust whipped around her. The invisible fine dust in the air was effortlessly dispersed. Yet, the black vines entwining her body seemed to merge with her very being, impervious to any attempt at tearing them apart. The multitude of floating black fish, lacking any tangible form, remained unaffected by her struggles. Bang, bang, bang. Her gaze subtly shifted, and as she raised her hand, a fierce sonic boom erupted around her. It was as if unseen hands were relentlessly striking the encroaching black fish and the long-haired man, creating ripples in the air. It's futile. Do not waste your energy, he declared with unwavering confidence, standing resolute amidst the chaos. Having revealed his intentions beforehand, he possessed absolute certainty in his methods. Both the floating black fish and the long-haired man appeared as intangible phantoms, untouchable, incapable of being attacked or defended against. The woman's formidable strength, in the face of this bizarre ability, was akin to striking air, yielding no feedback or effect. The numerous black fish effortlessly pierced through all her offensive maneuvers and defenses, burrowing into her body. Her eyes widened in shock, her body tensed, and a dense black gas began to seep from her mouth, nose, and ears. You ought to express your gratitude towards me. Without my ability to draw attention and my perfect coordination, would your plan have proceeded so smoothly? Within the transparent coffin, Bai Feiyu observed this scene, cheerfully tapping on the glass, reveling in the moment. Initially, his provocation was merely a playful whim. After 2 attempts, feeling no impact whatsoever, he began to sense a peculiar oddity in the long-haired man, who, upon a slight provocation, became easily riled up, resembling a Navi fool, which only deepened his intrigue. Sensing the man's peculiar demeanor, Bai Feiyu decided to indulge him a little longer. You are quite intriguing, the long-haired man remarked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. To deal with this woman, I have exerted considerable effort. According to my investigations, you are, in essence, the original Bai Feiyu. However, this woman's greatest weakness is that she is no longer alive. He squinted, adding, to be frank, seeing you come back to life startled me. Had I not confirmed that you were not the same person as the previous Bai Feiyu, I would have been hesitant to act. He chuckled boastfully. It seems you were certain I would assist you, weren't you? Bai Feiyu raised an eyebrow. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not? The long-haired man gazed intently at Bai Feiyu, his smile widening. We are of the same kind. I concur, Bai Feiyu replied earnestly. Since we resonate so well, shall we swear brotherhood? From this day forth, you shall be my closest brother. We may not share the same birth date, but let us aspire to meet our end together. The long-haired man could not help but laugh heartily. All right, you are indeed amusing. Meanwhile, the woman seemed at a loss for a solution and contemplated an escape. She retrieved the toy gun she had previously used, which possessed teleportation capabilities, and fired a shot. The red viscous liquid splattered on the ground before her, yet failed to open a portal as it had before. This space has been sealed with a special item, the long-haired man declared confidently. Against a formidable member of the Shadow Circle such as yourself, I could not possibly be unprepared. For most players, members of the Shadow Circle are considered untouchable. His face radiated a proud disdain. Only I, Yin Hao, possess the audacity to hunt down members of the Shadow Circle. As the man's triumphant voice echoed, a black gas began to pour from the woman's mouth and nose, coalescing into the ethereal shape of a fish, enveloping her head. Transparent bubbles emerged from the fish's mouth, and upon closer inspection, one could glimpse fleeting images within those bubbles. Can this trick of yours deal with her? Bai Feiyu inquired with curiosity. This technique of mine, while unable to directly slay her, Yin Hao replied, casting a glance at the opportunistic individual, can erase her memories. Without her memories, she will forget who she is, allowing me to manipulate her at will. A wicked smile crept across his face as he surveyed the woman's stunning visage. Upon reaching this point, he abruptly turned to gaze at Bai Feiyu, exclaiming, "Of course, you as well." Suddenly, the dark patterns on Bai Feiyu's skin began to glow. Much like that woman, black gas emanated from her mouth, nose, and ears, coalescing into a shadowy fish that enveloped her head. The marks left on Bai Feiyu during her slumber were not merely superficial. They were evidently part of a premeditated plan. Although aware that this individual might possess some extraordinary secret, Yin Hao smirked coldly. Yet you exude an aura of undeniable danger, my friend. He would rather forsake the hidden secrets of Bai Feiyu than grant this person even the slightest opportunity. The next moment, a hint of confusion crossed his face. The shadowy fish encasing Bai Feiyu's head did not expel memory bubbles as the woman's had. It opened and closed its mouth repeatedly, yet failed to produce any bubbles. As if it were constipated. Could it be that this individual's mind was vacant? Yin Hao found this notion rather incredulous. Chapter 25. My goodness, coming and going in haste. With an empty mind, Bai Feiyu returned to her loft, leisurely munching on potato chips while reclining in her chair. After her consciousness withdrew, all that remained in that world was a mere empty shell. Even if that good brother were to pry open her head, he would likely only shake his head in disappointment. For, indeed, she was devoid of thought, having successfully evaded danger. Bai Feiyu had no intention of immediately using her heightened senses to assess the situation. If she inadvertently stumbled into a dangerous confrontation and lost part of her memory, she would be at a loss for whom to seek justice. As for the outcome of the struggle between the two, it mattered little who emerged victorious. Should the woman prevail, Bai Feiyu would not die, but she would surely remain imprisoned. Conversely, if Yin Hao were to win, he would likely meet a swift demise. Yet he would be spared the burden of continued incarceration, alleviating a significant hassle. Observing through her artificial eye, she noted that the owner of the villa had yet to return home. While watching the surveillance footage and fiddling with her phone, she felt as though she were experiencing the life of a security guard in advance. Bai Feiyu chuckled softly, pulling out her phone to casually browse. It had been over 2 months since her university graduation, and she had yet to find a job that appealed to her. She even contemplated becoming a security guard, safeguarding a peaceful realm. At my age, if I were to take on the role of a security guard, I would undoubtedly have a head start over those elderly gentlemen in their 40s and 50s. Bai Feiyu mused to herself, reveling in the thought of being 20 years ahead at the starting line, akin to Qin Shi Huang discovering electricity, a true stroke of luck. After idly scrolling through her phone for half an hour, although the interface did not reflect a deduction of a year from her lifespan due to death, she surmised that events on the other side were likely reaching their conclusion. The woman had a higher chance of victory. Timing it perfectly, she activated her heightened senses. As her vision shifted, clarity returned to Bai Feiyu's sight. Hey, what are you doing? A face suddenly loomed close, startling her. Had she not been trapped within the confines of a transparent coffin, she might have instinctively reacted with force. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it was the same woman from before, her forehead pressed against the glass, her large eyes wide with curiosity as she observed herself within. With a slight shift of her gaze, Bai Feiyu noticed the dismembered body of Yin Hao not far away. It seemed, as he had surmised, that this woman had emerged victorious. The means by which she had unraveled the situation remained a mystery. However, from Yin Hao's earlier words, it was clear that this woman held a significant status among the players. Only with meticulous planning would she dare to act. It was not surprising that she had been caught off guard and countered by her opponent's trump card. Who are you? She inquired, her eyes fixed intently on Bai Feiyu, her expression appearing somewhat dazed. Bai Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the transformation in the woman before him. Previously, she had appeared expressionless, her face revealing little emotion, exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. At this moment, however, her gaze was clear, her demeanor somewhat endearing, even evoking a sense of innocence. Bai Feiyu could not help but recall the moments when her memories had been erased. Had her memories truly been wiped? He found it difficult to gauge how much she retained. Indeed, she was my good friend. A glance at the corpse on the ground filled him with a sense of secret delight. Even in death, he had gifted him such a grand token. Why aren't you speaking? Is your confinement too unbearable? Noticing his silence, the woman pondered for a moment before extending her hand. To Bai Feiyu's astonishment, her porcelain-like arm passed through the transparent glass, grasping him firmly and pulling him out. Upon regaining his freedom, Bai Feiyu felt a rush of ease wash over him. I am merely an innocent civilian who was kidnapped by that fellow, he said, gesturing towards Yin Hao's lifeless body. Thank you for saving me. He wore a warm and gentle smile, adding, I shall treat you to a meal someday. I must take my leave now. With that, Bai Feiyu attempted to unobtrusively disengage from her grasp. He had no intention of adopting a confrontational stance, though she had lost her memories. Her physical prowess undoubtedly surpassed his by several levels. Moreover, she might recall some formidable techniques, making it unwise for him to underestimate her. However, his words did not persuade the woman to release him. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Could you let go of me? Bai Feiyu asked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny, yet maintaining a smile. Suddenly, a gentle breeze enveloped him, unlike the oppressive atmosphere of the underground parking lot. This breeze brought with it a warm and tender embrace. For some reason, I really want to hug you, she said, wrapping her arms around Bai Feiyu's waist. her exquisite face gently resting on his shoulder, her voice carrying an unprecedented softness that hinted at a certain endearing charm. "Why does holding you make me feel so secure and comfortable?" she mused, her eyes gently closing as she savored the embrace. Taken aback, Bai Feiyu realized that while she had lost her memories, she still retained a sense of familiarity with her original self. The female protagonist, having forgotten her past, mistakenly regarded the antagonist as her husband, leading to an oddly familiar yet bewildering scenario. Bai Feiyu found himself at a loss for words. While he occasionally displayed some less-than-noble tendencies, he was not truly malevolent. Acting through the original host's body is already sufficient. To take advantage of another's girlfriend in the process is simply egregious. Though I am but a mere pawn, I stand firmly by my principles and moral compass. Bai Feiyu radiates an aura of righteousness. Well, I shall cease my jesting and speak candidly. With a resolution forming in his heart, he attempted to gently push the girl clinging to him away. "Sister, I am your biological brother." Yet, the woman's physical prowess proved formidable, and despite several attempts, he could not dislodge her. "What is your name?" she inquired, her grip on Bai Feiyu unwavering. "Bai Feiyu, why do we not share the same surname?" she asked, lifting her head with an innocent gaze. "So you do remember your name? Why not mention it earlier?" Bai Feiyu could not help but roll his eyes. "Never mind. I shan't jest any longer." He sighed in exasperation. "Could you please let go of me?" "Mother." "Mother?" The girl widened her eyes in shock. Chapter 26. The literature of scoundrels. Most individuals' personalities are shaped by their experiences. When the memories and experiences in one's mind are erased, humanity reverts to a state akin to childhood, pure as a blank slate. "Did you not instruct me to claim we were siblings when we were outside?" Gazing upon the stunningly beautiful face before him, Bai Feiyu spoke earnestly. "Have you forgotten? Is that so?" The girl lowered her head slightly, appearing to ponder earnestly, seemingly beginning to believe. "Otherwise, why would you feel such kinship towards me?" Bai Feiyu continued his feigned earnestness, his voice rising. "That is the bond of blood, thicker than water. I merely forgot who you were." The girl suddenly lifted her head, extending her hands to vigorously rub Bai Feiyu's face, indignantly stating, "Please do not treat me like a fool." She paused, adding, "In truth, I remember several moments we shared. I just cannot recall who you are." Well, this is not a completely blank slate. It is merely a fragment of memory that is missing. It remains uncertain what memories have been lost that would cause such a significant change in personality. Could it be that her demeanor altered due to Xiao Bai's demise? Bai Feiyu suddenly realized that it was also possible she had always possessed this personality in front of the original host. Could the personality she exhibits in front of her beloved differ from that displayed before a demon occupying her lover's body? Her ability to effortlessly disregard the corpse on the ground and pull Bai Feiyu from the glass chamber clearly indicates she has not forgotten her identity and abilities as a player. However, she must have lost considerable memories regarding the original host and the news of their demise. The fact that Bai Feiyu is merely a usurping demon has also slipped her mind. Bai Feiyu could not help but feel relieved that he had not acted recklessly due to her memory loss. Otherwise, she might have already sensed something amiss and dealt him a severe blow. Since she retains fragments of memories shared with the original host, it is likely she will soon realize I am different from the person she remembers. With this thought, only one notion lingered in Bai Feiyu's mind. He remained unaware of what the original host was like, rendering him incapable of impersonating her. The longer we interact, the more flaws are revealed. To avoid reverting to the original situation, it is imperative to extricate myself first. Enough is enough. Bai Feiyu firmly grasped the hand that was pinching her face, displaying evident impatience. "Why do you always act like this? Are you even aware of what I despise the most about you? You never care about my feelings." Her face contorted with disdain as she looked at the girl before her. "Regardless of my consent, you perpetually reside in your own world, acting solely according to your whims. Can't you see that I am utterly annoyed right now?" The girl, taken aback by this scathing rebuke, appeared somewhat flustered. "I admit we were once together," Bai Feiyu thought, rummaging through her memories of romantic dramas, contemplating how a scoundrel might react. "Yet, we have long since parted ways. You saved me this time, and I am truly grateful," she stated with a cold expression, releasing the other's hand. "However, I now have a new girlfriend, so please conduct yourself accordingly. Besides, haven't you conveniently forgotten who I am? This way, you surely won't feel any discomfort. In the future, we can still be friends, and I can introduce you to my girlfriend." In truth, from the outset of Yin Hao's scheme, it was evident that this woman harbored far too deep feelings for Xiao Bai. Despite Bai Feiyu's awareness of the situation, the woman, overly concerned for Xiao Bai, fell into the trap. Aware that Bai Feiyu was merely a selfish demon and that the chances of resurrecting Xiao Bai were minimal, she still refused to let go. Perhaps it was Xiao Bai's demise that had transformed her disposition, giving her an almost lovesick mentality. Moreover, Bai Feiyu's portrayal of a scoundrel was strikingly poignant, targeting the heart with surgical precision, yielding unexpectedly significant results. Her candid words pierced like daggers into the depths of the girl's heart, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears as she bit her lip, striving to suppress her sobs, appearing utterly aggrieved. Coupled with her exquisite beauty, she evoked an involuntary sense of sympathy. It seemed that watching romantic dramas indeed bore fruit. Observing the girl genuinely affected, Bai Feiyu felt a surge of satisfaction. The scoundrel literature had proven invaluable at this critical moment. Thus, he executed his final maneuver, a swift, decisive turn, leaving without a backward glance. If the heavens were to unleash a torrential downpour, drenching the protagonist, it would further enhance the drama. Resolutely striding around the corner, he vanished from her sight, unperturbed by the muffled cries of anguish that followed. At once, Bai Feiyu transformed into a cybernetic specter, darting away with fervor, fully exploiting his innate talent. The Lizard of Fear. He traversed nearly half the city, only ceasing once the duration of his ability concluded. It is often said that women in love are blind. Surely, someone like her, with such a romantic fixation, wouldn't he detect the discrepancies so swiftly? Would she? Glancing around, he exhaled deeply. Though he existed as a mere avatar, he was ultimately just a novice player who had experienced only one mission, barely reaching level 2. In the novice village, confronted by such unreasonable and formidable players, he found himself at a loss. However, he could not fathom why borrowing his own body from a parallel universe would attract such a level of trouble. Yet, this novice was merely an unremarkable bandit, wasn't he? Bai Feiyu could not help but recall the words spoken earlier by Yin Hao. That individual had asserted that if the novice were still alive, he would never dare to take action. At the time, Bai Feiyu sensed something amiss, but lacked the time to ponder it further. Now, upon reflection, numerous doubts echoed in his mind. Could it be that the original body was, in fact, a player of considerable prowess? A fleeting thought crossed Bai Feiyu's mind. Yet how could such an entity possibly become a pawn in the hands of the boss? Even more absurdly, could he have perished at the boss's hands for such a ludicrous reason? He furrowed his brow, realizing that during the interrogation of the Grey Wolf, the latter had merely stated that his memories were somewhat muddled, and that the one who killed the novice could possibly be the boss, though he was uncertain. Later, upon encountering the boss, the latter remarked that Bai Feiyu's demise had been far too effortless, never implying that he had dealt the fatal blow himself. It was merely the result of preconceived notions that had clouded his immediate judgment. Moreover, although the boss harbored a terrifying possessiveness over his cat, if he had indeed killed the novice, his rage should have been adequately vented. It was unlikely that he would display the previously observed expression of seething hatred. It was evident that the novice had perished before he could exact his revenge, leaving his resentment nowhere to be directed. There was also a compelling piece of evidence. Had the novice truly met his end at the boss's hands, given that woman's formidable strength, the boss would have never survived to this day. All these suspicions pointed to one undeniable truth. The original body was far more complex than he had imagined. A vague premonition stirred within him. The identity of the original body would undoubtedly bring him considerable trouble. Rubbing his temples, Bai Feiyu resolved not to dwell any longer on such thoughts. Successfully extricating himself was, after all, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. If the troubles were merely those of this world, there was nothing for him to fear. He decided to focus on the matter at hand, shaking his head to rid himself of the chaotic speculations swirling in his mind. Only then did Bai Feiyu find the time to thoroughly explore this world and the city it encompassed. It was often said that the two worlds resembled parallel realities. The trajectory of history, technological advancements, and even the passage of time were remarkably similar. Although there were subtle differences, the sense of unfamiliarity of being in another world was far from overwhelming. Bai Feiyu found that he did not need to make a conscious effort to integrate. He felt no different from the locals. Furthermore, given his identity in this world as an irredeemable outlaw, his actions were decidedly more carefree. He randomly selected a fortunate citizen and borrowed a computer from their home. At last, Bai Feiyu was able to indulge in the much-anticipated popular drama, Doomsday. This show had thus far released only 3 episodes, each an hour long. It was not until evening that Bai Feiyu completed his viewing. He could not deny that the show's popularity was well-deserved. The quality of its production, the realism of its special effects, it was simply astonishing, far surpassing anything he had ever witnessed on Earth. The depiction of Star City in the drama bore an uncanny resemblance to the Star City he had seen with his own eyes. In the play, the elusive figures appear devoid of any trace of special effects, as if the crew ventured into the true Star City to capture the essence of these phantoms. Moreover, the narrative unfolds with a captivating cadence, brimming with suspense. Alas, it has only reached the 3rd episode, and the story is just beginning to unfold. Numerous intriguing foreshadowings have been subtly embedded. The plot narrates the journey of a group of hired survivors sent to the ghost town in search of an alien transmitter. Arriving at a villa, although they gain entry and glimpse their mission's objective, they are besieged by a multitude of phantoms, leading to a tragic fate for many, the dead and the fleeing alike. The tale halts at this juncture. Curse the cliffhangers, they deserve a miserable end. Bai Feiyu exclaims in frustration. This segment of the storyline resonates with Bai Feiyu, who had previously experienced it firsthand during a mission. Now, viewing it through the lens of a spectator, he discovers a wealth of details. Notably, the survivors depicted in the show bear an uncanny resemblance to those he encountered during his mission, evoking a sense of unease within him. Intriguingly, the narrative of the series ceases at this point, precisely where his prior mission concluded. Immersed in the unfolding drama, Bai Feiyu perceives that time has slipped away in an instant. Is this series merely a harbinger of Earth's future? Or does the entire realm of Earth belong to the world portrayed within the show? As he gazes out at the dimming twilight, he is lost in contemplation. Some truths may only be unveiled by consulting the production team behind this series. Uncertain of the secrets lurking beneath the surface of the show, he is nonetheless grateful for having attentively watched these 3 episodes, which have provided him with a clearer understanding and impression. Consequently, Bai Feiyu seeks a secure location and opts to return to consciousness. Earth, the attic. At this hour, the inhabitants of the villa must be returning, he muses. Awakening in the dimly lit environment, Bai Feiyu peers through the small attic window at the encroaching dusk. The bomb mouse continues its diligent role as a mobile camera on the first floor. Observing through his cybernetic eye, he notes that the once desolate villa has indeed come to life. In the living room, a middle-aged man in a suit and vest paces back and forth. Phone in hand, engaged in a call. This individual is none other than Zhang Qing, the person who recorded his last words at the beginning of the Apocalypse series. It was he who brought the alien transmitter home, resulting in irrevocable consequences. With the resemblance strikingly evident, Bai Feiyu finds it difficult to dismiss the apocalyptic prophecies depicted in the show. Besides Zhang Qing, there is a girl who appears to be a high school student. Seemingly no older than 15, languidly flipping through television channels on the sofa. Beside her sits a young boy, perhaps not yet 10, engrossed in furiously scrolling his phone screen. They are likely Zhang Qing's son and daughter. In the kitchen, a housekeeper busily prepares dinner, creating an ambience of a familiar and harmonious family scene. Simple, yet imbued with the essence of life. However, through his cybernetic eye, Bai Feiyu's gaze sharpens as he observes a shadow curled up beneath a table in the corner of the living room. Who might you be? He wonders. In the corner of the hall, there stands a table adorned with an assortment of toys and miscellaneous items, draped with a tablecloth that cascades down nearly to the floor. It leaves only a narrow gap of a few centimeters. From the vantage point of the bomb mouse, close to the ground, one can glimpse a figure curled up in the darkness beyond that crevice, with its face pressed against the floor. It observes the unsuspecting individuals in the living room with a pair of cold, penetrating eyes. Chapter 27. The mechanism, where did this old rogue come from? Bai Feiyu scratched his head, utterly perplexed. For a moment, he could not ascertain whether this individual was merely a thief or a brazen robber. Zhang Qing's recorded farewell note in the play failed to mention anything prior to the discovery of the alien transmitter. If this intruder were to cause a ruckus, would Zhang Qing's family still embark on their picnic in the mountains the following day? A sense of foreboding washed over Bai Feiyu. If Zhang Qing did not go for the picnic, how could he follow them and eliminate the source of impending disaster, given Bai Feiyu's current capabilities? Why did he refrain from a forceful intervention, opting instead for a stealthy observation? The answer lay in his fear that his reckless actions might trigger a butterfly effect, leading to unforeseen and dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to adhere to the storyline, planning to reveal himself when Zhang Qing stumbled upon the alien transmitter. What was initially a straightforward plan had become convoluted due to this unexpected variable. Should I take action or not? Bai Feiyu felt a twinge of inner conflict. Deep down, he understood that he was the greatest variable within the script. Logically, if he did nothing, everything would unfold as written, allowing him to remain a mere observer in the shadows. What he dreaded most was the possibility that the narrative would deviate from its prescribed path, or worse, that his presence had already set the butterfly effect in motion. Having exited the attic, Bai Feiyu silently made his way to the semi-open corridor on the second floor of the villa. Through the gaps in the wooden railing, he could view all the scenes unfolding in the living room below. Should any significant upheaval occur, he would be poised to act at a moment's notice. During moments of non-necessity, Bai Feiyu chose to remain a passive observer. Zhang Qing's family, oblivious to the presence of two unfamiliar shadows within the villa, went about their activities as usual. The housekeeper finished preparing the meal and departed, concluding her day's work. The family gathered around the dining table, quietly enjoying their dinner. Throughout this time, The figure hidden beneath the table remained completely still, merely watching in silence. Was this an exhibitionist or a thief? Observing the lack of movement from the intruder, Bai Feiyu was filled with uncertainty, unable to decipher the individual's intentions. If the goal was simply to wait for the homeowners to fall asleep and steal a few items, it would merely be an inconsequential interlude, rendering any intervention unnecessary. Even as the family finished their meal, tidied the dishes, and settled onto the sofa to watch television, the figure beneath the table remained motionless. Sustaining the position without a hint of movement, wouldn't maintaining such a pose strain the neck? Bai Feiyu speculated that this individual either possessed remarkable endurance or was psychologically unhinged. Zhang Qing, after spending some time on the sofa with his children watching television, ascended to the second floor to rest in his bedroom. After a while, the siblings, finding the entertainment lackluster, turned off the television and lights, retreating to their respective rooms on the third floor. The hall on the first floor transformed into a dim and desolate space, with faint ambient light filtering in through the windows, preventing the living room from being engulfed in complete darkness. The illuminated indicators of household appliances became glaringly conspicuous, resembling a multitude of eyes concealed within the shadows. The gaze of the mechanical eye remained fixated on the figure lurking beneath the table. For over half an hour, that individual had not moved an inch, resembling a long-deceased corpse. This was no ordinary anomaly. Sensing something amiss, Bai Feiyu's expression sharpened. At that moment, two circular red lights flickered to life within the crevice of the tablecloth. At first glance, they appeared as two small illuminated bulbs. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were two glowing red eyes, along with an expressionless visage that was illuminated as well. What on earth is this? From Bai Feiyu's current understanding, players existed solely within Blue Star. As a player hailing from Earthstar, he was undoubtedly a singular entity. Therefore, this world most likely lacked extraordinary powers. The sudden emergence of such an inconceivable entity left Bai Feiyu momentarily astonished. What perplexed him further was how this being came to be in this particular place at this moment. Through the gaze of the mechanical eye, he could discern the darkness beneath the table. The glowing red orbs rotated slowly, as if searching for something. Abruptly, the rolling eyeballs came to a halt. The chilling and eerie gaze, like a razor-sharp blade, pierced towards him. More accurately, the focus of the creature's sight fixated on the bomb mouse concealed within the crevice of the furniture. With a series of mechanical grinding noises, a shadow suddenly surged out from beneath the table. Like a frenzied dog, it dashed towards the bomb mouse's location. In that instant, Bai Feiyu observed that although this creature bore a human head, its body resembled that of a reptile, with short limbs and a slender torso. It crawled rapidly on all fours, its head held high. Encountering such a grotesque monster in the dim light felt as refreshing as a scoop of ice cream. The bomb mouse, hidden within the furniture's crevice, was startled and hurriedly burrowed deeper. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Feiyu activated his cyber blade status. Descending from the open second floor, the fierce shadow sliced through the air. With a swift motion, the deformed creature, running on the floor, was suddenly engulfed in sparks, its body cleaving in two. Despite suffering such grievous injuries, the front half of its body did not cease its movement, quickly scuttling forward on its two forelimbs. Bai Feiyu crushed it underfoot, feeling the hard metallic texture beneath his foot. What on earth are you? He grasped the creature's human head and lifted its entire upper body. Beneath the damaged skin, a metallic shell was surprisingly revealed, filled with an intricate network of wires resembling blood vessels. A robot? Ignoring its frantic struggles, Bai Feiyu examined it with keen interest. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The human head of this mechanical creature began to tremble violently. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, radiating warmth that steadily increased. Could it possibly be a self-destruct mechanism? Just then, a sound of a door creaking open echoed from the second floor, followed by footsteps in the corridor. Zhang Qing descended to the first floor and turned on the lights. The bright illumination dispelled the darkness, revealing an empty hall, his face betraying a hint of confusion. Chapter 28. The fraud Bai Feiyu found himself by a small river a few hundred meters away from Zhang Qing's residence. There were no streetlights here, just dense greenery swarming with mosquitoes. Naturally, no one would stroll in such a place at night. The surroundings were devoid of any human presence. Bai Feiyu confidently retrieved items from the player's backpack. Gazing at the grotesque and terrifying mechanical creature before him, he marveled at the utility of the player's backpack. Although its capacity was limited and could not accommodate living beings, it served as a timeless microcosm. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon removal. The machine had initiated its self-destruct sequence, and Bai Feiyu hastily stuffed it into the backpack. Even now, taken out, it retained its previous state, buzzing and heating up, resembling an object on the verge of explosion. It seemed that once the program was activated, it could not be halted. He quickly shoved the device back into the backpack. It would be a shame to let such a bomb detonate uselessly. Regardless of its utility, it was best to keep it for now. The bomb was evidently situated within the creature's head, while its lower body remained relatively secure. Had technology advanced to such an extent? Bai Feiyu examined it, astonished by the intricate wiring visible in the cross-section and the skin that was indistinguishable from that of a human. In his experience, such things were only seen in films. Perhaps it was his narrow perspective that limited his understanding. Yet, he pondered why this entity had appeared in Zhang Qing's home and what its intention was. Could it truly be a consequence of the butterfly effect? The timing felt too precarious. Tomorrow marked the moment when Zhang Qing would discover the extraterrestrial transmitter. The emergence of such unforeseen variables was bound to stir unease within him. Saving the world would likely prove far more challenging than Bai Feiyu had anticipated. The next morning, in the attic of Zhang Qing's house, Bai Feiyu gazed out at the bright sunshine. It was indeed a splendid day for a picnic. He stretched languidly. Although he had successfully captured the mechanical creature the night before, he regrettably had no means to trace its origins. With no other options, Bai Feiyu resolved to wait patiently. Since that entity was hidden within Zhang Qing's home, it surely had a purpose. He considered that remaining here might yield results. However, the entire night passed without incident. Uncertain whether it was merely a ruse or a clandestine scheme, it appeared that today demanded the activation of the kingly mode. There could be no room for complacency. Placing a mint candy in his mouth, Bai Feiyu inhaled deeply, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Zhang Qing's household began to awaken one by one. Today was Saturday, a day typically devoid of work or school obligations. Nevertheless, Zhang Qing's eldest daughter rose early, had a quick breakfast, and departed with her backpack. Wasn't today Saturday? Through the window, Bai Feiyu gazed at the retreating figure of the girl, unable to resist the urge to check the time on his phone once more. A sudden realization struck him. If she were a high school student, Saturday would likely entail supplementary classes, with only a single day, perhaps half a day, off during the week. Yet, in the video left behind in the drama, didn't Zhang Qing mention taking his family for a picnic in the mountains today? Could it be that he hadn't brought his daughter along? Furrowing his brow, the unsettling feeling within Bai Feiyu grew increasingly potent. Zhang Qing and his younger son exhibited a demeanor more fitting of a holiday. They rose later and appeared relaxed and leisurely. It wasn't until 11 that they finally had breakfast. After their meal, the younger son was called out by a few friends to play. Zhang Qing remained alone on the sofa, casually watching the news while scrolling through his phone, seemingly at ease. Where was the evidence of a planned picnic today? It was evident that this family had never intended such an outing. Where lay the issue? Bai Feiyu pressed his forehead, lost in contemplation. Was it possible that the drama titled Doomsday bore no relation to the world in which he resided? Was everything merely coincidence? Or could it be that his intrusion had triggered a butterfly effect? If it were the latter, it would pose a significant problem. If Zhang Qing did not embark on the picnic, he would not encounter that extraterrestrial transmitter, rendering him an inconsequential figure. That transmitter might very well be found by someone else. Bai Feiyu could no longer foresee the subsequent plot through Doomsday, yet the ultimate outcome might remain unchanged. Although his thoughts were somewhat disordered, Bai Feiyu did not rush. He patiently awaited any potential turn of events. Simultaneously, he meticulously studied the map of Star City, speculating on which mountain Zhang Qing would most likely choose for the picnic, absent the guidance of the plot. His quest to locate that extraterrestrial transmitter felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, when faced with a lack of options, one could only proceed in such a manner. The term Doomsday loomed like a lit fuse, gradually burning down with the passage of time. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Feiyu felt he could almost envision the impending explosion that would reverberate throughout the world. In the living room on the first floor, Zhang Qing lounged, sipping coffee with his legs crossed, still exuding an air of leisure. During this time, Bai Feiyu continuously scoured local news and forums, hoping to uncover some clues. After all, according to Zhang Qing in the drama, this extraterrestrial transmitter was a meteorite from beyond the stars. Perhaps there would be other witnesses. I saw a meteor at Zime Mountain. As Bai Feiyu gazed at the post before him, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, prompting him to click on it without hesitation. According to the original poster, he had ventured to the renowned Zime Mountain in Xingqing that day. Just as he neared the summit, he claimed to have witnessed a meteor streaking across the sky, suggesting that perhaps a meteorite had fallen upon the mountain. However, the majority of respondents below dismissed his account as sheer nonsense, arguing that it was impossible to see meteors during the day. Nevertheless, Bai Feiyu felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and promptly messaged the original poster, eager to glean more details about the occurrence. Regrettably, he received no reply after a prolonged wait. Reluctant to remain idle, Bai Feiyu quietly departed from Zhang Qing's residence. He made his way to the main road, summoned a taxi using his phone, and prepared to head directly to Zime Mountain to uncover the truth. While waiting for the taxi to arrive, Bai Feiyu idly observed his surroundings. Not far off, an outdoor miniature soccer field buzzed with energy as a group of children, seemingly around 11 or 12 years old, divided into two teams, engaged in a spirited match. As is often the case with youthful exuberance, friction arose, and soon two of the boys were embroiled in a scuffle. After being separated by onlookers, they vociferously argued their cases, each insisting, "You hit me first." "No, it was you who kicked me." Neither was willing to concede that they had initiated the altercation, both feeling profoundly wronged and eager to defend their innocence. Bai Feiyu found their antics amusing, contemplating how humans excel at deception, at times even deceiving themselves. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He finally understood where the problem lay. Everything became strikingly clear. You truly are an unmitigated liar. With a smirk, Bai Feiyu turned on his heel and retraced his steps, his expression gradually growing colder. Chapter 29. Zhang Qing's deception to lie is not merely a flaw in human nature. It is perhaps an intrinsic characteristic of humanity itself, whether driven by self-interest, a sense of benevolence, or the pursuit of psychological solace. Individuals throughout their lives weave countless fabrications. For instance, when a person commits a wrongdoing, they instinctively seek to justify their actions, crafting excuses for their behavior. Many murderers, after committing their heinous acts, will ascribe a multitude of sins to their victims, attempting to rationalize their own transgressions. In these moments, lying is not solely an effort to conceal their guilt but serves primarily to provide psychological comfort. They may accept the reality of their crime, even the prospect of capital punishment, yet they cannot bear additional condemnation. If a victim is perceived to bear many faults, deemed deserving of their fate by others, the perpetrators might even find themselves in a position of justification, possibly receiving a claim for their actions. It is likely with such thoughts that they might firmly believe, even in their final moments, that the offenses they have fabricated against the deceased are indeed true, convincing themselves that the victim had it coming. In the narrative, Zhang Qing recorded a final message on camera, embodying the axiom that as one approaches death, their words often carry a semblance of truth. No one would suspect that he would lie at such a moment. Even Bai Feiyu did not entertain such a notion. After reading Zhang Qing's final words, it is likely that many rational individuals would entertain a certain notion, though he brought the meteorite home, resulting in the annihilation of the entire Star City and transforming it into a ghost town, potentially the very catalyst for an apocalyptic scenario. He was utterly oblivious to the consequences of his actions, acting in a manner devoid of malice, and even his own family fell victim to the calamity. Even without his interference, another would have triggered the meteorite, leading to a similar outcome. Ultimately, he remains a victim, a pitiable soul, deserving of no further blame. It is precisely to evoke such sentiments in others, to seek solace in this psychological comfort, that Zhang Qing resorted to deceit in his final words. He crafted ample justifications for his transgressions. The world may forgive the unintentional misdeeds of a wretched individual, yet what if those actions were anything but unintentional? Bai Feiyu recollected his prior experiences during the mission. Within that realm, he stormed into Zhang Qing's villa and discovered the alien teleportation device. An especially crucial detail emerged prior: a formidable presence, akin to a character from a drama, was frightened away by the terrifying powers he unleashed. This entity, possessing a considerable intellect, neither opted to destroy the alien device nor fled with it. Instead, it chose to abandon it and escape alone. Subsequently, Bai Feiyu, alongside the survivors, departed with the alien teleportation device after an arduous journey lasting several hours, during which the entity exhibited no inclination to engage in a desperate struggle for possession. Moreover, the alien device appeared caked in dust, evidently having remained dormant for an extended period. This can only imply one thing: from the very beginning, it may not have been of any significance whatsoever. The shadowy figures congregating at Zhang Qing's villa were likely there not to safeguard a vital item, but rather to lay ambush against the survivors. At this juncture, Bai Feiyu's mind began to form a bold hypothesis, based on today's experiences. The picnic on the mountain and the tale of discovering the meteorite mentioned in the final words were fabrications. If that is the case, why would the alien teleportation device, clearly not of this earth, conveniently reside within Zhang Qing's abode? Why did Bai Feiyu, hiding within Zhang Qing's home, encounter an unprecedented mechanical monstrosity? Unless this individual had prior connections with extraterrestrial beings. The mechanical creature's target last night was not Zhang Qing's family at all. Rather, it was there to protect, or rather, to surveil. In that moment, Bai Feiyu realized that his intention to preemptively avert the apocalypse through the doomsday narrative was overly simplistic. The true crisis of the end times had already commenced. "Sir, is this your taxi?" A cab came to a halt at the roadside, the driver's call interrupting Bai Feiyu's train of thought. This was a taxi he had summoned in advance, but having come to a realization about everything, it was no longer of any use. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Feiyu squinted his eyes. A luxurious car approached from the direction he had arrived. A middle-aged driver was at the wheel, and in the backseat sat Zhang Qing, engrossed in his phone. In an instant, Bai Feiyu's mind raced with thoughts. Sir, could you say something? Is it really you? The taxi driver glanced at the location on his phone, and with a tone of resignation, inquired once more. Is it really you? The last 4 digits of your phone number are 7759. Bai Feiyu offered an apologetic smile as he opened the rear door of the vehicle. I'm so sorry, I lost my train of thought. As if recalling something, he quickly turned back and dashed into the roadside greenery. Excuse me. Could you hold on a moment? Before long, he returned, cradling a dirty, furry, plump cat in his arms. He pointed towards a luxurious sedan that had just driven a short distance ahead. Could you please follow that car? Aren't you headed to Zime Mountain? The driver glanced at his phone, puzzled. There has been a slight change of plans. You're not planning to stalk someone, are you? The driver's expression was one of skepticism, as if questioning whether the young man intended to engage in any illicit activities. Do I look like a bad person to you? Bai Feiyu flashed a radiant smile. To be honest, I just graduated from university this year and applied for a position at that company, but I was rejected. I genuinely wish to join their team, and it took me quite some effort to discover that he resides here. I want to seize this opportunity to plead my case in front of him. It might be embarrassing, but if I don't try, I might regret it for the rest of my life. You've got some courage there. Your job-seeking method is just like something out of a television show. I'll help you this once. The driver, seeing the young man's innocent demeanor, and noting that he even took the time to rescue a stray cat, no longer harbored any doubts and began to drive in pursuit. Seated directly behind the driver, Bai Feiyu felt a sense of calm wash over him as he stroked the stray cat's head. Fortunately, due to his own cravings, he had packed a substantial amount of snacks. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to lure the hungry feline aboard. Eat up, little kitty. He kept feeding the chubby cat with meaty treats, hoping it would bring him a stroke of good fortune. If something happens to me later, you might not fare any better. Watching the naive cat relish its snacks, he felt akin to a villain from a film mistreating animals. In the blind spot of the rearview mirror, Bai Feiyu took out the last remaining opportunity of the biological modification device and, without hesitations, used it on the cat nestled in his arms. If this were Blue Star, controlling another S-body and possessing resurrection abilities would render it unnecessary to reveal his trump card. However, this was Earth Star, where maintaining control over one's true form allowed for no errors. Realizing this, Bai Feiyu acknowledged that his current abilities might not suffice to navigate the challenges ahead. Thus, he abandoned all reservations, gazing expectantly at the cat enveloped in green slime. He hoped that this plump little creature would enhance his own strength, equipping him better to confront the impending crisis. After a considerable time, the green slime dissipated and the heavy cat re-emerged into the light. Its gray and white fur, plump physique, and round head, complemented by a pair of wide, dazed eyes, conveyed a sense of having undergone something extraordinary, imbued with a hint of wisdom. To the naked eye, aside from being cleaner, there seemed to be little change, giving an impression of a not-so-intelligent creature. However, this individual is indeed rather dim-witted. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily lured onto the pirate ship by Bai Feiyu. Name: Zibeng Cat. Type: biological weapon. Evaluation: attribute: capable of launching powerful laser attacks. Laser capacity: 25/25 in a satiated state, storing 1 shot per hour. Description: trust me, the moment you bestow upon others, regardless of the outcome, you will surely experience joy. What a treasure I have found. Bai Feiyu beamed with delight. A biological modification machine of this caliber has astonishingly managed to create a biological weapon of an even higher grade, far exceeding expectations. It is worth noting that the bomb mouse only received a modest rating. The chubby cat before him, rated several tiers higher, undoubtedly possesses capabilities that far surpass that of the rodent. It is no wonder that the introduction to the biological modification machine states that the strength of the biological weapons produced is not necessarily correlated with the physical strength of the organism. A robustly modified lion or tiger may not achieve the same level of power as this plump cat. Young man, we have arrived. The taxi halted by the roadside. The driver gestured ahead and turned back with a smile. I didn't expect that you were aiming to enter Sanqing technology. No wonder you're so persistent. Following the direction indicated, Bai Feiyu beheld the black luxury car he had been tracking, now parked beneath a grand building. Prominently displayed on the edifice was the name Sanqing Technology. As he stepped out of the vehicle while cradling the chubby cat, Bai Feiyu glanced at his dwindling funds after settling the fare, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. While making his way towards the building, he began to browse through information about Sanqing Technology on his mobile browser, quickly uncovering some intriguing details. This company, A long-established technological firm in Xinjiang had originally struggled and was on the brink of bankruptcy. However, it recently experienced a remarkable resurgence, propelled by several emerging technologies. On the company's official website, he found the name of the chairman, Zhang Qing. It appeared he had stumbled upon a pivotal figure in the realm of cutting-edge technology, akin to acquiring a golden finger. As he anticipated further validation of his assumptions, a smile crept across Bai Feiyu's lips as he succinctly summarized Zhang Qing's journey. However, this protagonist likely never foresaw the immense repercussions his golden finger would impose on the world. Collaborating with extraterrestrials is akin to seeking shelter with a tiger. Whether coerced or enticed, the ultimate outcome is likely grim. The term traitor carries an unbearable weight. No one wishes to bear such a heinous stigma, leading Zhang Qing, in his final moments, to refrain from mentioning the matter. He would rather fabricate a fictitious narrative, portraying himself as an innocent, oblivious victim than divulge what he truly knew to the public. Observing Zhang Qing's silhouette as he entered the building, Bai Feiyu quickened his pace towards the entrance of Sanqing Technology. Just as Zhang Qing departed from his residence, this seemingly reclusive individual promptly exited his home. This can only signify one thing. Bai Feiyu's actions last night had drawn the attention of extraterrestrial observers. However, they evidently regard his demonstrated prowess with caution, lacking sufficient information. They are reluctant to act recklessly, likely resorting to some means of surveillance from outside the villa. After confirming Bai Feiyu's departure, Zhang Qing was notified. The purpose of Zhang Qing leaving his home was self-evident. He was likely to meet with extraterrestrial beings to discuss strategies. With an opportunity to strike at the heart of the matter laid before him, Bai Feiyu would not let it slip away. Today was Saturday, and the influx of people entering and exiting the building was relatively sparse. In the lobby on the first floor, a row of card-swiping turnstiles served as access control, guarded by security personnel to prevent outsiders from entering. However, as long as it was not a facial recognition system, Bai Feiyu found it effortless. In such a large company, there was bound to be someone working on a Saturday. He soon encountered an employee exiting the building, having just swiped their access card and stepping through the turnstile, casually pocketing the card. As Bai Feiyu passed by, he feigned nonchalance and lightly brushed against the individual. The card from their pocket silently fell into his grasp. With his current agility, such actions posed no challenge. Beep. He swiped the card to enter and caught sight of Zhang Qing stepping into the elevator. With a quickened pace, Bai Feiyu slipped his hand in just before the doors closed. Sorry, he said as the elevator doors reopened. He flashed a smile at Zhang Qing and stepped inside. Zhang Qing gave him a cursory glance, but said nothing. Bai Feiyu noted the illuminated button for the 22nd floor and casually pressed the button for the 23rd floor. The elevator ascended rapidly, and with only the two of them inside, it might have felt awkward for others. Not so for Bai Feiyu, who leaned against the wall, chattering incessantly. Are you an employee of this company? What's your name? My uncle is a supervisor here. Quite impressive. How about you consider me your big brother? Stick with me, and I guarantee promotions and raises. Though Zhang Qing maintained a stern demeanor, seemingly disinterested, Bai Feiyu remained undeterred. Continuing his familiar banter without regard for the other's demeanor, Zhang Qing began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, his expression darkening gradually, yet he refrained from responding. Ding. The elevator reached the 22nd floor, and the doors opened slightly. Zhang Qing let out a quiet sigh of relief and prepared to leave. I've been tormenting you, and you don't dare to respond. A voice with a hint of mockery chimed in beside him. It seems you already know who I am. I initially intended to pretend to infiltrate, but you've left me no opportunity. A round-headed, plump cat appeared in his arms, leaving him with no choice but to unleash its power, one hand cradling its belly, the other gripping its hind legs. The hefty cat was wielded by Bai Feiyu like a formidable shotgun. Its round, foolish face held a pair of wide, innocent eyes, yet they glowed with a dangerously intense red light. A searing laser burst forth suddenly. Sizzle. The ceiling of the elevator was struck by a dark red laser, scorching a perfectly circular hole into the smooth metallic surface. Through the crimson-tinged opening, it became evident that a mechanical monster, which Bai Feiyu had encountered the previous night, lurked above the elevator. In the center of its cranium, it was similarly struck by a laser, leaving a gaping circular void in its face. A torrent of molten metal cascaded down in slender strands. Was the sound so thunderous that it rendered me deaf? Bai Feiyu's face bore a hint of pride. As if he were theatrically tossing a shotgun shell, he nonchalantly flicked the hefty cat in his grasp. Killed Alpha Dog, Type 1. Gained 1 experience points. 8. 2. Time, for hours. Was there a reward for slaying such a creature? Upon receiving the notification, a flicker of surprise crossed his visage. The creature he had captured in his backpack the previous night was, in fact, not dead, which added to his elation. It seemed that the system's regulations bore resemblance to many games. One need not possess flesh and bone to earn a kill reward, as long as it was a monster. The act of slaying would yield some benefit, although this creature appeared to grant only 8 points of experience. It was primarily due to Baifeiyu already being at level 2. The experience provided was undoubtedly far superior to that of the Shadowless Man, albeit the reward was not substantial in duration. Zhang Qing, witnessing the scene before him, could not help but be momentarily stunned. Clearly, the special abilities displayed by the opponent had surpassed his comprehension. A glance at the foolish cat peering curiously from Baifeiyu's arms elicited no sense of adorableness, only a creeping sense of dread. The mechanical cranium of the alpha dog had been instantaneously melted. How much more vulnerable was he, a mere mortal? The moment that laser made contact, it would mean instant demise. Being in the same elevator with such a creature felt akin to standing atop a bomb. Unable to suppress the terror rising within him, Zhang Qing leaped from the elevator, disregarding his image and dignity, rolling aside in frantic haste. Desperate to escape the range of that beast's assault, with the hefty cat in tow, Baifeiyu stepped out of the elevator with a sense of bravado, exuding the essence of a hero. Outside lay a long corridor, from which 2 dark figures suddenly emerged. It was 2 alpha dogs, one on each side, lunging toward him. Sharp blades, akin to surgical instruments, erupted from their forepaws, whirring at high speed like miniature meat grinders. Should a mere flesh and blood body be struck by one, it would likely result in instant dismemberment. In the face of such peril, the hefty cat remained silent and placid, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Its ears perked up, round head tilted skillfully to the left, locking its gaze on the approaching alpha dog, its large eyes glowing red once more. With a sizzling sound, a laser shot through, melting the head of the alpha dog, which then plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, Baifeiyu launched the cat high into the air. The foolish feline widened its eyes, glancing about in the air. Nevertheless, its gaze swiftly fixated on yet another alpha dog lurking behind Baifeiyu. With a thud, the canine-like mechanical body crashed to the ground, its meat grinder-like claws nearly grazing Baifeiyu's back, ultimately only delivering a chilling breeze. As he caught the weighty cat, Baifeiyu affectionately rubbed its fluffy head, a smile illuminating his face. Do you understand what it means to have automatic targeting? This is the epitome of automatic targeting, requiring no effort from him whatsoever. If that foolish cat's head could rotate a full 360 degrees, Baifeiyu could effortlessly place it atop his own and sweep through with ease, seizing the opportunity to escape. Zhang Qing glanced back and was momentarily stunned by the sight. In his distraction, he stumbled, nearly falling, and fled in a frantic scramble. Move another inch, and you shall perish. A voice, devoid of emotion yet tinged with indifference, resonated from behind, like a sniper-esque gaze. An overwhelming sense of pressure and impending doom numbed Zhang Qing's scalp. His fleeing footsteps faltered, frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, the automatic door at the end of the corridor swung open, and 3 figures clad in black suits surged forth, shielding Zhang Qing with their bodies. These towering individuals bore expressionless faces. With an abrupt compression of their chests, they revealed twin gun barrels, aimed directly at Baifeiyu. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted, a barrage of bullets unleashed. The plump cat vanished from his grasp, as a dark metallic liquid had already enveloped him entirely. The relentless hail of bullets struck Baifeiyu, igniting countless sparks. The corridor reverberated with the crisp sounds of ricochets, leaving trails of bullet marks on the walls and stirring clouds of dust. Abruptly, the ferocious gunfire ceased, presumably having exhausted their ammunition. Enjoy shooting? The plump cat reappeared in Baifeiyu's hands. With the benefit of automatic targeting, Baifeiyu transformed into an infallible marksman. No matter how the 3 robots attempted to evade, flee, or counterattack, they could not escape their fate, collapsing one after another. Kill Alpha Dog, Type 3, rewards received, 1. Experience points, 15. 2. Time, 10 hours. More, bring me more. This is far too little. Baifeiyu reveled in the experience, clutching the cat, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he dashed toward Zhang Qing's retreating figure. As a player, having finally discovered a monster spawn point, how could he not be exhilarated? He could not afford to leave any foes unvanquished. It would be a disservice to his identity. Hearing the sounds of elation behind him, Zhang Qing's face turned ashen as he gasped for breath, burying himself in a frenzied flight. Just hold on a little longer, he urged himself. Utterly bewildered as to how he had provoked such a monstrous threat, his heart consumed by terror. This was the company's research and development department. Perhaps due to it being a Saturday, it was eerily empty, devoid of any presence. Faced with this somewhat anomalous situation, Zhang Qing appeared oblivious, not even calling for help, silently fleeing. Though his face was a mask of fear, seemingly lost in his escape. A clear route lay in his mind, as if rehearsed beforehand. That creature had taken the bait. If he could successfully reach that location, he could sense an unusual emotion in his heart. He was doomed. Chapter 32. The Fool. The sounds of battle echoed from behind. Two more alpha dogs, undeterred by death, advanced to intercept that creature. The outcome may not change significantly, yet it has afforded Zhang Qing a considerable amount of time, granting him a moment to breathe. Supporting himself against the wall, he gasped for breath as he traversed a corridor, arriving at the entrance of a laboratory. To his astonishment, the silver metallic automatic door swung open, transforming the fear etched on Zhang Qing's face into a sense of relief and exhilaration, prompting him to dash inside without hesitation. Before the automatic door sealed shut, he caught a glimpse of a peculiar figure at the end of the corridor, clad in black metallic armor and cradling a cat. The interior of the laboratory was modest in size, furnished with a few tables and chairs, along with various experimental apparatus, appearing rather ordinary without any obvious anomalies. His heart raced violently as Zhang Qing swiftly made his way behind the furniture, discovering a small door embedded in the wall. Upon entering, the door sealed tightly, blending seamlessly with the wall, leaving no trace of its existence. A long-lost sense of security enveloped him, and he exhaled deeply in relief, navigating through a short passage. He arrived in a secure chamber. A massive screen adorned the wall, displaying the surveillance feeds from various locations on the 22nd floor. Zhang Qing eagerly turned his attention to the monitor showing the footage from the laboratory he had just vacated. Thus far, this plan, which had cast him as bait, had succeeded only halfway. The plan would only be deemed truly successful once that individual stepped inside the laboratory, wiping the sweat from his brow. A nervous yet expectant expression blossomed on his face. In the original scheme, that person was meant to follow him to the company, then be lured into the laboratory by him. However, reality had deviated slightly from his expectations. Everything had initially progressed smoothly. He had indeed tricked that individual into the company. Yet, Zhang Qing had never anticipated that the person would abandon the script entirely. Despite having tracked him to this point, instead of continuing to observe discreetly, that individual brazenly chose to test the waters, unafraid of exposure. After making a baffling judgment, he exuded an inexplicable confidence in his assessment, entirely neglecting to verify it. Without granting any chance, he opted for immediate action without a second thought. He was nothing short of a complete fool. Had that person merely pretended to follow him for a while longer and stepped into the trap, Zhang Qing would not be in such a dire predicament. The thought of his recent embarrassment made him eager to witness the delightful expression on that thoughtless individual's face when they inevitably fell for the ruse. Gazing at the surveillance feed, which revealed the laboratory still devoid of any entrance, Zhang Qing shifted his gaze to the monitor displaying the corridor outside the laboratory. To his surprise, that individual remained at the far end of the corridor, not budging an inch. A frown creased his brow. Hadn't that person seen him escape into the laboratory? Given their reckless and brash nature, it seemed implausible that they would retreat when cornered. Unless, of course, they sensed something amiss? Zhang Qing furrowed his brow, taken aback by the revelation that this seemingly dim-witted individual possessed a certain level of discernment. However, the scene that unfolded next caused a twitch at the corner of his eye. That person had the audacity to fetch a stool, casually settling down at the end of the corridor with legs crossed. From seemingly nowhere, they produced a packet of crispy noodles, crushing it before pouring it into their mouth. The sight evokes an aesthetic reminiscent of a brainstem's absence. Could it be that his extraordinary powers have been overexerted, necessitating sustenance to replenish his energy? Zhang Qing endeavored to resist the temptation of attributing intelligence to this individual. Was this not the opportune moment for a counterattack? With this thought in mind, he swiftly retrieved a specialized phone and dispatched a message. Before long, Bai Feiyu found himself under assault from a total of 4 alpha dogs in the corridor. Nevertheless, he effortlessly dispatched them all. Had I misjudged? Zhang Qing found himself bewildered, unable to fathom the workings of that person's mind. After concluding this encounter, Bai Feiyu appeared relaxed and content, showing no inclination to pursue further action. He produced a packet of sunflower seeds and leisurely began to snack. Observing the fool casually discarding seed shells in the corridor, Zhang Qing felt a surge of irritation. This individual was undoubtedly replenishing his energy with food. As long as he could continuously exhaust him without granting him a moment's respite, he would soon find himself at a disadvantage. He once again utilized the specialized phone to send further messages. Shortly thereafter, Bai Feiyu faced another wave of attacks. This time, it was a grand display, with a full 10 alpha dogs emerging to engage in a relentless assault, determined to wear him down. However, as before, they were wholly incapable of breaching his defenses, resulting in a repeating outcome. None remained unscathed. Subsequently, Bai Feiyu returned to his post, standing guard in the corridor like a sentinel, or perhaps more akin to a security guard. He idly scrolled through his phone, munched on sunflower seeds, and occasionally sipped cola, exuding an air of comfort. What on earth did this imbecile intend? Zhang Qing's brow furrowed as he stifled the urge to confront the man, gritting his teeth in frustration. Was he truly attempting to confine me here, leaving me to starve? As this notion crossed his mind, he realized he was indeed feeling a bit peckish. No, that line of thought was flawed. He suddenly recognized a critical point. The adversary likely lacked absolute confidence and was merely stalling for time. Yet, what purpose did such a delay serve? Pondering this conundrum, Zhang Qing found himself at a loss. Prior to the commencement of the plan, he had intentionally dispersed the company personnel. There would be no one on several floors above and below. Coupled with the preemptive measures taken, even if someone happened to overhear the recent commotion, they would likely dismiss it as an experiment. The elevator had also been rendered non-operational. Therefore, he need not worry about attracting further trouble in the short term. He could afford to bide his time. However, the more leisurely his opponent appeared, the more anxious he became. Trapped in such a confined space, he struggled to suppress the mounting tension, his mind racing with unwelcome thoughts. Could this individual possibly have accomplices? A disturbing hypothesis flooded his mind. Given his reckless style, he might resort to kidnapping my family to compel me to surrender. In a state of urgent anxiety, Zhang Qing hastily called his son and daughter to issue a warning. Simultaneously, he continued to send messages to the enigmatic presence using his specialized phone. Soon enough, Bai Feiyu found himself under siege once more. This time facing approximately 20 alpha dogs in a full-scale assault. Zhang Qing monitored the unfolding battle through the surveillance feed. As he witnessed the alpha dogs perishing one by one at the hands of the demon cradling a cat, his anxiety intensified. Desperately, he sent messages, imploring for more robots to be dispatched to subdue that foe. At that moment, his special phone surprisingly received a voice reply. The mechanical voice, reminiscent of a translation software, emanated from the device, each word articulated and monotonous. Stop urging me. I truly have none left. Chapter 33. Upgrade experience points surged dramatically as Bai Feiyu reveled in the thrill of the battle. Glancing at the few remaining alpha dogs on the field, he shook the plump cat in his arms, signaling it to continue aiming and firing. Meow, the foolish cat turned its head, expressing dissatisfaction. It was then that Bai Feiyu realized that it had indeed run out of ammunition. Disappointed, he reluctantly withdrew the cat and glanced at the nearly filled experience bar. In light of the situation, he decided to let them taste the might of a true warrior. The half-dismembered alpha dog he had captured the previous night appeared in his hands, and without hesitation, he hurled it towards the remaining enemies. Buzzing loudly, the mechanical fragment, upon emerging from his backpack, resumed its programmed actions, vibrating violently in midair. A smile crept across Bai Feiyu's face as he swiftly retreated. He had to ensure these adversaries comprehended the principle of retribution in kind. With a thud, the fragment, poised to explode, struck its target, producing a muted thump as flames ignited, engulfing it in self-combustion. Thud! It fell to the ground. The struck alpha dog, unperturbed, stepped over the burning wreckage and continued its assault towards Bai Feiyu. Kill alpha dog type 2, acquired, 1. Experience points, 10. 2. Time, 5 hours. Is this the level of your self-destruct program? Bai Feiyu mused. He had anticipated the beginning but not the conclusion. It diverged drastically from cinematic portrayals. In films, robots self-destruct with grand explosions, often taking several enemies down with them. Yet, this contraption's self-destruction was disappointingly rudimentary, merely igniting itself, a reflection of poverty and backwardness. It was fortunate that the kill was credited to him, granting him experience. Otherwise, he would have felt a sense of wasted effort. Thanks to Zhang Qing's relentless bestowal of experience, he was now merely a hair's breadth away from leveling up. With the addition of this scrap heap, his experience bar was completely filled. Player level up, 23. Please choose a blessing 1. Fitness enthusiast. Your physique will receive a notable enhancement, and future training will yield more significant improvements. Rating. 2. Linguistic prodigy. You will master a completely new language. Rating. 3. Mechanical claw. You will acquire a mechanical claw. Rating. This blessing is part of the Marvin set. Possessing it alongside the assassin's blessing will grant additional effects. In truth, the first blessing was quite commendable, representing a growth-oriented capacity. However, individuals like Bai Feiyu, who are notoriously indolent and never engage in physical exercise, are unlikely to persist in a rigorous training regimen. As he himself would put it, if I have already gained an advantage, why must I toil relentlessly? As one who enjoys the perks of such advantages, he believes he ought to embody the essence of it. In the equation of success, effort is but a mere fraction. The remaining 99% is entirely attributable to the advantages one possesses. This particular boon does not yield its maximum potential for him, hence it is not a viable option. The second ability may prove useful in specific circumstances, though at present, Bai Feiyu finds it unnecessary. The final divine gift possesses a certain intrigue, as it aligns intriguingly with his previous lethal boon, granting additional effects and belonging to his set. Regrettably, it appears to lean more towards functionality rather than providing a tangible enhancement to his prowess. After some contemplation, Bai Feiyu ultimately resisted the temptation to expend his lifespan for a reroll and chose the claw instead. Assembling a set is no simple task, yet generally speaking, the rewards upon completion are substantial. Compared to other players, Bai Feiyu, due to his advantages, is afforded the opportunity to reselect his divine gifts, signifying that his odds of acquiring set components greatly surpass those of his peers. A modest investment might be worthwhile. Most crucially, with merely 20 years of life remaining, he cannot afford to gamble excessively. If he were to utilize his lifespan to re-roll with each upgrade, he would soon reach his limit. That would not be mere advantage. It would be reckless gambling. Although Bai Feiyu may not possess great intellect, he remains remarkably lucid. Upon making his choice, the options coalesced into a luminous stream, converging upon the back of his left hand, materializing into a yellow smiley face akin to those commonly found in chat applications. Raising his hand, Bai Feiyu concentrated. Suddenly, from the yellow smiley face on his left hand, a silvery, triangular mechanical claw emerged, tethered to a long rope, and propelled forward. With a resounding thunk, the claw collided with the ceiling, unfurling like an open palm, as a round spike shot forth, instantly embedding itself into the wall. A sudden force tugged on the rope connecting the claw to Bai Feiyu, and his entire body was yanked into the air. Grasping the rope, he traced a magnificent arc in midair, and as the claw swiftly retracted, he executed a flying kick, sending a nearby, frenziedly shooting humanoid alpha dog sprawling. Having witnessed a similar maneuver in a film, Bai Feiyu landed and gazed at the yellow smiley face on his hand, breaking into a joyful grin. Wasn't it rather reminiscent of that web-slinging hero? Naturally, he could employ it in such a manner. Suddenly, he pivoted and raised his hand. With another decisive action, the claw shot forth once more, striking an alpha dog attempting a sneak attack from behind squarely in the face. The central spike burst forth, effortlessly penetrating the mechanical head, while two branches fanned out from the exit point, forming a stabilizing shape. With a mere thought, the rope connecting Bai Feiyu and the claw rapidly retracted, drawing the pinned alpha dog towards him. As he retrieved the claw, he noticed a perfectly circular hole, the width of 2 fingers, on the creature's head, sparking and rendering it utterly motionless. What a delightful sensation! Bai Feiyu's face lit up with astonishment. The efficacy of this device surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin, demonstrating remarkable practicality that warranted a higher rating. The Divine Gift Killer and the Divine Gift Hook have a mutual bond, bestowing additional attributes. 1. The hook has no usage restrictions. 2. The length of the hook's rope is doubled. 3. The gripping power of the hook is enhanced, and the power of the nail gun is increased. This bond effect is exceedingly formidable. Upon witnessing the enhancements brought forth by this bond, Bai Feiyu experienced a moment of clarity. Upon reviewing the attribute panel, he discovered that, under the influence of the bond, his rating had indeed ascended to a new echelon, leaving him pleasantly astonished despite his initial lack of expectations. Chapter 34, The Demon Who Toys with Hearts. In stark contrast to the radiant Bai Feiyu, Zhang Qing appeared ashen and despondent. Initially, when he observed that the opponent's laser cat could no longer emit lasers, a flicker of hope ignited within him. However, that hope was swiftly extinguished as the adversary unveiled a formidable new tactic. The alpha dogs, in the face of this opponent, were rendered mere playthings, tossed about by the silver hook without inflicting the slightest damage. Witnessing that jubilant figure soaring through the air with the hook in the surveillance footage, Zhang Qing was overwhelmed by a profound sense of powerlessness. Those alpha dogs, which could undoubtedly be classified as killing machines to an ordinary person, were akin to helpless chicks awaiting slaughter before this individual. No matter how many were sent forth, none could inflict even a scratch. The meticulously prepared traps failed to ensnare the adversary, and even his greatest ally on the phone conveyed the lack of alternative support. Most infuriatingly, after dispatching all the alpha dogs, the individual returned to their original position, as if methodically crushing all his hopes and tormenting him to the brink of despair. Zhang Qing, at his wit's end, acutely felt the mockery and manipulation of that person, his psychological state reaching its nadir. He could not fathom the opponent's intentions. As if a blade hung precariously above himself and his family, threatening harm at any moment. He was confined within the narrow, stifling room, helplessly watching his hopes being gradually devoured. Zhang Qing contemplated escaping, but was at a loss for how to do so. The adversary was aware of his identity and had encountered his family. Unless he could utterly defeat this foe, he had nowhere to flee. He felt an urge to curse the individual while simultaneously yearning for mercy. Deep down, he hoped that the person would confront him directly, as it would spare him the psychological torment of despair. Half an hour later, Zhang Qing emerged from the laboratory, his expression a blend of determination and relief. Raising his hands, he strode purposefully toward the security guard at the end of the corridor, engrossed in a soap opera on his phone. What is happening? Bai Feiyu observed this scene with a hint of astonishment. Has he surrendered? His primary objective was certainly not to torment Zhang Qing. Having discerned Zhang Qing's plan, he easily recognized this as a trap and was astute enough not to unwittingly walk into it. The reason for his presence was simple, akin to players in a game. He was lying in wait at the monster respawn point, anticipating the opportunity to level up. Last night, Zhang Qing's faction became aware of Bai Feiyu's existence. Despite knowing his whereabouts in a secluded villa, they hesitated to take the initiative. Instead, they chose to serve as bait, attempting to lure him into a carefully laid trap. This can only indicate one thing. After witnessing the strength Bai Feiyu displayed the previous night, they lacked absolute confidence in overpowering him through sheer force, thus refraining from any reckless actions. Instead, they meticulously arranged a trap, inviting him in the hope of securing a favorable outcome. The advantage lies with us. It is precisely because Bai Feiyu comprehended this that he exhibited such audacity. However, audacity does not equate to foolishness. He would not willingly step into a trap to test its strength. Remaining under his adversary's nose is akin to playing a game, drawing aggro. As long as he succeeds in attracting the monster's ire, he need not search for it. The monster will come to him. To Zhang Qing, Bai Feiyu is akin to a thorn in the flesh, a splinter in the eye. How could they possibly refrain from delivering monsters to him? Although he has not studied military strategy, he is adept at employing the skills learned from games. What he had not anticipated was that Zhang Qing, unsatisfied with merely sending minor adversaries, would ultimately present himself as an offering. Bai Feiyu felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed the aspiration to level up once more was unattainable. Truly, he was a devil who toyed with human emotions. Upon witnessing the unmasked disappointment on Bai Feiyu's face, a chill gripped Zhang Qing's heart. The adversary employed such simple yet profound tactics to gradually shatter his hopes, incessantly applying psychological pressure to induce despair and collapse. Until now, he could no longer bear the strain and surrendered voluntarily. Yet, this fellow remained unfulfilled. Surely, only upon witnessing my complete breakdown and desperate pleas for mercy could his perverse psyche find satisfaction. Cold sweat drenched his back as he trembled in fear, secretly contemplating. This individual had clearly been feigning ignorance all along. In reality, he was undoubtedly a cunning devil, skilled in manipulating the human psyche. As long as he did not harm me or my family, I would grant him whatever he desired. Approaching the other party and feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression, Zhang Qing felt a heaviness in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he managed to utter these words with great difficulty. How did I end up sounding like a villain from a movie? Bai Feiyu thought to himself, bemused, I am here to save the world. Not to be mistaken for the antagonist. Where did these robots come from? Pointing at the mechanical debris on the ground, he inquired straightforwardly. It was indeed towards this matter that Zhang Qing had come. He scoffed, stating that if Bai Feiyu spared him, he could divulge all the technological means. I am not asking about that. I demand to know where they originated. Bai Feiyu rolled his eyes and emphasized his question. Zhang Qing lowered his head, his gaze flickering slightly. To tell you the truth, Bai Feiyu sighed dramatically, beginning to weave a tale. I hail from 20 years in the future. You are a time traveler? Zhang Qing suddenly looked up, astonished. Yet, upon reflecting on the myriad of tactics previously employed by Bai Feiyu, it indeed seemed plausible. 20 years hence, due to the ravages of extraterrestrial beings, Earth had transformed into a desolate wasteland, with only a handful of survivors enduring. Nodding slightly, Bai Feiyu half-heartedly fabricated a background, claiming that he hailed from a different era, having traversed through a time-space device to the present, with the purpose of preventing the impending apocalypse. After thorough investigation, it became evident that you wield technology not native to Earth, which likely correlates with the extraterrestrial forces responsible for the world's end. He gazed intently at the other party, his expression grave and sincere. Thus, this is why I am compelled to act as I do. Do you comprehend? The apocalypse? Extraterrestrials? Zhang Qing was utterly astounded, his thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool. How could this be? If I am not mistaken, you must have clandestinely collaborated with these aliens to acquire such advanced technological marvels, correct? Bai Feiyu's piercing gaze sought to unearth any concealed emotions within the individual. Extraterrestrials? Zhang Qing instinctively shook his head, exclaiming, "That individual is not an alien." Chapter 35. The Lies Hidden in the Heavenly Book. That individual? Bai Feiyu raised an eyebrow. Aside from those with sociopathic tendencies, no one wishes to witness the end of the world. Zhang Qing was no exception. Upon grasping the other's intentions, he became more forthright. Approximately 2 months ago, my company teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, and that individual reached out to me. He sent an email, accompanied by a novel technology. Initially, I dismissed it as a trivial invention, unworthy of attention. However, out of boredom, I revisited it and found it rather intriguing, thus I shared it with our in-house expert. Soon, I received an unexpected reply asserting that this technology was indeed far superior to our current capabilities. Thereafter, I initiated contact with the sender. The individual was reluctant to reveal his identity, but given my company's dire straits, I had no choice but to collaborate with him. I provided funding and resources, while he supplied the technology. Nevertheless, the control over these alpha dog entities remained firmly in his grasp. I was merely a pawn. Zhang Qing gestured toward the mechanical debris on the ground, seemingly to underscore his role as an inconsequential marionette. "So, you have never met this person?" Ignoring the other's cautious demeanor, Bai Feiyu pressed further. "Indeed, that individual was always exceedingly cautious in our communications, disguising his voice and rendering his location utterly untraceable." Zhang Qing nodded. Then a flicker of pride crossed his features, yet he was still somewhat naive. Beyond the funding for technological development, he once requested a considerable technology fee from me. A cold smirk crept across Zhang Qing's lips. "Is my money so easily acquired? Having navigated Star City for so many years, I have cultivated a network of connections." His expression turned serious, regardless of the means of concealment employed. "If he spends that sum, I will be able to trace him." "It seems you have already ascertained the identity of that individual?" A hint of surprise flickered across Bai Feiyu's countenance. Indeed, Zhang Qing's face radiated confidence. As if recounting familiar tales, the individual is named Tang Yinghua, a graduate of Star City University, hailing from a family of 4, including his parents and grandmother. Prior to contacting me, he remained unemployed, spending his days confined within his home. He paused momentarily, but due to his lack of understanding regarding the source of the technology, he had never confronted him directly, only daring to discreetly monitor his movements. After all, as the chairman of such a large company, he undoubtedly possessed some means. This, in fact, spared Bai Feiyu considerable trouble, prompting him to instruct Zhang Qing to lead him to this individual without hesitation. Zhang Qing, of course, could neither refuse nor dare to decline. Upon leaving the company, he drove alone with Bai Feiyu in tow. 2 hours later, as dusk fell, they arrived at a remote warehouse where Bai Feiyu encountered Tang Yinghua. He was a man who appeared to be in his 20s, with medium-length hair that seemed unwashed for quite some time, giving him a somewhat greasy appearance. His physique was slightly overweight, and he wore black-framed glasses, a gray shirt, and slippers. Seated before several enormous computer screens, he indulged in cola and fried chicken burgers, appearing quite at ease. Upon witnessing the shattered glass of the warehouse and Bai Feiyu descending from above, gripping a person with a grappling hook, Tang Yinghua's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on the burger in his mouth. "How did you know?" he stammered, staring at the 2 familiar yet strange figures before him. Panic etched across his face. "I clearly installed a locator on that special phone you gave me, right?" Zhang Qing, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied. "I was already aware of such trivial tricks, which is why I disposed of that device on my way here." Observing the flustered individual before him, Bai Feiyu furrowed his brow and surveyed the warehouse. Rather than a warehouse, it resembled a small workshop, cluttered with various machines and mechanical parts. In the shadows, several alpha dogs stirred restlessly. "You should understand that these things are mere toys in my presence. Do not act foolishly," Bai Feiyu remarked, his tone flat. "Otherwise, I shall not engage you in conversation with such equanimity." Recalling the scenes he had glimpsed through surveillance, Tang Yinghua broke into a cold sweat, hastily dispersing the alpha dogs. "What do you intend to do?" His voice trembled. Stripped of his facade, his true identity as an ordinary university graduate was laid bare, and the memory of the other's earlier brutality left him unable to suppress his inner terror. "Speak," Bai Feiyu pressed. "Where did you acquire these technological means?" Noticing the hesitation on Tang Yinghua's face, he resorted to a blend of half-truths and fabrications. Future warriors, time travel, the apocalypse, aliens, he recounted, leaving the overweight man astounded. For an ordinary person, such claims would be dismissed as lunacy. However, both had witnessed Bai Feiyu's incredible capabilities, lending a credible air to his fantastical narrative. After a moment of digestion, Tang Yinghua seemed to sense the murderous intent in Bai Feiyu's gaze and quickly confessed, "I found it. About 3 months ago." I went on a picnic with a few classmates at Zime Mountain. He felt no inclination to conceal anything and continued rapidly during the picnic. I suddenly felt the urge to relieve myself, so I wandered off alone to a secluded grove. Unexpectedly, I saw something fall from the sky. I finished my business and ran to investigate, and that's when I discovered this object. He sat beside the computer desk, lifting a fist-sized silvery metal shell. The tale he recounted intriguingly aligned with the fabricated narrative of Zhang Qing, undoubtedly adding a layer of credibility to his claims. It appeared that the two had finally laid their cards on the table, or perhaps Zhang Qing had managed to eliminate this individual. What was this? Without further contemplation, Bai Feiyu accepted the object from his hand, examining it closely. It seemed to be merely a protective casing. Tang Yinghua, with an air of pride, pressed a button on the shell. With a click, the metal shell automatically opened. Inside lay a black square, the size of a fingernail, adorned with intricate yet aesthetically pleasing patterns. This was a chip. Tang Yinghua introduced, I managed to acquire some advanced technological methods from the contents of this chip. You can decipher extraterrestrial chips? Bai Feiyu gazed at the unremarkable figure of the corpulent man in astonishment. No, this chip is not encrypted at all. Anyone can read it. Tang Yinghua quickly waved his hands in denial. He pressed a few buttons on the chip, and immediately a three-dimensional projection appeared above it. It resembled a page. The image accompanied by some garbled text. This likely contains foundational extraterrestrial technological methods. I suspect it might be something akin to a textbook, the stout man said uncertainly. He swiped his finger, flipping through the pages of the projection, but all he encountered were alien characters, difficult to comprehend. If it weren't for the numerous diagrams, leaning towards a textbook format, it would be as incomprehensible as a celestial script to me. However, he couldn't help but express his excitement. I merely glanced and guessed. Yet I have already gleaned some scientific methods that far surpass those on Earth. If only I could fully decipher it. His expression turned earnest. It would undoubtedly elevate the technological level of our planet to an entirely new realm. Given its remarkable potential, why have you only produced those worthless trinkets? Bai Feiyu gestured toward the alpha dogs in the corner. They are only deemed worthless in your presence, Tang Yinghua thought to himself, unable to suppress his silent lament. I merely glanced and guessed, and with limited industrial capability and funding, I could only manage to create these alpha dogs. He endeavored to explain, compared to authentic extraterrestrial technology. They are merely simplified imitations, certainly not worthy of comparison. Bai Feiyu continued to peruse the contents of the chip. Suddenly, his fingers halted. Do you know what effect this item possesses? He pointed at a design displayed in the projection. The image depicted a silver, clock-like circular device. This was the very object Bai Feiyu had encountered during his mission, reputed to be an alien transporter. This device, Tang Yinghua adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing it closely, could potentially be a time-space traverser. You see the diagram above? It suggests that this device can enable one to travel back to the past. He clearly had conducted research on the subject, his face betraying a glimmer of yearning. And one could choose the time of travel. If we could construct this, it would be extraordinary. At this point, he widened his eyes and looked intently at Bai Feiyu. Brother, you didn't actually return using this device, did you? Bai Feiyu paid no heed, merely casting a discreet glance at Zhang Qing, who was equally entranced by the time travel device. If you were granted a time machine, what would you wish to do? He inquired abruptly, fixing his gaze on Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing was momentarily taken aback, pausing in silence before candidly admitting. I wish to return to the past and save my deceased wife. It was no wonder that Bai Feiyu had kept his wife's existence concealed for so long. She had perished due to some unforeseen accident. Fatty, have you ever considered that even aliens might weave deceit? A flicker of realization ignited within Bai Feiyu, and he posed the question with a smile. What do you mean? Tang Yinghua was momentarily perplexed by the implications of Bai Feiyu's words. What if the so-called scripture is, in fact, a fabrication? Bai Feiyu's gaze took on a playful glint. Impossible. I have meticulously constructed so much based on its contents. What kind of falsehood is most adept at ensnaring others? Bai Feiyu interjected with a smile. Simply conceal one lie amidst 99 truths. He gestured towards the projection of the so-called time travel device, his expression turning cold. That is the deceit hidden within the scripture. If Bai Feiyu's intuition was correct, had he not interfered, Zhang Qing would soon confront Tang Yinghua, ultimately seizing control over this freshly graduated university student. At that point, Zhang Qing would learn of the existence of the time machine from the chip. In his desperate quest to traverse time and save his departed wife, he had devoted all his efforts to creating this device. Little did he know that this time travel machine was merely an alien ruse. It could not traverse time, rather. It might very well be the means by which the aliens could invade Earth, heralding a genuine apocalypse. At this juncture, It seemed that the truth had been laid bare. However, could halting Zhang Qing from fabricating this time machine truly avert the impending apocalypse? The answer was a resounding no. Since those extraterrestrials had meticulously orchestrated such a deception, Bai Feiyu's gaze shifted towards the chip, as if he could perceive the bloodthirsty eyes lurking in the shadows of an unknown universe, signifying that Earth had long been under scrutiny. The loss of this time travel device would merely delay the plans of those cosmic invaders, rather than terminate them. This cataclysm was not a mere accident, but rather a genuine act of invasion. Bai Feiyu's expression grew increasingly grave. There existed an even more terrifying possibility. This deception was merely one facet of the aliens' broader scheme. Perhaps other plans had already commenced in the hidden corners of Earth, awaiting a future day when they would collectively erupt, subjecting the entire planet to an unprecedented reckoning. The other two, observing Bai Feiyu's somber demeanor, could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Surely he did not intend to eliminate them to silence all. Brother, I assure you, I have never engaged in any illicit activities. Tang Yinghua hastily raised his hand in a vow, his expression earnest. My family resides on this planet. I would never do anything to jeopardize it. Please, spare me. Zhang Qing remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, clearly apprehensive about the possibility of this individual turning hostile and resorting to violence. Bai Feiyu glanced at the two, choosing to lay bare her conjectures. At this juncture, it was evident that they could not be eliminated. With the ongoing updates of the series Doomsday on Blue Star, it was conceivable that their roles in this apocalyptic catastrophe were yet to be fully realized. In simpler terms, they were pivotal to the narrative. A single misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Should Bai Feiyu take their lives, the plot would veer into an unpredictable realm. Certain critical storylines could only be triggered by their survival. Otherwise, as an outsider, Bai Feiyu would be akin to a headless fly, unable to find a path toward unraveling the narrative threads. However, at that moment, Bai Feiyu could not suppress her self-doubt, despite possessing an advantage. Could she truly save the entire world relying solely on her own efforts? Chapter 36, A Dual Identity upon hearing Bai Feiyu's account. Tang Yinghua and Zhang Qing fell into a contemplative silence, particularly for Zhang Qing. The realization that he might be the root cause of the impending devastation on Earth filled his expression with complexity. Brother, you must believe me. I have always been an exemplary student, never having committed a single wrongdoing. Tang Yinghua implored earnestly, striving to defend himself to Bai Feiyu. Had I known this was an extraterrestrial conspiracy, I would never have engaged with that chip. He spoke with conviction. My family and I reside on this planet, and I would never betray this world under any circumstances. Enough, enough, Bai Feiyu interjected, waving her hand. I have no intention of harming you. Otherwise, I would not have taken the time to discuss this with you. In this world, who does not have something they cherish? I can only assume you would not wish to see yourselves or your families perish at the hands of alien invaders. My quest to save the world is not solely for my own sake. She regarded the two with gravity, adding, I hope you both will fully cooperate with me from this point forward. Tang Yinghua nodded vigorously, his excitement evident as the flesh on his face quivered with each motion. To him, being part of such a momentous endeavor as saving the world was a tremendous honor. In contrast, Zhang Qing was not as exuberant. His mood was somewhat subdued. He was not a naive youth, brimming with passion and living amidst the fantasies of films and animations. The lurking crises behind this apocalyptic catastrophe felt utterly despairing. Even with the might of the world behind them, the outcome might remain unchanged. It was not something that could be altered by just a couple of individuals. Zhang Qing silently nodded, fully aware that even if the endeavor seemed as futile as an ant trying to stop a chariot, there was no alternative but to proceed. For the lack of options was glaring. To Bai Feiyu, these two did not hold much potential for significant assistance. They primarily served as bait that could possibly trigger the narrative. She had not even taken the chip, leaving it with Tang Yinghua, as it might be a crucial tool to attract extraterrestrial attention. Retaining it would ensure its maximum efficacy. It seems that the hefty individual has grasped the gravity of the chip's implications and is hesitant to act recklessly. Thus, there is no need for excessive concern. As for Zhang Qing, half an hour later, Bai Feiyu discerned the utmost utility of this fellow. He possesses financial prowess. Under the pretense of saving the world, Bai Feiyu shamelessly solicited a substantial sum of funding from him. Zhang Qing had no grounds to decline. Subsequently, Bai Feiyu's bank account, which had dwindled to a mere single digit, was suddenly adorned with an extensive string of zeros, leaving him momentarily dazzled. With newfound riches, it is only natural to embark upon a vigorous quest for salvation. Assisting oneself in regaining composure and alleviating fatigue is indeed an essential step in the process of redemption. Naturally, Bai Feiyu is not so easily swayed by wealth. His thoughts remain lucid. The release date for the Blue Star series Doomsday is Sunday tomorrow. In fact, providing a potential source of critical information. That night, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. After a rejuvenating night's rest, he awoke the next day, feeling invigorated, and activated his super sense. With a mere shift in consciousness, he found himself transported to another realm, Blue Star. The white ceiling above him, the ceiling fan gently rotating, ushering in refreshing gusts of air. Where's this? Gazing at the unexpected surroundings, Baifeiyu swiftly sat up and scanned the area. He distinctly recalled that, for the sake of safety, he had concealed himself within the ventilation duct of an apartment building prior to his return. Though it was a tight squeeze, it was a necessity. After all, Blue Star harbors players of terrifying prowess, and should he be discovered, he might well perish in his slumber. Hiding in a conventional room offered little sense of security, hence the prudent choice. How could I have hidden in the ventilation duct and still been caught? Observing the hospital-like room before him, Baifeiyu couldn't help but display a hint of exasperation. They truly leave no avenue for escape. Next time, I shall take refuge in a sewage pit and see if they dare to apprehend me. Although captured, at least he was alive. Moreover, the conditions were not unfavorable. A single-occupancy hospital room, with an intravenous drip in his left arm and an array of fruits adorning the bedside table. Have they mistaken the slumbering me for a patient? Removing the four, Baifeiyu rose, intent on ascertaining whether he was indeed imprisoned again. He could hardly bear the thought of transitioning from one cell to another. Just as he pondered this, the door swung open with remarkable speed. A figure burst forth with astonishing velocity, lunging towards him. Leaping up, she clung tightly to Baifeiyu's neck, her legs wrapped around his waist like a koala bear. Little Bai, little Bai, little Bai. An excited, youthful voice exclaimed, filled with exuberance, I knew you weren't dead. I missed you so much. Could you perhaps unfasten yourself from me? Baifeiyu attempted to nudge this clingy individual away, tilting his head slightly. He needn't to even look. The very sensation of the embrace revealed that this person was certainly not the previously encountered red-haired vixen. To put it simply, this one was considerably smaller. Upon hearing his words, the koala-like figure lifted her head, revealing an adorable visage. A pair of deep, dark eyes rested upon a fair, round face, adorned with a hint of baby fat that added an air of youthful innocence. Her hair, styled into a bun, made her appear like an adorable young girl. Xiaobai, what troubles you? The girl gazed intently into Baifeiyu's eyes for a moment. Subsequently, she gently cradled his head with her delicate hands, inspecting him closely. Have you lost your memory? I am Zhongran. This girl, seemingly quite naive, swiftly detected the unfamiliarity reflected in Baifeiyu's eyes. This realization obliterated any thoughts Baifeiyu had of feigning ignorance, and he nodded decisively in acknowledgement. Zhongran then leaped off him, her dark eyes surveying him as she circled around him slowly. It's all right. My memory isn't particularly sharp either, she said with a sweet smile, producing a notebook. I can assist you in recalling your memories. Noticing the look of confusion on Baifeiyu's face, she pointed to her head and explained, I was once cursed, which has rendered my memory quite poor. I tend to forget many things. Often, I wake up and have no recollection of what I learned the previous day. She earnestly flipped through her black notebook. Thus, I make it a habit to jot down important matters. Do you truly remember who I am? Baifeiyu inquired. Curiosity etched on his features. Of course. Zhongran lifted her head, wearing an expression of certainty, her face brightened by a sweet smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. I fear I might wake up one day and forget Xiaobai, so I remind myself of everything about you several times a day. As I do so, I find it impossible to forget. Our relationship is that of friends and colleagues, Zhongran stated candidly. After a pause, she gazed at Baifeiyu with a hint of reverence. You have always been the person I admire most in this world. What is there about me to admire? Baifeiyu probed, intrigued. You are the most remarkable, kind-hearted, and gentle person I have ever encountered. Zhongran replied earnestly. Kind-hearted? In Baifeiyu's recollection, his original self was a ruthless and cold-hearted robber, was he not? By the way, let me show you this. Perhaps it will jog your memory. Zhongran tapped her head and retrieved her phone, quickly scrolling through its content. This video is something I could never bring myself to delete. She turned the screen towards Baifeiyu, revealing a recorded video. In the video, a little girl sat weeping in a chair. A white-haired Xiaobai knelt before her, gently and patiently tending to the wounds on her legs. His voice was soothing as he offered comfort, his handsome visage adorned with a warm, sunny smile. Bathed in radiant sunlight, he appeared to emanate light. Both the girl in the video and Baifeiyu were captivated by the scene. This portrayal seemed to embody the essence of a gentle and kind-hearted anime protagonist, starkly contrasting with the cold, ruthless image he had of himself. The impression in Baifeiyu's heart shattered, leaving him momentarily bewildered as to which version of himself was the true original. At that time, I had just joined the Special Security Bureau, and my team leader assigned me to assist you, Zhong Ran reminisced. What exactly is the Special Security Bureau? The Security Bureau, a national organization led by the state, is responsible for addressing incidents instigated by players, the majority of whom are players themselves. Interrupted mid-sentence. Zhong Ran displayed no signs of displeasure as she patiently elucidated. You were once one of us. Though I am now the leader, in terms of seniority, I must still address you as senior. So, I was indeed a member of the righteous faction. Why was this not mentioned sooner? It had led Bai Feiyu to believe that his identity as a rogue could never be redeemed, and he had long since prepared himself for a life on the run. Had he known earlier, he would not have had to hide away. Can I still return to the Security Bureau? He inquired eagerly. Zhong Ran, captivated by the video, suddenly froze. Do you realize? She mused, her gaze not shifting from the screen as she gently traced the image of Xiao Bai on her phone. A person with amnesia, despite the absence of memories, retains many habits ingrained through muscle memory, which may inadvertently resurface. From the moment you awakened until now, if you exhibit even the slightest resemblance to Xiao Bai, I will unconditionally believe in you. Her tone was infused with regret, and her expression bore hints of discomfort and struggle, yet there was an underlying resolve tinged with anger. But I cannot find it. I truly cannot. Bai Feiyu sighed softly, realizing that the two women, both acquainted with the original identity, were evidently formidable players. They had undoubtedly undergone numerous missions and witnessed the treachery among players, their observation skills and intellect far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Even if Bai Feiyu were an adept performer, he could not deceive them. Moreover, he was still unclear about the original's character, leaving him at a loss as to how to imitate it. In their eyes, he was nothing but a facade. Being a soul who has usurped another's identity is indeed a challenging endeavor. What? Are you saying that I lack gentleness? Or am I insufficiently kind? Bai Feiyu retorted, his tone laced with irritation. You are not him. Zhong Ran's voice was filled with anger, her expression darkening abruptly. The once sweet and endearing demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold and ruthless visage, radiating an icy bloodlust. It was clear that her wrath would not be quelled until the one who tarnished her idol was utterly obliterated. Chapter 37. Escape. 3 cerulean daggers materialized from thin air, hovering around Zhong Ran. As her malevolent gaze sharpened, the daggers transformed into streaks of luminous energy, infused with chilling intent, hurtling toward Bai Feiyu. Sensing the raw hostility, Bai Feiyu dared not underestimate it. In an instant, he activated the cybernetic blade. The moment the black metallic armor enveloped him, he felt a cocoon of security enveloping his being. Clang, clang, clang. The blue streaks incessantly struck against him, creating sparks and resonating with crisp sounds. Remarkably, despite ordinary bullets being unable to inflict even the slightest damage upon the metallic shell, it bore marks from the impact. Who exactly are you? Zhong Ran, devoid of any trace of her previous charm, gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with venomous resentment, exuding a palpable madness. I am your father, Bai Feiyu retorted sharply, turning swiftly to accelerate forward. Slap. The glass of the room shattered, and a dark silhouette intertwined with the scattering shards leaped out through the window. How high is this? Glancing down at the distant ground, Bai Feiyu suddenly realized that the room was situated on one of the upper floors, several stories high. His body plummeted rapidly, and his grappling hook shot out with precision. Crack! The hook embedded itself into the wall of the adjacent floor, the rope taut, bringing his falling form to a sudden halt. Subsequently, he carved a graceful arc in the air, flinging himself far away. As the brisk wind whooshed past his ears, Bai Feiyu let out an exhilarating cry. His body twisted mid-air, vanishing from Zhong Ran's field of vision at the window. Whoosh! The grappling hook swiftly retracted, writhing like a serpent in its fluid motion. Bai Feiyu's feet landed heavily on the pavement beside the road. Screech! Due to inertia, the metallic soles of his feet slid across the ground, sparking a shower of fire. Nearby, several children were competing for a skateboard. Upon witnessing this future warrior descending from the sky, they gaped in astonishment, their small hands loosening grip, causing the skateboard to tumble to the ground and glide away. Haven't your parents taught you not to play with skateboards near the road? Bai Feiyu, his feet fervently grinding against the surface, turned to witness the scene and couldn't help but impart a righteous admonition. To prevent any accidents, he lightly leaped onto the skateboard that was gliding along the ground, propelled by inertia, and sped away. I shall take this skateboard with me. How gentle I am. It's almost tragic. Ahead lay a downhill slope, and Bai Feiyu, riding the skateboard, descended rapidly, unable to suppress a sense of wonder. Even in such a moment of flight, he had not forgotten to perform a good deed. Truly, he was a benevolent soul, far superior to his original self. Just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction, a sudden chill crept over his back. Glancing back, he saw a petite figure with a bun hairstyle, her icy gaze fixed on him, pursuing with astonishing speed. How relentless she is. Watch my super spinning hook, Ran. With a flicker of his brow, Bai Feiyu leapt high from the skateboard, raising his left hand. Crack! The rapidly launched grappling hook pierced into the wall at the corner of a higher building, yanking him forward, gliding nearly at ground level. Bai Feiyu's body swung like a pendulum, tracing a large semicircle across the road, darting past the corner at the street's end and hurtling away. All that remained were a cluster of drivers, dumbfounded as they stared, and Zhong ran, straining to keep up. It must be admitted that with unrestricted use of the grappling hook, Bai Feiyu could maneuver through this steel forest with the grace of a silk-weaving hero. Although Zhong Ran possessed remarkable agility, lacking the ability to soar or vanish, she could only watch him fade into the distance. After navigating several street corners, that individual S-trace was lost, useless at everything else but the champion of escape. Perched on the rooftop of a tall building, Bai Feiyu gently stretched his sore limbs. Utilizing this grappling hook undoubtedly required formidable physical prowess to sustain. With the physique of an ordinary person, even a few swings would be enough to leave one utterly exhausted. The original level of bodily strength would not endure for long. Only by activating the abilities of the cybernetic rogue could one's physical prowess transcend to such heights, allowing for unrestrained manipulation of one's own form. Yet, the toll on the body was undeniable, leaving a sense of discomfort. As the black armor was retracted, Bai Feiyu could not resist the urge to knead his aching form. What is this? It was then that he discovered a flat, fleshy protrusion on his back, roughly the size of a palm. Upon contact, he could even faintly sense the pulse of life within it. Frowning, Bai Feiyu attempted to tear away this grotesque mass. To his astonishment, a chilling, mocking laughter echoed from behind him. Futile effort. I have already fused with you. Swiftly, he retrieved a mirror from his backpack and placed it on the ground. Removing his upper garment, he gazed at his back, only to find that the round, flat mass was, in fact, a twisted human face. Realizing it had been discovered, the face displayed no sign of alarm. Instead, it emitted a triumphant chuckle. I initially intended to surprise you, but it seems you've uncovered my presence prematurely. What are you? Bai Feiyu grimaced, not out of fear, but due to the discomfort akin to a white pimple on his face that begged to be squeezed away. So, you too can feel fear. The face seemed to sense Bai Feiyu's discomfort, its distorted features swelling with delight. Unable to endure it any longer, Bai Feiyu summoned a black metallic blade, attempting to sever the grotesque mass on his back. As the blade pierced the face, a sharp pain shot through him, as if it had penetrated his own skin. I have warned you, we have become one. Blood oozed from the face, which maintained its manic grin, becoming even more sinister. Even if you slice away this flesh, it would be futile. After such prolonged fusion, our bodies are inextricably linked. As it spoke, the entire face began to writhe upon Bai Feiyu's skin. Did you sneak into my body while I was asleep? Bai Feiyu lamented. The face slowly slithered to his shoulder, and the flesh writhed as a small, distorted head emerged from the side of the face, supported by a long, sausage-like neck. It twisted its head to gaze at Bai Feiyu, wearing a regretful expression. Unfortunately, you are not the true Bai Feiyu. You do not even recognize who I am. If only you did, I would relish the sensation of possessing your body. Chapter 38. Possession of the body. What does it mean to possess my body? Bai Feiyu felt a wave of nausea. Your appearance is repulsive enough. Must your language be equally vile? The twisted face appeared highly perturbed by the notion of being deemed grotesque, its previously triumphant demeanor suddenly darkening. You, indeed, are worthy of controlling Bai Feiyu's body, as you are just as revolting. Its eyes turned shadowy. Facial features are innate. One has no choice in the matter. Do you think I desire to look this way? A figure like Bai Feiyu, naturally endowed with such a flawless visage, sneered coldly. Oblivious to the countless hardships and mockeries I endured from a young age while bearing this face, he scoffed. Yet little did he realize that he and I were of the same ilk. Indeed, you have spoken a truth there. Bai Feiyu chuckled, asserting that I am far more handsome than this body, rendering empathy impossible. At this juncture, you may continue to revel in your verbal sparring. The expression on the human face darkened, dripping with sarcasm, yet you truly are a pitiful wretch. Whether it be myself or the previously mentioned Zhong Ran, we both sought retribution against Bai Feiyu. He paused, astonished to discover that you are not him at all. What a pity it is. I initially thought this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for vengeance, and I had already devised plans for your torment as we merged into one. His visage betrayed profound regret, realizing that in the end, he was merely a substitute, lacking the thrill of true satisfaction. According to Zhang Ran, wasn't Xiaobai the epitome of gentleness and kindness? Bai Feiyu inquired, sensing a deep-seated animosity in my tone. Gentle? kind. The human face seemed to find amusement in the notion, for I had seen not a trace of such qualities in him. Initially, I merely humiliated a wretch who insulted my appearance. Such superficial judgment deserved its fate, especially since I did not kill her. His eyes brimmed with indignation and resentment, recalling how that fellow appeared as a self-righteous avenger while I had surrendered, willingly accepting the consequences of the law. Can you guess how he responded? He scoffed, posing the question to himself, first brutally mocking my appearance, and then, in my most painful and desperate moment, he callously ended my life. He questioned loudly, how can a person so cruelly self-serving possess even a hint of gentleness or kindness? So, you have triumphed in the resurrection competition, becoming a player, and are now preparing for a resurgence? By Fei, you countered. There was nothing to be done. Heaven had granted me a second chance. The human face bore an expression of divine favor, resolute in repaying the humiliation I had suffered 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Do you have any idea how much I endured to await this day? Unexpectedly, he harshly kicked Bai Feiyu, exclaiming that you had obtained his body before me. It is well known that I am not Xiao Bai. Why must you torment me so? Bai Feiyu responded, exasperated. I require this body. The human face appraised Bai Feiyu as if with yearning in his eyes. If only I could possess such a perfect form, I would never again be derided for my looks. A fervent smile spread across his face, imagining that those women who once turned a blind eye to me would now flock to me like Zhong Ran had, eager to be toyed with. My friend, you seem to be a tad starved for affection. Bai Feiyu remarked, perplexed. Cannot your mind entertain other thoughts? In this vast world, are there not many things far more intriguing than women? He earnestly counseled, like games, anime, films. To his surprise, the human face interrupted with a look of disdain. I refuse to become such a two-dimensional recluse. How repulsive. Is that not a slight improvement over your fixation on women? Bai Feiyu could no longer tolerate this individual, and in an instant, a plump cat appeared in his embrace. The searing laser pierced through the head that had sprouted from his shoulder, melting it entirely. To his astonishment, the sensation was akin to a painful blow to his own flesh, sending a wave of excruciating agony coursing through him. Bai Feiyu gasped, gritting his teeth in distress, his body rigid as he stomped his feet in sheer agony. The pain compelled him to stomp. Even more despairing was the fact that, just as he had annihilated one head, another emerged from his shoulder, with a neck as slender as a sausage. The new head bore a mocking expression. I have reiterated this countless times. We are now one, bound to coexist in life and death. I have become an inseparable part of your body. Your recent action was tantamount to carving into your own flesh. Remembering the earlier display of pain, it wore a provocative grin. If you desire, you may attempt this again. Soon enough, I shall fully possess this body, it proclaimed with an air of certainty. At that moment, everything you currently hold will belong to me. At this juncture, the disembodied face abruptly faltered in its speech. Bai Feiyu brandished the hefty cat that had previously emitted the laser, positioning its head toward his own. What are you attempting to do? The face displayed a flicker of panic, desperately reasoning, by sharing this body with me, I can at least assure the preservation of your consciousness. If you choose a path of mutual destruction, then neither of us will survive. The cat's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, intensifying the disembodied face's trepidation. You are insane. Do not act foolishly. I assure you, we can share this body equally. What do you say? Sensing the impending peril, it shouted incessantly. Yet a peculiar glint lingered in its eyes. With a hiss, the laser fired. The head dissolved. However, it was not Bai Feiyu's head that was pierced, but rather the grotesque head sprouting from his shoulder. Do you truly think me a fool? He scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. All this build-up, was it merely to drive me to despair and self-destruction, to drag you down with me? If I am not mistaken, my demise would not inflict any harm upon you. As he observed the head sprouting anew from his shoulder, his gaze turned frigid. In fact, it would facilitate your complete takeover of this body, would it not? Chapter 39. The Devil's Bargain. How did you deduce that? The reappearing face exhibited a tumultuous array of emotions. If you were truly on the verge of seizing control of my body, you should have continued to develop stealthily, quietly occupying my form while I remained oblivious. Should you not? Bai Feiyu's expression was one of skepticism. You certainly do not resemble the typical villain from a film, who emerges prematurely to elaborate with a torrent of explanations. The intent behind such verbosity was clear. It aimed to disrupt his judgment through verbal manipulation. He shrugged. Such a simple truth is easily grasped, even by a 3-year-old. You, my friend, are more astute than I had anticipated. The face's expression darkened, now tinged with seriousness. Having witnessed its behavior upon awakening, akin to a carefree, oblivious fool, he had underestimated it. Bai Feiyu, with a mocking grin, retorted, I possess no extraordinary intellect. Rather, your methods are simply too juvenile. Do not rejoice too soon. The face hissed, its eyes narrowing with ferocity. What if you have unraveled my scheme? What does it matter? Although I cannot occupy your body in the short term, I have not spoken a falsehood. I have truly become one with you. A brazen smile spread across his face, declaring, "You will never be able to eradicate me." He fixed his gaze intently on Bai Feiyu, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips as he continued. "I only need to lurk within you, awaiting the opportune moment to effortlessly seize everything you possess. Do you truly desire this body so much?" Bai Feiyu mused, gently touching his own face. "It is not merely desire. This body must rightfully belong to me, at any cost." The visage responded with unwavering conviction, a fervent obsession gleaming in his eyes. His yearning for Bai's corporeal form transcended mere longing. It bordered on a maddening fixation. "If that is the case, then I have no objections." Bai Feiyu nodded with a smile. "What did you say?" The face widened its eyes in disbelief, questioning if it had misheard. "You seem to be unaware of a crucial matter," Bai Feiyu declared, extending his fingers to grasp the face suspended before him. "This perfect body you covet is, to me, nothing more than a trifling toy that I can easily relinquish. The real question," he continued, a wicked smile curling upon his lips, reminiscent of a white-haired demon tempting mortals to sell their souls. "What can you offer me?" The captured face's pupils dilated, peering through the gaps of Bai Feiyu's fingers at the sinister expression of the flawless visage before him. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure at that moment, as if he had glimpsed the true nature of this man, who had always seemed so jovial. A flicker of unease and fear arose within him. The face fell into a brief silence. The thought that the other could inhabit this world through Bai Feiyu's body undeniably lent credibility to his words. "What do you desire?" He hesitated before finally asking. "Since this is a transaction, it must be fair." Bai Feiyu nodded with satisfaction, speaking deliberately. "The value of this body in your heart must be met with an equally valuable exchange." "Ah, you certainly possess the gift of persuasion." The face retorted with a cold laugh. "Truth be told, nothing I possess can rival the significance of this body in my estimation." He paused, declaring, "This is the most valuable item I own." As his words echoed, a trading panel materialized before Bai Feiyu. Each party had a designated trading slot to place their items for exchange. There was no need to assess value, as long as both parties consented. The transaction would be successful. This was a method of exchange among players, certified by the system for utmost security. In the trading slot of the face, a green four-leaf clover appeared, its properties available for review. Name, Lucky Clover. Type, Item, Evaluation, Attribute, when used for player leveling. It guarantees the acquisition of at least one divine blessing. Usage count, 11. Description, a modest stroke of luck. Bai Feiyu was taken aback. The other had indeed produced an exceptional item. Due to the divine blessing's ability, items were bound to players and could not be traded. Such a unique and tradable item is undoubtedly exceedingly precious. Moreover, its attributes are remarkably formidable, rendering it quite valuable. This is the finest offering I can present. Were it not for the considerable experience I still lack for an upgrade, you would never have the opportunity." The figure, with an unwavering gaze, looked intently at Bai Feiyu, asking, "How about exchanging this body for yours?" "Certainly," Bai Feiyu replied without the haggling of a cunning merchant, nodding in agreement with remarkable decisiveness. The other party's straightforwardness left him momentarily incredulous. After a brief hesitation, a provocative smile crept across his face. "In that case, are you bold enough to sign a contract?" Accompanying his words, a piece of yellow parchment appeared in the air, seemingly inscribed by an invisible pen. This was evidently a contractual artifact. Unlike the convoluted contracts designed to ensnare the unwary, the content was remarkably straightforward. If the figure traded the four-leaf clover to Bai Feiyu, Bai Feiyu would instantly transfer ownership of his current body to the other. It was clear that such a contractual artifact possessed immense binding power, stipulating that any breach would result in dire consequences. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Feiyu decisively bit his finger, leaving his imprint on the contract. As the contract took effect, it transformed into two streams of light that entered the bodies of both individuals. He had initially believed the other's aim was merely to entice him into relinquishing an item, but to his astonishment, he had succeeded. Still in disbelief, Bai Feiyu raised an eyebrow, stating, "This body holds no value for me. If you can present a satisfactory trade, I am indifferent." Now, it was his turn to wear a challenging smile. Standing just a step away from his dream, was he now afraid? The figure narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Bai Feiyu. After a moment, he resolved to trade the four-leaf clover to him. The coveted object of his desire was merely a step away. This might be the only opportunity in his lifetime. There was no reason to falter now. Upon receiving the traded item, Bai Feiyu smiled at the other. The eyes of the plump cat nestled in his arms gleamed with a crimson light. With a sudden burst, he had indeed destroyed his own head. Chapter 40. The golden cicada sheds its shell with a gasp. Bai Feiyu bolted upright from his bed, as if resurrected from the brink of death. The sensation was exquisite, surpassing the discomfort of consuming a ton of foot-trodden, sour-pickled vegetables. He patted his head, confirming that his mind remained intact. Although this was not the first instance of his mind being rendered blank, the fleeting agony was still overwhelmingly intense for someone who had not endured much hardship. Gently massaging his head, Bai Feiyu released the plump cat from his backpack for some fresh air. He would never engage in a losing venture. The moment the laser was unleashed, he promptly withdrew the foolish cat back into his bag. Enduring death once was sufficient. Losing the cat would be an irreplaceable loss. The four-leaf clover now rested in his palm, and Bai Feiyu stared blankly at it, his thoughts drifting into another realm. He had not willingly sacrificed a year of his life for such a trinket. That perverse individual, consumed by thoughts of women, was truly too naive. Bai Feiyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile, yet she remained blissfully unaware of how effortlessly she had evaded capture. Do not be deceived by the seemingly innocent appearance of Zhang Ran, who, despite her outward charm resembling that of an adorable young girl, undoubtedly harbored a cunning mind befitting the leader of the Special Security Bureau. While it was understandable that Zhang Ran did not recognize he was not the original self during her slumber and thus failed to take precautions, it was inconceivable that upon awakening, she did not immediately sense something amiss. As the head of the Special Security Bureau, could she truly be so naive as to place unfounded trust in her beloved, without preparing any stratagems? The subsequent events revealed a clear answer. Bai Feiyu distinctly recalled that the woman had indeed noticed his peculiarities and had unreservedly clung to him. What did this imply? It suggested an insatiable desire for his form and an audacious attempt to take advantage of him. This was no mere fantasy. Rather, it indicated that the woman, under the guise of affection, was employing her own tactics against him. At the very least, it was evident that she had utilized some form of tracking mechanism. Meanwhile, the individual with a face muddled by base thoughts, witnessing this scene, likely felt a twinge of envy, consumed by jealousy, utterly oblivious to the deeper implications. Thus, he remained unaware that Bai Feiyu, who appeared to have escaped peril, was on the brink of facing a true crisis. A crimson laser shot into the sky. Attached to the body, the face gazed in shock at Bai Feiyu's completely disintegrated head, unable to fathom how such a person could so readily surrender their body to him. Consequently, having completed the transaction, he had prepared for the possibility that the other party would continue to employ their tactics. Hence, during the exchange, he opted to bestow upon them an item that would not enhance their real-time combat capabilities. To his astonishment, Bai Feiyu proved to be more forthright than he had anticipated, perhaps excessively so. The face merely sought dominion over the body. In his expectations, had the other party truly consented to the transaction, they would likely have utilized some special method to extricate their consciousness from the corporeal form. The act of outright suicide was a path he had never envisioned. While he believed that integrity was paramount, he could not help but feel he had underestimated the other's resolve, yet it seemed unnecessary to reach such extremes. Despite this, the excitement in the face's eyes was impossible to suppress. The head, which had previously been dissolving, rapidly retracted into the coveted body. Remarkably, the disintegrated head began to regenerate, albeit with a bloody visage that appeared somewhat grotesque. At present, it bore a striking resemblance to his own unsightly features, which seemed rather incongruous atop such a flawless form. Upon examining himself in the mirror, he felt no discontent, allowing an irrepressible, reckless grin to escape. It matters not. Once I fully seize control of this body, it shall be restored. In due time, it will be revealed that it is you, this hideous creature, who has occupied Xiao Bai's form. A youthful voice, brimming with fury and murderous intent, suddenly resounded. The face faltered momentarily. As he turned his head, he caught sight of Zhang Ran standing ominously at the edge of the rooftop, her cold, vengeful gaze seemingly capable of consuming him whole. His eyes darted around. Noticing unfamiliar figures encircling him, his throat suddenly dry. There was an unspeakable anguish. He could not possibly reveal that he was not the same person as Bai Feiyu from before. The other had chosen to end her life, relinquishing her body to him. Thus, he was not the first entity to inhabit Bai Feiyu's form, but rather the second. Yet, it made little difference. In Zhong Ran's eyes, he was merely a being deserving of dismemberment. Bai Feiyu's clever ruse was twofold. On one hand, he was unwilling to become a captive once more, especially not under the relentless pursuit of the Special Security Bureau. On the other hand, he found himself incapable of managing the monster that had become intertwined with his very essence. It felt akin to an unsightly blemish on his face, one he could not expunge, an unbearable discomfort. Thus, he resolved to forsake his entire body. At the very least, just before his demise, he had secured a powerful scoring item, mitigating some of his losses. Ultimately, if that creature were to be captured alive, it might divulge everything. Whether the Special Security Bureau chose to believe it was their concern. However, in Bai Feiyu's estimation, the likelihood of capture was slim, given the exposure of his identity. Zhong Rant's blatant murderous intent was not lost on anyone. This woman harbored a nearly pathological obsession and affection for Xiaobai. Such a person, witnessing the defilement of their most sacred possession by such a grotesque entity, would likely be driven to madness. Moreover, that monster had finally achieved its dream. And as it stood on the precipice of realization, it would never surrender willingly. Everyone was striving with all their might for that which they held most dear. With a sigh, Bai Feiyu rose and leisurely made his way to the refrigerator, retrieving a chocolate ice cream, savoring it slowly. With the support of the monetary ability user, the ice cream assassin could no longer inflict harm upon his wallet, allowing him the freedom to indulge in any flavor he desired. He reveled in the luxury of wealth. Yet, as Bai Feiyu nibbled on his ice cream, he glanced up at the ceiling, a hint of puzzlement crossing his face. What was that? A palm-sized, black mechanical spider with numerous legs was perched on the ceiling, silently observing him with a single large eye. Chapter 41. The Ripper realizing it had been discovered. The mechanical spider scurried swiftly, vanishing into the ventilation duct in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, pulling Bai Feiyu from his thoughts. For a solitary young man like him, it was rare for anyone to knock at his door. He approached the entrance and opened it. Standing outside was a young man wearing a black baseball cap, with shoulder-length hair, lip piercings, a nose ring, and earrings. Along with large black wing tattoos adorning his bare arms, he exuded a distinct personality. "Did you find a cat yesterday?" he asked bluntly, his expression devoid of emotion. "Indeed." Bai Feiyu nodded. "Let me see." The man raised his hand to push aside Bai Feiyu at the door, unceremoniously squeezing into the room. Upon seeing the plump cat meandering in the living room, a flicker of joy broke through his otherwise expressionless face, and he hurried forward. "Jack," he called. Bai Feiyu mused that this cat was quite charming. Just yesterday, he had seen the silly creature on the roadside, filthy and disheveled, instinctively assuming it was a stray. However, reflecting on it now, the cat's rotund appearance clearly indicated that it had been well cared for, perhaps having escaped from someone else's home. "This is my cat, named Jack. I inadvertently let him slip away from home." The man playfully ruffled the silly cat's head, jokingly murmuring, "Jack, Jack, if you dare run away again, I shall stew you for dinner." As if comprehending the words, the foolish cat widened its round eyes and began to retreat. "Your name is quite fashionable," Bai Feiyu remarked nonchalantly, unfazed by the fact that the man was a stranger. "It's the name of my idol." Crouching down, the man pulled out a cat toy, enticing the retreating cat. "You seem to enjoy watching movies," Bai Feiyu speculated. "Do you perhaps have another cat named Silk?" "I don't watch movies," the man replied coldly. "My idol could hardly be a ridiculous actor." Turning back, he wore a peculiar smile. "Have you heard of Jack the Ripper?" "I only know of Cold Steel Lung Foam," Bai Feiyu declared, striking a military stance. "Have you not heard the saying that all evil shall be brought to justice?" The man couldn't help but chuckle. Younger folks should watch more news and fewer movies. He shook his head. "Is it conceivable for one person to take on a dozen? A dozen? Do you underestimate me?" Bai Feiyu asserted with utmost seriousness. "In a fit of extreme anger, I could easily take on 200. "Haha, you were quite humorous," the man laughed heartily. "I've encountered fellows who claimed they could take on several, but after I stabbed them a few times, they wet themselves in fear, crying for mercy. At that moment, I wielded a knife this long." He gestured with his hands, mimicking a stab to the chest. "You should have seen the blood. It flowed like that of a slaughtered pig." He spoke with a grave expression. "I wanted to pay tribute to my idol, but my knife was rather dull. It took several strikes to finally break through his chest. It was quite the effort. Afterward, I learned to be more clever." "Really?" Bai Feiyu shook his head in disbelief. "Then why not let you experience it?" The interrupted man wore a look of incredulity, his expression oddly unsettling. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Above, the ceiling had become infested with mechanical spiders, each spitting out a metallic thread, lunging towards Bai Feiyu. In the next moment, the man's previously confident demeanor shifted to one of surprise. In a moment of crisis, Bai Feiyu exhibited remarkable agility, leaping and tumbling behind the sofa, narrowly evading the attack. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the man adopted a more serious expression. His shirt suddenly tore open, revealing a black metallic plate adorned with a spider motif pressed against his skin. With a crisp sound of mechanical friction and collision, metal sheets dispersed into several branches, spreading outwards like a spider unfurling its limbs, crawling across its chest. The man suddenly raised both hands, and several metal wires shot forth, ensnaring Bai Feiyu's body. "They say you should pay more attention to the news," he sneered, a sudden burst of remarkable speed propelling him to Bai Feiyu's side. Even I, the infamous Jack the Ripper, am unrecognized by you. Since you know nothing, let me introduce you to the true essence of the section. However, this time, he did not witness the familiar ecstatic terror on his prey's face. Instead, the fellow appeared contorted and uncomfortable, as if suffering from severe constipation. What is that expression? The man furrowed his brow. I was contemplating how you used to clean up the bloodstains from your victims, Bai Feiyu replied, looking quite distressed. But you surely wouldn't commit murder in your own home, so there is no need to concern yourself with that. Why must you insist on coming to my home? He lifted his gaze, his eyes icy. You truly deserve a most wretched fate. No sooner had the words left his lips than, under the man's peculiar gaze, he rotated his left hand. His pupils contracted sharply, an unprecedented sense of danger surged within him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. With all his strength, he attempted to evade, but the distance between them was simply too close. Crack! A claw embedded itself in the man's chest. The tremendous impact forcing him to stagger back several steps, causing his cap to fall. With a sickening sound, a metallic cone burst through his back, blood splattering in a radial pattern. The excruciating pain elicited a muffled groan from him, lowering his head to observe the claw that gripped his body. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. Instinctively, he grasped the claw pinning his chest, attempting to pry it loose. Suddenly, a tremendous pulling force yanked him back toward his assailant. The agony of being penetrated in the chest was akin to being torn apart. Unable to suppress a scream, darkness swirled before his eyes. His legs faltered, and he began to collapse. At that moment, a hand yanked his hair violently. As he lifted his head, he was met with a pair of chilling eyes, cold enough to send shivers down his spine. Is it amusing, Mr. Jack the Ripper? Accompanied by a mocking tone. He beheld the other's face, adorned with a playful yet fearsome expression, reminiscent of the demeanor he often displayed before his own prey. This time, however, the roles of hunter and hunted had irrevocably reversed. Chapter 42. The spider's core. His formidable powers swelled within him. In the past, when selecting his targets, Jack the Ripper had to deliberate carefully, crafting meticulous plans to avoid pitfalls and the risk of being bitten back by his prey. Ever since he acquired the spider's core, dealing with ordinary individuals had become as effortless as squashing a chick beneath his foot, regardless of how he toyed with them. The chick could hardly make a splash before him, at most providing him with a modicum of amusement. Gradually, any remnants of reverence within him dissipated entirely. In the eyes of the Ripper, ordinary individuals are merely toys to be played with. He relishes the exhilarating sensation of wielding the power to determine the fate of others with a mere thought. This exhilarating feeling often engenders a sense of omnipotence within him. Take, for instance, the intriguing figure of Bai Feiyu, who stumbled upon his feline companion. The Ripper found the notion of witnessing the expression that would grace Bai's face in the final moments of life utterly fascinating. Thus, he resolved to kill him for amusement. However, he unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent. In his pursuit of entertainment, he ultimately became the object of someone else's amusement, a manifestation of the cyclical nature of fate. The Ripper observed the black metallic exoskeleton that had inexplicably affixed itself to Bai's body, accompanied by the terrifying claws protruding from the back of his hand. Are you an alien? He asked, lifting his chin with a mocking smile. It seems you have encountered individuals like me before. Bai, releasing his grip on the Ripper's hair, responded with an intrigued question. More than just encountered, the Ripper replied, his legs weakening as he sank to the ground, grimacing in pain from the wound that pierced his chest. Forcing a grotesque smile, he maintained eye contact with Bai, declaring, I even killed one myself. Initially, I thought he was just an ordinary person, a source of amusement. Looking back now, had I not prepared in advance, it might have been my demise instead. That individual had likely spent some time on Earth, perceiving it as a realm teeming with harmless prey. A malevolent grin crept across the Ripper's face as he considered the paltry weapons that these unsuspecting sheep possessed. At most a dull kitchen knife, hardly a source of trepidation for someone like him. For an alien, this world represented a sanctuary of safety and comfort. Consequently, the alien's vigilance was significantly lower than that of most flowers thriving in a greenhouse. He probably never entertained the thought that such a tranquil and pleasant world harbored a butcher as unique as himself. It was all too easy for him to ensnare the alien. The expression that contorted the alien's face was one of sheer horror, and his curiosity about the differences between aliens and earthlings led him to dissect the creature. For a fleeting moment, I felt a twinge of sympathy for the alien, wondering what misfortune had befallen it to encounter such a perverse being. The alien's will was not significantly stronger than that of an average earthling, and in its final moments, it could no longer endure the agony, pleading for a swift release. The Ripper proudly gestured towards the metallic spider core embedded in his chest, proclaiming it to be the gift the alien voluntarily bestowed upon him in its dying moments. From the Ripper's boastful words, I gleaned valuable information. It appeared that aliens had indeed disguised themselves as humans, infiltrating human society. While their strength might not be particularly formidable, this made them all the more troublesome to identify and distinguish. Did you investigate the origins of that alien afterward? I inquired, curiosity etched across his face. Why would I bother with that? The Ripper retorted dismissively. If there were truly aliens intent on annihilating Earth, wouldn't that be far more entertaining than this monotonous existence we currently endure? He coughed a few times, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. I fervently wished for extraterrestrial invaders to assault Earth, eradicating everyone in a single stroke. Tell me the information about the alien you killed, and I can guarantee your survival. By Fei, you understood that the adversary had been pierced through the chest. Without the enhancement of the spider core, you would not have withstood for so long. The Ripper sneered derisively. I often tell my prey the same thing. They are terrified of death, and even if they know my words might not be true, they cling to them like a lifeline, compelled to believe. He wore a provocative expression. Do you truly think I am as foolish as they are? Your concern indicates that the information from this alien is of utmost importance to you. A smirk of superiority crept onto his face. If I divulge it, you will undoubtedly die. Conversely, if I refuse to speak, you would hesitate to kill me. With a click, the claw retracted. Above the spider core in his chest, a void appeared, blood gushing forth. The Ripper's face contorted in pain, yet he grew increasingly smug. He had surmised correctly. Not only did this individual dare not kill him, but he would go to any lengths to save his life for the crucial information. Now, possessing leverage, he could toy with his opponent at will. With a snap, the claw shot out, locking onto the Ripper's head, leaving him momentarily stunned. The eyes peering through the gaps of the claw were filled with confusion and terror. A shiver ran down his spine as the breath of death enveloped him, rendering him breathless. Desperately, he sought to halt the foolish act of his adversary. Suddenly, with a soft sound, the Ripper's head was pierced, his eyes gradually losing their luster. His expression, a complex mix of triumph, fear, and disbelief, froze as his body began to soften. I have no idea what you're barking about, Bai Feiyu retorted, exasperated. As a mindless dog on a leash. There was no reason to compromise. Facing such a brazen fool, it was better to eliminate him first. After the Ripper's demise, the spider core in his chest contracted, transforming back into a metallic shard no larger than a palm, adorned with a spider motif. Bai Feiyu effortlessly retrieved it. Name, spider core. Type, equipment, rating. Attributes. Upon activation, physical attributes will receive a significant enhancement, accompanied by several additional special abilities. Description. I am a spider, not merely a pig. Bai Feiyu's face brightened with delight. This marked the first time since becoming a player that he had acquired equipment with attributes beyond divine blessings. And it surpassed his expectations in quality, filling him with joy. The uniqueness of such equipment lies in its ability to be stored in a backpack and traverse between two worlds. Ordinary items, once placed in a backpack, cannot be taken to another realm. Eager to experience the new gear, Bai Feiyu promptly donned the spider core, placing it against his chest where it adhered to his skin. Cool to the touch. Activate. As his thoughts stirred, the core trembled violently, extending several mechanical appendages resembling spider legs, which expanded outward. In an instant, it seemed to transform into a black mechanical spider perched upon his chest. Those spider legs, closely adhering to his skin, radiated warmth as if infusing some form of energy into his body. Bai Feiyu could distinctly perceive the enhancement of his physical attributes. His baseline attributes were already superior to those of an ordinary individual, reaching an impressive level. With the elevation provided by the spider core, they ascended further, attaining an even higher degree. However, in comparison, the disparity remained substantial. Continuously engaging his body, Bai Feiyu meticulously felt the changes. Since activating the cyber blade, his attributes could reach extraordinary levels, allowing him to discern the differences between the two states with clarity. While not entirely worlds apart, there was indeed a significant chasm, unmistakably indicating that they belonged to different tiers. The spider core, aside from enhancing physical capabilities, also bestowed several additional attributes. Firstly, the reconnaissance spider. Akin to the mechanical spiders he had previously observed on the ceiling, could be utilized for surveillance and reconnaissance. Furthermore, it was capable of expelling metallic threads to ensnare adversaries. Secondly, the spider sense attribute heightened Bai Feiyu's awareness of danger, sharpening his reflexes. Thirdly, the metallic threads allowed him to shoot out strands to bind his enemies. Overall, these were not particularly formidable abilities, yet they proved to be quite practical. The only drawback was that this mechanism was not a perpetual motion device. It required power to function, and when the energy was insufficient, it would automatically shut down. However, being solar-powered offered a certain convenience. One could not deny that the Ripper had experienced a stroke of luck by hunting down an alien equipped with such gear. elevating a mere mortal to the status of a deity. Upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. The limitations on the spider core's energy were quite evident, preventing continuous activation. When inactive, it provided no enhancements. Without the support of such a device, the alien was evidently not much stronger than an ordinary human, making its downfall entirely understandable. It was indeed a complex situation. Contemplating the origins of this enigmatic alien, Bai Feiyu rubbed his forehead. Although he had long been aware that a cataclysmic event capable of annihilating the world would not involve only a handful of participants, the intricacies behind the scenes made matters increasingly challenging, leaving him with a sense of helplessness and overwhelming burden. Bai Feiyu had considered collaborating with the government to seek assistance, but that would mean exposing everything prematurely. Such actions could potentially trigger a series of uncontrollable butterfly effects, even hastening the world's demise, unless absolutely necessary. He was unwilling to take that route. A hero is always solitary. While cleaning his own floor, Bai Feiyu couldn't help but reflect. The bodies were relatively easy to handle, simply stuffed into his backpack, effectively making them vanish without a trace. However, the blood and other remnants had to be dealt with personally. As carefree as the slaughter had been, the subsequent cleanup was equally chaotic. As a savior, engaging personally in the disgraceful act of eliminating corpses is truly beneath dignity. Having resolved the situation, Bai Feiyu wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating the necessity of developing a lethal technique that would obliterate his enemies without leaving a trace, thus sparing himself from such troubles. Subsequently, he prepared a delicious meal as a reward for himself. After a brief respite, feeling the time was ripe, he intended to once again transcend his senses and venture to Blue Star, for he had yet to indulge in the latest episode of the show he was following. The series Apocalypse served as a prophetic guide to Bai Feiyu, offering glimpses into the future. With a new episode just released, he was eager to savor its contents and glean vital information. As for the matter concerning Zhang Ran and that individual, it was likely resolved by now. It was improbable that anyone would remain stationed at the same spot. Bai Feiyu's resurrection at this moment felt quite secure. As per usual, he pressed the Transcendence button, and upon gazing at the options before him, a hint of surprise crossed his face. Transcendence, Phase 1, control over the original body. Lifespan consumed, 1 year. Transcendence, Phase 2, control over the original body, partial memories, and abilities. Lifespan consumed, 2 years. It dawned on Bai Feiyu that his recent demise was fundamentally distinct from his prior experiences. His earlier death had occurred within a game, where he had controlled his conscious form. Thus, it was his consciousness that perished. Later, as a bona fide player, he had resurrected in Blue Star utilizing Xiao Bai's body. This time, however, it was Xiao Bai's physical form that had perished, marking a stark contrast. Given the options currently available, it became evident that since he possessed a body, this instance of transcendence would not allow him to resurrect his conscious form in that world. Consequently, he could only revive and control Xiao Bai's body. In other words, it was imperative that he maneuver Xiao Bai's physical form to navigate freely within that realm. The very fact that Transcendence did not resurrect Bai Feiyu's original body opened up a plethora of options. In simpler terms, his own body had previously been nothing more than that of an ordinary individual, akin to a blank slate. It bore no special talents or abilities and could only be resurrected in its unadorned state. In contrast, Xiao Bai's body was quite different. From Bai Feiyu's observations over recent encounters, it was evident that this individual was likely a formidable player. Being a player implied that his original body might possess various divine gifts and unique abilities, far beyond the realm of ordinary existence. Thus, this resurrection presented an additional option, the possibility of expending more of his lifespan to acquire some of the original body's abilities and memories. As for why, upon formally becoming a player, the system aided Xiao Bai in reconstructing a body that was merely ordinary. It was likely due to the resurrection being determined by the strength of the body within the tasked parameters. Bai Feiyu's prowess at that time dictated the strength of the resurrected form, with no room for additional enhancement. In layman's terms, the choice Bai Feiyu faced resembled that of selecting a character in a roguelike game. Should he commence as an ordinary person or as a destined champion? Starting as an ordinary individual would yield a commonplace existence, with nothing beyond what was to be expected. However, commencing as the destined champion would require a financial investment. Chapter 44. After making his choice, a familiar sensation engulfed Bai Feiyu, and darkness enveloped his vision as he plummeted downward. Although it is said that the second-tier supersensitivity requires the sacrifice of 2 years of life to exchange for 1 life, which is a significant improvement over the first-tier sensitivity, he did not hesitate to make his decision. Having learned from previous experiences, Bai Feiyu was acutely aware of the peculiarities of his original self. If he did not actively seek understanding, survival in that world would be exceedingly difficult. This was a lesson steeped in blood. The original self was as aimless as a reincarnated shooting star, oblivious to its purpose. Troublesome matters would present themselves unbidden, without Bai Feiyu needing to seek them out. Consequently, his journey in the Blue Star was fraught with peril, beset by relentless pursuits, leaving him scarcely a moment of freedom to indulge in watching dramas. Of course, Bai Feiyu recognized that the root of all these tribulations stemmed from his own resurrection, more precisely, from the resurrection of Xiaobai. The original self was, after all, a deceased individual, and in the eyes of others, he was regarded as dead. The deceased do not warrant the concern of the living. Even former adversaries would not stoop to the triviality of desecrating a grave. Yet, this dead man had returned to life. Under the influence of the system's power, more and more individuals would eventually awaken to the realization that Xiaobai had not perished. For the ordinary person, this might merely be perceived as a manifestation of the Mandela effect, a mere deviation in memory, with even the cause of Xiaobai's death fading from recollection. However, based on prior experiences, it was evident that the system's power could neither alter nor distort the memories of players. Those who knew Xiaobai could vividly recall that he had indeed died, along with the details of his demise. Thus, upon realizing Xiaobai's resurrection, friends and foes alike were eager to uncover the reasons behind it, repaying kindness with kindness, and vengeance with vengeance. This was precisely why Bai Feiyu found himself embroiled in ceaseless troubles in that world. The most exasperating aspect was that he could not emulate the original self, rendering even the original's friends and family unable to be deceived, transforming them into bitter enemies. If he could not navigate this precarious balance, it seemed unlikely that he would experience even a single day of peace in that world. As his thoughts swirled, Bai Feiyu, feeling himself continue to descend, gradually regained clarity. Where was this place? Gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, he attempted to speak but found himself voiceless. His feet felt weightless, as if treading upon a cloud. A glance downward revealed that he could not see his own body. It was as though he had transformed into a disembodied spirit, freely drifting through the realms. Only upon catching sight of a familiar figure with white hair in the distance did Bai Feiyu realize that he was likely within the memories of the original self. Clearly, the effects of the second-tier supersensitivity enabled him to access fragments of the original's memories. Bai Feiyu could not help but focus intently. The understanding he had gleaned from others about the original self had been overly one-dimensional, oscillating between coldness, tenderness, and cruelty, resembling a fractured personality. He was indeed eager to behold, with his own eyes, what sort of individual his counterpart from a parallel universe truly was. Not far off, a striking figure with snow-white hair, donned in an ostentatious pure white suit, strolled alone along a stone path winding through a grove. The hour was evening, and the bright street lamps flanking the path rendered the surroundings relatively illuminated. Yet, the sight of this solitary figure traversing such a locale seemed somewhat peculiar. Following closely behind, he navigated the winding path, and upon rounding a corner, he was met with a sudden expanse. There stood a lavish villa, encircled by towering walls. Seemingly having reached his destination, the figure made his way directly toward the villa. As he approached the imposing iron gates, several cold-faced security guards emerged from within, appearing intent on questioning him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a series of deafening detonations erupted, the heads of the guards exploding like overripe melons, their blood splattering forth as their headless corpses crumpled to the ground. The unexpected violence startled Bai Feiyu, yet the figure, seemingly amused, allowed a smile to grace his previously tranquil features. Unfazed by the blood that now stained his pristine suit, he continued his leisurely advance toward the villa. Crossing the iron gates, more armed guards rushed forth, attempting to subdue him. Bullets struck him, only to be effortlessly deflected. The familiar scene unfolded once more. Heads bursting without warning, the once pristine courtyard of the villa swiftly devolving into a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The figure's pace remained unhurried as he soon traversed the grand yard and entered the villa. Thud, thud, thud. A middle-aged man with a balding head and a notably affable demeanor hurriedly descended the wooden spiral staircase, his large belly leading the way. He raised his hands, signaling his lack of intent to resist, and donned a forced smile, seemingly attempting to negotiate with this merciless demon. Bang! The figure smiled slightly. Before the man could utter a word, his head exploded. Ah! Simultaneously, an uncontrollable scream echoed from upstairs. With an even broader smile, the figure stepped over the corpse and ascended the staircase at a leisurely pace. Arriving on the second floor, he casually examined each room. Within those chambers, powerless nannies, butlers, and even the household pets were not spared. The once pristine white suit was now nearly drenched in blood. This was unequivocally a one-sided massacre, and even Bai Feiyu found it difficult to bear witness. Breaking through a door, the figure meandered into the master bedroom. There, a well-preserved middle-aged woman stood by the window. Her face contorted in anguish and struggle, tears streaming down her cheeks as she furiously cursed and reviled the demon before her. The figure tilted his head slightly, surprisingly refraining from immediate violence, instead listening with keen interest to her vitriol. With a face full of resolve, the woman suddenly turned and leaped out of the window. Yet in the next moment, an unseen force yanked her back, pinning her against the wall of the bedroom. Following this, the figure raised his hand, and the large bed was abruptly flung aside. A diminutive figure lay curled up, trembling in fear. It was a young and charming girl, presumably the daughter of the middle-aged woman. Otherwise, the woman would not have willingly sacrificed her life to draw the attention of the boy, desperately hoping to protect her. Exposed to the air, the girl's face was etched with panic as she glanced up and caught sight of the middle-aged woman pinned against the wall. Her expression one of pleading directed at the boy. Zhong ran. Bai Feiyu recognized the familiar face of this unfortunate girl immediately. Regrettably, both women in the room had grossly underestimated the cruelty of the white-haired demon before them. The head of the middle-aged woman exploded violently, overwhelmed by fear and despair. Zhong Ran succumbed to a stupor, as if her very soul had been devoured. Tears streamed down her wide-open eyes. The boy raised his hand, gently stroking her head. Surprisingly, Zhong Ran did not meet a wretched fate like others. Her eyes merely rolled back as she slipped into unconsciousness. Just as Bai Feiyu was about to approach for a closer look, the boy suddenly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Bai Feiyu. A look of elation spreading across his face as if he had discovered a new toy. The scene froze, everything before him shattering like glass. Bai Feiyu, momentarily breathless, regained his senses. Compared to the boy from his memories, he realized he was indeed a paragon of virtue. The most chilling thought was that Zhong Ran's most adored idol turned out to be the very boy who had massacred her entire family. Furthermore, recalling that when Bai Feiyu awakened in the hospital, Zhong Ran had mentioned being cursed with poor memory. It was likely a method employed by the boy right after the slaughter. Later, Zhong Ran had joined the Special Security Bureau and fortuitously became the boy's assistant. The truth behind this matter sent chills down his spine. What kind of perverse individual was this? Bai Feiyu could not help but muse. It was fortunate the boy was already dead, for otherwise, he would have posed an insurmountable threat. He silently expressed gratitude to an unnamed hero who had rid the world of such evil. However, having viewed this segment of memory, he finally gleaned a clearer understanding of his former self. This individual was undeniably a quintessential psychopath. The people he had encountered earlier had mostly seen only the facade he had carefully crafted. How was he to masquerade as such a creature? Bai Feiyu felt a headache brewing. The mere thought of adopting the guise of the boy seemed an impossible task of hellish proportions. Gradually awakening from memory, Bai Feiyu blinked, discovering that he had indeed been reborn on the very rooftop where he had previously perished. The rooftop was uneven, marred by numerous dried bloodstains, bearing the scars of battle. It was evident that the one who had occupied this body had put up a desperate fight. As for the outcome, it remained uncertain. The rooftop was now devoid of life. Was this what they termed partial memory? Bai Feiyu's face displayed a hint of discontent. That fragment was hardly a portion of memory. It was but a mere smidgen. The only solace lies in the fact that these memories are not trivial matters such as using the restroom, bathing, or indulging in carnal pleasures. Is it possible that this so-called partial ability is limited to just this? He hastily began to check. Having spent an entire year of his life, it is only fair that he reap some benefits. In the attribute panel's talent list, besides Timid Battle Lizard, there appeared another talent called Chameleon. Is it truly just one? Can this be considered a partial ability? After scrutinizing the attribute panel multiple times, Bai Feiyu could not help but glance at the orb in his palm, cursing its deceptive nature. Return my life. Despite feeling deceived by the text-based game, there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. He could only examine this newly acquired talent. Chameleon, you can freely alter your appearance in the eyes of others. Rating. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Bai Feiyu almost thought he had misread it. An unremarkable attribute paired with an extraordinarily high rating. To put things into perspective, the highest rating he had encountered thus far was for his ability called Cyber Blade Master. The rating of that ability alone was sufficient to elevate his strength to a formidable level. Yet this peculiar ability boasts a terrifying rating. Bai Feiyu found himself at a loss, unable to determine the difference in levels between the two. In his understanding, such an absurdly high-level ability could only be likened to a divine artifact within a game. However, the simplicity of its attributes seemed to bear no resemblance to divinity. Unable to resist, Bai Feiyu decided to put it to the test. It was remarkably convenient, even simpler than customizing a character's appearance in a game. All he had to do was envision a persona in his mind, and to others, he would embody that likeness. It was straightforward and convenient. Yet one could hardly deem it particularly powerful. Why, then, was the rating so exceedingly high? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Feiyu suddenly realized that this ability possessed no usage restrictions whatsoever. Indeed, he could employ it indefinitely. In simple terms, as long as he wished. Others would never behold his true visage throughout their lives. This likely explained why the notorious figure of the White Reaper had never revealed his true identity. No one could perceive his genuine appearance. Furthermore, Bai Feiyu recalled his prosthetic eye. A capability to fabricate a false exterior is most vulnerable to those who can see through illusions, making it easy to unveil hidden truths. The exceptionally high rating of this ability evidently indicates an alarming priority, rendering it nearly impossible to be discerned. A guise that cannot be penetrated and has no usage limitations. With this realization, Bai Feiyu finally grasped the remarkable nature of this ability. Just how formidable was the original's power? To extract such an ability from him is terrifyingly overwhelming. And such an entity has perished? What caliber of adversary does that make his enemies? The most alarming thought was that his nemesis, upon learning of the original's resurrection, might very well come to hunt him down. Suddenly, the rooftop door creaked open. Bai Feiyu's musings were abruptly interrupted as he turned to see a familiar figure emerge. It was none other than Zhang Ran. Chapter 45, In Person, Who Are You? As she gazed at the beautiful girl standing on the edge of the rooftop, Zhang Ran's face betrayed a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing this question, Bai Feiyu felt a sense of relief within. Fortunately, in order to test the effects of Thousand Faces, she had activated her abilities in advance, altering her appearance in the eyes of others. At this moment, she appeared distinctly as a lovely woman before her. This is a public area, isn't it? Bai Feiyu replied nonchalantly. Do I need your permission to come up here and get some fresh air? Such formidable skills in disguise naturally included the ability to mask her voice as well. Although one often risks revealing too much by speaking, remaining silent could arouse even greater suspicion, so she decided to take the initiative. Zhang Ren showed no intention of engaging in a debate, merely casting a glance at her before continuing her search across the rooftop. Bai Feiyu did not leave nor acknowledge her presence. Instead, she stood silently at the edge, her gaze vacant as she contemplated the scenery below. This individual likely would not lower her guard so easily. To depart now would only convey a sense of guilt. Since the other party was completely oblivious to her disguise, Bai Feiyu felt no fear. Zhang Ran meticulously inspected the entire rooftop several times, evidently failing to find what she sought, her face betraying a tinge of disappointment. Have you seen a small pendant up here? She inquired of Bai Feiyu, her tone unexpectedly sincere. It's incredibly important to me. I accidentally dropped it earlier and have searched many places without success. Bai Feiyu silently shook her head, mentally chastising herself for her misfortune. It was likely that the other had lost the item during her previous encounter with the other individual. Searching in locations where she had lingered, unexpectedly, she had crossed paths with the resurrected Bai Feiyu. The only solace was that the other had not witnessed her revival. Otherwise, it would have led to further complications. With a face full of disappointment, Zhang Ran seemed ready to search elsewhere. As she turned to leave, she suddenly recalled something and glanced back, casually asking, "Don't you feel uncomfortable staying here?" Bai Feiyu looked around with a puzzled expression, soon realizing the truth. This battleground was uneven, with patches of dried blood scattered across the ground, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. Remaining here, disguised as a beautiful girl, and lingering without leaving was indeed somewhat illogical. No wonder the other party had not yet abandoned their wariness. I have already endured the most painful experiences. There is nothing in this world that could cause me greater discomfort, Bai Feiyu mused, forcing a bitter smile as she feigned melodrama. Zhang Ran studied her for a moment before stepping closer. As if empathizing with her, she spoke in a warm tone. Though I do not know what you have been through, I too have faced a living hell. During my high school years, my entire family, except for me, fell victim to a deranged individual. She sighed softly. If it weren't for the burning desire for revenge that has sustained me, I would have surely succumbed to despair long ago. Bai Feiyu had just gleaned from his memories the experiences of Zhang Ran. Realizing that individuals like her are most susceptible to empathizing with those who have endured similar struggles, he promptly applied the appropriate remedy, and indeed, it bore fruit. Yet, his heart was not overwhelmed with joy. Rather, he felt a pang of pity for the girl before him. Had he been subjected to the trials depicted in those memories, he might not have exhibited the same fortitude as she did. Have you apprehended that pervert? Bai Feiyu inquired with genuine concern. No, Zhang Ran replied, shaking her head, a bitter smile playing on her lips. Even the person I admired most, who endeavored to help me find that monster, fell victim to him. Bai Feiyu's heart stirred with confusion. If he understood correctly, she implied that Xiaobai had perished at the hands of that family annihilator. However, according to the memories he had previously witnessed, That very monster was unmistakably Xiaobai. It seemed this woman had been ensnared by the machinations of that wretch. Yet, Bai Feiyu could not comprehend the significance of Xiao by employing such tactics, sacrificing himself in a performance aimed at avenging Zhong Ran. It was no wonder Zhong Ran held Xiao Bai in such reverence, viewing him as an untouchable beacon of purity, a sacred entity. If it were merely a ploy to win a woman's heart, Xiao Bai's appearance alone sufficed. From the clandestine videos captured on Zhong Ran's phone, it was evident that she had harbored feelings for Xiao Bai for a considerable time. Even if Xiao Bai had not enacted this charade, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Bai Feiyu struggled to grasp the underlying meaning of it all. In his view, intelligent individuals rarely expend considerable effort on endeavors devoid of purpose. Was it possible that the pervert's thought process was simply unconventional? No, something felt amiss to Bai Feiyu. He scrutinized Zhong Ran intently, a thought crossing his mind. This woman appeared youthful, primarily due to her petite stature and excessively cute visage. However, her personal demeanor and attire were relatively mature, suggesting she was in her 20s. Reflecting on the memories he had seen, Zhong Ran seemed significantly more juvenile. As she had just mentioned, that incident transpired during her high school years. When she was merely a teenager, the Xiaobai he remembered distinctly embodied a youthful appearance. Given that his original self existed in a parallel universe, where time flowed identically, it stood to reason that his age should mirror that of his counterpart. Therefore, if the memories he had encountered were factual, then Xiaobai, during that year, ought to have appeared as a mere adolescent, rather than donning a suit and tie, styled like a mature adult. Why did I perceive that memory from a third person? Omniscient perspective? Bai Feiyu pondered further, contemplating that a first-person viewpoint would be more logical. Memories, in essence, are merely reflections of what one has observed. That which escapes one's sight cannot be vividly retained in the mind. Many scenes from the recent memories he had witnessed were beyond the original self's perception. Surely, it could not be that a fortuitous ability had supplemented the missing fragments, could it? Unless Bai Feiyu has always maintained the perspective of his original self. Like him, the original self acted as a mere observer, witnessing everything firsthand. In light of the recent statement by Zhong Ran, who mentioned that Xiao Bai had been aiding her in the pursuit of that perverse individual, could we then infer that everything seen in the recent memories was, in fact, a reconstruction of the original scene by Xiao by utilizing some extraordinary ability to uncover the flaws of that deviant? Xiao Bai merely inserted himself into the narrative, which is why the reconstructed scene depicted that deviant in his likeness. It is no wonder that the version of him seen in the memories starkly contrasts with the one described by others. The cruel and bloodthirsty pervert is simply not him. Upon this realization, Bai Feiyu came to understand that he had indeed misjudged the original self. The individual was not a deviant at all. In fact, prior descriptions from others regarding Xiao Bai had already provided a clear indication of what kind of person he was. Disguised as a robber, he would adopt the boss's cat. Faced with a pervert who humiliated innocent girls, he was enraged to the point of losing control, taking decisive action to prevent the other from exploiting legal loopholes. When confronted with an innocent little girl, he was gentle and considerate. In the presence of Zhong Ran, he was willing to risk his life to help her pursue the monstrous perpetrator behind the massacre of her family. This was clearly a benevolent and kind-hearted individual. Coupled with an impeccable visage, he resembled a protagonist from an anime, which undoubtedly attracted the affections of many women. The only lamentable aspect is that if Bai Feiyu's supposition is correct, the original self most likely perished in the quest for truth, falling victim to the very monster that annihilated Zhong Ran's family. Otherwise, Bai Feiyu would not have had the opportunity to be reborn in his body. In stark contrast, Bai Feiyu, with his simplistic, coarse demeanor and frivolous attitude, bears no resemblance to the original self. It is little wonder that everyone familiar with the original self can easily see through him. Thus, Bai Feiyu has finally relinquished any grievances regarding that segment of the original self's memories. Although brief, it was remarkably pivotal. It not only enlightened him about the nature of the original self, but, most importantly, it unveiled the greatest trouble he might encounter in this world. That monster who exterminated Zhong Ran's entire family had already killed Xiao Bai. Once aware of Bai Feiyu's existence, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly pursue him with relentless fervor. The powerful original self was no match for that adversary, and now, Bai Feiyu stands no chance at all. He must exercise caution, should that fiend apprehend him. The consequences would be dire. Observing Bai Feiyu lost in contemplation, Zhong Ran continued, "In this world, all the individuals I care about are gone. I have contemplated ending my own life countless times. Yet, I cannot resign myself to such a fate. If I cannot witness the day that monster meets his demise, I shall not rest in peace. I absolutely refuse to die." She sighed softly, reflecting on the desire to live in this world. It merely requires a single reason. You might consider searching for that reason, she added, turning to Bai Feiyu. If you find none, I respect your choice. Having spoken, Zhong Ran turned and departed from the rooftop. Such gentleness, it brought me to tears, Bai Feiyu mused inwardly. Though I wonder if he would still retain such tenderness upon seeing my true self. He had no intention of lingering any longer. Concerned that Zhong Ran had not strayed far, he chose not to make a grand exit with his grappling hook, instead opting to descend through the rooftop door like an ordinary person. Entering the corridor, he proceeded slowly down the staircase. To his surprise, he soon encountered a young man, appearing to be around 30, ascending the stairs. The corridor was rather narrow, and upon noticing Bai Feiyu, the gentleman graciously leaned against the wall, smiling and gesturing for him to pass, thus allowing ample space. This was largely due to the effect of Bai Feiyu's thousand faces. To the outside world, he undeniably resembled a strikingly beautiful woman. As for the art of facial manipulation, Bai Feiyu was not particularly adept. Therefore, the image he had crafted in his mind was entirely modeled after a female celebrity from Earth. Her beauty and figure were beyond reproach. Had he been in the guise of a burly man, the gentleman likely would not have exhibited such courtesy. Bai Feiyu chose to remain silent, gliding past the man without a word. The young man continued his ascent, unhurried. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu sensed something amiss. He paused, turning to gaze at the man's leisurely retreating figure. Why did he feel such an uncanny familiarity? He was certain he had never met this individual. Yet an indescribable sense of recognition washed over him, which felt distinctly peculiar. Unable to resist, he scrutinized the man's silhouette, clad in a particularly flamboyant dark green suit. Even his shoes were impeccably clean. His gait exuded a nonchalant elegance, as if the sky could collapse and he would remain entirely unfazed. This sensation reminded Bai Feiyu of the earlier memories of Xiaobai. It was as if he possessed complete mastery over everything, capable of dispatching anyone with the utmost ease. Could it be mere coincidence? A chill ran down Bai Feiyu's spine. No, it was not chance. His eyes widened. This man was indeed seeking me. Just imagine. That perverse individual must surely have learned of Xiaobai's resurrection and would come to investigate. Furthermore, the rooftop was clearly the last place Bai Feiyu had occupied. For both emotional and logical reasons, the man would undoubtedly come to check it out. It was somewhat fortuitous that their paths had crossed. His heart raced uncontrollably as he turned and hastily descended the stairs. Of course, Bai Feiyu was not entirely certain. After all, he had never truly encountered that deranged killer. At best, he had only witnessed scenarios conjured by Xiaobai. While it was possible that Xiaobai had indeed located the true form of that fiend through the simulated scenes, he was not Xiaobai. Everything was merely instinct and conjecture on his part. Bai Feiyu did not entertain the notion of verifying his suspicions, nor did he dare to exhibit any signs of distress. Who knew what strange tactics that man might possess? Regardless of whether his assumptions were accurate or not, he resolved to evade the situation for the time being. If one were to be targeted by such an entity, it would be futile to seek refuge even in a cesspool. Excuse me, miss, could you spare a moment? A sudden voice echoed, catching Bai Feiyu off guard. Turning around, he beheld a man clad in a deep green suit, who had appeared behind him unannounced, wearing a smile that seemed oddly inviting. Chapter 46. The villain falls for me. His heart skipped a beat, yet Bai Feiyu maintained a serene facade as he retorted. Is there something you need? My apologies, I merely thought you looked somewhat familiar, the man replied with remarkable politeness, his curiosity piqued. Are you not that star who frequently appears in television dramas? What was your name again? He scratched his temple, as if struggling to recall. Bai Feiyu silently cursed his misfortune. If only I had known, I wouldn't have transformed into Doraba Dilmarat, though he had become a celebrity of Earth. It was not surprising to encounter a parallel existence in Blue Star with a similar appearance. He had not considered such ramifications when he initially transformed, as it was merely the capricious whim of a child. Who could have foreseen the consecutive troubles that would ensue? I am not a celebrity. You must have mistaken me for someone else. His thoughts racing, Bai Feiyu's expression remained largely unchanged, adopting an air of indifference. For him, embodying the persona of an aloof goddess was not particularly challenging. After all, he had seen enough to recognize the absurdity of the situation. My apologies. Perhaps I have misidentified you. The man continued to exude gentlemanly charm, his demeanor warm and apologetic, a stark contrast to the murderous psychopath he had anticipated. He adjusted his tie, revealing a quintessential smile. May I invite you for a cup of coffee? Consider it a gesture of atonement. What a ridiculous scenario. Bai Feiyu's eye twitched slightly. It was evident that the only expression that could encapsulate his current feelings was that of sheer exasperation. After all, his initial impression of the man was merely a pretext for a pickup line. How cliché. He could hardly believe he had not recognized such an obvious ploy. Typically, Bai Feiyu was the one initiating the advances. Today marked his first experience as the pursued, a disorienting reversal of roles that left him feeling woefully inexperienced. Currently, Bai Feiyu was undoubtedly confronted with one of the most terrifying situations of his life, perhaps even more so than the threat of the villain wishing to kill him. For what was truly terrifying was the prospect of the villain desiring him in a more intimate manner. It was not the man's fault for being so unnaturally charming. Rather, it was the allure of Dilraba Dilmarat that had ensnared him. If I had known, I would have transformed into Malzahar instead. Regret washed over Bai Feiyu. But it was too late for second thoughts. Gazing at the expectant figure before him, a chill ran down his spine. There was no possibility of acquiescence. To lose his life was one thing, but to compromise his virtue was another. To preserve his chastity. This aloof goddess must continue to play her role. I'm afraid I have pressing matters to attend to. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. In an effort to prevent provoking the man, he endeavored to make his refusal sound courteous. With that, he adopted an air of reluctance to continue the conversation and turned to depart. Facing away from such a presence allowed him to fully grasp the terror of the situation. He could not see the man's expression, could not fathom his intentions, nor discern what he might do next. Was he wearing a sinister grin? Or had he already raised his hand, poised to unleash a deadly move? An unknown sense of dread enveloped him, akin to a colossal ice block being forcefully rubbed against the skin of his back. After a piercing chill, the numb skin gradually lost its sensation. A prickling discomfort coursed through Bai Feiyu, his scalp tingling, heart racing uncontrollably. He feared that the man might, in a fit of rage, resort to violence as he had in his memories. It felt as if a ticking time bomb resided within his mind, with every step he took. He had to reassure himself that his head had not exploded. Having descended a floor, Bai Feiyu's head remained intact, and he exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Unable to resist, he turned his head to glance back, only to discover that the man was hauntingly close, observing him with a penetrating gaze. "Why are you following me?" he stammered, half in jest, retreating a few steps in trepidation. "I merely sense an aura of fear emanating from you," the man replied, his unwavering stare piercing through the depths of Bai Feiyu's concealed apprehensions. "You appear to be quite afraid of me." The reputation of the Thousand Faces rank was not unfounded. Even this man could not see through the faade. Unfortunately, he could perceive the fear lurking within others, having keenly detected Bai Feiyu's unease. Indeed, as a mindless pawn, he should not have overthought the situation. Bai Feiyu chastised himself internally. Had he not witnessed that memory, revealing the man's cruelty and perversion, nor discerned the hidden truth behind it? Understanding the man's formidable nature and intentions, they would have merely brushed past each other like strangers, and Bai Feiyu would not have shown any signs of weakness. Ultimately, this was the consequence of knowing too much. I have encountered far too many individuals cloaked in tailored suits, masquerading as gentlemen while being nothing more than beasts in disguise. With a shift in his thoughts, Bai Feiyu launched into a vehement tirade. "Only through genuine interaction do I realize the darkness lurking beneath the hypocritical exterior of a man like you." Channeling the melodrama of his memories, he portrayed himself as a woman deeply wounded by a scoundrel, asserting, "I am not merely afraid of you. I find all men like you, who wear a facade of righteousness, utterly repulsive." The gentleman in the suit seemed to sense Bai Feiyu's deep-seated prejudice against men of his ilk. He adjusted his tie, maintaining an air of composure. "What is happening here?" Just then, a familiar figure ascended from below. It was Zhang Ran, returning from her errand, her brow furrowed, hands tucked into her pockets, scrutinizing the man in the suit. Though her stature was somewhat petite, she radiated a formidable presence. Bai Feiyu instantly felt as though he had found salvation, retreating behind Zhang Ran. Adopting a demeanor of a frightened woman as he quietly complained, "He is persistently pestering me, insisting that I join him for coffee." Zhang Ran regarded the man in the suit with an icy demeanor. Perhaps due to the trauma from the massacre, she could not recognize him, her gaze reflecting that of an ordinary stranger. The man, encountering Zhang Ran, wore a somewhat amused expression. "My apologies, it was merely a misunderstanding." He raised his hands in a gesture of peace, smiling as he stepped back and quickly made his way upstairs. Believing that this individual might unleash a massacre, Bai Feiyu felt a slight sense of relief. He could not fathom the twisted thoughts of such a perverse mind. "It's all right now. You should leave. Please don't let despair consume you," Zhang Ran gently consoled, as if sensing the earlier unease emanating from that man, and hastily ascended the staircase behind him. "Do not seek trouble with him. Be cautious." Bai Feiyu couldn't help but utter a few warnings, but received no response. The petite figure swiftly vanished at the end of the corridor. He was acutely aware of the truth that when celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. With his current capabilities, attempting to spectate and seize an opportunity was nothing short of courting death. Silently wishing Zhang Ran well, Bai Feiyu did not linger and hurriedly descended the stairs. During his departure, he utilized his ability, Thousand Faces, to alter his appearance several times, wary of retribution from that man later. Exiting the corridor, he stepped onto the main road. Instinctively, he glanced up at the top floor before turning to leave. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled, followed by a dull thud behind him. Bai Feiyu turned back to witness the once vibrant and lively figure of Zhong Ran lying motionless in a pool of blood, resembling a discarded rag doll. Blood splattered everywhere, and her beautiful round face was devoid of color. The lower half of her body had been severed cleanly, a grotesque sight. Chapter 47. The pendant not far away. A few scattered passers-by, upon encountering such a gruesome and horrifying scene, screamed in terror as they fled, some retching in fear. Others frantically dialing their phones to report the incident. Unlike the panic exhibited by the other onlookers, Bai Feiyu felt a pang of pity for Zhong Ran in her current state. It was precisely because he had glimpsed her past in his memories that he could more profoundly empathize with her suffering. This world has always been unjust. The triumph of righteousness over evil is ultimately a mere plot device in films. This girl had finally confronted her long-dreamed-of nemesis. Yet the reality was far from the fairy tale she had envisioned. Bai Feiyu raised his gaze. Above, on the edge of the rooftop, a figure clad in a dark green suit looked down, watching everything unfold below. This man was smiling, seemingly deriving pleasure from the spectacle. A cold and cruel expression that matched the memories he recalled. In the blink of an eye, that figure vanished from sight. Bai Feiyu's attention returned to Zhong Ran. An ordinary person would undoubtedly succumb to such horrific injuries instantly. However, as a player endowed with formidable strength, she still retained a flicker of life. Yet, it was merely a matter of willpower. Her strength was waning, and she could not hold on for long. Shaking his head, Bai Feiyu turned and fled swiftly. As Zhong Ran's gaze dimmed little by little, Bai Feiyu returned to her side once more, this time transforming into the likeness of Dilraba Domarat. "Is this the pendant you have long sought?" he asked, half squatting as he extended his hand, revealing a pendant adorned with a transparent, petite crystal orb that dangled gracefully. Under the sun's glow, the crystal orb shimmered and swayed. Within Zhong Ran's gradually fading eyes, a spark of vitality flickered once more. However, she gently shook her head. Even at this moment, how could you remain so lucid? Bai Feiyu wore an expression of helplessness. He was acutely aware that what he held was not the object she sought. It was merely something he had hastily procured from a roadside 2-yuan shop. Earlier, on the rooftop, Zhong Ran had mentioned searching for a pendant of particular significance to her, yet she had not described its appearance. Nonetheless, Bai Feiyu recalled having seen a delicately crafted glass or pendant hanging around Zhong Ran's neck, likely a gift from her family. After their tragic demise, it had become her sole source of solace, a treasured possession she carried with her. It was lost during an unfortunate encounter while evading pursuers, which explained her relentless search in places she had once frequented. Given the circumstances, Bai Feiyu knew he could not possibly locate that pendant. He could only settle for finding a similar item at the 2-yuan shop, hoping it would provide her some comfort in her final moments. That was all he could do. Although Zhong Ran's voice was faint and weak, she mustered the strength to grasp the crystal orb, a serene smile gracing her face, which warmed Bai Feiyu's heart. Yet in the next instant, his smile faltered. He discerned a glimmer of cunning in the expression of this dying woman before him. "Thank you, Bai Feiyu," Zhong Ran said. Her gaze fixed on the beautiful woman before her, a sly smile emerging on her lips. Her broken form transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the air. "Farewell." Along with the pendant, she vanished entirely. Bai Feiyu stood frozen in place, suddenly realizing that she was the leader of the Special Security Bureau. What was the Special Security Bureau? An organization of players under national control. How could a high-ranking player within such an institution lack means of self-preservation? In an instant, Bai Feiyu turned and fled with all his might. He was unaware of what self-pity he was indulging in. Others were entirely unaffected. "You truly are a fool." As he dashed away, he slapped his own face in frustration. Although Bai Feiyu had deliberately transformed into his rooftop appearance, how could Zhong Ran, with her sharp intellect, not realize he had never mentioned the pendant's appearance? In a fleeting moment, she had unraveled the true identity of the beautiful woman before her. Bai Feiyu's earlier plan to slip away had now been utterly foiled. What was he thinking as a mere fool, engaging in such trivial cleverness? He continually reflected upon himself, questioning why he felt the need to play games with others. After all, just a few days ago, he had been an ordinary university graduate. Ultimately, he could not extinguish his humanity. He retained a core of kindness within him. Unable to bear witnessing the suffering of the original's friends, he had acted as he did. Meanwhile, in a distant realm known as Magic City, within a special room, starlight coalesced into the form of a petite and adorable figure. Zhong Ran abruptly opened her eyes, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. In the room, another girl witnessed this scene, her eyes widening in surprise as she rushed forward with concern. "Leader, your avatar has been killed?" "Yes." Zhang Ran nodded, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was chillingly fierce. Yet a hint of a smile graced his face. But it mattered not. I have finally located that scoundrel. Captain, do you mean you have found that nemesis? Another girl exclaimed, her face brimming with delight. It's him, without a doubt. Zhang Ran's eyes sharpened as he gazed out the window. The sensation so intense it would linger even in death. His piercing stare seemed capable of slicing through the air, targeting the suited man far off in Shanqing. That is splendid, Captain. You can finally exact your revenge. The girl beside him appeared even more jubilant than if she had discovered her own adversary. On the verge of tears from excitement. What is this? However, her emotions were fleeting, quickly diverted by the object in Zhang Ran's hand. He lifted the crystal pendant he clutched tightly. Captain, could this be the heirloom your mother left you? The girl scrutinized it closely, although it bore some resemblance. It seemed too cheap, akin to a low-quality imitation picked up from a street vendor. Cheap. Zhang Ran chuckled dismissively, draping it around his neck. But I cherish it. In a frantic escape, Bai Feiyu transformed his appearance over 100 times. If he managed to locate him again, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Once he settled down, he finally remembered his primary task. Finding a safe haven, he began watching the latest episode of the series Doomsday. Although it was intended to glean information about the impending catastrophe, indulging in the drama was undeniably a source of joy and tranquility. Especially with the faceless providing a sense of security, comfort enveloped him. Cracking sunflower seeds and sipping cola while engrossed in an engaging show marked a rare moment of respite for Bai Feiyu in this world. Chapter 48. I demand a faster update. The last time Bai Feiyu watched the third episode, the plot revolved around a group of survivors who reached the villa of Zhangqing, only to fall into a trap laid by a horde of shadowy figures, resulting in significant casualties and a chaotic escape. However, today's fourth episode did not continue the preceding narrative. Instead, it shifted focus to a parallel storyline in the city of survivors. This dual narrative technique is commonly employed in many dramas. Yet, for viewers like Bai Feiyu, who were left hanging by the cliffhanger of the previous episode, the eagerness to discover the fate of those survivors was palpable. Ultimately, being deprived of the anticipated storyline led to inevitable complaints. Must you leave us in such a critical moment? The interruption is truly vexing. He grumbled indignantly. Likening it to the frustrations of reading poorly written novels, the tendency to irritate was all too familiar. Despite his grievances, Bai Feiyu attentively watched the fourth episode. This installment focused on another character's storyline, a boy named Fengyan, around 15 or 16 years old. Born in the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had endured immense suffering. Appearing frail and malnourished, his entire family perished in the calamity, leaving him as the sole survivor. Like a rat in the sewers, he subsisted in the utopian city of survivors. One day, while aimlessly wandering the streets in search of ways to earn money, Fengyan unexpectedly encountered a once-beloved friend. For nearly half a year, my dear friend had been missing, and I once harbored the grim suspicion that he had perished. Today, however, a fortuitous encounter filled me with uncontainable joy. I approached Fengyan with warmth, yet he regarded me with an expression of complete unfamiliarity. Regardless of my attempts to engage him, he resolutely denied any recognition. Doubt began to creep in. Had I mistaken him for someone else? Yet, the resemblance was uncanny. He looked exactly like my friend and appeared to be of a similar age. Could such a coincidence truly exist? Overwhelmed by confusion, I, born in the apocalypse, was never one to shy away from confrontations. After he departed, I stealthily followed him. To my astonishment, I discovered that he was, in fact, an alien masquerading as my friend. In my previous conversations with a group of ruffians, I had heard tales of such beings, known as shapeshifters. These aliens, infamous for being predators, fed on humans, reveling in their enslavement and raising them like livestock for sustenance. Moreover, they possessed a unique ability. Upon consuming a human, they could assume their form. Realizing this, I concluded that my friend had undoubtedly fallen victim to the shapeshifter, and an overwhelming desire for vengeance surged within me. However, despite their physical capabilities being only marginally superior to those of humans, these shapeshifters wielded an extraordinary form of black technology, allowing them to harness the genetic traits of other creatures to gain remarkable powers temporarily. The butcher I had encountered previously had likely killed such a shapeshifter. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in my mind. I seized the spider core I had previously confiscated, recognizing it as their exclusive means of black technology. Everything seemed to align perfectly. Simultaneously, in the narrative, Fengyan, unafraid and brimming with youthful vigor, was determined to avenge his friend, showing no trepidation towards the shapeshifter. Given the secluded nature of the predator's hideout, he feared that if he sought assistance, the creature might escape. Thus, he devised a modest plan, employing a clever ruse to confront the alien alone. Yet, to his dismay, he was unmasked and found himself ensnared in a perilous situation on the brink of becoming prey. The fourth episode concluded at this juncture. To learn of the unfolding events, one must await the release of the fifth episode the following Sunday. I knew it. White Feiyu remarked, munching on sunflower seeds, his expression one of exasperation as he scrolled through the comments section, inundated with pleas for updates. Did such requests truly hold any weight? He pondered. Logically, the production team would prioritize airing episodes based on viewer response, and if the feedback was fervent enough, perhaps they might even expedite the release of 1 or 2 additional episodes. Furrowing his brow, he lamented that even an extra episode each week was far too slow. While White Feiyu could afford to wait, the Earth might not be so fortunate. If each week yielded only scan information, who knew if the world he inhabited had already fallen to the aliens? Updates. I yearned for a deluge of new content. White Feiyu found himself increasingly restless. The slow updates of the novel were intolerable, and even sending blades to the author's home proved futile, as the author lacked a backlog of material. He pondered. Why not confront the director directly? An idea sparked within him. He could merely place a knife to his throat and demand to view the entire series. Why wait for updates when he could behold the grand finale at once? With this thought, White Feiyu eagerly turned to the internet for information. He discovered that Doomsday was not produced episodically, but rather as a complete series of 20 episodes, all filmed in advance. Opening Dubon, a renowned film review site on Blue Star, he sought to learn more about the director of this series. To his astonishment, upon accessing the show's page and examining the cast list, he found the director's name listed as unknown. Staring at the blank avatar next to those 2 perplexing characters, he was at a loss for words. How could a series be created when the director remains an enigma? The cast list was equally confounding, filled with unknown actor entries. At first glance, White Feiyu wondered if his internet connection had faltered and failed to refresh. The character list featured only a scant few with actual names and images. It dawned on him that the closing credits of the show appeared unlike any he had seen on Earth, lacking the usual acknowledgments of actors and directors. Was this not peculiar? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Perhaps this was a distinctive trait of Blue Star's cinematic offerings? A quick online search confirmed that this was indeed a unique characteristic. It was said that some actors, preferring a more authentic experience, shunned the limelight of the entertainment industry. They opted solely to act, eschewing promotional activities altogether. These individuals relished the process of filmmaking and the compensation it provided, yet wished to remain anonymous, with many not even disclosing their real names, rendering them nearly impossible for paparazzi to track. People had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. White Feiyu found the situation intriguing yet perplexing. Surely, the streaming platform would possess the series source material. However, he struggled to navigate the complexities involved, realizing that attempting to pursue this avenue would be exceedingly challenging and cumbersome. Thus, he focused his attention on the few actors who had revealed their true identities. If he could procure the contact information of the director or producer through them, subsequent endeavors would become significantly simpler. In his quest for stardom, White Feiyu tirelessly scoured the internet, selecting suitable targets for his pursuit. Being an ardent fan proved to be no easy task. The plethora of disorganized information left him dizzy, and he rubbed his temples in exasperation. Particularly vexing were the fan accounts online that, in discussing celebrities, favored using initials. Many names shared the same initials, necessitating extensive cross-referencing to ascertain whether he was indeed seeking the right individual. The headache was real. After laboriously sifting through information for over an hour, White Feiyu felt his head might explode. Yet, fortune favored the diligent. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a promising lead. In the official blog of the series Doomsday, a new revelation emerged. Such official accounts typically release behind-the-scenes footage and teasers during the airing of the series to generate some buzz. White Feiyu clicked on it and was immediately greeted by an enticing preview video. Upon viewing the comments, he realized it was a teaser for the 5th episode. Initially, the series had no individual episode previews, but it seems the fervent pleas from fans prompted a hastily produced preview to satisfy the audience's curiosity. The teaser lasted a mere 30 seconds, yet it was not the typical perfunctory snippet from the next episode, but rather a thoughtfully edited montage that underscored Feng's perilous situation. Within this brief 30 seconds, a considerable amount of information was conveyed. It became apparent that although Feng found himself in grave danger, he, endowed with the protagonist's aura, would ultimately turn the tide in his favor. Remarkably, he even managed to seize the hound core possessed by a shapeshifter. Unexpectedly, another shapeshifter was on his trail. With that, the preview concluded. At this juncture, White Feiyu suddenly realized something significant. Given that these shapeshifters possessed advanced technology capable of creating biological cores, it was highly likely they had installed tracking devices within them to prevent such artifacts from falling into the hands of outsiders. Retrieving the spider core into his backpack, He resolutely acted without hesitation. Seeking a secure spot, Bai Feiyu chose to return. The butcher might have merely been fortunate, temporarily evading the grasp of his shapeshifter accomplices. Alternatively, he could have already been marked by other shapeshifters. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness, unable to see even his own hand. Thud. Instinctively, Bai Feiyu attempted to spring up, only to collide with the metallic ceiling above, producing a muffled sound. Drawing in a sharp breath, he rubbed his forehead. With his other hand, he explored his surroundings, discovering he was confined in a small, dark enclosure. It resembled a metal box, akin to a coffin prepared specifically for him. Accompanied by a peculiar sound emanating from outside, the entire metal box trembled slightly. Was he perhaps in a moving vehicle? How absurd. They have literally packed me up and taken me away. Bai Feiyu thought, exuding a sense of resignation. It appeared this individual, much like him, preferred not to consume food in the establishment, but rather wished to savor it at home. Of course, it was also possible, as depicted in the series, that shapeshifters enjoyed raising humans like livestock, waiting for them to grow plump before indulging. An even more dreadful possibility loomed: those aliens might be in need of a breeding male, intending to take him back for that purpose. However, these were merely matters of concern for ordinary people. Bai Feiyu, after all, was somewhat exceptional. Most likely, the aliens had traced the signal of the spider core, following it to the butcher's location. Yet, the butcher had been dealt with by him. The spider core had been returned to his backpack, transported to another realm. With the shapeshifters losing the signal, they infiltrated Bai Feiyu's home, only to find him alone, peacefully sleeping in his bed. Searching every inch of his body, he found no trace of the spider core. Unable to rouse Bai Feiyu, he was undoubtedly aware of the peculiar nature of the situation. Resigned, he decided to take the package with him, intending to examine it slowly once he returned to a safe haven. Squinting, Bai Feiyu rubbed his arm where a dull pain lingered, a wound adorned with dried blood. It seemed his suspicions were not unfounded. The predator had indeed attempted to awaken him during his slumber. Unfortunately, the device was merely an unthinking extension, not a wise companion, and could offer him no warning, no hint whatsoever. Had Bai Feiyu been even slightly delayed in his awareness, the consequences could have been dire. This time, it was merely a cut on his hand. Next time, it could very well be his throat. Though the environment felt constrictive and oppressive, he refrained from hastily breaking free from the metallic confines. Since those creatures relished takeout, he saw no reason not to accompany them home and deliver a small shock from Earth to these extraterrestrial beings. Earthlings are far more complex than one might assume. Listening intently to the sounds outside, Bai Feiyu settled into a comfortable position, retrieved his phone from his backpack, silenced it, and engaged in a mobile game. Such a valuable item, he had wisely kept it secured within his bag. He surmised that his captor had not discovered this essential tool of modernity, leaving them somewhat bewildered. After a bumpy ride of approximately half an hour, the vehicle came to a halt, and the outside world grew noticeably quieter. The fat cat nestled in his arms. Bai Feiyu gently stroked it, patiently awaiting the next development. He felt the box being lifted and moved, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. The individuals handling him had likely traversed several minutes when, with a loud thud, the metal box was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The impact left Bai Feiyu's backside tingling, while his murderous intent intensified. With a sharp click, the box opened, allowing light to flood in. Chapter 49, The Land Knight. The Songhua Breeding Farm. Situated on the outskirts of Star City, nestled against verdant mountains, surrounded by desolation. Under the cloak of night, scattered lights flickered, amplifying the solitude. Inside one of the animal enclosures, several antiquated light bulbs hung from above, casting a dim, yellowish glow, while mosquitoes buzzed around the light, creating a bothersome drone. A long corridor stretched from one end of the facility to the other, flanked by small compartments, each enclosed by cement walls over a meter high. These stalls, originally intended for raising pigs and sheep, reeked of a persistent foul odor and were littered with filth. At this moment, however, they imprisoned individuals, heads drooping, faces ashen. Shackled like livestock by chains affixed to the walls, they were grimy and accompanied by greasy, repulsive food bowls. Approximately a dozen individuals, men, women, and children, were present. Their mouths remained unbound, yet silence reigned. Some among them had previously attempted to call for help, having witnessed the grim fate that befell those who did, becoming mere sustenance for the flesh-eating monsters. More terrifying than being reduced to mere livestock is the horrifying reality that these monsters, after consuming humans, can transform into the likeness of their victims. It is unimaginable what these fiends might do while assuming the identities of the deceased. The mere thought sends shivers down one's spine. During their captivity, others have visited this breeding ground, each time harboring a glimmer of hope. Yet, each time, that hope is shattered in the most brutal of fashions. These creatures possess inhuman strength. Not even the ordinary individual, let alone a police force, would stand a chance against them. An atmosphere of despair looms over the entire facility. Every face reflects a lifeless pallor, resembling a group of condemned prisoners awaiting their fate, or pitiful lambs led to slaughter. Yet, there exists one exception. A young man with a crew cut, exuding a refreshing and sunny disposition. Unlike the others, whose eyes are hollow and dim, his gaze remains resolute. Though merely a rookie officer, Sun Tong's willpower far exceeds that of the average person. In the face of such dire circumstances, he remains undaunted. His determination unwavering as he tirelessly seeks a means of escape. Recently, Star City has been plagued by a spate of disappearances, and upon investigation, the police discovered an unsettling aura surrounding the cases. Progress has been dismally slow, and the number of missing persons continues to rise. The Star City Police Department has taken this matter seriously, establishing a special task force to uncover the rampant criminal syndicate behind these events. As a newcomer to the police force, Sun Tong, filled with fervor, unfortunately lacks the experience to be entrusted with significant responsibilities and was not included in the task force. Unable to partake in the investigation, his strong sense of justice compels him to venture out alone in the sparsely populated areas of Star City under the cover of night. Undeterred by danger, one might say he is either incredibly fortunate or woefully unfortunate, for he unexpectedly encounters a kidnapper. It is the first time he feels that his once prized physical prowess and combat skills seem somewhat laughable in the face of such inhuman capabilities. Even when confronted by armed assailants, fear does not grip him. Yet, these beings are anything but human. The outcome is evident. Sun Tong becomes one of the captives. Uncertain whether the distress signal he sent before being captured had any effect, he can only brace for the worst and contemplate his next move. At that moment, a noise emanates from outside the facility, prompting Sun Tong to cease his furtive actions and cautiously peer out from his hiding place. He observes a towering figure entering, carrying an enormous metal box over a meter tall. With a thud, the figure carelessly drops the metal box onto the ground. The dull sound indicates its substantial weight, likely requiring immense effort for an ordinary person to lift. However, the ease with which this imposing figure handled it exudes a sense of effortless strength. Sun Tong's gaze fixates on the bulging muscles of the figure's chest, where a mechanical tiger face is emblazoned, exuding an aura of dominance. He distinctly recalled that the creature that had previously abducted him bore a resemblance to this one, albeit with a mechanical leopard's visage instead of a tiger's. It seemed plausible that this might be the source of these monsters' powers, akin to some form of technological prowess. Sun Tong speculated that these creatures could potentially be extraterrestrial beings. His gaze wandered to the metallic box, and a flicker of perplexity arose within him. Surely this must be a new victim they had captured? Yet, was it not customary for them to brazenly drag people here like livestock? His face was a canvas of confusion, pondering the reason for this peculiar treatment. Was this individual of significant importance? The towering figure, oblivious to the timid onlookers, engaged in a brief exchange of glances with the two guards stationed nearby before gradually opening the metallic box. Positioned at the entrance of the factory, not far from Sun Tong's quarters, the figure's actions were clearly visible to him as he craned his neck slightly. Upon opening the box, the previously expressionless face of the figure revealed a hint of astonishment. With a disconcerting sound that sent chills down the spine, a crimson laser, as thick as a bowl, shot forth from the box. The towering figure had no time to react. In an instant, his head was disintegrated, leaving behind a headless body that stood frozen in place. The abducted individuals, peering cautiously, were struck dumb by the horrifying spectacle, with some inadvertently letting out gasps. Many among them had first-hand experience of the terror that this figure inspired. Now, witnessing him perish without warning before their eyes, the impact was beyond their capacity to articulate. Do you extraterrestrial beings possess no sense of decorum? A boisterous and decidedly displeased voice emerged as a figure rose from the metallic box. The crowd could clearly discern the sleek, sci-fi black armor that cloaked his form, subtly glinting with a metallic sheen. He resembled a futuristic warrior from a science fiction film, exuding an aesthetic that was both minimalist and imposing. Had it not been for the youthful and casual tone emanating from within the armor, the onlookers might have instinctively felt a surge of dread. Yet, amidst their despair, a flicker of hope ignited on their grim faces, largely due to the affable manner of speech from the figure clad in black. It evoked a sense of kinship, or rather, a feeling of camaraderie. Chapter 50, Devastation with a Swift Kick, by Feiyu sent the headless corpse sprawling. As the creature succumbed to death, its body transformed into a blue-skinned, blue-blooded humanoid entity. Defeated shapeshifter, rewards, 1. Experience points, 20. 2. Time, 10 hours. Such bountiful rewards. Bai Feiyu's eyes brightened. Currently at level 3. He required a hefty 2,000 experience points to advance. The experience gained from defeating the alpha dogs had become woefully meager. Earlier, he had even considered having Zhang Qing, the hefty fellow, produce alpha dogs in a frenzy to level up through sheer numbers. Regrettably, the large-scale production of this entity is susceptible to scrutiny. Thus, the two individuals can only engage in clandestine, small-scale development. After such a lengthy period, they have managed to fabricate merely a few dozen, all of which have been squandered by Bai Feiyu. By the time the next batch of chives ripens, the world will have cooled, and Bai Feiyu can no longer rely on it. Unexpectedly, a new treasure has been discovered here. The wealth of experience offered by the shapeshifters is so abundant that defeating 100 of them would suffice to elevate him to level 4. It would be a disservice to not uproot these creatures, considering their meticulous efforts to present themselves. What could be more exhilarating than uncovering a new dungeon? The gloom within him dissipated, and Bai Feiyu could not suppress his elation. In stark contrast to his joy, the onlooker, Sun Tong, appeared more focused and tense. Noticing the dark figure had become motionless, the other two monstrous companions within the factory launched their assault. Without a second thought for his own predicament, he shouted a warning, "Beware of the left." The two guardians of the factory comprised a tall, slender man and a stout woman. The tall man bore a mechanical serpent face on his chest, with several mechanical snakes coiling at his feet. He took the initiative, swiftly twisting his body to attack the dark silhouette. Simultaneously, he grinned, revealing two sharp mechanical fangs as he charged forward. The stout woman had a mechanical dog head on her chest, her muscular arms and thighs propelling her with astonishing speed as she lunged ahead. The dark figure remained motionless, accompanied by a familiar, spine-chilling sound as a laser beam shot out at an angle. The woman, who had rushed forward, met the same fate as the towering man. Her head instantaneously disintegrated. Her body, propelled by inertia, lunged towards the target, which the dark figure effortlessly evaded. From his vantage point, Sun Tong could only see the figure's back and mistakenly assumed it wielded a perilous laser weapon. He pondered how these monsters could exhibit such reckless bravery, daring to charge ahead. As the dark figure shifted to avoid the attack, he finally discerned that it bore no weapon. Instead, it cradled a bewildered, plump cat. It was no wonder the two monsters charged heedlessly. They were evidently oblivious to the origins of the prior laser. The situation was dire. There was no turning back. The surviving tall man, aware of his companion's grim fate, had no choice but to press forward, disregarding all else. His elongated form, reminiscent of a lengthy sausage, exhibited remarkable tenacity as he coiled around the dark figure like a colossal python, unleashing terrifying strength and a deadly constriction. Engaged in a struggle, he no longer feared the terrifying laser. He opened his mouth wide, revealing two mechanical steel fangs, which sank into the figure's shoulder. The mechanical snakes on the ground, gnawing at the dark figure's legs, produced sharp, metallic sounds. Nevertheless, it was nearly impossible to penetrate the exceedingly hard black armor. Bite fiercely, but with all your strength. A flippant, mocking voice echoed. The head was positioned at the back of a shadowy figure, a lean man striving to pierce the adversary's outer armor with his venomous fangs. Upon hearing a sound, he could not resist the urge to lift his gaze. He observed the figure raise its left hand high, the back of the hand facing him. To his astonishment, he discerned a patch of black armor receding to reveal a yellow smiley face. What should have been an innocent and endearing visage bore an unmistakable hint of mockery, accompanied by an ineffable sense of peril. Suddenly, a silver claw materialized, magnifying within his pupils, and before the slender man could react, his head was ensnared. Blood gushed forth as a metallic rod pierced through the back of his skull. Like a constrictor, the slender man gradually succumbed, collapsing onto the ground, discarded by the shadowy figure as if he were mere refuse. The entire factory fell into an eerie silence. The imprisoned spectators, witnessing the creature they so dreaded being so effortlessly dispatched, felt a mixture of relief and a creeping dread. The capabilities of this figure transcended the realm of human comprehension. The obscured visage only heightened the terror of the unknown. They understood all too well that this individual, should he choose, could effortlessly dictate the fates of everyone present. They felt akin to lambs awaiting the butcher's decision, despite knowing the likelihood of an explosion was minimal. The innate fear was inescapable. Tentatively, they peered out from their confines, their expressions a blend of hope and trepidation, cautiously observing. Bai Feiyu, however, harbored no such reservations and eagerly commenced his examination of the corpse. The three shapeshifters each possessed a biological core, the tiger core, the hound core, and the serpent core. He, of course, would not be remiss in collecting them all. Not only were they high in experience, but they also boasted a 100 drop rate, ensuring each creature yielded exceptional equipment. As he surveyed the attributes of the cores, a wave of elation washed over him. This was no mere monster lair. It was a veritable paradise. The Tiger Core granted enhanced strength and the ability to unleash a deafening roar. The Hound Core emphasized speed, accompanied by a formidable sense of smell. The Serpent Core, on the other hand, augmented physical resilience and flexibility, allowing one to constrict foes and wield two venomous fangs. The first two cores received commendable ratings, while the Serpent Core's rating was equally impressive. The exhilaration of acquiring several high-rated items in one go was a delight any gamer would relish. The sole lament was that such biological cores could only be utilized singularly. It was no wonder that each shapeshifter was equipped with but one core. Meanwhile, outside the factory, a cacophony of footsteps drew closer. Upon hearing the commotion, Feiyu was filled with unexpected delight. It appeared these extraterrestrial allies intended to furnish him with several sets of the 12 zodiac signs tonight. Chapter 51. I am a good person. The scattered footsteps approached the factory, accompanied by a commanding shout. Don't move. Police, raise your hands. Several uniformed officers, armed and vigilant, surged through the entrance. Like facing a formidable enemy, they brandished their firearms, aiming at the peculiar figure clad in black armor before them. Zhang, Xiaoyang, brotherly, and Brother Zhao. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Tong's face lit up with joy. The sight of familiar and friendly police colleagues naturally evoked a sense of security within him. The other hostages, upon seeing the police, could hardly conceal their delight. Police. It's the police comrades. We are saved. Accompanied by uncontrollable cheers. Those who had been hiding in the partition could no longer resist standing up, fearing they would be overlooked by the authorities. Ironically, the very entity that had once posed a threat had now transformed into their potential savior, the enigmatic, formidable black figure. As long as this individual did not oppose the police, their salvation was a foregone conclusion. At last, you have arrived. The black figure similarly expressed a sense of relief. And even the rotund cat capable of emitting lasers vanished into thin air. He cooperatively raised his hands, declaring, "Do not shoot. I am a good person." Observing this, the numerous captives felt an overwhelming sense of joy, completely relaxing as they began to rattle the chains around their necks, shouting, "Police comrades! Over here! Police uncle! Hurry and save us!" A few officers cast a glance at the agitated hostages but refrained from acting impulsively. With serious expressions, they aimed their weapons at the black figure. Their voices considerably calmer. "We hope you will remain cooperative. Place your hands on your head and squat down." All right. The black figure, resembling a law-abiding citizen, behaved in stark contrast to his intimidating exterior. He complied without any sign of resistance, obediently placing his hands on his head and squatting on the ground. The officers exchanged glances, and two of them approached with handcuffs. It was a standard procedure, everything progressing in a favorable direction. However, as the distance between the officers and the black figure diminished, an unexpected twist occurred, with a peculiar crackling sound. A striking red laser and a silver claw sliced through the air. In an instant, the two vividly colored afterimages struck the two officers who had drawn near. Gazing at the two who had instantly perished, the expressions of the hostages shifted from elation to a stupor, gradually morphing into terror. Some even let out uncontrollable screams. I pondered, are you extraterrestrials really that foolish? The black figure, cradling the cat, stood up, amusedly questioning, what sort of game are we playing here? He tilted his head slightly, his voice laced with mockery, a striking blue eye accentuating his bizarre appearance. Upon hearing these words, the remaining individuals finally realized that the two deceased officers were gradually transforming into blue-skinned humanoid monsters. Even Sun Tong felt a chill run down his spine. Having endured prolonged despair, even he had often fantasized about the arrival of justice leading to salvation. The sight of the police had felt like a beacon of light in the darkness, instinctively compelling him to believe, or perhaps his subconscious had forced him to believe, so much so that he had forgotten the abominable abilities of these monsters. Clearly, this was a tactic that the shapeshifters had rehearsed in advance. Taking advantage of the trust that extraterrestrials place in the police, the target's vigilance was relaxed, allowing for an opportune moment to strike. In fact, prior experiments on other extraterrestrials had yielded considerable rewards. Thus, they found themselves outmaneuvered, resulting in the instantaneous loss of two key figures. The remaining two shapeshifters had already witnessed the formidable prowess of their opponent. Despite being mocked, they did not foolishly charge in recklessly. Instead, they employed their unique abilities and deftly escaped the factory. Seeking to flee? A smirk graced Feiyu's lips. The retracted grappling claw shot out once more, ensnaring the door beam. In an instant, his body swung like a pendulum, tracing an arc that resembled a smiling face as he was flung out through the main entrance. Within the breeding grounds, apart from several factory buildings, vast expanses of open land lay before them. The two fleeing shapeshifters, one to the left and one to the right, exhibited remarkable coordination as they split up and fled. One of them utilized all four limbs, moving with the agility of a creature darting through the night, while the other opted for a series of powerful leaps, covering several meters with each bound. As Bai Feiyu soared through the air, cradling the bewildered cat, he unleashed a laser. However, it missed its target. The speed exhibited by the two escapees was formidable, allowing them to create a sufficient distance to evade capture. This was precisely why Bai Feiyu had lured them in close. Empowered by their unique abilities, their reflexes and explosive speed far surpassed that of ordinary beings. If given the opportunity to maneuver, the accuracy of the laser would significantly diminish, making it difficult to hit its mark. Did they truly believe they could escape so easily? Upon landing, Bai Feiyu launched his grappling claw once more. With a sharp sound, it embedded itself in the corner of a nearby factory wall. As the rope suddenly contracted, his body was violently propelled forward. His dark figure soared to a height of several meters, cutting through the night sky like a descending projectile, landing directly above the shapeshifter who had just scaled the breeding grounds wall. The fleeing figure, using both hands and feet in a desperate sprint, sensed something amiss and turned to gaze at the sky, his pupils contracting in alarm. What he beheld was a black, menacing figure, adorned with a brilliant blue eye at its forehead, clutching a disheveled cat that wore an expression of pure terror as it swept past overhead. Simultaneously, a terrifying red laser shot forth. Bai Feiyu landed with a forceful impact, skidding across the ground and displacing layers of soil, leaving long marks in his wake. Had he not activated the core of the spider, his physical constitution would not have endured such a tumult. Even so, his legs felt numb, and his entire body ached. Yet, before he could regain his balance, the grappling claw was already launched anew. It snagged a nearby lamppost, and with a swift motion, his body executed a grand arc, propelling him further into the chase. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure, bounding away like a rabbit, caught sight of Bai Feiyu's terrifying silhouette soaring high in pursuit of his companion. The age-old adage, better the death of a friend than the death of a fellow traveler, echoed in his mind, with a 1 in 2 chance of survival. He felt a surge of uncontainable joy as fate seemed to favor him. Regrettably, the vast expanses of open land surrounding the breeding grounds offered him no sense of security, compelling him to flee into the woods behind. As long as he could slip into the mountains, he was certain he could escape. Yet, inexplicably, the forest that loomed so near felt achingly distant. It was so far that when the dark silhouette, accompanied by a fierce wind, appeared overhead, he failed to enter the woods. Was he too slow? Perhaps, but that figure was undeniably swift. A man must be quick. After dispatching 2 fleeing soldiers, Bai Feiyu collected the rabbit and horse cores from their bodies. Although his movements were fluid, extreme, and undeniably impressive, his physical prowess ultimately could not rival that of the superheroes portrayed in films. In the race against time, he executed a series of super grapples, contorting his body in ways that defied human capability, leaving him in considerable pain. Comparatively, these aliens posed no threat. They were likely incapable of even breaching his defenses. Before Bai Feiyu, they resembled ordinary individuals before them, akin to lambs led to slaughter. The most troublesome aspect was that these lambs could run. Surely, this group of aliens could not be so few in number? The exhilarating experience of swiftly gaining experience and equipment left Bai Feiyu yearning for more, hastening his return. He had initially contemplated capturing a live specimen for interrogation. To his surprise, the individual he apprehended displayed unexpected resilience, preparing to take his own life without hesitation. With no other option, Bai Feiyu acted preemptively, ending the creature's life before it could succeed in its intent. For now, the acquisition of experience points was paramount. Dragging his slightly aching body, Bai Feiyu returned to the previous factory, where 2 biological cores remained unclaimed. The entire pursuit had lasted merely a minute or 2, just enough time to enjoy half a song, a commendable efficiency. However, an unforeseen development occurred. A burly man, his face adorned with a thick layer of flesh and a fierce demeanor, stood in the central corridor of the factory. His massive hand gripped Sun Tong by the throat, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. Sun Tong's complexion turned pale, his arms hanging limply, clearly having endured considerable hardship with no strength left to resist. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Feiyu cast a cursory glance before resuming his search among the corpses of the 2 disguised police officers. Hey, the burly man coldly observed Bai Feiyu's every move. If you don't want him dead, or if you wish for them all to live, where are the goods? Bai Feiyu abruptly rose, interrupting the man with a brusque tone. What goods? The burly man, his face contorted with anger, instinctively retorted. Why, the equipment on those 2. Bai Feiyu pointed at the bodies, impatiently responding, You think you can just take what I fought for? What do you mean, what you fought for. The burly man scoffed. These are our biological cores, crafted by us. They belong to us, not you. But I killed those too, so their belongings rightfully belong to me. Bai Feiyu asserted with conviction. To take without asking is theft. I despise thieves above all else. He resembled a righteous officer, indignantly declaring, You little thief. If you wish to avoid death, promptly surrender what you have. This unreasonable logic from the robber left the other terrified hostages in stunned silence. Even the burly man was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a sardonic laugh. Did you truly grasp what I just articulated? At this moment, I possess the leverage for negotiation. If you wish to spare his life, it would be prudent to comply with my demands. With a firm grip, he squeezed, causing Sun Tong, who was seized by the neck, to emit a muffled groan. Who are you? Bai Feiyu slightly tilted his head, scrutinizing the burly man. And who might you be? He redirected his gaze to Sun Tong. The cold, mocking tone compelled Sun Tong to swallow back the words, Don't mind me. Stop pretending. Weren't you here to rescue them? The burly man scoffed repeatedly. You extraterrestrials must be rather dim-witted, huh? Unperturbed, Bai Feiyu advanced step by step. If I truly intended to save them, I would not abandon them to pursue your companions. His voice dripped with sarcasm, and you incompetent fools. Did you truly think you could bind me while I slumbered without discerning who I am? As the adversary approached, the harrowing images of his companion's demise flooded the burly man's mind, igniting an insatiable unease and fear within him. He hastily retreated a few steps while clutching the hostage, seeking a semblance of security, bellowing, I care not who you are. Should you take another step forward, I shall immediately execute this individual. You captured me for this. Did you not? Bai Feiyu gestured towards the spider core affixed to his skin as the black armor melted away. The burly man hesitated, clearly recognizing the spider core. Ultimately, they had seized Bai Feiyu merely to trace the signal of the spider core, suspecting him without certainty of his true identity. Upon witnessing the spider core firsthand, an unsettling image involuntarily surged in his mind. Have you heard of Jack the Ripper? The shadowy figure's voice bore a hint of boastfulness. You relish hunting humans. I share your enthusiasm, but unlike you, while you indulge in consumption, He paused, prefer dissection. Upon grasping the key phrase, the gruesome imagery in the burly man's mind sharpened, rendering his expression increasingly grim. I have dissected numerous humans. Yet I never anticipated that one day I would have the opportunity to dissect an extraterrestrial. The dark figure chuckled ominously, his tone imbued with a chilling, pathological delight as he tapped the spider core on his chest. You must have seen what became of your companion post-dissection, no? Is it not the most exquisite work of art? The harrowing images of his companion's fates overwhelmed the burly man, nearly causing him to retch, due to their differing psychological perceptions. The act of dissecting humans before their shape-shifting kind seemed akin to dissecting small animals before humans. Though repugnant, it was bearable. However, witnessing one's own kind subjected to dissection was an unbearable shock. The first time the burly man encountered such a sight, he almost lost his composure entirely. That scene utterly shattered his perception of Earth, revealing to him that among these docile lambs, there lurked some exceedingly cruel and terrifying beasts. The figure before him, a butcher, was the very creature that had nearly left him with psychological scars. Would such a person care for the life of a complete stranger? In an instant, the hostages who had served as a shield seemed to transform into nothing more than worthless scraps of paper. Gazing at the butcher, an overwhelming tide of fear surged from the depths of the robust man's heart. He would rather take his own life than endure the grotesque dissection that had befallen his former companions. You need not fear. Bai Feiyu will no longer advance, he assured, granting the other a semblance of safety, his tone softening considerably. In comparison, I find myself far more intrigued by the one who commanded you to commit such folly. The strong man, his gaze laden with complexity, felt his pupils constrict at these words. Having witnessed my prowess, you could have fled. Yet you chose this perilous path to ascertain my methods. Bai Feiyu remarked casually, clearly implying that someone had coerced him into this course of action. Help me find him, he commanded, stepping forward with a decisive stride that trampled upon the opponent's psychological defenses, his voice laced with malevolence. Otherwise, you too shall become a mere work of art in my possession, like that unfortunate fellow before you. Chapter 52. None shall survive. A tremor coursed through the robust man's core as he widened his eyes, watching the dark silhouette advance toward him. In that moment, it seemed as though a twisted, bloodthirsty demon with a sinister grin was poised to strike. The horrific image of his companion's dissection replayed incessantly in his mind, phantom pains coursing through his flesh as if a sharp blade were incessantly carving into him. Under the weight of boundless terror, he found himself stumbling over his words, paralyzed and disoriented, unsure of how to proceed. His mind screamed warnings of danger, causing him to subconsciously retreat step by step. yearning to create distance and seek some semblance of psychological safety. Help me find him. The encroaching dark figure appeared to grow impatient, quickening its pace, its voice a deep, menacing growl, akin to a roaring beast. Unable to directly choose betrayal nor confront the adversary's ferocity, the robust man could only retreat like a mechanical automaton. Clutching the hostage tightly, desperately searching for a breath of air. His steps, as chaotic as his inner turmoil, lacked any semblance of rhythm. He stumbled backward, tripping over a stone. In an instant, he lost his balance, falling to the ground along with the hostage. Help me find him. A thunderous shout erupted. Yet the dark figure showed no signs of halting its advance. Instead, it raised a hand, and a silver claw shot forth with alarming swiftness. Realizing the deadly potential of this weapon, the robust man instinctively raised the hostage as a shield. A sharp snap echoed as the claw lashed onto Sun Tong's head, yanking him back with brutal force, discarding him like refuse. In that moment, the robust man's earlier doubts were resolved. The spider core, capable of deploying mechanical spiders for surveillance, was a reality he now faced. If this black butcher truly cared for the lives of these hostages, he would, despite any negligence, surely leave behind a few mechanical spiders to monitor the situation within the factory, preventing any unforeseen mishaps involving the captives. Yet, this individual has chosen otherwise. His indifference towards the hostages' fates is not merely a matter of apathy. It is evident that he deliberately presents vulnerabilities, intending to use these hostages as bait to lure out the remaining shapeshifters. These predators, who view humanity as mere livestock and sustenance, have reduced the man before them to a mere plaything, subject to their whims. In terms of both strength and intellect, he has been utterly overwhelmed. No matter how many times he mentally rehearses, he cannot conceive even the slightest chance of triumph against this formidable adversary. It is as if he has encountered the most terrifying monster of his life. The burly man feels a paralyzing terror. His psychological defense is shattered, turning to flee in a desperate scramble. His mind is a blank slate, devoid of awareness of his actions, as his body instinctively seeks to escape. Like an ordinary person crying out for survival, a sharp crack resonates, echoing like the call of death. In an instant, a metallic claw ensnares his lower back, a metal rod piercing through his abdomen and erupting from his belly, gushing forth a torrent of blood. Following this, tremendous force from the claw yanks him down, and the pain renders the burly man powerless, dragging him along the ground like a lifeless corpse, leaving a long trail of crimson behind. Grasping at the nearby stone wall, he attempts to steady himself. However, the immense pull from the claw intensifies, and a fresh wave of agonizing pain rips through his belly. As if it were being torn apart, the burly man dares not clutch anything further, surrendering to the claw's relentless tug. Abruptly, his movement halts. The agony from his torn belly momentarily subsides. Seizing a fleeting opportunity to catch his breath, he reclines on the floor, staring up at the ceiling of the factory. Gasping for air, at that moment, a shadow envelopes his face. The black butcher's visage looms above him, entirely shrouded in darkness, save for a solitary, indifferent blue eye that glimmers with cold detachment. No one can fathom his thoughts, nor can anyone predict the cruel methods he will employ against this disobedient plaything before him. I will speak. I will say everything. Without a hint of hesitation, the burly man exclaims. In that instant, a wave of relief washes over him, accompanied by a flicker of vengeful satisfaction. Had he not been coerced into this foolish act, he could have escaped and avoided such torment. Now that he has fallen to such depths, he sees no reason not to allow that aloof figure to personally experience the pain and fear he has endured. You won't let me have peace? Then none shall survive. Within the confines of the factory, the perception of that flesh-eating monster is already terrifying enough. Little did they know that this seemingly jovial character is, in fact, a far more formidable and fearsome entity. The previous man-eating creature, subjected to merciless torment and mockery, has been reduced to a quivering shell, utterly devoid of resistance. The entire factory was enveloped in an eerie silence, with individuals cowering in their respective enclosures, afraid to glance up or even draw a breath, lest they attract the attention of that terrifying presence and suffer inhuman torment. With no intention of rescuing the hostages within the factory, Bai Feiyu nonchalantly led a burly man, whose abdomen had been pierced, away as one might walk a dog. His demeanor utterly indifferent. Deep down, he understood that the more apathetic he remained towards these captives, the safer they would be. Thus, as he departed the factory to pursue the shapeshifter, he deliberately refrained from leaving behind any mechanical spiders for surveillance, ensuring the hostages' safety. For Bai Feiyu knew that any display of kindness could be seized upon, with shapeshifters likely to exploit ordinary people as his Achilles heel to threaten him, a situation he loathed above all else. Consequently, he adopted the persona of a bloodthirsty and cruel maniac, akin to that of a notorious butcher, crafting a grotesque image of brutality. Only by doing so could he avert the troublesome scenarios that might arise. After all, if Bai Feiyu were perceived as a more merciless and callous fiend than anyone else, it would be improbable for anyone to attempt to use the lives of innocents as leverage against him. Merely feigning cruelty without shedding blood would hardly convince anyone. However, owing to the butcher's previous cruel dismemberment of his shape-shifting accomplices and his possession of a spider core, Bai Feiyu could effortlessly don the mantle of the butcher and establish a reputation for unspeakable savagery. It could be said that the now-deceased butcher, through his malevolence, inadvertently facilitated a fortunate circumstance. As for Sun Tong, the hostage held by the burly man, the iron chain around his throat had long been unfastened. And once he regained his composure, he would naturally report to the authorities, leaving no cause for concern. Bai Feiyu could thus devote all his attention to the leader of the shapeshifters. Having been abducted from his home while in slumber, that individual likely recognized his true visage. He could not allow such a threat to persist in this world. Chapter 53. Welcome to the Earth Star, Joshing Machinery Factory. Within a factory the size of a football field, machines of various sizes churned incessantly, producing a cacophony of irritating clamor. A middle-aged man, graying at the temples and somewhat balding, stood on a semi-open second floor, his keen gaze piercing down upon the bustling activities below like that of a vigilant eagle. His hands rested casually on the railing, fingers unconsciously drumming against it, as he observed the busy yet oblivious workers beneath him. A sense of unease and impatience stirring within him. As the captain of the shapeshifters' vanguard team, Promi found himself experiencing a rare sense of restlessness upon arriving on this planet. On this technologically backward world, devoid of extraordinary powers, the shapeshifters, wielding the core of biological energy, were akin to wolves among sheep, encountering no sense of threat whatsoever, especially in a country where firearms were prohibited. They felt as though they were swimming in a sea of comfort and security. As long as they did not act recklessly, it would be difficult even to meet their demise. This mission was far easier than any Promi had previously undertaken, resembling more of a leisurely vacation than a task to fulfill. This celestial body is truly a paradise for shapeshifters engaged in the art of hunting. It stands as the most effortless undertaking in their hunting endeavors, as their subordinates express a reluctance to commence plans too early, wishing instead to savor the pleasures of their current existence a while longer. This signifies just how comfortable they find themselves on this planet. I faintly recall that upon my initial arrival, Prometheus experienced what could only be described as a hellish beginning, unable to carry any possessions, suffering grievous losses among personnel, and arriving in this world utterly unadorned. At that moment, he believed he was facing the greatest tribulation of his life. However, to his astonishment, he encountered only feeble sheep, innocent and weak, easily toyed with and slaughtered. Up to this point, the gravest danger they have faced, which led to substantial personnel losses, stemmed from the alarmingly primitive technological and industrial level of this planet. The hunting strategy hinges on utilizing technological chips as bait, casting wide nets through the cosmic forest to lure prey from inferior planets into willingly ensnaring themselves. With a mere hint of technological allure, they entice the locals into creating rudimentary time-space transporters embedded within the chips. Once the prey activates this transporter, they can arrive on the prey's planet. Such a crude trap resembles the hunting methods of ancient times. Advanced civilizations, equipped with sophisticated technology, can easily discern the ruse and, naturally, will not fall for it. Only those less developed civilizations, lacking in technological prowess and intellect, will be ensnared, becoming victims of the hunt. Nevertheless, this plan inevitably gives rise to various unforeseen complications. For instance, as is the case with this planet, the inadequately low technological and industrial standards render the locals incapable of producing a complete time-space transporter. What they ultimately create is merely a low-quality imitation, a substandard version that is utterly ineffective and akin to a disposable product. Consequently, when the advanced team of shapeshifters attempts to transport themselves to this planet using that inferior contraption, they encounter not only insufficient energy, but also a limited number of individuals able to make the journey. Furthermore, they can only traverse in their bare forms, with most of their equipment lost during transit, vanishing into the unknown expanses of the universe. Prometheus and his companions had naturally anticipated the possibility of such occurrences. Thus, the advanced team was equipped with 2 technical personnel to ensure that upon reaching the hunting planet, they could swiftly produce a substantial quantity of authentic transporters to facilitate the subsequent phases of their plan. Unfortunately, out of the 32 members of the advanced team, only a mere 10 managed to successfully arrive. Both technical personnel were lost during the transit. With no other options, Prometheus and his associates had to resort to a backup plan, relying on their prior knowledge to devise standard transporters for the arrival of reinforcements. Regrettably, They are not professionals in this field, and given the planet's exceedingly low technological standards, they struggle to gather the necessary materials. As of now, they remain ensconced in the experimental development stage. Fortunately, having arrived on such a risk-free planet, the advanced team, utilizing the low-quality biological cores manufactured locally, has managed to thrive. The development of standard transporters and the unfolding of subsequent plans is merely a matter of time. However, at this juncture, they encountered the gravest trouble they had ever witnessed on this planet. The means and abilities exhibited by the adversary were utterly incongruous with this primitive world. Akin to a malevolent dragon suddenly emerging from a flock of sheep, this could potentially pose the greatest risk to their subsequent hunting plans. And it was imperative to uncover the underlying reasons. Thus, Prometheus preferred to let his subordinates face tremendous risks of death to probe into the true nature of that individual rather than allow an inconsequential escape. Turning back to his office, he closed the door and retrieved his phone. Although this communication device was somewhat antiquated, the absence of technical personnel rendered it unrealistic for these rough individuals to devise sophisticated communication tools. Were it not for the fact that the transmitter was a requisite for every advanced team, they might not have been able to create even that contraption. With no other option, they had to make do with it, as it at least possessed basic remote communication capabilities. Prometheus gazed at the contact list on his phone screen, noting the absence of any new messages, and his brow furrowed tightly. So much time had passed, yet he had not received the next report from the other party. It appeared that the plan to threaten that individual with the lives of ordinary people had failed. Since arriving here, Prometheus had conducted considerable research to better understand this planet. In his perception, many inhabitants were particularly susceptible to emotional and moral manipulation. Hence, he had devised the idea of using the lives of ordinary people to coerce that individual. Should this strategy succeed, it would be tantamount to seizing the adversary's Achilles heel. No matter how formidable the presence, they would be left vulnerable. The failure, however, was not entirely surprising, for that individual likely was a cruel and perverse being who had previously dissected shapeshifters and cared little for the lives of others. Reflecting on the possibility that his last subordinate had already perished at the hands of that maniac, Prometheus felt a twinge of emptiness within, though he did not grieve excessively. After all, he was now the sole shapeshifter remaining in this world. Consequently, it was necessary to activate the contingency plan. Contemplating this, he ventured into the innermost part of the office. Inside, there was a small room, once designated for the office owner's brief repose. Unlocking the door, Prometheus stepped inside and turned his gaze toward the wall. There, hanging on the side wall of the small chamber, was an object resembling a massive clock. Before their arrival on this planet, local inhabitants had already assisted in the development of a transmitter. It was precisely because a native had crafted a disposable low-spec transmitter that their advanced team was able to reach this world. Given this, Prometheus deemed it feasible to replicate a disposable low-spec transmitter based on the research findings of their guide. However, he had personally experienced just how unreliable this device could be. When activated, the personnel being transmitted often suffered significant losses before even touching down. Moreover, they could only be transmitted in their bare forms, incapable of bringing along crucial items. Unless divine providence ensured that the technical personnel would not perish en route, the difference between sending one more or one less individual would be negligible. Most importantly, in the end, the blame for the personnel losses along the way would inevitably fall upon Prome. He, who should have been celebrated as a hero, was understandably reluctant to bear such a stigma. After all, in this world, there was little to fear. Having independently crafted a standard transmitter was indeed a significant achievement. It would merely take a bit more time, which was hardly consequential. However, the emergence of this critical variable changed everything. Prome, with clarity of mind, recognized the gravity of his situation. Having confirmed that he possessed no means to confront that individual, he was acutely aware that his own life was now in grave jeopardy, let alone the successful execution of his mission. In due course, those in higher authority would come to understand that his actions were born of necessity, and thus would not hold him in excessive blame. They might even commend him for the prudence of his decision. With determination, Prome locked the door and unhesitatingly activated the low-capacity transmitter. The hands of the colossal clock began to whirl rapidly. Click. The hands came to a halt. Within the clock's interior, a bizarre, twisted black hole emerged, leading to an enigmatic and uncharted realm of time and space. He hoped that it would not deplete too much of his patience while he awaited the arrival. Before long, the black hole twisted again, and a blue figure was ejected. This was a humanoid creature, entirely naked and adorned with blue skin. It was indeed a shapeshifter, akin to Prome. Having just arrived on this planet, the newcomer, still dazed from the teleportation, surveyed the small room with a bewildered expression. However, upon sensing the presence of others in the room, it displayed remarkable alertness. tensing its entire body and immediately assuming a defensive stance. I am Promi, the leader of the advanced team. After performing a military salute, Promi shed his disguise, transforming into his true extraterrestrial form, speaking not in the language of Earth but in the tongue of his kin. Observing this, the shapeshifter visibly relaxed. Before it could respond, the black hole within the clock distorted once more. One by one, naked blue-skinned figures were propelled forth. With each emergence, the clock emitted a crackling sound, burdened under the weight of the unfolding events. By the time the 14th individual was ejected, the small room was nearly filled to capacity. Then, with a sharp crack, the clock shattered, scattering its components across the floor. What is happening, Captain Promi? Why are there only this many of us? What has become of our leader? Our team comprises a total of 60 members. The newcomers, clearly bewildered and confused by the situation, regarded Promi with astonished and suspicious gazes. Promi, noticing the rising agitation among the group, remained calm and composed as he began to elucidate the circumstances. He simply wished to avoid repeating the same explanation for each individual, preferring to wait until everyone had gathered. Just then, while the shapeshifters were engrossed in listening to Promi's account, a sudden noise caused them to leap in surprise. Their gazes fixed, they beheld Promi, now pressed against the door, as a shard of black metallic blade pierced through his chest. Following this, the blade was abruptly thrust upwards. Prometheus's body was sliced open from his chest like thin paper, blue blood splattering across the ground. Until the very moment of his demise, he could scarcely fathom how swiftly his adversary had located him, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He had believed that the warriors under his command were fiercely loyal, willing to die rather than betray him, even when he had forcibly commanded his last subordinate to retreat to certain death. That individual should not have forsaken his allegiance to his planet, at least not so swiftly. Bang! The small wooden door of the room was violently kicked open. A head, covered in black metallic armor with a vivid blue eye at its crown, peeked in with a hint of playful mischief, gazing at the cluster of naked aliens within. You wouldn't dare call me, would you? Ignoring the bizarre scene, the tone was laced with mockery and jest. Raising a hand, he revealed a long black knife stained with blue blood, his voice as warm and inviting as a gracious host. Welcome to Earth, everyone. Chapter 54. The worm. Just as humans consume wild animals, shapeshifters reared for the purpose of devouring humans possess no trace of sympathy. Bai Feiyu, too, felt no compassion for them. This group of newly arrived, bare-skinned aliens lacked any external enhancements, and their physical capabilities were only marginally superior to that of an average human. Akin to a collection of walking experience packs. Trapped in a small, dark room with no other exits, they were packed tightly together, with no possibility of escape. It was akin to being ensnared by a wild creature in a game. No player could resist such temptation. Without leaving a single one behind, Bai Feiyu harvested them all. His experience bar nearly pushed to a quarter of its capacity. The most exhilarating aspect was that these shapeshifters, unlike Prometheus's advanced team who had arrived early on Earth and utilized local materials to create inferior biological cores to enhance their strength, possessed no special combat abilities aside from their shapeshifting. They were absurdly weak, yet their experience points were on par with the advanced team equipped with biological cores. They were truly the most lucrative prey. A mere dozen or so was hardly satisfying to Bai Feiyu. It was a pity that they couldn't send a few dozen more. As he could have leveled up, he glanced at the shattered teleportation device scattered across the ground, contemplating that he might consider leveling up through this method, provided that the shapeshifters were sufficiently foolish. On the way here, the shapeshifter captive had completely given up, divulging everything he should and shouldn't have revealed. Consequently, Bai Feiyu had gained a relatively clear understanding of the current situation, turning his gaze to the wooden door he had just kicked open, which now lay on the ground. He saw Prometheus, the captain of the advanced team, pinned beneath it, his body sliced open by Bai Feiyu's blade. With a swift motion, he kicked the door up. Suddenly, a torrent of mud and sand burst forth, obscuring Bai Feiyu's vision. At that moment, a figure darted out from beneath the door, desperately attempting to flee the office. Crack! As the fleeing figure drew ever closer to the exit, it was abruptly ensnared by a grappling hook. As the rope tightened, the individual was clumsily dragged back. Captain Promi, are you in such a hurry to meet your fate? With a leisurely motion, Bai Feiyu dusted off the dirt and grime from his attire, fixing his gaze upon the figure before him. This individual bore a grievous wound, a gash that had been inflicted from his chest to his shoulder, a sight most horrific. Even a shapeshifter whose physique had been enhanced by a biological core would likely succumb to such injuries. However, Promi's biological core was that of an earthworm, endowed with extraordinary vitality and regenerative abilities. Despite sustaining such a dreadful injury, he not only remained alive but his wound was visibly writhing and healing. Bai Feiyu had previously learned this from a captive, thus he was mentally prepared. More importantly, there was no indication of experience gained. He instinctively understood that this fellow was not dead. Although the earthworm's life force was resilient, its capacity for escape was lamentably weak. He remarked lightly, "You don't genuinely believe you can escape, do you? That traitor even divulged such information to you." A flicker of anger crossed Prome's face. He felt betrayed, not only by the individual, but by his entire planet. He could hardly fathom that a coward of such caliber existed within his ranks. With death looming, who would still care about such matters? Bai Feiyu replied nonchalantly. Moreover, he was coerced into a death march by you, harboring resentment in his heart. Dragging you down with him at the end would at least grant him a moment of satisfaction. Wouldn't it be far more gratifying than perishing alone, burdened with grievances? Prome found himself at a loss for words. Do not mistake me for a coward like him. After a moment of silence, he appeared to grasp something, lifting his chin defiantly towards Bai Feiyu. Even if I must die, I will never betray my planet. This declaration did not seem like mere bravado. Bai Feiyu recalled an instance at the breeding facility when he had intended to capture and interrogate a shapeshifter, only for the individual to resolutely choose suicide. Clearly, this expeditionary team had undergone rigorous training, making them unlikely to betray their race and planet easily. The robust man would not have so readily divulged everything had he not been compelled to return to a certain death, harboring resentment. And had Bai Feiyu not breached his psychological defenses? That individual has revealed everything to me, Bai Feiyu stated dismissively, feigning indifference. I have no need for you. He was merely a subordinate in my command. What could he possibly know about the hunting plan? Prome scoffed, implying that a mere captain of such a meager expeditionary team could possess knowledge of the overarching strategies. Bai Feiyu's tone dripped with sarcasm. Prome fell into silence once more. Indeed, they were merely a small advance team, incapable of grasping the higher command's intentions or detailed plans. Simply fulfilling the assigned tasks was commendable enough. Ultimately, they were nothing more than inconsequential pawns, unable to sway the circumstances or the decisions of those above them. And so what? Prome steeled himself, a sinister grin spreading across his face. From the moment someone took the bait, your planet has been designated as our hunting target. Even if you can delay for a time, the final outcome will remain unchanged. With unwavering confidence, he exclaimed. You have no idea how vast the chasm is between our planet and your inferior one. If it weren't for these wretched biological cores manufactured on your planet, I would never endure such humiliation at the hands of someone like you. He clutched the worm core tightly, his face contorted with resentment as he glared at Bai Feiyu. With your strength, you may wield power on this planet, but in comparison to us, who possess truly formidable biological cores, you are utterly insignificant. Foolish earthling. Prepare to experience genuine terror. He laughed maniacally. Soon, this planet will be reduced to our breeding ground. All humans will become livestock under our control, including your family, friends, and loved ones, who shall be mercilessly consumed and toyed with by my kind. Is that so? I do not believe you. Bai Feiyu responded with a mocking shake of his head. This is a war that concerns the survival of two planets. It cannot be as simple as you suggest. As far as I know, your advanced team is primarily here to gather intelligence on Earth. Once your superiors receive your collected information, they will carefully deliberate before making any decision regarding a hunt. And right now, you have arrived on this planet via an inferior transporter, rendering you incapable of transmitting any information back to your home world. Thus, your home planet knows nothing of us. In such circumstances, how could they possibly risk everything to decide on conquering Earth? He observed the growing dismay on his opponent's face, knowing that what he had just said was merely a figment of his wishful thinking. Since you are aware of this, you should understand that Prome's expression darkened. Once our people learn of this planet, so feeble and bountiful, it will undoubtedly become our primary target for hunting. Primary target? If that is the case, your hunting objectives will likely extend beyond just Earth. Bai Feiyu detected the key in the other's words, speaking with an air of nonchalance. If your homeworld learns that Earth is a tough nut to crack, yielding far less than what is expended, they will surely redirect their hunting ambitions to other planets. He paused, then continued, and you, crouching down to gaze at the fallen captain of the advanced team, will simply rot away in the soil of Earth like a dead, foul insect. Tilting his head slightly, he feigned concern. Will anyone mourn for you? The malice in Prome's eyes could no longer be restrained, and he swung a powerful fist. This human before him was undoubtedly the most insufferable and repugnant he had encountered on Earth. Unlike other polite and amiable humans, every word that escaped his lips was harsh, targeting the vulnerabilities of others with surgical precision. However, the fist that shot forth abruptly failed to land on its target, as it was seized and twisted mercilessly. The excruciating pain forced a muffled groan from Prome. How the mighty have fallen, only to be bullied by the weak. If we were on your home world, I would be no match for you. Seizing the opponent's drooping arm, Bai Feiyu continued to provoke. How could you endure such torment like a pitiful creature devoid of any will to resist? With veins bulging on his forehead, Prometheus's gaze was as fierce as a predator's, as if he were about to devour his prey. Surely, you do not naively believe that your trivial strength can lead my home planet to conclude that the Earth is a formidable adversary? How absurdly naive. You cannot change anything. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully removed the worm core from his body, yet it would not alter his fate. Soon, the power that sustained him began to fade, and the wounds that had been healing rapidly erupted with blood. You will soon witness what true strength entails. Our advanced team is indeed a mere swarm of insignificant ants. As blood spewed from his mouth, his gaze gradually dimmed. Upon encountering my race's elite warriors, you will realize that you are less than even an ant. Observing him voluntarily remove the worm core, it was clear he was courting death. As he neared his demise, Baifeiyu swiftly delivered a fatal blow, claiming the head. 20 experience points could not be squandered. He understood that ordinary torture would bear no fruit with this individual. Thus, he resorted to deliberate provocation and humiliation. Should the opponent lose control of his emotions, he might inadvertently disclose crucial information. Baifeiyu was acutely aware that aiding the planet through this calamity would not be as simple as mere words. From the last words of his adversary, it appeared that the shapeshifter's method of gathering intelligence was not solely reliant on the advanced teams that had been transmitted. There seemed to be other means by which truly elite warriors could be dispatched. Yet, this was not the most troubling matter at hand. After this ordeal, it seemed that the truth had begun to surface. However, many of Baifeiyu's doubts remained unresolved. Previously, he had specifically inquired of the shapeshifter captive about the shadowy figures he had encountered in the narrative and missions. To his astonishment, the captive had never even heard of them. What did this imply? It indicated that the shadowy figures and the shapeshifters were not of the same ilk. Where, then, did these beings originate? Most crucially, according to the Doomsday series, the Earth ultimately transformed into a desolate wasteland. In the show, the shapeshifters had to resort to disguise to infiltrate the city of survivors and secretly prey upon them. This hardly resembled that of a sovereign planet. Rather, it suggested a state of mere survival. Thus, Baifeiyu could not help but ponder if the true cause of the apocalypse was not the shapeshifters. Or perhaps, this was merely one facet of a larger scheme. All blame fell upon Zhang Qing from the series. Had he not lied in his recorded testament, Baifeiyu would not be plagued with such headaches now. No, it was imperative to quickly view the entirety of the Doomsday series. His mind raced as he reached a decision. Otherwise, he would be akin to groping through the dark, taking one step at a time, far too passive. Chapter 55. The peculiar this harvest was indeed unprecedentedly bountiful. Not only had he reaped a considerable amount of experience and time, but he had also acquired a total of 9 biological cores. Regrettably, this contraption can only be utilized one at a time. Given Baifeiyu's current prowess, the functionalities it offers far exceed its combat capabilities. Were he able to harness several simultaneously, it might elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. Nonetheless, Baifeiyu ought to be grateful that this is merely a low-tier biological core crafted from local materials by the shapeshifters. Otherwise, he would not have managed to vanquish all adversaries with such ease. He hardly exerted himself, casually overpowering them. Had this occurred on the home planet of these shapeshifters, it is likely that Baifeiyu would have been the one overwhelmed. Without lingering too long in contemplation, he swiftly departed the scene of the crime. The subsequent cleanup would be handled by the police without requiring his concern. However, before his departure, Baifeiyu left a small note, primarily to assist the authorities in grasping the situation more swiftly and to avoid misdirecting their suspicions towards him. More importantly, during their subsequent investigations, the police might uncover residual technological remnants from the shapeshifters, such as the techniques for creating teleporters or biological cores. Baifeiyu's intent was also to caution them against reckless actions that could precipitate an apocalyptic scenario. What he needed to focus on now was to swiftly uncover the truth and strive to enhance his strength, much like dealing with this group of shapeshifter scouts. If he could gain foresight into future events and bolster his own capabilities, it would not be impossible for him to single-handedly alter the course of fate. Despite being exceedingly busy over the past few days, Baifeiyu still felt time was insufficient. He desired to work tirelessly, yet his physical condition did not permit such endurance. More critically, he required ample sleep to ensure his mind remained sharp. Should he succumb to fatigue, a miscalculation could spell disaster for the entire world. This recent abduction by the shapeshifters had nearly left Baifeiyu with a psychological scar. He needed to devise a solution. Otherwise, should a similar incident occur in the future, he might not be so fortunate. Unfortunately, the talent known as Thousand Faces could only manifest within the confines of his body. Otherwise, he could simply change his appearance and hide away, making it nearly impossible for anyone to find him. If only he could find a trustworthy companion to guard him during his slumber. While it would not guarantee his safety, it could certainly alleviate some troubles and buy him precious time. However, after much contemplation, he failed to identify a suitable candidate. Zhang Qing and that overweight imposter posing as an alien were out of the question. They were not reliable due to their lack of familiarity. The friends acquired during his student days were mostly freshly graduated youths, still naive and seemingly unsteady. After pondering for a while, Bai Feiyu decided to make a call. 2 hours later, at 11 o'clock at night, he arrived at a residential building, carrying 2 bags of barbecue, and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Room 805, the door swung open. Behind it stood a thin, gangly young man with a sharp face and tousled curly hair, resembling a fluffy nest. Come in, he invited. His face remained devoid of any expression, resembling someone who had just awakened from slumber. With a tone lacking vitality, he uttered a solitary remark before turning and retreating indoors. This individual was known as Ho Xing, a university classmate of Bai Feiyu. Not long after their graduation, the two occasionally engaged in conversations via their mobile phones. Their relationship not having dulled over time. It was clear that his demeanor was not a deliberate display of disdain. Rather, it stemmed from his inherently apathetic nature. Without a doubt, he was the most peculiar person in their class, exhibiting a lethargic disposition towards everyone, speaking with an utter lack of emotion, akin to a soulless automaton. Furthermore, he often resided in his own world, rendering him oblivious to the conversations of others. Consequently, during their university days, he successfully isolated himself from all. Except for Bai Feiyu, who was a social outlier in her own right. Ho Ge, I bought some barbecue, care to join me? Bai Feiyu announced as she entered, casually shutting the door behind her. No thanks, I haven't finished my order yet, Ho Sheng replied monotonously. Had it been anyone else confronting such indifference, they might have assumed that their presence was unwelcome and found it difficult to engage. However, given Bai Feiyu's familiarity with his character, she remained unfazed and casually inquired. Is it a boosting order or a companionship order? Companionship. Just keep your voice down to avoid alerting the boss, Ho Sheng responded, opening the door to his bedroom. Inside, there lay a bed and several illuminated computers, one of which displayed a gaming interface. Is your companionship service legitimate? Bai Feiyu asked. A hint of amusement gracing her features as she placed the barbecue on the table and picked up a chicken wing to munch on. Ho Sheng was notorious for his gaming addiction, having nearly been expelled from university due to his excessive internet usage during classes. Now, after graduation, he had rented a place and fully committed himself to the role of a booster and gaming companion. While it seemed he had little future ahead, at least he fared slightly better than Bai Feiyu, who had yet to secure any employment. The reason she felt compelled to tease him stemmed from a prior conversation in which Ho Sheng revealed that he had been using a voice changer to impersonate a woman while offering companionship services, earning quite a substantial income. Although Ho Sheng possessed remarkable gaming skills, the current era was saturated with talented gaming enthusiasts, making the boosting industry fiercely competitive. Relying solely on the bargain-priced boosting orders, he could scarcely earn a modest sum each month. In contrast, those who possessed sweet voices and an ability to charm garnered significantly more revenue. With a voice changer in place, Ho Sheng transformed into a highly skilled female companion, reportedly enjoying considerable popularity and a lucrative income. Yet, Bai Feiyu found it perplexing how someone with such an exasperatingly eccentric personality could attract the favor of male clients merely by employing a voice changer. Driven by curiosity, she continued to gnaw on her chicken wing while clutching a can of soda, stepping into the bedroom to observe Ho Sheng from behind. Wearing headphones, Ho Sheng remained oblivious, engrossed in his companionship service, seemingly unaware of her presence. Bai Feiyu silently observed for a while and noticed that he appeared unchanged from his usual self. The anticipated cringeworthy exchanges filled with terms of endearment like brother and husband did not materialize. This individual is utterly engrossed in his gaming, engaging in the most mundane of conversations, devoid of any emotional resonance, his words lacking vigor and entirely free of flirtation. Contrarily, one can faintly hear the incessant chatter of the boss across the way, seemingly reveling in the experience. The phone perched on the table before Ho Sheng perpetually buzzes with incoming messages. Occasionally, during brief interludes in the game, he seizes the opportunity to respond to these notifications. A glance at the chat reveals that all the contacts are patrons who have sought his companionship in gaming. At times, he even receives digital red envelopes from these individuals, inviting him for late-night snacks or bubble tea. Is the money truly that easy to earn? Bai Feiyu finds himself momentarily disoriented, his thoughts on becoming a security guard wavering. Upon the conclusion of a game, Ho Sheng silences his microphone and casually remarks, "There are sheets and blankets in the cabinet. You may rest in the adjacent bedroom." Ho Ge, what is it about you that captivates those men so? Bai Feiyu can't help but inquire, his curiosity piqued. I have posed this question to several patrons myself, Ho Shang replies, his demeanor unflustered. They claim they are drawn to my seemingly lethargic aura. Bai Feiyu muses. Could it be that the plethora of pretentious cuties only serves to accentuate your refreshing uniqueness? The behavior of men these days is becoming increasingly inscrutable. However, considering even the most ardent fans of Furuikong harbor such preferences, it hardly seems remarkable. Stifling a yawn, Bai Feiyu loses interest and departs the bedroom. By the end of the day, both his mind and body are utterly exhausted. After satisfying his hunger and attending to his basic hygiene, he lays out a simple bed in the secondary bedroom. Having retreated here, surely no one would dare to disturb my peace. He reassures himself before drifting into a serene slumber. Meanwhile, upon hearing the sound of a door closing next door, Ho Shang glances at his phone, his eyes flickering momentarily. Silently, he rises to close the bedroom door and secure it with a lock. The following day, Bai Feiyu awakens to find everything in its usual state. Noticing that Ho Shang remains asleep, he addresses his breakfast needs independently and returns to his room to send a message. The reason for his temporary stay at Ho Shang's residence primarily lies in the latter's eccentric personality. He never pries, spending the majority of his day seated before the computer, rarely moving from his spot. Bai Feiyu knows that he can find any excuse to stay here, and Ho Shang likely wouldn't inquire about him for days, allowing him the luxury of solitude without concern for disturbance. He could leave one day, and Ho Shang might remain completely oblivious. After locking the door, he reclines on the bed and activates Super Sense. Having rested well, he now seeks to tackle his most pressing task, binge-watching the entire series of Apocalypse. A familiar sensation washes over him as he opens his eyes to survey his surroundings, feeling a profound sense of tranquility, this time bolstered by 1,000 faces. He is finally free from being apprehended by any inexplicable figures. This additional year of life, he muses, has proven immensely worthwhile. Continuing along his previous line of thought, Bai Feiyu resumes his online search for the cast of Apocalypse. Only by personally locating one of the actors can he hope to connect with the director of the series and gain early access to the entire show. To his astonishment, he was greeted with a delightful surprise right from the start. The fervor surrounding the series The Apocalypse is so intense that actors willing to reveal their identities naturally garner significant attention. Just last night, an actor from the series was captured by paparazzi entering a hotel with a woman, and the incident even trended on social media. Where their essay will, their essay way. Bai Feiyu repeatedly examined the candid photographs taken by the paparazzi, a smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 56, Actor Xiangqing. Starry Moon CAF. It was the afternoon, with the sun dipping low in the sky. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a bright glow inside the CAF. Yet the reflection on his phone obscured any visibility. The intense light caused his vision to flicker, prompting Bai Feiyu, seated by the window, to abandon the cinematic ambience of his spot and discreetly relocate to a shadowy corner devoid of sunlight. As the oppressive heat dissipated, he felt a refreshing coolness wash over him. Bai Feiyu leisurely began to savor his coffee, his spirits lifted. During his visit to Blue Star, fortune favored him. Not only was he not ensnared by mysterious individuals, but his plans also progressed with remarkable swiftness. Initially, he anticipated a considerable effort would be required to track down the actor from the Apocalypse. Just as he was grappling with the challenges of being a fan, the indiscreet paparazzi came to his aid. Although the photographs captured by the paparazzi obscured the hotel name, in the image where the actor was seen guiding the woman through the hotel entrance, the interior of the hotel was subtly visible, particularly the walls of the lobby. Coupled with the caption stating that this occurred at a hotel in Xiangqing, the collective prowess of netizens meant that Bai Feiyu need not even verify the details himself. As the comments section swiftly yielded the information he sought, that's the Xiangxiang Hotel in Xiangqing. I've been there several times with my girlfriend. After a brief online search for hotel images and a comparison with the paparazzi shots, Bai Feiyu quickly confirmed that it was indeed the Xiangxiang Hotel. The events of last night had unfolded, and by today, the individual he sought had surely departed. Bai Feiyu had no illusions about locating the person easily. In this era of advanced information, all he needed was a method to acquire their contact details. What unfolded next was beyond his expectations, proving to be far more seamless than he had imagined. At the hotel front desk, typically one only needs to present an identification card to register. To obtain someone's contact information through such a simple method seems somewhat fanciful. However, Bai Feiyu did indeed find the contact details inscribed in the hotel's registration book. The reason for this was rather peculiar, to say the least. Thanks to him, previously, a certain boss orchestrated a bank heist. Prior to the operation, numerous explosives were strategically placed throughout various neighborhoods. However, Bai Feiyu's resurrection completely disrupted their plans. The entire gang of robbers met a tragic fate. However, one of the rabbit masks, belonging to a robber with white hair, mysteriously vanished. Following this incident, a series of bizarre occurrences unfolded. Consequently, the entire Xiangqing implemented stringent control measures. Every hotel was mandated to meticulously record identification and contact information. Little did Bai Feiyu anticipate that the malevolent seed he had sown would yield unexpected benevolence. It was precisely for this reason that he discovered the contact details of the actor and his companion on the hotel registration form. Yet, when he dialed the number left by the actor, no one answered. Repeated attempts bore no fruit. Perhaps he had been blocked. It seemed likely that the individual was reluctant to expose his frequently used mobile number and had instead provided an obsolete one as a ruse. Conversely, the actor's companion, being an obscure individual, paid little heed to such matters and was indeed contacted through the number on the registration form. Bai Feiyu masqueraded as an unscrupulous paparazzo, claiming to possess significant dirt on the actor, far graver than simply having a liaison with a woman in a hotel room, which could easily obliterate his acting career. After issuing his threats, he professed a willingness to meet the actor to discuss matters further, making it clear that, should the monetary compensation be satisfactory, he would gladly shred the incriminating evidence. This maneuver proved effective. Regardless of its veracity, the matter was not trivial. The woman would undoubtedly assist in contacting the actor to seek his counsel. What was surprising, however, was that the actor did not interrogate Bai Feiyu about the authenticity of the allegations over the phone. Rather, he readily agreed to the request for a face-to-face meeting. As a result, Bai Feiyu's meticulously prepared script and plan went unused. Sipping coffee, he casually perused his new mobile phone. In any realm, the absence of a mobile device was exceedingly inconvenient. Faced with this predicament, Bai Feiyu had no choice but to borrow some money and procure an identification card from someone. Utilizing Chameleon, he easily transformed to mirror the identity depicted on the ID, thus securing a phone and number with little effort. Could that individual be toying with me? Bai Feiyu glanced at the time, his brow furrowing slightly. There was merely a minute left until their agreed meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the time shifted to 3. With a click, the CAF door swung open, and a familiar yet unfamiliar figure stepped inside. You certainly know how to time your entrance, Bai Feiyu could not help but remark. Noting that even the most diligent online authors hesitated to update at the very last minute, he truly seemed unwilling to waste even a second. The newcomer entered the CAF, surveyed the surroundings, and fixed his gaze upon Bai Feiyu. He then approached directly, seated himself opposite Bai Feiyu, and removed the hat and mask that concealed his features, revealing his true appearance. He was a handsome man, appearing to be in his 40s. His hair was impeccably styled, and his attire was both fashionable and appealing, with strong, chiseled features exuding the essence of a mature man. This individual was Ning Wei, who portrayed a scientist in the series Doomsday. At the narrative's outset, he was responsible for restoring a video testament recorded by Zhang Qing. Subsequently, he hired a group of survivors to venture into the ghost town in search of extraterrestrial artifacts. And he was indeed the one orchestrating it all. This individual can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the protagonists of this drama, a rarity willing to make an appearance in the entertainment industry. With the fervor surrounding the apocalypse at its peak, it is no wonder that paparazzi would attempt to capture a glimpse of him. Speak up, what brings you here? Waving away the approaching waiter, Ning Wei glanced at his watch, scrutinizing the other party. I am quite busy. I can spare you no more than 10 minutes. Do not attempt to play any paparazzi games with me. Ning Wei appeared concerned that the other party might waste his time with idle chatter. You are not a paparazzo and possess no scandalous information about me. Am I not? Bai Feiyu glanced down at himself. Having intentionally adopted the timid persona commonly seen in dramas portraying paparazzi, genuine paparazzi seeking to blackmail me would undoubtedly possess alternative means to contact me. Finding it somewhat amusing, Ning Wei shook his head, remarking, who would resort to threatening my companion to reach me like you? If I am not mistaken, he continued at a slightly quicker pace. You must have sought my contact information through the registration form at Xiangxiang Hotel, only to find yourself contacting my companion, thus resorting to this method to reach me. In that case, let us get straight to the point. Observing this, Bai Feiyu refrained from further frivolity, stating, I wish to obtain the director's contact information for the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Ning Wei raised an eyebrow, intrigued and scrutinizing the other with a sense of curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. What do you need the director's contact information for? He inquired with keen interest. I wish to preview the entire series of the apocalypse. This matter holds no secrecy. Bai Feiyu replied candidly. Why do you wish to see the entire series? Ning Wei pressed further. Simply because I find it captivating. What other reason could there be? Bai Feiyu countered. I initially thought you sought to be privy to the plot in preparation for upcoming tasks, Ning Wei said with a peculiar smile, his tone lighthearted. Bai Feiyu's gaze sharpened. It seems you truly know nothing, do you? Ning Wei questioned, perplexed. A novice player? Staring intently at the other, Bai Feiyu nodded. Is that so? I wondered why you seemed so oblivious, Ningwei said, rubbing his stubble thoughtfully. You must have recently undergone a task related to the apocalypse. Concerned about further immersion in this drama's world, and wish to proactively familiarize yourself with the subsequent plot. He paused. Yet you possess no other means to view the entire series. Resorting to this method to contact me in hopes of finding the director and gaining prior knowledge of the entire narrative. Although he was only partially correct. Bai Feiyu feigned astonishment. After all, his true identity remained hidden beneath layers of concealment, unknown even to the system, let alone this individual before him. I wondered why an unseeing fool dared to approach me. Ningwei chuckled disdainfully, realizing he was merely an ignorant novice player, unafraid of the tiger. He did not even bother to disguise his appearance, daring to confront me with his true self. Observing the other, his smile turned increasingly scornful. It seems you have fared well in your novice tasks. Do you think yourself invincible? With a sardonic expression, he remarked. I suppose you have never even heard of the Shadow Circle, have you? The term Shadow Circle was indeed familiar to Bai Feiyu. During her recent captivity by the man with the crimson hair and voluminous waves, he had proclaimed that she was a member of the exalted Shadow Circle. It appeared to be a formidable organization of players, and Bai Feiyu's knowledge of it was limited to this. Very well, allow me to enlighten you, Ningwei said. His gaze icy as he scrutinized the person before him. Members of the Shadow Circle are not to be trifled with by novice players like yourself. Chapter 57, Director, Player. Now, future why? Bai Feiyu inquired, seemingly oblivious to the disdain in his words, her expression one of bewilderment. Have you never pondered the origins of the quest dungeons you have experienced? As a player eager to flaunt their celebrity status, Ningwei naturally harbored a considerable sense of vanity. Observing the blank expression of the other, he felt a surge of pride. Do you truly believe that the system has transported you into his so-called cinematic world? He chuckled derisively. Ordinary films are mere illusions crafted by common individuals through special effects. How could they possibly transform into a genuine reality? Are you implying that? Bai Feiyu's eyes widened in realization. The cinematic worlds encountered by players during quests are, in fact, authentic realms sculpted by the system? Incorrect, Ningwei replied, shaking his head as he cast a sidelong glance at her. No matter how powerful the system may be, it would not exaggerate to the extent of crafting real worlds solely for a group of inept players. He smirked slightly. To be precise, it would be creating entire authentic universes. You can deduce that such a feat is utterly impossible. Those so-called cinematic worlds, he continued with a serious expression, are merely parallel worlds that genuinely exist. Bai Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, as if she had grasped something profound, yet her thoughts remained tumultuous. However, if these were merely ordinary parallel worlds, they would be akin to a cold, desolate battlefield, devoid of excitement and soul. Ningwei continued unabated, just like a film. It requires characters, a central storyline, and dramatic conflicts to truly shine. Thus, the system arranges for a cast of characters to enter these parallel worlds, much like actors assuming their roles, to enrich the mundane realm. He explained in a measured tone, this cast assigned to the parallel world consists of Shadow Circle members. In other words, Bai Feiyu gradually untangled her thoughts, realizing that special series, akin to the apocalypse, are, in fact, narratives performed by Shadow Circle members who enter these authentically existing parallel worlds. Precisely, Ningwei remarked, admiring her astonished expression. Apart from a few roles played by players, the majority of characters in those series are, in reality, individuals who exist in parallel worlds. He smiled with a hint of sarcasm. Thus, for many fans of these series, they might only find their beloved characters by venturing into another world. This explains why there is scant information about the actors in many special series. It is not that they shun fame and fortune, but rather that they simply do not exist. The director Ningwei, whom you seek, jestingly remarked that by the time you became a player, you must have encountered him. It is evident that the director is the very system that governs all players. No wonder his expressions are so vivid. In retrospect, Bai Feiyu's endeavor to locate the true essence of the director seems rather ludicrous. However, a realization struck him. There was a discrepancy in the timeline. A wave of confusion washed over Bai Feiyu as he pondered. Since the narrative within the series is a reflection of experiences enacted by players in parallel worlds, how could they, as novice players, return to the story's inception and relive events that have already transpired? This elucidates the rationale behind adapting the tales performed by the members of the film circle into a cinematic production. Initially appearing to be pressed for time, Ningwei now elucidated the matter with remarkable patience. Aiming to immortalize this experience in the form of a film, a dreamlike spectacle that the system could allow future players to immerse themselves in. He recounted that regardless of how players may disrupt this dream, the system retains backups or can reset, enabling subsequent players to relive the experience anew. At this juncture, Bai Feiyu finally grasped the intricate connections. Under the system's guidance, the film circle members assume roles and traverse parallel dimensions to enact the story. The narrative thus performed, akin to a cinematic piece, would be preserved, transforming into a dreamlike existence for future ordinary players to experience and undertake quests within. This also validates a significant revelation. The planet of Bai Feiyu's birth is not a fabricated cinematic world, but a genuine parallel dimension. He is not merely a backdrop within the narrative. He is an ordinary indigenous inhabitant of Earth. Bai Feiyu, along with Xiaobai, Earth, and Blue Star, all truly exist. The Star City instance, previously encountered during missions, is merely a preserved illusionary dream. Concurrently, Bai Feiyu became aware of another terrifying capability of the system. The series Doomsday features a narrative performed by film circle members that evidently unfolds in the future of Earth. This implies that the system has transported these player-portrayed characters into the future of Earth, enacting the story depicted in Doomsday. This is not a prophecy, but rather a narrative of a future that has already occurred. Logically, as long as Bai Feiyu survives until the commencement of the story, he will certainly witness everything that transpires within the Doomsday series. He might even partake in the events depicted in the tale. No, he does not need to witness it firsthand, for he possesses the ability to alter the future. Unlike players from Blue Star, who, although aware that this narrative unfolds in the future of a parallel dimension, cannot venture to Earth and thus cannot instigate any change, nor do they concern themselves with it. Who would care what a parallel dimension transforms into? Yet, as an indigenous inhabitant of Earth, Bai Feiyu currently resides 20 years prior to the onset of the Doomsday narrative. He can reverse the future. In truth, prior to this revelation, Bai Feiyu had harbored a lingering apprehension deep within. He feared that he was merely a background character in a drama. He feared that the narrative had long been predetermined, immutable. He dreaded that all his efforts would ultimately be in vain. Until this moment, he comprehended everything. Bai Feiyu banished the doubts that lingered in his heart. He lived in the present, perceiving the future. With a golden touch bestowed upon him, why could he not sculpt the future he desired with his own hands? Chapter 58. You were dying soon thus. The members of the entertainment circle were but advanced players. Coming back to his senses, Bai Feiyu raised his gaze towards Ning Wei, who had been watching him intently. Advanced players, you say? It seemed Ning Wei was displeased that his esteemed status was being belittled, displaying a countenance of discontent. The distinction between ordinary advanced players and entertainment circle members was fundamentally significant. He scoffed, for common advanced players dream of becoming official members of the entertainment circle. Why? I have told you before, members of the entertainment circle immerse themselves in roles within genuine parallel worlds. Ning Wei boasted. The abilities and means acquired during this time are indeed real and can be brought back after the performance. He sneered. Many abilities derived from roles are of a magnitude that you, as a novice player, cannot even begin to fathom. Surely, members of the entertainment circle are categorized into different ranks? Bai Feiyu conjectured, similar to the entertainment industry, where varying statuses correspond to different weighty roles. Naturally, Ning Wei responded. The lowest rank is level 4, followed by level 3. With each advancement, the character resources acquired elevate significantly, with vast disparities between each level. And I, a hint of pride gracing his features, am a level 1 member of the entertainment circle. Are you lying? Bai Feiyu asked innocently. I researched before coming here. Doomsday was your debut series. Could it be that you were the legendary rising star who became famous with a single drama? He teased exaggeratedly. Having only participated in one series, and yet ascended to the pinnacle of the entertainment circle, Ning Wei's expression stiffened. Clearly, he had not anticipated being so directly exposed and ridiculed by the other party. This fellow, as a novice player, displayed no reverence for such a formidable advanced player. Had he truly not grasped the vast chasm between them after all this discussion? Or was he merely a reckless youth unafraid of danger? In my eyes, even if you are a so-called member of the entertainment circle, you are merely a fledgling novice. Bai Feiyu did not temper his words despite Ning Wei's displeasure. Instead, he pressed on. You still do not comprehend the situation? Ning Wei's expression darkened. Even if I am but an inconsequential novice among entertainment circle members, I am still a novice player like you, striving to reach the heights of seasoned players. I have seen true, unattainable seasoned players. None have ever been as sordid as you. Ignoring the cold, murderous intent radiating from Ning Wei, Bai Feiyu chuckled. If you were truly so confident in your abilities, why the need to elaborate so extensively? You feign arrogance, patiently explaining so much to me. He appeared to have a profound understanding of the other party's inner thoughts, methodically pointing out with an unhurried demeanor that, on one hand, they were merely observing and testing, perhaps curious to ascertain if he was merely feigning ignorance while harboring hidden strength. On the other hand, he casually scanned his surroundings, likely preparing covert measures to counter him. Although he seemed pressed for time, making a precise entrance at the appointed hour, it was evident that he had arrived much earlier. Having observed from the shadows for quite some time, he gazed intently at the other's fluctuating expressions, confirming repeatedly that no traps lay in wait before daring to reveal himself. A smirk of disdain crossed his lips, for the disparity between the other's boastful bravado and their actual behavior was egregiously stark. Whether it was the flamboyant red-haired individual he had encountered previously or the suit-clad maniac, both were formidable presences that had instilled in him a sense of helplessness. Those individuals acted with utter abandon. In stark contrast, the person before him exhibited an excessive degree of caution and timidity, hardly resembling a being of absolute martial prowess. However, this could primarily be attributed to Bai Feiyu's navette. Initially, he was blissfully unaware of the true nature of his opponent, not even considering that they were a seasoned player, coupled with the ability to resurrect in Blue Star. This led him to approach the designated meeting point like an unseasoned novice, unprepared and recklessly bold. Moreover, the information Ningwei had just shared was, in essence, common knowledge among players. Thus, from the very beginning, he had assumed his opponent was aware of his affiliation with the Shadow Circle, naturally considering them a seasoned player strong enough to harbor ambitions against its members. Consequently, the more naive Bai Feiyu appeared, the more Ningwei believed he was merely acting the part of a fool concealing his true strength. This only served to heighten his caution and reluctance to confront him directly. It could be said that Bai Feiyu resided at a mere beginner's level, while Ningwei operated on a far more advanced tier. Ultimately, it was his overthinking that led to excessive apprehension. While caution is indeed a virtue when confronted directly, Ningwei did not react in anger. Instead, he wore a smile that belied his frustration, remarking, "Haven't you also been pretending to be a novice? We are not so different after all." Now, he found himself increasingly convinced of the other's inscrutability. After all, if he were an ordinary novice player faced with someone of Ningwei's caliber, even the most inept would be able to discern the vast chasm between their strengths. How could one act so brazenly, devoid of any sense of trepidation, unless they possessed considerable capabilities themselves? "You are perhaps overestimating me," Bai Feiyu shrugged. "I am merely a novice player, having only just completed my first task and am utterly ignorant. Otherwise, I would not have sought your guidance on such basic knowledge." "Just completed your first task?" Ningwei scoffed, clearly amused by what he perceived as a ludicrous assertion. Did he truly consider him a fool? His gaze sharpened, and with a sudden command, he raised both hands, aiming squarely at his opponent. His palms opened like the mechanisms of a contraption, revealing two dark apertures. With a whoosh, two projectiles surged forth. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds erupted almost simultaneously, flames igniting and dust swirling. A fierce gale swept through the CAF, creating a tumultuous uproar. Tables and chairs were overturned, and even the elegant floor-to-ceiling windows were shattered by debris hurled through the air, crashing to the ground in a cacophony of glass. Suddenly, a crimson laser burst forth from the swirling dust. Forewarned, Ningwei swiftly sidestepped. As the dust settled, a figure emerged clad in black metallic armor, wielding a dark longsword. This was no novice player fresh from a mission. The audacity was palpable. With a sardonic smile, Ningwei transformed his arms into two vibrating blades, unleashing a speed beyond human capacity as he lunged forward. The blades, akin to massive cleavers, launched a frenzied assault. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Bai Feiyu did not dare to underestimate his opponent. As previously noted, while the adversary was not a high-ranking member of the Shadow Circle, he was undoubtedly a seasoned player. Thus, the moment battle commenced, he unleashed his full potential. Activating the Cyber Blade technique, he exhibited peak velocity, evading his foe's onslaught like a wraith. Ningwei's dual blades, vibrating with formidable power, easily tore through any furniture or wall they struck, reducing them to mere shreds. Yet, his elusive opponent, slippery as an eel, remained unscathed. The absurdity of pretending to be a novice while possessing such prowess was not lost on Ningwei, whose face reflected his scorn. As Bai Feiyu prepared to speak, his body abruptly halted. Looking down, he discovered that someone had seized his leg from behind. Among the patrons enjoying their afternoon coffee, one had cunningly positioned themselves to ensnare him. The force gripping his leg was no ordinary individual. Once locked, their arms intertwined, forming a vice-like grip around Bai Feiyu. Before he could disentangle himself from this predicament, Ningwei pressed forward with relentless aggression. The vibrating blades descended, and Bai Feiyu had no choice but to raise his longsword in defense. The clash of their weapons erupted with a piercing sound, sparks flying in every direction. Simultaneously, Bai Feiyu felt another tightening around his waist, revealing yet another patron, a trap laid by Ningwei. This assailant mirrored the first, locking Bai Feiyu's waist in a similar fashion. In that moment, Bai Feiyu felt as though he was burdened by two immense iron weights, his movement severely hindered. A smirk graced Ning Wei's face as he raised his arm, poised to strike once more. Suddenly, a bewildered cat appeared atop the dark figure's head, and a red laser shot forth. Forewarned, Ning Wei reacted with remarkable swiftness, pivoting sharply. Yet, the proximity was too great. The laser grazed his face, melting away a portion of his skin. Only a viscous liquid of oil dripped down, devoid of any trace of blood. Through the dissolved wound, one could glimpse the mechanical texture of flesh beneath. Before Ning Wei could regain his composure, a silver claw ensnared his head. Suddenly, a metallic rod shot forth from the claw, brutally piercing through his brain and emerging from the back of his skull. Such a terrifying injury would have claimed the life of an ordinary person long ago. Yet, Ning Wei's eyes, visible between the claw's fingers, were remarkably vibrant. His blade-like arms were raised once more, swiftly cleaving through the rope connected to the claw, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Observing this, Bai Feiyu hastily retracted the claw. Simultaneously, another laser shot forth. Ning Wei performed a roll, narrowly evading this lethal strike, and deftly created distance from his opponent. With his speed, maintaining distance would allow him to easily dodge the fearsome laser. Is this all you are capable of? Ignoring the gaping wound in his forehead, he regarded the struggling black figure from afar, finding it far weaker than he had anticipated. I too believe you are much weaker than I imagined, Bai Feiyu retorted. Have you not yet realized? Ning Wei touched his partially dissolved face, stating that this was not his true self, but merely a synthetic replica. It was merely a puppet created to test your abilities. He shook his head, truly taken aback that with such meager first-tier strength, you dare to entertain thoughts of challenging me. A look of disdain crossed his face. How utterly foolish. Have you not yet discerned? Bai Feiyu mimicked him, her voice laced with a hint of schadenfreude. You are on the brink of death. Chapter 59. Killing with a blade borrowed from another on the brink of death? Hearing the opponent's bizarre words, Ning Wei couldn't help but chuckle. The hardest part of you must be that mouth of yours. Even as death approached, you still cling to bravado. He disdainfully tugged at the corner of his mouth. No wonder your strength is so feeble, and yet you dare provoke me. Truly a mindless creature. I had intended to capture you alive and inquire about your purpose. Raising his hands, his murderous intent was palpable. It seemed there was no need to waste time on that now. Have you really not perceived it? Sensing that his opponent was even more foolish than he had imagined, Bai Feiyu feigned shaking her head. It appears I have indeed overestimated you. Playing tricks. Ning Wei was unfazed, giving a cold snort as his back opened up, releasing two drones. The drones ascended, each equipped with several gun barrels. Bai Feiyu reacted swiftly, a laser darting out to instantly destroy one of the drones. Boom. Concurrently, the other drone unleashed a barrage of miniature cannonballs, hurtling towards the immobilized black figure. Bai Feiyu, quick on her feet, immediately swung her claw, embedding it into the adjacent wall, attempting to forcibly pull herself away from the spot to evade the attack. However, the two synthetic beings that restrained her were not only immensely heavy, but also rooted to the ground like two towering trees. Bai Feiyu was utterly trapped in place. The claw's rope tightened sharply, tearing away a piece of wall without managing to release her. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of miniature shells rained down upon him, igniting a ferocious explosion. In an instant, the entire CAF was engulfed in a tempestuous wind. From afar, a few oblivious onlookers lingered by the roadside, attempting to glean the situation inside. Upon hearing the series of detonations, they were immediately seized by terror and fled in disarray, with no intention of holding back. The drone struck with lethal resolve, relentlessly bombarding the area. Flames and smoke obscured the figure clad in black armor. As the violent explosions continued, a sudden, piercing howl of wind interjected. A silver claw seized a chunk of debris torn from the wall, tracing an arc through the air before crashing down upon the hovering drone. The drone was sent flying, colliding heavily against the wall, scattering its components across the ground, where they emitted sparks and wisps of smoke, falling silent. Just as the onslaught abated, before Bai Feiyu could catch his breath, Ning Wei silently approached. The rapidly vibrating double blades descended towards him, unable to evade. Bai Feiyu could only raise his sword in defense. The two distinct weapons clashed violently, sending a multitude of sparks flying. The intense vibrations and force reverberated down the black blade into Bai Feiyu's hands. In an instant, his arms grew numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the weapon. Should the longsword slip from his grasp, the terrifying weapon of his opponent would assuredly descend upon him, potentially inflicting grievous harm. Gritting his teeth, Bai Feiyu tightened his grip on the longsword, straining with all his might to maintain the stalemate. Is this truly the extent of your strength? Ning Wei's gaze pierced through the cascade of sparks as their weapons collided, his astonishment appearing genuine. He perceived the imagined adversary before him as excessively weak. On what grounds do you stand? He pondered, observing the tenacious figure clad in black with a sense of absurdity and confusion. I invested considerable effort into devising several lethal tactics, yet thus far, none have been employed, and you are already on the brink of collapse. His expression was laced with sarcasm and peculiarity, questioning whether to deem Bai Feiyu contemptuous of the Shadow Circle members or simply impatient with life itself. In light of this, let us wager. The voice emanating from beneath the black armor, though tinged with a hint of strained determination, exuded an inexplicable confidence, proclaiming, "I bet you will perish before I do." Why? Ning Wei, despite having the upper hand, felt a flicker of unease rise within him upon witnessing his opponent's unwavering demeanor. He was genuinely curious as to how Bai Feiyu could be so certain. "Have you ever heard of using someone else's weapon against them?" Bai Feiyu retorted. A contemplative expression crossed Ning Wei's face as he failed to grasp the meaning behind Bai Feiyu's words. "Isn't it peculiar?" Bai Feiyu queried, infused with a touch of skepticism. "As a formidable and seasoned player, a member of the Shadow Circle, you allow yourself to be pursued and photographed by the paparazzi of the entertainment industry." Ning Wei was momentarily taken aback. What is most intriguing is that this matter trended on social media the very same day, showcasing an astonishing efficiency that reveals an unmistakable impatience. Enveloped in peril, Bai Feiyu's voice carried a hint of amusement. Why, one might wonder, are those paparazzi in such a rush? It's as if someone had a knife pressed against their throats. In a fleeting moment, Ning Wei involuntarily lessened his grip in the attack. Could it be that upon learning of this incident, he was reveling in his newfound fame? Pleased by the intrusive gaze of the paparazzi, Bai Feiyu remarked with unabashed sarcasm, "Has your vanity completely consumed your intellect?" Unperturbed by anger, Ning Wei's pupils constricted, subtly sensing the gravity of the situation. Why is it referred to as killing with a borrowed knife? Bai Feiyu's tone became languid, as if discussing the plight of another rather than himself, acknowledging that someone had set their sights on him, yet required a blade, one capable of seizing all of his focus and resources. "And I," he stated solemnly, "am that blade." On the rooftop of a building just across the street from the CAF, Ning Wei, who had been savoring afternoon tea while effortlessly controlling the android, suddenly felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The words of that individual struck him like a revelation. No matter how adept the paparazzi may be, they remain mere mortals. How could they possibly tail someone of his stature in the entertainment industry without being detected? It was evident that the person targeting Ning Wei had taken clandestine photographs and even deliberately orchestrated that day's trending topic. The motive was glaringly simple: to expose Ning Wei's whereabouts and seek a blade within Xianqing. As a nascent member of the entertainment realm, still in the early stages of his career, he would naturally attract the attention of audacious players with ulterior motives. Yet, in such a vast nation, it is typically difficult to trace someone's movements. The trending topic revealed Ning Wei's location, thereby igniting the curiosity of those with ill intentions. Thus, the urgency surrounding the photographs became particularly pronounced. It was not merely because he had recently gained fame, but rather due to the risk that if time dragged on, Ning Wei could potentially leave Xianqing, introducing numerous unforeseen variables. The ideal scenario would be to acquire a blade within Xianqing, diverting all of Ning Wei's attention and resources. In such a manner, the unseen individual would find their opportune moment to strike and possess the greatest assurance of success. Sitting leisurely in his chaise lounge, Ning Wei felt a prickling sensation on his scalp upon contemplating this. It was as if he had fallen into a meticulously crafted and vicious trap laid by a hunter, and the sense of impending danger and dread surged within him. While he was here admiring the scenery, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had already become the spectacle in someone else's gaze. The light around him dimmed suddenly. A figure silently appeared behind him. Chapter 60. Friends inside the CAF. The black long knife before Bai Feiyu suddenly relaxed its tension. He looked up at the android version of Ning Wei before him. The android's eyes rolled back, leaving only the whites visible, its expression blank, and even the dual blades formed by its arms ceased their rapid trembling. Had it truly malfunctioned? Or had it entered a state of being without control? A glimmer of joy appeared on Bai Feiyu's face. What was previously mentioned was merely a conjecture made by him upon learning the identity of the individual within the shadowy circle. Despite his outward confidence and unwavering certainty, he harbored deep-seated doubts within. However, to instill fear in others, one must first conquer one's own insecurities. At the very least, in public, Bai Feiyu would reveal not a hint of uncertainty or trepidation. His assertions were merely a tactic to divert Ning Wei's attention, seeking an opportunity to escape. Were he truly convinced, he would never have prematurely unveiled the plan, allowing the opponent to prepare defenses. Yet, it seems Bai Feiyu's conjecture was not in vain. There indeed exists an individual fixated on Ning Wei. Bai Feiyu inadvertently became a tool in their hands, completely drawing Ning Wei's focus and tactics toward himself. With a tank-like figure drawing hostility and an assassin lurking in the shadows, success would likely come easily. Nonetheless, all schemes and intrigues are mere trifles in the face of absolute strength. As a member of the shadowy circle, Ning Wei might possess means to turn the tide dramatically. In the end, the outcome of their confrontation remains uncertain. These matters are not what Bai Feiyu needs to concern himself with at present. Having shed the imminent threat, he unhesitatingly destroyed the two biomechanical beings that constrained his body. Kill multifunctional biomechanical being. Gain 1 experience points. 50. 2 time 15 hours. The two beings were of the same model, providing Bai Feiyu with a total of 100 experience points, equivalent to 5 shapeshifters, a rather generous reward. Upon seeing this, he shifted his focus toward Ning Wei's biomechanical being. This creature was vastly superior to the two multifunctional biomechanical beings that had ensnared him. Although merely a puppet, its attributes were not inferior to Bai Feiyu when wielding the cybernetic blade, at least on par with his capabilities. Compared to the minor adversaries he had faced, this was undoubtedly of a higher caliber. Bai Feiyu's thoughts turned possessive. However, this being was most likely a divine gift from Ning Wei. Whether it be a divine ability or item, it would be bound to the player, rendering it inaccessible to others. Given this circumstance, he could only brutishly treat it as an experience package. Without hesitation, Bai Feiyu chose to act. Upon obliterating the creature with a laser, he received the following notification. Kill combat type biomechanical being. Gain 1 experience points. 500. 2 time 100 hours. How astonishing. Bai Feiyu's expression was one of sheer delight. While he anticipated a substantial reward commensurate with the creature's power, it exceeded his expectations by far. He currently required merely 2,000 experience points to level up, and he had just gained a quarter of that in one fell swoop. It felt akin to a significant achievement in the game. If he could eliminate a few more, he would soar. Regrettably, with his present capabilities, even dealing with one was somewhat taxing. Just as Ning Wei's biomechanical being was on the verge of being reduced to debris, it was declared dead. Fortunately, Bai Feiyu had been contemplating how to deliver a fatal blow. Now, it appeared that such a possibility was entirely out of reach. Should the struggle continue? It was likely that he would not escape the day unscathed. Upon reaching this realization, Bai Feiyu promptly fled. For someone of such a high caliber as a seasoned player, he was undeniably outmatched, given that he had only experienced a single mission thus far. The primary objective of this operation was to acquire information, and having stumbled upon a minor lead was indeed an unexpected fortune. There was nothing particularly memorable about the event. At that moment, several police cars had already arrived at the scene, speeding toward the street outside. Having just assembled around the CAF, the officers swiftly disembarked, weapons drawn, only to witness a startling spectacle. A figure clad in black combat armor burst forth from the CAF with astonishing speed and an imposing presence, causing the officers to instinctively raise their firearms. To their astonishment, the individual raised a hand, revealing a grappling claw that anchored itself to the wall of a high-rise. In an instant, he soared away from the scene, vanishing from sight within the blink of an eye, leaving the officers gaping skyward in disbelief. Easily traversing 2 city blocks, Bai Feiyu landed in a narrow alley. Utilizing his ability, Thousand Faces, he emerged transformed, adopting an entirely different appearance. This power was exceedingly convenient, primarily because it rendered him immune to detection. Had he been a bit more audacious, he could have merely found a room to rest adjacent to the CAF. Although he had not seen the entire series of Doomsday, the information he had gathered was overwhelmingly abundant. Bai Feiyu needed time to digest and recuperate. Simultaneously, he felt compelled to return to Earth to assess the situation. The memory of the previous incident lingered vividly in his mind. It was prudent to visit home regularly to prevent a recurrence of such unforeseen events. He certainly did not wish to meet his end in his slumber. Finding a place to sleep proved to be quite a challenge. As Bai Feiyu walked along the street, he mused about the desirability of having a safe house in this world. Otherwise, each return necessitated a search for accommodations, which was rather cumbersome. Perhaps he should simply rest at his own home? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice broke the silence from behind him. Reacting instinctively, Bai Feiyu turned around swiftly, only to discover that he had unwittingly been followed by a man who appeared to be in his 30s, sporting a mohawk hairstyle and adorned with 2 earrings, who was now grinning at him. "Who are you?" Bai Feiyu thought quickly, maintaining an expression of surprise. "When did you start following me?" "Who am I?" The man's smile broadened. "Surely, you haven't forgotten me? I am your best friend, Dayong." He spoke with the warmth of a long-lost companion. "Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai? What Xiao Bai?" Bai Feiyu looked utterly perplexed. "Do you see my dark skin? How could I possibly be called Xiao Bai? You must have mistaken me for someone else." He now distinctly resembled a middle-aged man with a deep complexion. "I took care of that fellow named Ning Wei for you," Dayong replied with irritation. "Yet you still haven't uttered a single truth to me. I have been following you since you were soaring through the sky just now. He gestured upward. I witnessed the entire process, including your transformation into this current appearance. However, Bai Feiyu had not been in his true form before either. At present, I find it challenging to discern the true nature of the individual before me. However, his words unmistakably reveal a message. This person is undoubtedly the mastermind behind a premeditated scheme to betray, although his plan has seemingly succeeded. The remarkable efficiency with which he has dealt with Ning Wei suggests that his capabilities are exceedingly formidable. He attempts to feign innocence, questioning, "Why are you pretending, Xiao Bai?" Dai Yang shakes his head, interrupting him. "During your bank heist, you displayed a black exterior in front of the hostages, which is evidently the same appearance you just exhibited." He humorously remarks, "Even if you alter your appearance repeatedly, your distinctive traits make it exceedingly difficult for me not to recognize you." The other party's reminder nearly caused Bai Feiyu to forget that detail. When he eliminated the robber at the bank's entrance, the hostages had indeed witnessed it clearly. It appears he had left such a significant flaw, yet remained oblivious to it. However, from the context of the other person's words, it seems he came to investigate carefully upon learning of Xiao Bai's revival. Such concern suggests either a close friendship or an irreconcilable enmity. Bai Feiyu is not inclined to trust based solely on the other person's assertions. Moreover, he is not Xiao Bai himself. Even if this individual is indeed a friend of Xiao Bai, it does not bode well. "All right, it seems you truly are not the Xiao Bai I know." Dai Yang concedes with a hint of resignation. "So, which persona is it this time?" "What do you mean?" Bai Feiyu, initially prepared to flee, is taken aback. Could it be that a new persona has emerged? Observing Bai Feiyu's reaction, Dai Yang's expression grows increasingly troubled. "Your condition of multiple personalities is indeed troublesome. If I cannot bring forth the Xiao Bai persona I seek," lowering his head, he lets out a heavy sigh. "Even if I were to peel back your layers, it would not assuage the hatred I harbor." Chapter 61. Hatred Multiple Personalities? Sensing the chilling malice emanating from the other, Bai Feiyu furrows his brow. He is not so easily swayed by mere words. However, based on his prior understanding of the original self, it seems this individual genuinely possesses an exceedingly capricious nature, akin to a split personality. Yet, human hearts are inherently fickle. None of the acquaintances of the original self ever mention such matters. So he does not genuinely believe in Xiao Bai's alleged split personality. Now, hearing it so bluntly from this person, it strangely gains a semblance of credibility. "It appears you truly know nothing," Dai Yang states with an expression of disinterest. "In this world, the only one aware of Xiao Bai's secret is I." He says with a sardonic smile, his former close friend. "Close friend?" Bai Feiyu gazes at him. "In the past, Xiao Bai and I were the best of friends." Dai Yang recalls, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his face. "We were comrades who faced life and death together, the kind with whom one could trust their back without reservation. I could freely share my vulnerabilities, and he did the same, even confiding his greatest secret to me." His eyes, filled with complexity, recount the moment he learned of Xiao Bai's multiple personalities. He possesses not only multiple personalities but also a keen awareness that, as time progresses, his identities continue to proliferate. He has contemplated various remedies, whether medical or supernatural, all to no avail. Even he cannot ascertain when he might transform into another persona. He once confided in me that he was initially a mentally sound individual, with a clear mind and devoid of any psychological afflictions. Yet, one fateful day, he awoke in a completely unfamiliar setting, surrounded by total strangers. From that moment onward, peculiar occurrences became commonplace. On occasion, he would doze off, only to awaken days later, discovering that during his slumber, he had seemingly been possessed, becoming a person entirely different from himself, engaging in reckless behavior. Moreover, the entities commandeering his body were not singular. Initially, there may have been just one, but over time, their numbers swelled, each possessing distinct personalities, preferences, and tempers, clearly representing wholly different individuals. All these entities referred to themselves as Bai Feiyu. It was then that he realized he had developed a particularly rare form of dissociative identity disorder, one that defied conventional treatment and whose origins remained shrouded in mystery. Throughout this ordeal, Bai Feiyu meticulously observed him. Dai Yang's words carried an air of authenticity. Most crucially, the absurdity of fabricating such a tale was evident. Whether the original self was indeed fractured would have no bearing on Bai Feiyu. If his intention had merely been to disturb his peace of mind for a surprise attack, Dai Yang had ample opportunity to strike while following him, rather than resorting to such trivial tactics. The fundamental reason Dai Yang refrained from action lay in the absence of necessity. Judging by the earlier events in the CAF, he evidently possessed a clear understanding of Bai Feiyu's current capabilities. He treated him as a fish on a chopping board, choosing the moment of his demise at will. Observing Bai Feiyu's apparent ignorance and starkly contrasting demeanor, Dai Yang smiled knowingly at the contemplative figure before him, surmising that he was likely another fragment of the fractured psyche. This individual had returned from the brink of death. He felt a profound sense of helplessness, realizing that he had yet to remedy this troubled mind, which was rather disheartening. Do you know how exhilarated I was when I learned of your revival? He gazed intently at Bai Feiyu, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, caught between excitement and sorrow. Marveling at the divine intervention that granted him an opportunity for retribution. If I cannot personally rend you to pieces, it would be a disservice to the chance that fate has bestowed upon me. He appeared almost delirious, unaware that his fervor might suggest an affection for Bai Feiyu. I have not slept a wink for days, for if I could not behold your living form, slumber would elude me. Thus, your recent scheme was, in fact, an attempt to ensnare me? Bai Feiyu paused, realizing the truth. Of course, Dai Yang retorted. Do you think I would be so invested in that individual otherwise? Through tracking your movements, I have discerned your apparent fascination with the series Apocalypse. He dismissed it lightly, deciding to observe whether this fellow's scheme would ensnare him. Once again, fate smiled upon me. With a beaming smile, and without any setbacks, he achieved success effortlessly. It suddenly dawned on Bai Feiyu that after escaping from the red-haired, large-waved individual, he had sought refuge in someone else's home, using their computer to search for the first 3 episodes of Doomsday. At that time, his abilities were limited. He lacked thousand faces and did not contemplate much. In retrospect, his methods were indeed crude, leaving behind numerous flaws and traces. Dai Yang must have tracked him down subsequently, thus discovering Bai Feiyu's particular interest in Doomsday. Coincidentally, he was aware of Ningwei's whereabouts and cleverly orchestrated a scheme to lure out Bai Feiyu, who was concealed within Xiangqing. In other words, when Bai Feiyu approached the hotel front desk to inquire about Ningwei's phone number, he was already under Dai Yang's watchful eye. However, due to the cover provided by Thousand Faces, that fellow did not recognize him and was reluctant to act rashly, which is why he remained hidden for so long. It was only just now, when Bai Feiyu exposed his identity in the CAF by donning the previously revealed black exoskeleton, that he was finally recognized. To say the least, Dai Yang's elimination of Ningwei stemmed from a concern that he might inadvertently kill the frail Bai Feiyu, thwarting his own revenge plan. It is indeed somewhat ironic. This fellow truly harbors genuine affection for me. Upon this thought, Bai Feiyu couldn't help but internally scoff. As you mentioned, we were once so close. Having reached this point in the conversation, he ceased to feign ignorance and directly inquired. What had transpired to incite such hatred towards him? Chapter 62. Revenge. What transpired? Dai Yang scoffed coldly, retorting. Do you know what it feels like to be stabbed in the back by the one you trust most? His expression contorted with pain and malice. That individual not only deceived me and betrayed me, but also sought to annihilate me, allowing me to truly grasp the meaning of a fate worse than death. He gritted his teeth, brushing his hand across his face, his voice dropping to a hushed whisper. Let me show you what he has done to me. As his words fell, it appeared as though the disguise was stripped away, and his exterior gradually morphed. His once smooth skin became grotesquely twisted and horrifying, marred by wrinkles and stripes, as if his entire body had been scorched by flames. His head bore no hair, and the skin was so wrinkled that his features were indistinguishable, rendering his visage akin to a shriveled fruit, disturbing and repulsive. I still vividly recall the sensation of flames searing my entire body. Dai Yang gently caressed his ghastly skin, emitting a painful whimper. Every part of him ached. An anguish so profound it felt as if it would tear him asunder, a pain so unimaginable he wished for immediate death. Yet I cannot die. His face was etched with resentment. I must survive. Even if the agony reaches its zenith, I must endure. I employed my most concealed trump card, enduring all the torment to preserve my life. Only then, with his eyes obscured by the folds of his skin, narrowing into slits, did he fixate upon Bai Feiyu, a twisted and dreadful smile creeping upon his lips. I shall ensure you experience the same agony. Yet, you should understand that after a brief silence, Bai Feiyu gazed at the figure before him, one that appeared far more terrifying than any monster. The cause of all this turmoil was likely just one of Xiao Bai's many personalities, not his true self. But what of it? Dai Yang attempted to muster a semblance of a gentle smile, his expression twisted in a way that only accentuated his frightfulness. Are you suggesting that I should forgive him? You are right, he nodded. Though he has brought me to this wretched state and inflicted upon me unimaginable suffering, it was merely the act of another aspect of his being, unrelated to his true essence. As a person grappling with mental illness, even if he were to kill me, he would not face legal repercussions. He tapped his head, muttering sarcastically to himself. I should forgive him, shouldn't I? How unreasonable of me. No. Bai Feiyu shook his head. What I mean is that the one you truly ought to seek retribution against is the personality that has caused you this suffering, rather than the Xiaobai with whom you share a deep bond. Such actions would only deepen the anguish for both of you. As if a distressing memory flashed through his mind, Dai Yang stiffened, his expression oscillating between light and dark. Oh, I see. Bai Feiyu observed him and nodded. You lack the courage to confront that tormenting personality, or perhaps you simply lack the confidence to overcome it. And as for this new personality, which is entirely unfamiliar with the situation, it is no different to you than a stranger. Even if you could easily resolve it, you would be unable to vent the hatred festering within your heart. He spoke his conjecture calmly, thus you settle for second best. He gazed steadily at the other, each word piercing deeply. Only when you switch to the familiar Xiaobai personality can you freely unleash all your emotions without fear of retaliation. So what? Dai Yang, struck by this painful truth, lost control of his emotions, seizing Bai Feiyu's collar and shouting in rage, what do you mean by multiple personalities? In truth, it is all him. Ultimately, he is the root of this chaos. His voice brimmed with resentment, his expression contorted to an extreme. There is merit to your words. Bai Feiyu nodded in agreement. Hearing the other speak without sarcasm momentarily stunned the furious Dai Yang. This individual appeared to remain in a state of detachment, as if he were merely a spectator to another's tale. Even after realizing that he was one of Xiaobai's personalities, he remained largely unresponsive, as if he did not perceive himself as part of Xiaobai's existence. While I support your intentions, regrettably, Bai Feiyu wore a polite smile. I am neither Xiaobai nor any of his personalities. I am simply a demon that has taken residence within his body. He shook his head. Furthermore, those so-called personalities of his have long since dissipated. If you seek vengeance with your own hands, I fear you may find no opportunity. Dai Yang stood in stunned silence, evidently confronted with a possibility he had never contemplated, far beyond his expectations. Use your intellect. How could the deceased possibly be resurrected? Bai Feiyu spoke with calmness and certainty. I am merely borrowing his body temporarily. Dai Yang lowered his head in silence. Do you truly believe you can deceive me? After a moment, he suddenly raised his hands, gripping the other's collar tightly, his eyes wide with fury. Humans, when they deceive, often have their own motives. Bai Feiyu, with an expression of helplessness, inquired, what do you think my purpose is in telling such a lie? Observing the twisted expression on his face, he mused that even if he were to confirm that he was not Xiaobai, it was likely that he would still kill him out of rage. He shrugged and sarcastically remarked, I cannot possibly expect you to realize you have mistaken me for the wrong person, and then let me go, can I? He raised an eyebrow in retort, would you? Dai Yang remained silent. Both understood the gravity of the situation, regardless of whether Bai Feiyu possessed Xiaobai's persona. The words had been spoken, and there was no way to pretend nothing had happened. No matter who Bai Feiyu was, he was destined to die. It was precisely because he was a doomed man that Dai Yang felt compelled to speak so much. Then why? He asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Of course, it is to disgust you. Bai Feiyu revealed a mischievous smile. If you come to see me as an enemy and unleash your pent-up resentment, wouldn't he that make my demise unjust? He appeared utterly at ease. The reason I am willing to share my greatest secret with you is to ensure that you understand you are merely taking the life of an inconsequential being. His expression darkened, and his voice grew somber. Only in this way will you endure an existence filled with endless suffering and torment. As death loomed, a victorious smile spread across his face. You will never, ever have the chance to exact your revenge. Chapter 63. Life and death. Are you seeking death? Gripping the opponent's collar tightly and gazing at his fearless demeanor, Dai Yang's expression turned as dark as night. He had envisioned countless scenarios in which the other might beg for mercy, surrender, deceive, or even fight to the bitter end. Yet, he had never anticipated such a result. Here stood a man willing to use his life merely to torment him for eternity. The malevolence emanating from him was far more chilling than the terrifyingly twisted persona of Dai Yang. Could there truly be someone willing to engage in such actions? This did not align with human reasoning. It resembled the thoughts of a malevolent demon, consumed by wickedness. Bai Feiyu remained silent, resembling an ordinary person utterly powerless as he allowed his collar to be gripped. He tilted his head slightly, smiling down at Dai Yang, who was of lesser stature. In that moment, he seemed to embody the true victor of this contest, exuding an aura of triumph, utterly dismissive of the threat to his life. Witnessing this, Dai Yang felt a surge of fury. Even if what you say is true, you have indeed managed to disgust me. He suppressed his anger, speaking in a frigid tone. But do not forget, your life is currently within my grasp. Should I choose to, I can make your existence a living hell, forcing you to endure a wretched life in this world, unable to seek survival or death. He sneered, and all you can do is mildly annoy me. Since that is the case, I must speak further, lest I miss my opportunity. Bai Feiyu exaggeratedly feigned fear. In truth, after taking over Xiaobai's body, I have come to understand some of his memories. This fellow is not a case of multiple personalities at all. He spoke with an air of conviction, yet his words were merely a facade crafted to placate you. From the very beginning, you were never regarded as a true friend. As for your claims of betrayal, they're laughable. He waved his hand dismissively, for in his eyes, you were nothing more than a tool, easily deceived and exploited. When he grew weary of you, it was only natural for him to strike you from behind. Is this not an expected outcome? You have truly exhausted all avenues and now resort to verbal assaults against me? Upon hearing this, Dai Yang wore an expression of incredulity, as if he found the other's remarks utterly ridiculous. Do you truly believe that such words would cause me distress? Even if what you say is true, so what? He scoffed mockingly. Could you possibly think I would be foolish enough to consider him a genuine friend? Throughout, I have merely been utilizing him as well. He shook his head, his demeanor darkening. He had already devised a plan to eliminate that individual, only to be unexpectedly stabbed in the back first. What a stroke of misfortune. This embodies humanity's inherent flaws, instinctively concealing messages detrimental to oneself. What he uttered was undoubtedly intended for your awareness, crafted to depict himself as a woeful victim. Now, consumed by emotion, Dai Yang was indifferent to revealing his true self, seeking only to humiliate his opponent and alleviate his inner discontent. Furthermore, your assertion regarding his memories is purely fabricated. He continued, I have verified that Xiaobai undoubtedly possesses multiple personalities. Such a masquerade is impossible. Since you claim to know everything, why do you continue to feign ignorance here? Bai Feiyu, who had managed to extract considerable information, could not suppress a smirk. From your previous statements, it is evident that you are not so different from me. His face bore a mocking expression. You are merely too cowardly to confront the persona that torments you, attempting to deceive Xiaobai with your rhetoric, hoping to assume a moral high ground that would diminish any thoughts of resistance from him, thereby enabling you to vent your pent-up rage. It seems Xiaobai must be quite an admirable individual for you to entertain the notion that moral coercion would be effective. He mused, in stark contrast. You are the true embodiment of hypocrisy and scum. If only you had the courage to retaliate against the persona that torments you rather than target Xiaobai, I might regard you with a modicum of respect. He disdainfully curled his lip. What a pathetic creature you are. You seek your own demise. Dai Yang's eyes burned crimson, rage surging within him, his garments billowing without wind as he seized the other by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Although the opponent had uttered no foul language, every word was piercing, grating, and irksome. It felt as though a small dagger was incessantly prodding at his heart, effortlessly stirring his emotions. Suddenly, a plump cat appeared on Bai Feiyu's shoulder, unleashing a crimson beam that struck Dai Yang squarely in the face. The once unstoppable laser now seemed somewhat feeble. A glassy, transparent shield enveloped his skin, and the beam left no trace upon impact. Is this truly your strongest attack? How laughable. Dai Yang regarded it with contempt. Such a low-level assault did not even warrant a thought of evasion. He paid no heed to the plump cat, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Feiyu. In my presence, you lack even the capacity to resist. Who truly is the worthless one between us? You, a malevolent spirit occupying another's body. What can you do to me beyond repulsing me with your words? He questioned relentlessly, asserting, now, I, the so-called worthless one in your eyes, possess the power to dictate your life and death. If I wish for you to live, you shall live. If I desire your demise, you must perish. His eyes widened with fury, his arms tightening as he growled. Bai Feiyu's throat was constricted, leaving him unable to utter a sound. His eyes rolled back, darkness encroaching upon his vision. Yet, his mouth continued to form the words worthless. As a mere jester confined to another's body, he exhibited a surprising degree of defiance. In a fit of rage, Dai Yang laughed bitterly, proclaiming, then let me peel your skin away piece by piece. I shall see just how resilient your mouth truly is. Boom. Before his words could settle, a deafening explosion erupted. Dai Yang's head burst apart like a watermelon, showering Bai Feiyu with a spray of blood and gore. The headless corpse remained, gushing crimson liquid as its hands lost all strength. Bai Feiyu collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Gradually, his vision began to clear. At some point, a pair of shiny new leather shoes appeared before him. He cautiously lifted his gaze, following the shoes upward to behold an ostentatious green suit, dazzling enough to be blinding. Chapter 64, Persona, External Aid, Protagonist. Indeed, the familiar scene evoked memories within his mind. Gazing upon this enigmatic figure, which inspired a sense of dread, Bai Feiyu's eyes flickered slightly. From Dai Yang's earlier words, he realized he had already exposed his vulnerabilities, leading him to a crucial understanding. Apart from Dai Yang, a far more formidable adversary was seeking Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. If Dai Yang could uncover all this, it was illogical to presume that this other individual could not as well. Thus, after Bai Feiyu's identity was revealed, it was likely that more than just Dai Yang had set their sights on him. This realization prompted Bai Feiyu to deliver his earlier remarks about using his life to torment Dai Yang for eternity. The intention to disgust was merely ancillary. The primary aim was to clarify his identity. Bai Feiyu needed this terrifying figure in the suit to grasp that he bore no connection to the original body. Only then could it follow that he might inevitably die at Dai Yang's hands. This way, there existed a possibility that this individual would cease to pursue him further. However, the unfolding events deviated slightly from Bai Feiyu's expectations. This suited man had taken the initiative to eliminate Dai Yang, leaving Bai Feiyu momentarily perplexed regarding the other's thoughts and intentions. "Well played," the man in the suit remarked, standing tall with no inclination to bend. Looking down at the prostrate Bai Feiyu with a courteous smile. Bai Feiyu furrowed his brow. It was evident that he was making a concerted effort to distance himself from any association with Xiao Bai. The man in the suit shook his head with a smile, gesturing towards the bleeding headless corpse on the ground. However, such trivial tricks could only deceive those devoid of intellect. Ultimately, it was due to the knowledge I possessed that he could not fathom, his unwavering gaze fixed on the other. "I was able to ascertain that you are indeed Bai Feiyu." "I am truly not Bai Feiyu," he replied with a look of helplessness. "Do not rush to deny it. Perhaps you should first hear my reasoning." The man in the suit displayed no airs, nor was he in haste, conversing as if with a friend. His tone calm and courteous. "Do you not wish to know the crucial information I hold?" "Go ahead," Bai Feiyu replied. "Have you killed other players?" The man in the suit countered. Bai Feiyu nodded. "Then you must be aware that after eliminating other players, the system notifies you of your kill and the rewards earned." A hint of reminiscence crossed the man's face, yet after he dispatched Xiao Bai, the system's notification indicated that he had killed a mere human. The sudden revelation left Bai Feiyu momentarily bewildered, taken aback. Xiao Bai is not a player? Based on the information he had previously acquired, it seemed impossible for the original form to not be a player. He had long since accepted in his heart that this individual was a formidable veteran player. How could one possess such formidable strength without being a player? This must be his greatest secret, apart from me, who had the capability to end his life. The man in the suit wore a proud expression, as no one else could possibly know. Players are, by nature, beings who can be reborn upon death. There is no chance or possibility of resurrection. He gazed at Bai Feiyu, reasoning that because he was not a player before his demise, he could be chosen by the system to participate in the resurrection match and become a legitimate player in this world. "Is that all?" Bai Feiyu sat on the ground, his brow furrowed, thoughts in disarray, yet he persisted in his questioning. "There is one more point." The man in the suit raised a finger. "If you were merely an ordinary ghost occupying Xiao Bai's body, rather than Xiao Bai himself, the system could not possibly grant you the privileges of a player, altering others' perceptions and erasing the memories of your death from their minds." Thus, he crouched down, regarding Bai Feiyu with the gaze one might reserve for a pet, observing his expressions with keen interest. "No matter how you perform, it is all in vain. I have determined from the outset that you are Bai Feiyu." At that moment, Bai Feiyu's words were futile, for he could neither explain nor refute. The possibility of severing ties with Xiao Bai's identity before this opponent had vanished entirely. "So, you also believe I am a new persona of Xiao Bai?" he asked weakly. "New persona?" The man in the suit pondered the phrase. Given this individual's intellect, he glanced at the headless corpse on the ground. Recognizing a multiple personality was quite a feat. Is Xiao Bai not a multiple personality? Bai Feiyu discerned the implication in the other's words. The information conveyed by a human's lips is the most unreliable. The man in the suit shook his head, stating, "I trust my own investigations and judgments more. As the most intriguing person I have encountered in this world." He gazed at Bai Feiyu with a smile, asserting that he had conducted considerable research for her sake. For someone like Dai Yang, it would only superficially appear that Xiao Bai possessed multiple personalities. There was a hint of arrogance in his tone, yet I could discern the underlying reasons. Upon my investigation, I discovered that each of Xiao Bai's personalities not only exhibited differing temperaments but also possessed distinct abilities. In pursuit of understanding this phenomenon, I employed every possible means to trace the origins of his powers. After expending immense human and material resources, I stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. One day, my subordinates uncovered that the abilities of his personalities remarkably mirrored those of the protagonist from an obscure novel. Not only the abilities but also the character traits and preferences of that personality aligned perfectly with the descriptions within the narrative. It was as if the protagonist had traversed into his being. Bai Feiyu was taken aback. Xiao Bai was not a player yet wielded such formidable strength. In retrospect, there was only one possibility. This individual, like him, must possess an extraordinary connection. Following this line of thought, the suited man mused, soon discovering that each of his personalities corresponded to a specific novel. At this juncture, I finally comprehended. This person was a quintessentially chosen one. He remarked, with a tinge of envy in his voice, that he possessed a golden finger akin to that of protagonists in novels, enabling him to attain extraordinary power effortlessly, even without becoming a bloodthirsty player. It seemed that his golden finger either allowed him to borrow the intellect and abilities of characters from novels or enabled him to craft entirely new protagonist personalities in his mind through reading, thereby inheriting their traits and capabilities. The weighty revelations conveyed by the other party left Bai Feiyu utterly astonished, rendering him momentarily speechless. The reason I shared so much with you stems from a lingering question in my heart, the suited man expressed with a hint of curiosity, leaning in slightly. Intently gazing into Bai Feiyu's eyes, and politely inquiring why, to this day, he had not identified a corresponding protagonist for her. Chapter 65. Awaiting. Is it possible that all of this is merely your personal conjecture and imagination? Without flinching, Bai Feiyu met his gaze with composure, stating plainly that she was simply an inconsequential spirit, with no connection to the Xiaobai he spoke of, and certainly not a protagonist from any novel. If that is indeed the case, the suited man replied with a smile, suddenly raising a hand to point at Bai Feiyu's forehead, declaring, "Let me see if what you say is truly the truth." A sudden shock coursed through Bai Feiyu as the tip of his finger made contact, radiating intense heat from the spot it touched. The surrounding space began to warp, transforming into a tumultuous sea, where numerous swirling vortices emerged. Within each vortex, strands of crimson energy gradually coalesced, resembling delicate, serpentine creatures swimming through the air, converging at the suited man's fingertip. One could distinctly sense an invisible force attempting to forcibly penetrate Bai Feiyu's mind, invading her consciousness. Evidently, the man in the suit had not been idle while engaging him in idle chatter. He had already been secretly preparing his methods. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he resolutely prepared to rise in defiance. However, at that moment, Bai Feiyu found himself ensnared, as if trapped in a quagmire, each movement a Herculean task. The air around him felt as though it had solidified, rendering even the simplest of actions nearly impossible. He appeared to be firmly anchored in place, unable to budge an inch. The only part of him that still functioned were his eyes, which could only gaze intently at the man before him as he acted with impunity. "I sense your inner fear intensifying," the man in the suit remarked, a broad smile spreading across his face, his expression tinged with intrigue. Was he worried that I might uncover the secrets he had so desperately concealed? I found myself feeling a twinge of anticipation. His expression suddenly shifted. In an instant, a radiant red light erupted from the point on Bai Feiyu's forehead that had been struck. He felt everything before him begin to invert, rotate, and distort. His pupils gradually lost their luster, hinting at a swirling vortex within. His expression became increasingly vacant, and in mere moments, the once vibrant human mind seemed to transform into a mere puppet, devoid of will. This was undoubtedly a bizarre technique for manipulating another's mind. The man in the suit gazed at the unfolding scene with eager anticipation, akin to a film enthusiast on the verge of witnessing a long-awaited cinematic experience. "Come now. Share with me the secrets you have long held within," he urged, his excitement palpable as he saw his power manifest successfully. Yet, after a brief pause, the once malleable puppet before him did not respond as expected, remaining stubbornly silent. "Speak, speak, speak." The man in the suit repeated his command, but it felt as though he were conversing with a corpse, receiving no response whatsoever. A sense of absurdity washed over him. Had he failed? His brow furrowed in concern. The other party's demeanor clearly indicated that the ability had indeed been successfully enacted. Why, then, had such an unprecedented situation arisen? Unless the individual had perished, resulting in this peculiar state of being. However, the man in the suit could distinctly sense the vitality coursing through Bai Feiyu's body. This was undoubtedly a living being, not a corpse. "Indeed, I have underestimated you. You possess this extraordinary ability," the man in the suit mused, his irritation dissipating, replaced by heightened interest. Yet, if the other party had activated some unknown capability, it must surely come with limitations, either temporal or energetic. He merely needed to bide his time, confident that he would witness the moment the other's consciousness returned. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu, upon regaining consciousness, awoke from his slumber. These high-level players possessed an array of bizarre abilities, which was truly astonishing. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Upon returning, he had left nothing but an empty shell for that man. If such a feat could unearth the deeply buried secrets of his heart, then there was little else to say. He would simply consider himself unfortunate and concede the other's prowess. "I had done nothing but wish to indulge in a mere drama." Bai Feiyu reflected, his expression filled with helplessness as he recalled the day's tumultuous events. One can only blame the peculiarities of that world for the plight of the novice player. Had he been granted a different form, it would be inconceivable for him to be relentlessly pursued by such elite competitors, deprived of even a moment's respite. Should not the adversaries of novice players be fellow novices? Rising from his bed, Bai Feiyu could not suppress his inner grievances, lamenting the absence of a beginner's village. Instead, he found himself beset by opponents of extraordinary prowess. Even someone as formidable as Xiao Yin would struggle against them. Though discontent simmered within, he refrained from provoking that individual. He understood well that approaching now would likely lead to self-inflicted torment, fraught with the risk of failure, given the disparity in strength between himself and that adversary. Should he fall into their clutches, his chances of resurgence appeared bleak unless he resorted to drastic measures. However, he possessed a glimmer of hope in the form of Zhong Ran. That woman, having uncovered the nemesis of her long-standing vendetta, would undoubtedly pursue with relentless fervor. Employing every means at her disposal as the head of the Special Security Bureau, the suit-clad man's exposure was merely a prelude to his impending encirclement. All Bai Feiyu needed to do was exercise patience. Of course, should the suited man succumb to impatience and end his life, it would align with Bai Feiyu's desires. Sacrificing 2 years of his lifespan for the chance to escape. Unless absolutely necessary, Bai Feiyu had no intention of taking his own life in front of the suited man. For such an act would likely lead to the revelation of his resurrection abilities, ushering in far greater troubles. As dinner time approached, Bai Feiyu, feeling hunger pangs, exited his room and knocked on Ho Xing's door. He twisted the doorknob, only to find it locked from the inside. "Ho Ge, shall we dine together?" he called out from outside. "I've already eaten," came a flat response from within. Unfazed, Bai Feiyu opted for takeout instead. Settling onto the sofa, he idly scrolled through his phone while awaiting his meal. In a moment of boredom, he cast another glance at the firmly locked door. He had known this individual since university and thus had some understanding of his character. While Ho Xing was undeniably eccentric, he was also remarkably forthright, eschewing any petty guile. For instance, the fact that he occasionally dressed as a woman for companionship would be an unspeakable embarrassment for most, yet he could candidly share this with Bai Feiyu, even inviting him to observe. Now, having taken residence in Ho Xing's home, Bai Feiyu noted an inexplicable air of wariness about him, whether last night or today. Ho Xing had made a point to lock the door tightly. As someone who had once shared a dorm with him and had graduated not long ago, this seemed excessively cautious. While it could be seen as a natural response, Bai Feiyu felt a nagging sense of something amiss. Perhaps the treachery he had encountered in recent days had fostered a sense of paranoia within him. With a determined thought, he activated the spider core, a mechanical spider. Designed for surveillance, stealthily crept through the narrow gap beneath Ho Xing's bedroom door and entered. Chapter 66, The Man in the Suit. The core of the spider was a low-tier model developed by shapeshifters, tailored to the circumstances of Earth, featuring numerous localized functionalities. For instance, this mechanical spider used for monitoring could not project its images directly into one's mind, nor could it even manage a rudimentary three-dimensional projection. Bai Feiyu had to extract a connection line from the spider's core located at her chest and plug it into her phone to view the surveillance footage on the screen. It was quite down-to-earth, albeit somewhat rudimentary. However, the functionality sufficed. Bai Feiyu gazed at the surveillance images displayed on her phone. The mechanical spider silently infiltrated Ho Xing's bedroom. And through its lens, she observed him seated at his desk, engrossed in a game. She sighed with relief, grateful that he was not indulging in any inappropriate material. She had feared that her suspicions might have been unfounded, and that he was merely closing the door to address some physiological needs, which would have been rather embarrassing. However, due to the low vantage point, the surveillance perspective was rather limited, and she had to maneuver the mechanical spider up to the ceiling to gain a closer view. The image immediately became clear. Ho Xing appeared untroubled, simply playing his game at the desk. His lips occasionally moved, indicating he was likely engaging with someone, perhaps accompanying a fellow player. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu widened her eyes. Next to Ho Xing's computer screen was a mobile phone stand. His phone was positioned on the stand, its screen facing him. The screen was illuminated, clearly displaying a video chat in progress. Bai Feiyu magnified the surveillance footage and discerned 2 video frames on the phone screen. One larger frame, featuring Ho Xing's chat partner, a rather plump man, and a smaller frame showing Ho Xing himself. The larger frame revealed a man seated at his own desk, also playing a game. Occasionally, he would glance at the phone screen, his expression betraying a mix of infatuation and enjoyment. The reason for his evident delight was the small video frame representing Ho Xing, which showcased a stunningly beautiful woman, her features delicate and ethereal, exuding an aura akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The sight of her, engrossed in her game, was breathtaking, akin to a divine goddess, captivating enough to leave anyone breathless. Engaging in a game with someone of such celestial beauty, even exchanging a few mundane words, would surely leave the man on the other side of the screen in a state of blissful elation. A man in a suit. Is it? Bai Feiyu's eyes twitched slightly as she scrutinized Ho Xing's rather unsightly appearance in reality. The stark contrast was rather difficult to accept. She couldn't help but marvel at the multitude of admirers he seemed to attract, pondering the sheer potency of technology and its impact. While indeed there were many admirers online, it seemed implausible that a mere voice changer could deceive so easily. At first, he found it quite perplexing why someone like Ho Sheng, with such a lethargic demeanor, would be so popular as a gaming companion. However, the realization dawned upon him. Most clients seeking gaming companions are likely to be lonely individuals, starved for affection and female companionship. When confronted with a beauty of such caliber, how could they possibly resist? Just imagine, for a mere pittance, they can have such a stunning goddess accompany them in their gaming endeavors, perhaps even engaging in video chats. Personality traits become trivial in the face of such allure. After all, the Ho Sheng in the video possessed a visage that could not even attract a dowry of 88 million. If it were merely this trivial matter, there would be no need for concealment. Bai Feiyu pondered. Ho Xing could easily have informed him about using a voice changer to impersonate a female gaming companion. The act of face swapping is akin to impersonating a woman. There is no rationale for withholding such information from him. Bai Feiyu scrutinized the video once more and discovered that Ho Xing's face swapping technique surpassed the blatantly artificial methods by a considerable margin. The details and expressions were nothing short of flawless, devoid of any blemish. Even cinematic post-production effects would struggle to achieve such a result. There was no need to conceal the act of impersonating a female gaming companion. What he truly wished to hide was the technique of face swapping. Realizing this, Bai Feiyu sent Ho Sheng a WeChat message, claiming he had something particularly important to discuss. Moments later, the locked bedroom door creaked open, and Ho Xing emerged. "What is the matter? Do you believe in extraterrestrials?" Bai Feiyu gazed intently at him. Extraterrestrials? Ho Xing clearly perceived this as a jest at his expense, his interest waning. Bai Feiyu refrained from elaborating further, and, before his very eyes, placed the spider core against his chest and activated it. Under Ho Xing's watchful gaze, mechanical patterns swiftly elongated from the core at Bai Feiyu's chest, morphing into the likeness of a mechanical spider, clinging to him. Several mechanical spiders emerged from within, nimbly scuttling up to the ceiling. This was a sight one would expect only in films, and even the typically aloof Ho Xing found himself momentarily taken aback. "What is this?" he instinctively inquired. "A product of extraterrestrial black technology that I stumbled upon," Bai Feiyu casually remarked. "In addition to this, I have even witnessed an extraterrestrial being." He wore a resigned expression, adding, "Otherwise, why do you think I sought refuge in your home? I was concerned about being discovered by extraterrestrials." The barrage of shocking revelations left Ho Xing at a loss for words, his mouth agape in disbelief. "I consider you a friend, which is why I am sharing this with you. I merely wish to inform you that our planet has already been invaded by extraterrestrials." Bai Feiyu continued to half-seriously intimidate him. "If you encounter any odd occurrences lately, you must exercise caution. There may be extraterrestrial schemes lurking behind them. Those beings are not to be trifled with." As if recalling a traumatic experience, he appeared visibly apprehensive, warning that they were prone to devouring and killing, which was exceedingly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Ho Sheng regarded Bai Feiyu's earnest expression and the extraordinary mechanical core at his chest. "Actually, I too have encountered something rather peculiar recently." He pondered for a moment, retrieving his mobile phone from his pocket. "I cannot ascertain whether it pertains to the extraterrestrials you mentioned." Chapter 67. Investigation on Blue Star. Bai Feiyu exerted control over Xiao Bai's body, and even after death, the prospect of resurrection evoked no sense of complacency. His mind remained perpetually alert. In stark contrast, on Earth Star, Bai Feiyu's true self, devoid of the ability to resurrect, found himself considerably more at ease. This was primarily due to the absence of players in this realm. To him, ordinary individuals posed no threat whatsoever. Thus far, the extraterrestrial encounters he had experienced were hardly formidable adversaries. In terms of intellect and strength, they required little exertion to deal with, as they could be easily subdued. These foes were trivial compared to the monstrous players emerging from the blood-soaked mountains of corpses, particularly due to his identity. Most of the players Bai Feiyu encountered on Blue Star were elite among elites, truly monstrous beings. A mere hint of vulnerability or a momentary lapse in concentration could lead to dire consequences, resulting in his demise through mockery. In simple terms, Blue Star felt to Bai Feiyu akin to a hellish difficulty level in a game. A single misstep could plunge one into an abyss of despair. Conversely, the Earth Star currently presented itself as a realm of childlike ease. This was not a matter of Bai Feiyu's hubris, given his current experiences confronting Ho Xing. A recent university graduate required no intricate strategy. A few probing remarks would suffice to elicit a candid response, as it was not so complex. After all, Not every individual encountered could be as terrifying as the seasoned players on Blue Star. Under by Feiyu's intimidation, Ho Sheng recounted the events he had faced. It turned out that after graduation, he had opted for a full-time role as a gaming coach. However, in this era, there were numerous adept players among the gaming-obsessed youth. Making this profession exceedingly competitive, he barely earned enough to cover rent and living expenses each month. In contrast, the role of a gaming companion was far more relaxed, devoid of such immense pressure. Nevertheless, the demand for male companions was scant. Moreover, given Ho Sheng's character, which was far from endearing, it was unlikely that anyone would seek his companionship. After a month of fruitless efforts, he found himself on the brink of being unable to pay his rent. Aside from Bai Feiyu, Ho Sheng had a childhood friend who lived nearby. During their conversations, he had mentioned his predicament. Unexpectedly, that friend proposed an unconventional idea, to masquerade as a woman to attract clients more easily. The following day, his friend sent him a mobile application. It was this remarkable face-swapping application that transformed Ho Sheng into a captivating figure on the screen, allowing him to deceive numerous infatuated patrons. Due to his friend's warning to keep this matter confidential, including the application itself, Ho Sheng felt compelled to conceal it from Bai Feiyu. However, this was not particularly significant, merely a specialized application. Thus, when Bai Feiyu expressed a desire to stay at his home for a few days, he did not decline. Had he truly harbored any guilt, he would not have consented from the outset, nor would he have permitted Bai Feiyu entry into his abode. In this modern era, Bai Feiyu exchanges sincerity for sincerity, openly sharing secrets about extraterrestrials and advanced technological marvels. In contrast, the secret program associated with Ho Sheng is utterly trivial. After experiencing it for several days, he has come to realize the program's remarkable prowess, unmatched by any counterpart in the market. When he inquired about the program's origins from a neighborly acquaintance, he received no substantial response, leaving him with lingering doubts. Consequently, he confided in Bai Feiyu about his concerns. Being a youth untouched by the harsh realities of society, he naturally displayed a candid demeanor in front of his friend, exuding an aura of trustworthiness. Upon hearing his account, Bai Feiyu requested Ho Sheng to reach out to that acquaintance. Having sensed a lead, his nature compelled him to seek the truth without delay. However, despite repeated attempts, Ho Sheng was unable to connect with the acquaintance, employing various methods to no avail. Their last communication had occurred merely 3 days prior. Fortunately, as lifelong friends, they were well acquainted with each other's circumstances. The acquaintance, a local of Xingqing, had established a modest shop with family support. Ho Sheng knew its location. Lacking alternatives, Bai Feiyu resolved to investigate in person. As night descended upon Xingqing in the Wanshou district, Bai Feiyu alighted from a taxi, discarding a takeout box into a nearby trash bin. Naturally, he would not involve Ho Sheng, an ordinary individual, in such matters. Alone, he found it far more convenient. His gaze settled on a small, aging storefront adorned with a wooden sign, its shutter firmly sealing the entrance. This was the shop owned by Ho Sheng's friend, Liang Mu. The establishment was modest, managed solely by Liang Mu without any hired help. He resided within the shop, only closing its doors when he intended to rest, often operating until 11 or midnight. It was peculiar that, even at just past 7 in the evening, the shop was already closed. Coupled with the inability to establish contact, it was undeniably suspicious. As the area was not a commercial street, foot traffic was scarce at this hour. Yet, Bai Feiyu remained discreet, venturing into a nearby alley to deploy a few mechanical spiders to ascertain the situation inside the shop. Unfortunately, the narrow gap of the shutter barred their entry. Thus, he circled around to the rear of the establishment, hoping to uncover a back entrance. The rear alley was dimly lit and entirely deserted, devoid of streetlights. Enveloped in profound silence, Bai Feiyu discovered the back door of the shop, a small iron door tightly sealed, even more secure than the front. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Not even a crack left open?" At that moment, a plump, black-coated cat appeared in his arms. With a swift motion, a red laser sliced through the darkness, targeting the lock of the iron door. The entire lock melted away. Although he preferred to maintain a low profile, the circumstances dictated otherwise. Bai Feiyu forcefully kicked the door open. Inside, the darkness was even more profound than the outside gloom. The open back door resembled a gaping maw, poised to devour any unsuspecting prey that dared to venture inside. With a flick, I activated my phone's flashlight, illuminating the dark recesses within. It appeared to be a small storage area belonging to the shop, cluttered with various odds and ends. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. However, Bai Feiyu hesitated and took a step back. Gradually retreating, I deployed several mechanical spiders to investigate the situation. Those familiar with gaming know that probing the unknown is often a perilous endeavor. One should avoid it whenever possible. Who knows what might lurk within? equipped with night vision. The mechanical spiders were undeterred by the inky darkness. Connecting them to my phone, I prepared to monitor the feed. Suddenly, a series of faint explosions reverberated from within the shop. Just as the surveillance footage synced, the screen went black before I could discern the scene. My expression soured. Damn it, my spiders. These are not infinite game items. Losing one means I have one less. With only a handful in total, losing several at once was disheartening. Truly, they were testing my patience. Glaring at the shop, which resembled a den of horrors, I felt a surge of irritation. Explode. With a commanding voice, I summoned the bomb rat, which wasted no time in launching projectiles into the shop. A series of miniature explosives flew through the back door, vanishing into the shadows. Boom, boom, boom. Fire erupted, reminiscent of a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending forth a cacophony of sound. Debris flew, and a fierce wave of heat surged outward, striking my unmoving form. If you choose to remain hidden, I have no qualms about demolishing the entire establishment, I threatened. Gazing into the darkness beyond the door. Who knows what lay within, or if traps awaited. For reasons of caution, I had no intention of walking into a snare. Ideally, I hoped to coax the entity out into the open. Before long, a series of soft sounds emerged from within. I caught a glimpse of a figure materializing in the doorway. Lacking night vision, I could not discern its true nature, so I directed the flashlight's beam toward it. As the light illuminated the swirling dust, the shadowy form revealed itself. A duck? I tilted my head in confusion. It was a large, plush white duck towering over a meter in height. To be precise, it was a giant stuffed duck toy. Its fluffy white body, flat yellow beak, rotund belly, and two bright yellow webbed feet swayed gently as it waddled toward me. It appeared somewhat clumsy, even charming, utterly at odds with the menacing extraterrestrial I had envisioned. What are you? I could not help but inquire, attempting to engage in dialogue. The large white duck paused, staring blankly at the human outside, offering no reply. Due to its expressionless plush demeanor, it appeared particularly wooden, evoking a sense of dull-wittedness. After receiving no response, Baifeiyu fell silent for a moment, attempting to communicate in a language the other party could comprehend. Quack, quack. The large white duck tilted its head slightly, seemingly in contemplation. Seizing the moment, Baifeiyu boldly added a few more phrases. Quack, 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 quack. Are you quacking at me, you fool? An uncontrollable, deep voice erupted from within the white duck, demanding. Can you not speak human language? If you can, why pretend to be a duck? Baifeiyu, exasperated, retorted, I never intended to feign cuteness to deceive you. You imbecile with a missing cerebral cortex. The large white duck's character could be described as exceedingly frank and straightforward. Isn't this precisely what humans appreciate? Possessing such an adorable appearance, it's remarkably simple to feign an innocent demeanor to gain the trust of humans. Its words were blunt and forceful as it flapped its wings and pointed to a small shop behind it. The former owner of this establishment had been tricked in precisely such a manner. I merely pretended to be cute for a moment, and he took me for a pitiable extraterrestrial pet and adopted me. Its tone brimmed with disdain, reflecting that even a slight kindness directed toward this human had sent him into a euphoric state. Convinced he had experienced an adventure akin to that of a protagonist in a comic. Why act so straightforwardly in front of me? Baifeiyu retorted with annoyance. Why not continue your charade of cuteness? Who knows, I might be deceived as well. Because you are unbearably foolish, the large white duck replied candidly. So foolish that I lack the desire to even pretend in front of you. Previously, it had patiently feigned cuteness before the shopkeeper, primarily due to being new to this planet, grappling with language barriers, and being grievously injured, thus requiring shelter and information. It scoffed, its voice tinged with a hint of grievance and displeasure. Otherwise, would I need to prance about for such a minuscule human? Thus, the issue does not lie with me. Baifeiyu could not help but defend. It is merely that you have realized that the humans on this planet pose no threat to your life. They are as weak as ants before you, and naturally, you have no patience left to continue your charade of deceiving them. Were it not for my distinct demeanor, it countered. You likely possess neither the intention nor the capability to feign even a modicum of pretense in my presence, do you? And what of it? The large white duck appeared entirely devoid of the typical human sense of shame, unconcerned about being unmasked. Or perhaps, it had already regarded the other as nothing more than a lifeless entity, thus indifferent to such trivial matters. Encountering such a forthright and brash individual, clarity suddenly emerged. It seemed to be a childhood friend of Ho Shang, who had fortuitously encountered this extraterrestrial visitor, perceiving its innocuous and adorable guise, and upon discovering it was injured, had taken it in. Gradually, they realized the extraordinary nature of this large white duck, believing they had stumbled upon a treasure akin to a narrative protagonist's serendipitous encounter. The face-swapping software used by Ho Shang was likely a creation of this duck. However, Given the temperament of this peculiar creature, nurture your wounds, comprehend the circumstances, and acknowledge that all humanity on this planet, in their inherent fragility, will inevitably reveal their true nature. Given your disposition, I fear that the human who took you in may not have a favorable fate. Out of humanitarian concern, Bai Feiyu cautiously inquired about the well-being of Hoshinfa's younger self. An instrument bereft of value, of course, has no necessity for existence in this world. The voice of the great white duck was laden with displeasure. For merely seeing him reminded me of the distasteful moments when I feigned cuteness and played the pet in his presence, utterly revolting. You exhibit not a shred of martial virtue. Bai Feiyu lamented. Do you truly believe I ought to be grateful to him? The incredulity in the great white duck's words was palpable. Indeed, you remain utterly unaware of my identity and the reasons for my arrival on your planet, which explains your misguided remarks. Had you known my true nature? His gaze was piercing as he regarded the human before him, and the wickedness in his tone rendered such foolish statements inconceivable. Chapter 69. Goose, Goose. Goose, your identity is so formidable? Faced with such arrogance, Bai Feiyu feigned seriousness as he scrutinized the great white duck, jesting, Are you the legendary king of ducks? What a mindless fool you are. No wonder you have yet to discern that my guise is not merely that of a duck, but rather a goose. The great white duck, brimming with rage, raised its wings and pointed to the prominent bump upon its forehead. Should I then address you as the Goose King? Bai Feiyu inquired tentatively. Is that the crux of the matter? The great white goose twisted its head in discomfort, seemingly at a loss for words to chastise this insufferable being before it. Have you not realized that I am not a creature of your planet? This is merely my exterior. Then why do you assert that you are a goose? Is that truly the focal point? Bai Feiyu retorted with conviction. Ha ha ha. The great white goose, infuriated to the point of laughter, declared, You are indeed the most obstinate and oblivious human I have ever encountered. To speak plainly, on my home planet, merely uttering my name induces terror in the hearts of most. His voice brimmed with arrogance. For they feared me so profoundly that they could only cast me into the unknown wormhole, exiling me to the cosmos. Your planet is truly unfortunate. He revealed with a hint of pride, for the other end of that unknown wormhole connects to Earth. By a twist of fate, my existence has descended upon your world. He described it nonchalantly, yet his words swelled with unbounded arrogance, akin to pronouncing a death sentence upon the entire world. For a civilization as technologically primitive and biologically frail as yours, it heralds an annihilating catastrophe. Is this world not beset by calamity? Upon hearing his account, Bai Feiyu could not help but exclaim. First, there were shapeshifters and shadowy beings, and now an entity from an unknown civilization has emerged. Fortunately, it seems this great white goose's arrival on Earth was merely an accident, rather than an invasion by another civilization. Are you afraid? The great white goose's voice was laced with triumph. Afraid of you? Bai Feiyu gazed at the plush creature before him and shook his head. At least a great white goose that only dares to nestle in small shops could not instill fear. Your arrogance is unparalleled in speech, yet your actions betray a complete lack of resolve. He spoke with a measured tone, stating that if you truly regarded me as nothing more than an insignificant ant, you would have long since crushed this bothersome creature beneath your heel. You strike me more as a duck that dares only to quack from a distance across the river. He chuckled, attempting to mask his inner turmoil with bravado. In this unfamiliar realm, I, a stranger of dubious origin, have found you cowering in your hiding place. It is akin to gradually unraveling the thoughts that dwell within your mind. He mused. You now resemble a mouse exposed to the glaring sunlight, undoubtedly gripped by fear deep within. The great white goose hesitated momentarily. Suddenly, he lifted his wings slightly, propelled by his sturdy legs, and dashed towards the interior of the shop with remarkable speed. With a resounding thud upon the floor, Bai Feiyu shot through the darkened back door like an arrow released from its bow, unhesitatingly following his lead. The rear section of this modest shop served as a small storeroom, cluttered with various items. The central area contained a room, which was the abode of the shopkeeper. The door stood ajar, and as Bai Feiyu passed by, he unexpectedly discovered a man confined within. The man was tightly bound, his mouth gagged. Though he wore a look of sheer panic, he seemed otherwise unharmed. Prior to this encounter, Ho Sheng had been aware of Bai Feiyu's intention to visit and had shared a selfie of his childhood friend. It was indeed this very captive who had not met the fate suggested by the great white goose. However, Bai Feiyu merely cast a fleeting glance before his attention was swiftly diverted by a thunderous noise emanating from the front room. The front section was a small shop, containing only a few modest counters. Upon arriving, Bai Feiyu immediately identified the source of the cacophony. The rolling shutter had been forcefully breached, leaving a gaping hole in the frame. He even caught a fleeting glimpse of a fluffy goose's rear end, as well as a tuft of white feathers. Severed by the shutter's edge, Bai Feiyu had initially assumed that the individual intended to confront him with some form of lethal strike. To his surprise, the opponent displayed even less resolve than he had anticipated. Faced with the revelation of his inner thoughts, he chose to flee without a backward glance, devoid of any inclination to test his mettle. Reflecting upon the earlier bravado of the great white goose, one couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. With a resounding crash, Bai Feiyu's form shot forth like a cannonball, bursting through the torn rolling shutter and into the street outside. There, he immediately spotted the great white goose, flapping its wings in a desperate attempt to escape. With a swift motion, he extended his silver claws, akin to chains of hell, reaching out towards the plump, white figure. The great white goose, though appearing clumsy, possessed considerable strength and speed, nimbly evading the strike. Damn it, it's unbearably noisy. Could it be yet another inebriate causing a ruckus? Chen Biao, residing on the 5th floor, furrowed his brow upon hearing the successive loud disturbances from below. He set his phone aside and approached the window, peering down. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, leaving him frozen in place. The scene unfolding on the street momentarily led him to question whether he was ensnared in a dream, prompting him to pinch his own cheek with fervor. The pain that radiated from his face brought him a modicum of clarity. In a flurry, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the emergency services. "Hello, this is the Xing City Police Department. How may I assist you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Biao felt a degree of reassurance and hurriedly replied, "I need to report an incident. I must report an incident. Please provide a brief description of the situation." "Well," Chen Biao began, standing by the window and gazing down at the bewildering spectacle below, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "There is, in front of my building, a... Do you know the armored warrior?" "Yes, there is an armored warrior engaged in combat with a duck." Indeed, an armored warrior was battling a duck. Chapter 70. Wormhole. After a brief exchange of blows, Bai Feiyu had formed an initial assessment of the formidable white goose. To an ordinary person, it might appear as an overwhelmingly powerful and invincible entity. However, to him, it was far from daunting. Without any hidden cards, it posed no threat to his life. Nonetheless, in the midst of the street, wishing to avoid prolonging the conflict, Bai Feiyu decisively activated the cyber blade and resolved to conclude the skirmish swiftly. The moment the sleek black blade coalesced in his hand, his speed surged dramatically. Like an arrow released from a bow, his shadow darted through the darkened environment, seemingly vanishing into thin air. In mere moments, he reappeared behind the plump white figure. Whoosh! The black blade sliced through the air. The white goose, evidently sensing the imminent peril, lunged forward with great effort. The blade, which had aimed to sever its head entirely, merely grazed its scalp. A small gash opened on the goose's head, and the fluffy white down erupted like snowflakes. Collapsed on the ground, it instinctively raised its wings to touch the wound on its head. Were it capable of expressing emotion, its face would undoubtedly reflect sheer terror. The white goose realized that the pursuer behind it was far more formidable than it had initially perceived. The opponent's swift strike had decisively quashed its desperate thoughts of escape. The chilling sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed once more from behind. "I surrender! I surrender!" With its head buried against the ground and wings covering its head, the white goose cried out, "Please don't kill me." The blade hovered perilously close, less than 3 centimeters from its body, and it could distinctly feel the cold, murderous intent emanating from it, causing its corpulent form to tremble slightly. Should it delay its surrender any longer, it risked being cleaved in two. Faced with such a blustering yet cowardly creature, Bai Feiyu felt a tinge of exasperation. Just as he intended to engage seriously, the creature had already forsaken any resistance. "Isn't your name supposed to instill fear on your home planet?" he quipped, playfully nudging the white goose's rear. "Why has it diminished upon arriving on Earth?" "Brother, I merely wished to intimidate you." The great white goose turned its head, a hint of flattery in its voice. "I never anticipated that your prowess would be so formidable, so astute and valiant, that I could not deceive you." This creature's ability to change its demeanor was swifter than the turning of pages in a book, and Bai Feiyu couldn't help but find it amusing. Had he not just discovered that the other party had spared the life of Ho Shenfa, he would not have shown any mercy. It was evident that this individual was unwilling to remain subservient to a mere human. Nevertheless, it merely confined the shopkeeper without resorting to violence, demonstrating at least a semblance of conscience and moral boundaries. "Do not merely speak empty words, show some sincerity," Bai Feiyu remarked, waving the black longsword in his hand. "Otherwise, I shall lose interest in this idle conversation." "Very well, brother, please wait a moment." With a muffled sound, a small square door opened on the back of the great white goose. A round, fluffy object squeezed through the door, rolling onto the ground. It appeared to be a fuzzy black sphere, adorned with a pair of dark, expressive eyes and a mouth, yet lacking limbs. "Is this your true form?" Bai Feiyu inquired, gently nudging the black sphere with his foot, causing it to roll like a soccer ball across the ground. He began to understand why this creature might have been adopted as a pet by ordinary humans. Indeed, brother, the rolling black fur ball responded eagerly, unperturbed. This is the true appearance of our kind. Without our puppets, we would be unable to compete with even a chicken from your planet. The creature wore a device resembling a headset, likely a translation tool that enabled it to communicate effortlessly with Earthlings. Without such an instrument, it would have been impossible for an extraterrestrial to master the language of Earth so quickly. Bai Feiyu was well aware that the creature's words were intended to portray a sense of weakness. However, there was likely a kernel of truth in its statement. At that moment, distant sirens echoed through the air. The street was hardly an ideal setting for conversation. Stowing the fluffy, goose-like form into his backpack, he seized the black fur ball and vanished down the street. Upon arriving at a secluded rooftop, Bai Feiyu finally gleaned a more complete and detailed account from the black fur ball. This creature, identifying itself as Arno, hailed from a planet known as the Puppet Star. Puppets, like Arno, were devoid of limbs and possessed no physical strength. They were originally diminutive beings on their home world. However, they possessed astute minds and unique abilities, initially surviving by being parasitic to other creatures, akin to pets. Eventually, they mastered the creation of puppets from other beings. With the assistance of powerful puppets, they transformed from mere pets into the unparalleled rulers of their planet, akin to humans on Earth. Thus, the planet was named Puppet Star. The intimidating claims Arno had previously made were, to an extent, a mix of truth and exaggeration. Indeed, he had been exiled into the cosmos through a wormhole. However, he was not the fearsome criminal one might imagine. On Puppet Star, his role was akin to that of a journalist on Earth. During an investigation into a company suspected of conducting biological experiments, he covertly infiltrated, attempting to unveil its secrets, only to be discovered and apprehended by the staff. The subsequent events need not be elaborated upon. To eliminate him discreetly, they cast Arnold into an unknown wormhole. Thus, rather bewilderingly, he arrived on Earth. Prior to his arrival, all his possessions were stripped away, and he sustained severe injuries. Devoid of his puppet, an automaton like him possessed combat capabilities inferior to that of a mere chicken. Fortunately, a young man named Ho Shengfa stumbled upon him and brought him home to recuperate. In gratitude, Arnold reciprocated with certain advantages, such as Ho Sheng's face-swapping program and a few other minor applications, which indeed benefited Ho Sheng significantly. However, this individual was insatiably greedy, treating Arnold as a mere pet and exerting his authority in an exceedingly irksome manner. Thus, upon acquiring a new puppet, Arnold no longer willingly remained under his dominion and sought to assert his independence. Nevertheless, he was not a cold-blooded, bloodthirsty creature since arriving on Earth. He had never harmed anyone, nor would he ever slay his benefactor, merely opting to confine him instead. Bai Feiyu was not overly concerned with the morality of the situation. His true interest lay in the concealed crisis lurking beneath. Does the wormhole that brought you to Earth still exist? He inquired. This was the matter he was most concerned about. A mere automaton posed little threat. However, if such automatons continued to be dispatched to Earth, it would spell significant trouble. This time, they had merely sent an unarmed victim, devoid of dangerous thoughts or equipment, which allowed for a peaceful resolution. But what if the next arrival were a fully armed soldier or a criminal? No, it could be more than one, perhaps 10, 100, or even 1,000. What lay behind this could very well be a crisis capable of threatening the entire world, or perhaps a precursor to an apocalyptic event. The wormhole? Arnold clearly had not anticipated that this would be the focal point of Bai Feiyu's concern. After a moment of surprise, he replied calmly, after settling in. I made it a point to investigate. That wormhole remains. If the narrative does not reach its conclusion, I will update you to facilitate your continued reading. Anticipate the forthcoming excitement. Chapter 71. Surfacing Longwan Park. This is an open park, situated not far from Ho Shengfa's shop. Local residents often enjoy a leisurely stroll in the park after meals to aid digestion. It was during one of these strolls that Ho Shengfa fortuitously discovered Arnold and brought him home. Logically, in such a bustling park, the existence of a wormhole should have been uncovered long ago. Yet, to this day, it seems no one else has detected that wormhole. Bai Feiyu only understood the reason upon witnessing the wormhole with his own eyes. In the northwest corner of Longwan Park, there stood a steep artificial hill several meters high. Upon reaching the summit, Bai Feiyu finally laid eyes on the wormhole lying flat upon the ground. Before him lay a circular aperture, measuring 2 meters in diameter, slightly concave, with space within it distorted, subtly revealing the flow of starry rivers. Bathed in the moonlight, it appeared exceedingly enigmatic, inducing an inexplicable sense of trepidation. The positioning of this wormhole was rather astute, as passers-by on the ground would be utterly oblivious to its existence. Moreover, The steepness of the artificial mountain rendered it nearly impossible for even adventurous children to ascend, ensuring that it would remain undiscovered for the foreseeable future. Bai Feiyu attempted to pick up a pebble and cast it into the wormhole. With a resounding thud, the stone fell to the ground. I have studied this extensively. It is a one-way wormhole, Arno elucidated. It permits passage from that end, yet prohibits any return. Is this phenomenon man-made or a natural occurrence? Bai Feiyu inquired. Her brow furrowed in contemplation. I cannot say for certain, Arno replied, shaking his head. The technological prowess of our occasional star is only marginally superior to that of Earth. And theoretically, we are far from possessing the capabilities to create a wormhole. However, I am merely an ordinary individual from occasional star. And I am not well versed in the extent of cutting-edge technology, he added uncertainly. Perhaps someone has clandestinely developed this technology, such as the company responsible for banishing me here through the wormhole, which certainly raises suspicions. How long might this phenomenon endure? Bai Feiyu pressed further. It could vanish in the next moment, or it may persist for decades, even centuries, Arno mused quietly. After a brief silence, Bai Feiyu, filled with curiosity, asked, what exactly does that company, which you risked your life to investigate, do? Given that it was individuals from that company who had cast Arno onto Earth, it implied that the other end of the wormhole was entirely under their control. Any subsequent beings banished here would likely be associated with that company. From my inquiries, that company conducts inhumane biological experiments. Arno's voice brimmed with indignation. They are even experimenting on the shadow people. He spoke with palpable frustration. Although we occasional people are the sovereigns of occasional star, still, what did you just mention? Bai Feiyu interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. Oh, the shadow people. Arno paused momentarily to explain. They are a species native to our occasional star, possessing a certain level of intelligence along with a unique ability to become invisible. In fact, before our technology advanced, this race was undoubtedly the most enigmatic on our planet, he continued slowly. No one could perceive them with the naked eye. They were formidable and fearsome, like phantoms. Eventually, we occasional people grew stronger, developing technological means to counter their invisibility. Thus, the primitive shadow people lost their threat and gradually became mere pets and playthings for the affluent, he explained in simpler terms. To us, the shadow people are akin to some protected species on your Earth. In that moment, Bai Feiyu finally comprehended the origins of those shadow people amidst the apocalypse. So, your intention is to seek justice for those shadow people? She remarked, gazing at the black fur ball before her, feeling a twinge of irony. To conduct biological experiments on such sentient beings is, in itself, an act of profound inhumanity, Arno declared with righteous indignation. Of course, should this matter come to light, I would undoubtedly reap considerable benefits, he candidly added. At this juncture, Bai Feiyu finally grasped the entire sequence of events. The elusive identity of the shadowy figures that had perplexed him was now revealed. They were merely primitive organisms from the occasional star, which explained their lack of technological prowess. The shadowy entities that existed in the apocalyptic future likely arrived on Earth through this wormhole. However, relying solely on these creatures, it would be a challenge to annihilate Earth, let alone the entire Star City. The true danger undoubtedly did not lie with these mere subordinate pets. Rather, the company that Arno mentioned, which conducted biological experiments on the shadowy figures and controlled the wormhole, presented a far more potent threat. This could be considered a silver lining amidst the grim news. At least the occasional star had no intention of invading Earth like the shapeshifters. Earth already faced an entire planet's worth of enemies. The addition of another company was not as daunting. In recent days, apart from yourself, have any other organisms from the occasional star traversed the wormhole to arrive on Earth? Bai Feiyu casually inquired, casting a glance around. None, Arno replied honestly. Truly none at all? Bai Feiyu questioned, seemingly skeptical. As he turned to fixate intently on the black fur ball on the ground, emphasizing his query with gravity. To be truthful, I am not entirely certain, Arno admitted. Glancing nervously at the imposing black figure before him, attempting a laugh, I cannot constantly monitor the situation in this vicinity. I shall afford you one final opportunity. Bai Feiyu stated, half-squatting as he emanated a chilling aura, his voice low and firm. I demand the truth. Actually, Arno hesitated, his eyes darting. Before he could finish his thought, a silver claw shot forth, ensnaring his spherical body. I have divulged everything I know. How could you? Panic set in as he struggled in vain, his frail form utterly unable to escape. Ah, right, Bai Feiyu exclaimed, tapping his head, in your perception. A being from Earth like myself would be entirely oblivious to what the shadowy figures truly are. To be precise, the artificial eye on his forehead glowed ominously. A hint of amusement in his voice as he pointed to a nearby thicket. I could not possibly see those shadowy figures hiding behind the bushes, capable of invisibility. Arno's eyes widened in disbelief, ready to protest. Suddenly, the claw restraining him thrust forth a sharp iron spike, piercing him completely. My apologies. I had forgotten that without the aid of other means, you would be unable to perceive the shadowy figures. Bai Feiyu seemed to notice the sense of grievance in the depths of Arno's spherical eyes. The one who truly revealed a weakness is not you, but rather your foolish companion. He shook his head in pity. It appears that in your desperation to survive, to buy time while awaiting your companion's assistance, you dared not utter a single lie, only to meet your demise at the hands of your inept ally. How tragic. Inept ally? Foolish companion? A completely unfamiliar voice echoed from a distance. You clever human, have you ever considered that my apparent oversight is not due to carelessness, but rather a complete indifference to this creature's life? To be honest, the one thing I never anticipated, Bai Feiyu gazed in the direction of the voice, which dripped with mockery, was that aliens could be so obstinate. As he followed the sound, a muscular, nearly 2-meter-tall humanoid gorilla figure emerged on the desolate park pathway. Listening to the scornful remarks, the gorilla figure looked towards the black silhouette atop the artificial hill, its tone devoid of significant anger, instead tinged with a hint of reflection. Among humans, it is astonishing to find such a unique existence as yourself. It appears our understanding of Earth is still woefully inadequate. You speak the truth. You extraterrestrials truly know nothing about Earth. Bai Feiyu began to speak earnestly yet absurdly. If you provoke me, consider it your fortune. Should you incite those reclusive cultivators, in the blink of an eye, your entire kind could be reduced to ashes. Are there truly cultivators on Earth? The gorilla figure, evidently well-versed in internet culture, expressed surprise, as if the legendary beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas were a source of trepidation. Not only cultivators, but even deities exist. Retracting his claw that had pierced Arno, Bai Feiyu continued his nonsensical banter. Blood gushed forth as the black-furred creature perished. Kill the puppet. Gain 1. Experience. 200. 2. Time. 50 hours. Is it really that exaggerated? Upon seeing the notification, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The experience points awarded were an astonishing tenfold that of shapeshifters, which seemed utterly outrageous. However, upon further contemplation, he began to discern the underlying truth. The strength of the puppets was undoubtedly not 10 times that of shapeshifters. If both parties refrained from utilizing external forces, the puppets possessed no combat capabilities whatsoever. In contrast, shapeshifters, at the very least, had the ability to alter their appearance, with their physique and physical prowess comparable to ordinary humans. In essence, there was little fundamental difference. However, shapeshifters could harness the power of biological cores for combat. Their fighting capacity depended entirely on the potency of the core, with no relation to their inherent abilities. It could be said that their capabilities were purely a reflection of technological advancement. Had other creatures been equipped with biological cores, they could achieve similar results. Conversely, puppets, while employing technological elements, essentially represented a fusion of inherent special abilities and technological methods. Thus, in the game, they fell under the category of special monsters, making their generous experience points quite reasonable. Over the past few days, Bai Feiyu gradually grasped the rules surrounding experience points. The richness of experience was entirely contingent upon the life tier of the monster itself. Those monsters reliant solely on technological means, despite their formidable strength, inherently possessed weaker abilities and lower life tiers, thereby yielding meager experience points. Conversely, monsters endowed with unique abilities, greater strength, and higher life tiers would provide substantial experience points. For instance, Bai Feiyu had previously observed that, regardless of the presence of a biological core, each shape-shifting entity offered an identical amount of experience points. This indicates that their life levels are consistent. Even though their powers may vary due to the biological core, the experience points remain unchanged. The same applies to the automata. Even in the absence of puppeteering skills and any combat abilities, their life levels do not alter, and thus the experience points remain constant. God? The orangutan automaton scoffed at this remark and boldly proclaimed, "To you humans, I am a deity." At that moment, a strong gust of wind surged from behind. Bai Feiyu felt as if he had been struck by a speeding vehicle, his body ensnared by robust arms, and he was forcefully hurled from the summit of the rockery to the ground below. With a resounding crash, the floor cracked, and debris flew in every direction. Although the tremendous force could not shatter his battle armor, it nonetheless jostled his internal organs, leaving him feeling numb all over and a metallic taste in his throat. Bai Feiyu recognized that this was due to his earlier caution, having swapped the spider core for the earthworm core on his way here. Without the spider's senses, he had fallen prey to a surprise attack. Nevertheless, the earthworm core possessed its own advantages, notably a formidable vitality and regenerative capacity. Such injuries were hardly worth mentioning. With a flicker of thought, Fat Cat materialized above him, its large, round eyes glowing red. The towering figure that had ensnared by Fei Yu appeared momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. In a flash, a red laser penetrated the automaton's head. Bai Fei Yu felt the grip on him loosen and seized the opportunity to grasp the assailant's arm, executing a shoulder throw that slammed the figure onto the ground with a dull thud. It was then that he realized his attacker was a plump, white automaton resembling Zhu Beiji, albeit with a significant portion of its head melted away by the laser. The charred, fuzzy edges of the wound were undeniably unsettling. Armed with his prior knowledge of the automata, Bai Fei Yu did not presume that this encounter was resolved. Without hesitation, Fat Cat unleashed another laser beam. The Zhu Beiji automaton suddenly erupted with astonishing speed, rolling aside and leaving only a scorched patch in its wake, just as Bai Fei Yu intended to pursue his advantage. Another gust of wind assailed him from the side. On high alert, he reacted instinctively this time. With a swift flick of his claws, he suspended himself to evade the assault, tracing an elegant arc through the air before alighting back atop the rockery. As he surveyed the scene, he was astonished to find his next attacker was a tall automaton resembling Tang Xing, exuding an appearance of benevolence. Are the three disciples here teaming up to combat monsters? He couldn't help but quip. It seems that the previous one was the odd one out. No wonder he was isolated. We were strangers before being cast onto this planet. There was never a concept of camaraderie, the orangutan automaton stated as it stepped forward, its words imbued with stark authenticity. Were it not for our presence on this alien world, we would never have banded together. Are you, like Arno, reporters investigating that company? Bai Fei Yu probed. Now that we are on another planet, does the identity of that planet still hold any significance? The monk-like figure replied with a calm demeanor. I merely believe that if there are any good individuals among you capable of communication, I might consider sparing their life. Bai Fei Yu appeared to have taken full control over the fates of the group. Do you truly not comprehend? The gorilla-like figure could not help but emit a series of cold chuckles. The premise for communication necessitates that both parties possess the requisite qualifications. Do you humans ever engage in dialogue with insects before collaborating? Even if you are a benevolent person among humans, he continued to question. Would you extend your kindness and goodwill towards a group of grotesque and repugnant insects? His words struck a nerve, revealing the true sentiments harbored by the group. Although they may not have been irredeemably wicked before arriving on the planet, and perhaps even abhorred inhumane biological experimentation, they possessed their own moral boundaries. Yet in their eyes, humans were merely a collection of loathsome, revolting, and feeble insects. From the very beginning, they had never considered humans to be on the same level as themselves. Nor did they even regard them as humans. Just as humans would not offer their kindness to repugnant insects, they would not extend their goodwill towards humans either. In simple terms, they despised two types of beings: those who perpetuated biological discrimination and the inhabitants of this planet. After grasping the strength of this planet, their ambition swelled to an immeasurable extent, devoid of any thoughts of compromise. What they sought was not communication or cooperation, but subjugation. You make a valid point, in truth. We are not so different, Bai Fei Yu concurred, nodding in agreement. Just as you do not regard ordinary humans as equals, I do not regard you as such. He glanced at the three figures and a few shadowy beings awaiting orders and mused. Is this all you have? Such a meager number is hardly sufficient for a proper slaughter. You are the most extraordinary, powerful, and arrogant human I have ever encountered. The gorilla-like figure looked up at the imposing silhouette under the moonlight, feeling an oppressive force never before experienced on this planet. In your films and dramas, characters like you are usually the first to meet a swift and tragic end. Indeed, Bai Fei Yu replied with a smile, but what you speak of pertains only to fiction. The reality, as he brandished a long black blade in his hand, was about to unfold. After all, this was the planet where his true form resided. Basic caution was essential. Prior to venturing into the park to inspect the wormhole, he had deliberately waited for the cooldown of the cyber blade's skills before setting off. Arno had remained within the shop, evidently due to its proximity to the wormhole, allowing for convenient monitoring and prompt handling of any unusual circumstances. As for the other figures, they were likely not nearby. Otherwise, they would have rushed to assist at the commotion caused by Arno's earlier attack. Upon recognizing his defeat, Arno chose to surrender without hesitation. It was evident that he had already alerted his companions, merely stalling for time while awaiting their assistance. Coincidentally, Bai Fei Yu needed to wait for his skills to cool down. Otherwise, considering the proximity of the shop to the park, these puppets, clearly not nearby, could not have arrived so swiftly to encircle him. One was waiting for skill cooldown, while the other awaited reinforcements. Each had their desires fulfilled, and thus, the ensuing contest would hinge solely on raw strength. A shadow clad in black, wielding a long knife, leapt down from the artificial hill. The sharp blade sliced through the air, aimed at one of the Beiji puppets. The alert Beiji puppet retreated repeatedly, narrowly evading the strike. However, in an instant, the black figure surged forth with a speed that far exceeded its prior pace. Like a specter, it closed in with a haunting elegance. The velocity was simply too swift, leaving no opportunity for evasion. With a sharp sound, the blade carved a crescent of darkness, and the tearing of fabric echoed. The beigey puppet was cleaved in half, along with the blue pom-pom within. Blood spattered forth. Bai Feiyu's sudden surge of power evidently surpassed all expectations. The other two puppets scarcely had time to react before realizing their companion had perished. Before the body even touched the ground, the black figure had already swung its arm, unleashing a silver claw toward the Tang Sing puppet. Caught in the shock of witnessing its companion's instant demise, the Tang Sung puppet found itself momentarily dazed. Losing the optimal moment to evade, it could only raise its sturdy arm to block, allowing the claw to ensnare its elbow. Instead of attempting to break free, the Tang Sing puppet twisted its arm, wrapping the connecting rope around itself to prevent the adversary from retracting it. Clearly, it intended to restrict the opponent and create an opportunity for its companions to strike. Indeed, several shadowy figures surged forward, attempting to bite Bai Feiyu. These beings, rendered useless apart from their invisibility, were dispatched with ease by a few casual strikes of his blade. The Tang Sung puppet strained to pull the rope, hoping to impede the black figure's movements. Yet, it felt as if the other end of the rope were tethered to an immense boulder. Any effort to wrestle with it was utterly futile. Such determination. Bai Feiyu couldn't help but remark, casually gesturing with his knife. But alas, your teammates have already fled. What use is your struggle now? The Tang Sing puppet, having awaited the gorilla puppet's support in vain, could no longer contain itself upon hearing these words. Turning its head, it indeed beheld the rapid retreat of the gorilla puppet, its heart swelling with rage and despair. At that moment, a laser pierced through the abdomen of the Tang Sing puppet. Upon receiving the experience points, there was no need for further inspection. Retracting the claw, Bai Feiyu hurled it once more. The black figure traced a graceful arc beneath the moonlight, appearing above the gorilla puppet, which had yet to escape the confines of the park. This is reality, do you understand? The deep voice resonated from above, prompting the gorilla to look up. Gazing at the looming black figure that surveyed him from the sky, he stood frozen in place. Despair enveloped him like an overwhelming tide. In this moment, he finally comprehended that among the insects, there existed terrifying monsters against which they could not contend. Defeated the puppet, gained 1 experience points, 350. 2 time, 60 hours. With Bai Feiyu's current abilities, merely engaging in a level-up kill was commendable. Confronting enemies inherently weaker than himself left no room for unforeseen circumstances. The last puppet fell easily beneath his blade. Ultimately, they were merely pitiful creatures exiled to this earthly realm. Even the puppets were locally sourced, failing to exhibit any formidable prowess. They could boast before ordinary people, yet against Bai Feiyu, they posed no significant challenge. In a direct confrontation, activating the cyber blade would render the puppets utterly hopeless. In the end, Bai Feiyu found himself craving more, for the experience granted by the puppets was exceedingly generous. The 4 puppets seemed to offer varying experience points based on their strength. The weakest, Arno, provided merely 200, while the final gorilla puppet yielded over 300. Altogether, they gifted Bai Feiyu approximately 1,000 experience points, nearly filling the half-empty experience bar he possessed. Player level increased to 34. At last, he leveled up. It was no easy feat. Bai Feiyu, brimming with excitement, retrieved a green clover from his backpack. This was the lucky clover he had traded for with the entity that had parasitized Little Bai's body. It was a one-time item that guaranteed a divine blessing of at least 1 rating upon use during level up. Now was the perfect time to utilize it. Having researched its application beforehand, he found it remarkably simple. Just chew it haphazardly and swallow. Its flavor resembled that of cilantro. Would those who abhor cilantro swallow this clover for its effect? The taste ignited Bai Feiyu's imagination. The options that materialized before him captured his attention. The swirling green lights above signified that the clover's effect had activated. Please select a divine blessing. Chapter 74. Please select a divine blessing. 1. Celestial melody. Sing what you wish to convey, allowing a designated target to hear it. Rating. 2. Reptile. When crawling on all fours, speed will significantly increase. Rating. 3. Ability enhancement. Choose 1 divine blessing or talent to strengthen. Rating. Astonished. Bai Feiyu remained expressionless until he beheld the last option, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, although bolstered by the lucky clover, which would undoubtedly yield a blessing of at least 1 rating. He understood deep down that this was merely a rating item. The probability of obtaining an exceptionally high-rated blessing was rather unrealistic, likely lower than winning the lottery. Securing a rating blessing was the baseline. Even acquiring a mere rating blessing would be considered extraordinary luck. To speak candidly, Bai Feiyu had never anticipated the emergence of such a divine bestowal. He understood that the disparities between each significant tier were exceedingly vast. For instance, the chasm between certain levels was monumental. In light of this, it was utterly astonishing for Bai Feiyu to behold a divine gift of such caliber manifest before him. For a moment, he questioned whether he was merely seeing illusions. This was simply preposterous. As he repeatedly scrutinized the revelation to confirm his perceptions, a nagging thought crossed his mind. Had he inadvertently exhausted all his fortune for the latter half of his life? The unexpected and profound delight momentarily overwhelmed him. However, upon regaining his composure, he discerned that this divine gift did not appear to be an ability that would directly augment his prowess. A divine bestowal of such elevated rank, if transformed into a combat-oriented capability, could undoubtedly propel Bai Feiyu's combat strength to unprecedented heights. Yet, the one before him seemed to lean more towards a functional enhancement. Would it be an augmentation of his divine gift or innate talent? After a brief contemplation, Bai Feiyu grasped the crux of the matter. Clearly, the more formidable the divine gift or talent possessed by a player, the more potent the effects would be. For example, an enhancement of a divine gift at a lower tier would yield exceptionally exaggerated benefits, whereas a talent of a higher tier, even when augmented several levels, might still remain relatively weak. Bai Feiyu indeed possessed a talent at the level of 1,000 faces, but regrettably, it could only be utilized in another realm, restricted to that world alone. Moreover, that talent had already proven sufficient. Further enhancement would be of little consequence. At present, he could only select one of his own abilities for enhancement. His gaze traversed through his talents and divine bestowals. There seemed to be no need for indecision. Aside from his rudimentary talent, the other three abilities were exceedingly practical. If given the chance, each would merit enhancement. Faced with the choice of three, he decisively selected his ace ability, the Cyberblade. Having made his decision, Bai Feiyu proceeded without hesitation, deftly activating the ability development to make his divine selection. The options transformed into twinkling starlight, melding into his being. Almost instantaneously, Bai Feiyu felt an elevation in his physical attributes. His body became more agile, his inner strength intensified, and his constitution grew remarkably robust. Upon opening his attribute panel, he discovered that his three fundamental base attributes had all been elevated. Was this a foundational enhancement acquired through leveling up? In a moment of clarity, Bai Feiyu quickly comprehended the underlying reason, evidently. Players at level 3 and beyond would receive a degree of physical attribute enhancement with each level up, in addition to the option of selecting a divine bestowal. This might also signify that players of this tier had officially transcended the novice category, qualifying as true players. Although Bai Feiyu had only recently embraced his identity as a player, the existence of external enhancements had already propelled his capabilities beyond the confines of novice players. His level placed him in a realm unattainable by other fledgling players. It was likely that his contemporaries were still grappling around level 1, struggling to advance. Please select the talent or divine gift you wish to strengthen. 1. Battle-averse Lizard. 2. Cyberblade Master. 3. Assassin. 4. Grappler. Recollecting his thoughts, Bai Feiyu, with a resolute decision in his heart, unhesitatingly reached out to click on Cyberblade Master. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A torrent of black liquid surged forth, bubbling violently. Gradually, it emitted hues of red, green, and blue, resembling a radiant neon light. The agitation did not last long. In a brief moment, it calmed and cooled down. The source liquid of the Cyberblade Master ability reverted to its original black, slowly merging back into his heart. With a heart full of excitement and anticipation, Bai Feiyu opened the attribute panel. He could hardly contain his eagerness to see the enhanced attributes of this ability. Name: Cyberblade Master. Type: Divine Gift. Evaluation: Attributes: 1. You can transform into a Cyberblade Master. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 1 hour. 2. You can activate the second tier of Cyberblade Master. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 1 hour. Description: Past, present, future, incredible. Bai Feiyu clenched his fist in exhilaration. He had initially thought this enhancement would at most elevate him by a stage or two. To his astonishment, it had catapulted him a whole tier. The originally rated Cyberblade Master had been dramatically elevated to a level that could only be described as terrifying. Just by glancing at the panel, one could perceive the immense power contained within. The two tiers of Cyberblade Master are distinct abilities. The absence of prerequisites means that Bai Feiyu can directly utilize the second tier without activating the first. The duration and cooldown are similarly independent, equating to two separate skills that can be employed independently. Bai Feiyu, brimming with eagerness, longed to experience the might of this ability. However, he took into consideration his current situation. It would be prudent to conclude the matters at hand before indulging in such an experience. Subsequently, Bai Feiyu returned to the previous rockery, gazing at the wormhole before him. It was late at night, and the park was nearly deserted. Yet it was hard to say. Perhaps a few vagrants had heard the recent commotion and someone had already called the authorities. Nevertheless, Bai Feiyu was unconcerned. As long as he could keep his identity concealed for the time being. Compared to the other world-threatening events he had encountered, this was merely a trifling matter. As the challenges multiplied, he increasingly felt overwhelmed. He wished to guard this wormhole and await the spawning of creatures, for the experience provided by the puppets was exceedingly rich. With ample patience, he might even level up again. However, he had far too many tasks to attend to and could not afford to remain here sleeplessly. Moreover, who knows how long it would take for another puppet to be banished here? It was entirely an unknown variable. Bai Feiyu, constantly racing against time, could not squander his precious hours on such trivialities. As for asking friends to guard this place, that was an even more ludicrous notion. Recently graduated university students, still in their infancy, may not prove to be of significant utility. There is no need to gamble one's life away. After much contemplation, Bai Feiyu resolved to inform the nation of this matter. However, he harbored no intentions of being beholden to anyone, thus he decided to leave a message, akin to his previous encounter with the shapeshifters, elucidating the crucial points. Surely, the nation would take stringent precautions against this wormhole. Should any unforeseen complications arise that they cannot resolve, it would be of no concern. Bai Feiyu would intervene. Standing beside the wormhole, he began to mentally devise how to compose his message. Crafting a brief essay seemed, paradoxically, more daunting than slaying a formidable foe. Bai Feiyu scratched his head, a wave of frustration washing over him. At that moment, the space within the wormhole began to distort rapidly. Following this, a figure was ejected from within. Chapter 75, Cybernetic Swordsman. Phase 2. Bai Feiyu found himself momentarily stunned as he beheld the figure emerging from the wormhole. Soon, a radiant smile spread across his face. What a fortuitous coincidence. He gazed intently at the newcomer and politely declared, "Welcome to Earth." The stranger stood nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a peculiar metallic elephant. Its head bore resemblance to a spherical metal orb, adorned with several luminescent cameras that served as eyes. Its mouth was a long metallic strip akin to an elephant's trunk, twisting side to side. Coupled with its bald head, it exuded an aura of cold brutality. Its long limbs, though not robust, were relatively slender, and its body was somewhat flattened, elevated above the ground. 6 agile mechanical arms adorned its back, enhancing its overall appearance of a formidable yet surprisingly agile mechanical beast. As it descended from the rocky outcrop, the ground cracked beneath its weight, producing a thunderous sound imbued with power and intimidation. Clearly disoriented from its recent passage through the wormhole, the creature struggled to comprehend its surroundings. It was only upon hearing Bai Feiyu's voice that it turned its bare metallic head to regard the figure atop the rocky mound. Subsequently, a series of incomprehensible, garbled sounds emanated from its body. Bai Feiyu had initially intended to engage in conversation with this being, but he quickly realized the barrier of language. The priorities of communication with the earlier beings likely stemmed from their pre-programmed knowledge of Earth's linguistic systems. This newcomer, however, despite possibly possessing some form of translator, could not directly interpret an unknown language, rendering communication impossible. Nevertheless, he could surmise that the creature's utterances were likely inquiries. Who are you? Where is this place? A sudden thought struck him. The earlier beings he had dispatched surely possessed translators. If he could retrieve one and present it to this newcomer, they might be able to converse and glean further information. This being was evidently distinct from the previous exiled entities, and a brief exchange might yield unexpected revelations. With this in mind, Bai Feiyu picked up a device that had been affixed to the mouth of one of the fallen creatures and tossed it toward the mechanical giant. However, the colossal mechanical beast, silently observing from its position, abruptly swung one of its mechanical arms on its back, shattering the machine hurled towards it. Without a moment's hesitation, it launched a ferocious assault. The mechanical arms on its back extended like several proud serpents, swiftly striking towards Bai Feiyu. I had no intention of striking first. Yet you dare to initiate an attack upon me? Bai Feiyu hastily evaded. Boom, boom, boom. Several mechanical arms followed the fleeing figure, relentlessly crashing into the artificial hill, sending stones flying. Under the tremendous force of the impact, the entire artificial hill developed immense cracks, with debris tumbling down, resembling a structure on the verge of collapse. In his desperate dodging, Bai Feiyu realized that the opponent might also be a puppeteer controlling a marionette. Setting aside the fresh corpses of marionettes strewn on the ground, it was evident that the machine was something he had extracted from the marionette corpses right before his eyes, making it impossible for the opponent to have accepted it. Bam! In a fleeting moment of distraction, the relentless assault closed in, catching Bai Feiyu off guard as a mechanical arm struck him violently. Like a football kicked with force, his body was hurled away, crashing into a tree as thick as a bowl. I have been far too lenient with you extraterrestrials. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as Bai Feiyu clutched his lower back, gasping in pain, slowly rising from the ground. His voice laced with a hint of fury. The second phase of the Cyberblade Master is activated. A torrent of boiling, colorful liquid surged from his heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Bai Feiyu felt his body heating up incessantly, as if engulfed in flames. In a daze, he perceived the terrified screams of every cell within him, or perhaps their excited roars. The colorful liquid adhered to his skin, gradually enveloping him entirely, transforming into a suit of armor radiating with vibrant fluorescence. Two long blades, one red and one green, glimmering with a haunting light, slowly materialized in his hands. Hiss! Like boiling water splashing onto the ground, a considerable amount of steam dispersed around him. A figure wielding dual blades, emanating a kaleidoscope of fluorescence, appeared before the mechanical beast. Strikingly vivid. If the original pure black armor represented a stark, darkly minimalist vision of futuristic science fiction, then this dazzling, multicolored fluorescent armor was an embodiment of the most ethereal and dreamlike essence. The myriad of colors interwoven, shimmering with flecks of fluorescence, made the entire figure akin to a neon light, dazzlingly bright against the night. It possessed a profound sense of disconnection from the tangible world, resembling a fantastical entity that had materialized from a dream or an alternate dimension. The mechanical beast clearly sensed the impending danger. Without pause, it unleashed an even more intense assault. Several mechanical arms rose high, frantically extending. Enormous fists rained down upon that vibrant figure. In an instant, Bai Feiyu felt a blur of colorful afterimages dancing before him. Amidst the dazzling spectacle, he found it impossible to discern their trajectories. Tap, tap, tap. A few neatly severed mechanical arms abruptly fell to the ground. The once formidable mechanical limbs, akin to tofu, were instantaneously sliced apart by a single blow, leaving even the colossal mechanical beast momentarily stunned, unable to react. Suddenly, amidst the dim light, a brilliant rainbow burst into view. Within the cameras that served as the creature's eyes, the figure dragging the vibrant colors magnified incessantly. The darkness of the night was dispelled by the radiance emanating from its form. What appeared to be mere specks of colorful fluorescence seemed to illuminate the entire world at that moment. Chapter 76. Overwhelming force with the iridescent glow illuminating the scene. A long blade, shimmering with green fluorescence, cleaved into the spherical head of the mechanical giant, sending sparks flying, accompanied by a sound that sent chills down the spine. Its entire head was forcefully split apart, the cross-section even and flat, flickering with flames and electric currents, hanging helplessly from its neck, resembling a metal watermelon cut in two. Despite sustaining such severe damage, the mechanical beast did not succumb. Instead, it emitted strange noises. Remarkably, several cannon tubes rose from its back. In an instant, a barrage of projectiles was unleashed towards the colorful figure ahead. The explosions erupted with a thunderous roar, debris and dust scattering into the air, yet amidst the chaos, there was no trace of color. The figure, once radiant like a neon light in the night, had somehow maneuvered beneath the mechanical beast. With a flash of red and green, the limbs that once supported the mechanical giant were severed entirely. Its heavy, slightly flattened metallic body collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. A streak of light darted by, slicing through the metallic torso, revealing a hidden chamber within. Now exposed to the air. Inside the chamber, a purple fur ball, bristling with hair and connected to wires, seemed to control the mechanical beast. Bathed in the colorful glow, it gradually lifted its gaze, allowing it to closely observe the adversary that had rendered it powerless. The figure possessed a tall and slender physique, adorned in a patchwork of fluorescent armor in various hues. The colors intertwined without a hint of cheap plastic, exuding an unconventional beauty reminiscent of characters from fairy tales or a superhero from a dream. Rather than instilling a sense of dread, it evoked an inexplicable sense of comfort and familiarity. One could not help but feel that beneath such a fantastical exterior, no malevolence could possibly reside. Like a beacon of light in the darkness, gazing up at the towering, ethereal figure, the cool night breeze of the unfamiliar planet brushed against the cheeks. In a moment of disorientation, it felt as if one had plunged into a vividly colored surreal nightmare, eyes filled with despair and fear, tinged with the delusion that this is all just a dream. May we converse now? The strange, incomprehensible voice emanated from within the colorful form, chillingly reminiscent of a demonic whisper. The final shred of hope within the purple puppet was ruthlessly torn apart. Although the words spoken by the other party were incomprehensible, the calm and indifferent tone conveyed the chilling essence of a death sentence. At that moment, a glint of ferocity flashed in the purple puppet's eyes, accompanied by a rhythmic beeping from its abdomen. The colorful figure discerned the impending danger and swiftly swung a long knife, unleashing a streak of green light. The purple fluff was cleaved in twain. Concurrently, a surge of flames erupted from the severed half of its body. With a resounding explosion, a fierce gust of wind radiated from the colorful figure, sweeping outward. The trees lining the road rustled ominously, and leaves danced through the air. Is this how it self-destructs? White Feiyu, standing unscathed, casually brushed away the swirling leaves, expressing a hint of exasperation. I haven't even said anything yet. He pondered, do aliens possess such fortitude? However, he recognized that this puppet was markedly distinct from those he had previously dispatched. Logically, if it had also been exiled, it should not have retained such a formidable mechanical marionette. Despite the mechanical behemoth's current impotence against him, the outcome against a first-stage cyber swordsman would be uncertain. The sheer power of a second-stage cyber swordsman was overwhelming. In this state, White Feiyu's three fundamental attributes had reached an astonishing peak. It is noteworthy that upon entering the first stage, his attributes were merely at a basic level. The leap he had made was not just substantial but transformative, rendering the disparity in strength between the two stages incomparable. Beyond the enhancement of attributes, the colorful battle armor he donned possessed numerous features that provided immense comfort. The black armor of the first stage was merely a shell, plagued with numerous minor flaws. For instance, it was stifling, restricted visibility, lacked sensitivity, and could not detect even the slightest leaf falling upon it. While these appeared to be minor issues, they could potentially become fatal weaknesses. Conversely, the second stage colorful armor enveloped White Feiyu like a second skin. It was not only exceptionally breathable, but also offered expansive visibility, allowing him to see at night as clearly as during the day. He could even feel the gentle caress of the breeze and the delicate touch of hair falling upon the armor, enhancing his sensitivity immensely. The only pity is that the opponent was too weak, White Feiyu remarked while surveying the scattered mechanical components, twirling the two long knives in his hands with a sense of unfulfilled desire. I didn't get to enjoy it enough. A sudden thought crossed his mind. I wonder if I could challenge some seasoned players in my current state. Earlier, at the CAF, when he was at the first stage, a member of the Shadow Circle had dismissed him as merely a first-tier player. Now, having transcended to the second stage with all attributes surging, he believed he at least possessed second-tier strength. However, he doubted it would be deemed particularly formidable. Regardless, White Feiyu felt that facing that suited headshot enthusiast would likely result in his instantaneous demise. Suppressing the excitement within, he refrained from further musings, as he remained uncertain about the nature of the puppet he had just encountered. However, for the time being, there seems to be no alternative, and it is unnecessary to continue dwelling on it. After all, when faced with numerous adversities, one should remain unperturbed. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall use earth to stem it. A cursory search of these puppets revealed that they offered little in terms of spoils. Their puppets require a unique synergy with their possessor's special abilities for effective use. And by Feiyu's hands, these items were utterly worthless, devoid of any attributes. The sole consolation was the last puppet, which had intended to self-destruct but was vanquished by him before it could do so, granting him a modest 300 experience points due to his recent level up, certainly a meager consolation prize. As before, Bai Feiyu carefully pinned everything he knew about the puppets and left the note beside the wormhole. However, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows, waiting to witness the note fall into the hands of the authorities. He also sought to confirm that, for the foreseeable future, no such puppets would emerge from the wormhole. Once everything was settled, Bai Feiyu felt a sense of relief. He reported his safety to Ho Xing and sought refuge in a nearby hotel. Still alive? He mused while reclining on the soft hotel bed, observing the interface. The fact that his lifespan had not diminished indicated that the small white body, captured by the suited man, had not yet met its end. Could it be, he pondered, that my conjecture has proven true? The following day, Bai Feiyu enjoyed breakfast at a small food stall across from the hotel, silently absorbing the chatter of fellow patrons. Their discussions revolved predominantly around the events he had stirred up the previous night. Reports suggested that the park had been thoroughly sealed off, with even sightings of military vehicles entering the area. Such matters did not overly concern Bai Feiyu. As long as he remained undetected, he was content. Ho Xing's childhood friend would undoubtedly face a thorough investigation. Furthermore, the face-swapping procedure that Ho Xing had received from his friend would likely attract scrutiny and possibly lead to the program's confiscation. Nevertheless, Bai Feiyu had already forewarned Ho Xing, whose character would surely prevent him from easily betraying him. If any astute investigator were to trace the matter back to him, it was not something he needed to fret over at present. A night had passed, and the small white body had yet to perish. Bai Feiyu lowered his gaze to sip his mildly sweetened millet porridge, concluding that his earlier hypothesis had not been in error. It was highly probable that Zhong Ran had sought out the suited man. As for the ultimate outcome, whether victory or defeat awaited them, and the condition of the small white body remained uncertain. Regardless, Bai Feiyu could no longer afford to wait idly. Though his attempts to scrutinize the complete series of Doomsday had devolved into a jest, he still possessed a path to uncover the subsequent narrative. This route involved locating the actors of the series, members of the entertainment circle residing on Blue Star. They had already embodied the entirety of the series, thus possessing knowledge of its unfolding plot. At the very least, they would have substantial insights into that apocalyptic world. Bai Feiyu was in dire need of those pivotal pieces of information. Although he had already identified 2 potential sources related to the impending apocalypse, yet he could only glimpse a mere fragment of the iceberg, and no one could assert with certainty whether the shapeshifters and dolls were indeed the harbingers of the apocalypse. Until the precise cause was unearthed, Bai Feiyu dared not entertain even the slightest notion of hope. After dinner, to avoid disturbances, he refrained from returning to the hotel. Instead, he sought a secluded spot, activating his heightened senses. Once more, the familiar sensation enveloped him. After a whirlwind of disorientation, he abruptly landed. Breathing heavily, he thought, "Why does this place seem so familiar?" Gazing at the pristine white ceiling, Bai Feiyu sat up and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a single patient room of a hospital, lying on a hospital bed. A glance out the window revealed a fresh view through newly installed glass. Confirming his suspicion, this was undoubtedly the location where he first encountered Zhong Ran. On that occasion, he had awakened in this very room, in this very bed. Subsequently, he was compelled to escape through a shattered window. It was clear who had orchestrated his return to this place. With a soft click, the door to the room swung open, revealing the petite yet charming figure of Zhong Ran, who entered with her hands clasped behind her back. They were reunited once more. With the familiarity of old friends, she greeted him with a beaming smile. Appearing in high spirits, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons, radiating warmth and healing. With the effect of 1,000 faces, Bai Feiyu was never the naive boy he once was. Logically, she could not possibly discern his true identity. Yet, her deliberate choice to place him in this room could hardly be mere coincidence. "Who are you?" he inquired, harboring a flicker of hopefulness. "Don't play coy, Bai Feiyu," Zhong Ran replied, seemingly amused as she casually perched herself beside the bed and began peeling an orange from the bedside table. "How did you recognize me?" Bai Feiyu asked, somewhat exasperated. "I didn't," Zhong Ran replied, playfully swinging her slender legs. "But I have marked you. No matter how you change, I will always recognize you. And wherever you flee, I will find you." "When did you mark me?" He arched an eyebrow, unable to suppress his curiosity. "When my clone perished." "And you gifted me the necklace," Zhong Ran candidly explained. Pressing his forehead, Bai Feiyu felt increasingly foolish for his earlier actions. This was the second time Zhong Ran had marked him. The first time, he had narrowly escaped by employing a ruse, only to find himself marked once more. It seemed that during this interval, Zhong Ran had been preoccupied with plotting her revenge against the man in the suit, leaving her little energy to concern herself with him. What about that man in the suit? He pondered aloud. "He got away," Zhong Ran said, pausing briefly as her gaze turned vacant, slowly chewing on the orange segment she had just consumed. This suggested that the player organization established by the Special Security Bureau was far more formidable than Bai Feiyu had imagined. They had managed to drive that man away. A scenario he had once contemplated, considering the possibility of Zhong Ran's complete defeat. "Then why are you so cheerful? I thought you had succeeded in your revenge." Bai Feiyu queried, his expression one of confusion. "You are surprisingly aware that he is my enemy." Zhong Ran did not respond directly, turning her head to cast a playful glance at her companion. Bai Feiyu shrugged, noncommittal. "Although my doppelganger was slain on the rooftop last time, I successfully marked him." Zhong Ran's gaze grew colder, her tone resolutely firm. "No matter where he fled, I shall find him." Shaking her head, she murmured to herself, "Let him escape this time. There will always be a next time." Revenge is a matter that demands utmost dedication. One must strike decisively, for once the adversary becomes wary, the next opportunity may prove elusive. Bai Feiyu reflected, "You should wait until you have absolute certainty before you act." He genuinely hoped that she would eliminate that suited fiend. After all, that individual was exceedingly terrifying and a sworn enemy of Xiaobai. As long as that man lived, he would find no peace in this world. Indeed, "I should wait until I have absolute certainty before acting. How reckless of me." Zhong Ran glanced at Bai Feiyu, nodding thoughtfully, and resumed peeling her orange. Upon hearing this, Bai Feiyu was taken aback. This woman had schemed for countless days and nights in pursuit of vengeance. How could she be reckless? If she lacked the assurance of a kill, she would never strike. Bai Feiyu recalled that she had marked the suited man as well as him. Could it be that she discovered the two marks had overlapped, putting Bai Feiyu's life in jeopardy, prompting her to act prematurely to save him? This could explain why that man escaped so easily. Lost in contemplation, Bai Feiyu fell silent. He would never narcissistically believe that she acted to save him. Her motives were undoubtedly to protect Xiaobai's body. Clearly, Zhang Ran was aware of the original personality's fragmentation. When they first met, she must have suspected that Bai Feiyu was a manifestation of Xiaobai's split persona. However, it was likely that Bai Feiyu's body was still hosting another player at that time, leading Zhang Ran to perceive him as a puppet controlled by a malevolent force. Thus her cold demeanor. When her doppelganger was killed, Bai Feiyu's display of compassion betrayed him, allowing Zhang Ran to ascertain his identity and mark him in turn. Hence, when she perished, she called out Bai Feiyu's full name rather than the affectionate moniker of Xiaobai. Clearly, in that moment, she had concluded that Bai Feiyu was indeed a fragment of Xiaobai. It was for this reason Zhang Ran initiated her revenge plan to safeguard Bai Feiyu's life, which inadvertently led to the suited man's escape. Of course, had she delayed her plan, success was not guaranteed. One could only assert that with ample preparations, the likelihood of revenge's success increases. Nonetheless, she undeniably aided Bai Feiyu in averting disaster. Bai Feiyu could not help but marvel inwardly. This world was truly wondrous. Xiaobai could risk her life to assist Zhang Ran in her quest for vengeance. Equally, Zhang Ran could forfeit her best opportunity for revenge to save Xiaobai. Is this love? Bai Feiyu crossed her arms and shrank her neck, truly terrified. Chapter 78, Murder and Heartbreak. It seems you know everything. How do you intend to deal with me? Bai Feiyu inquired straightforwardly, glancing around the seemingly unguarded hospital room. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. Zhang Ran replied with an air of relaxation, her voice calm. You should understand that what I desire is quite simple. I want to see Xiaobai. The real Xiaobai. Turning her head, she fixed her large, dark eyes intently upon Bai Feiyu. Nothing more. I'm afraid I cannot fulfill your request, Bai Feiyu responded, appearing utterly powerless. For now, he could only feign compliance. It was impossible to reveal that the true Xiaobai had long since perished, her spirit irrevocably lost. This woman before him would undoubtedly erupt in rage, perhaps even eliminate him on the spot. As a personality split from Xiaobai, he at least did not have to worry about his life being in danger. The woman before him clearly cared far more for the fate of Xiaobai's body than he did. That's all right. I can wait. Zhang Ran seemed to have anticipated this outcome, her expression devoid of significant disappointment. Her calm tone was laced with determination. I will wait until the day he returns. Until then, you must endure our confinement for a while, she continued, gazing at Bai Feiyu. However, you can rest assured, I guarantee there will be no danger, nor will anyone interrogate or torment you. You may consider this an early retirement. Feel free to voice any requests. She paused, her expression earnest. Whether it be food, drink, or entertainment, we will do our utmost to accommodate you, provided you comply with our restrictions. If Xiaobai never appears, am I to be imprisoned by you for eternity? Bai Feiyu's expression was one of helplessness. In this world, being incarcerated every few days was simply unbearable. You may pray for his appearance or find ways to summon him. Zhang Ran remarked indifferently. If you have investigated me, you should know that I have never harmed an innocent person. Bai Feiyu asserted confidently, I am truly a good person. You are not a bad person. Indeed, Zhang Ran acknowledged with a nod. Thus, I have not employed any tactics against you. If that is the case, is there any possibility for me to join your so-called Special Security Bureau? Bai Feiyu's eyes sparkled with hope. His reasoning was simple. Leveraging the connections of such a national organization to acquire information about the apocalypse would undoubtedly be far easier than conducting an investigation alone. There is no possibility of that before Xiaobai appears. Zhang Ran decisively shook her head. Clearly, she still could not place her complete trust in Bai Feiyu. The root of her hesitation lay in the fact that since Bai Feiyu's revival, the true consciousness of Xiaobai had never surfaced. No one could ascertain whether Xiaobai's essence truly resided within this body. Until Zhang Ran encountered the genuine Xiaobai, she would never find peace. Bai Feiyu scratched his head, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. Where could he possibly find the long-deceased consciousness of the other? If this continued, he was destined to languish in prison. Even actors of the highest caliber must possess an intricate understanding of the script and character, rehearsing repeatedly to authentically embody their roles. For Bai Feiyu to portray Xiaobai and deceive Zhang Ran, a seasoned player with an unparalleled knowledge of Xiaobai, is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Your disguise has lost all significance. Can you not return to your true self? Zhang Ran gazed at Bai Feiyu's unfamiliar, even somewhat unappealing visage, unable to restrain the words that had long been brewing in his heart. High emotional intelligence. Return to your authentic self. Low emotional intelligence. Your current disguise is quite unattractive. Umph. Only a shallow woman would covet my beauty. Bai Feiyu touched her face, unable to suppress her inner musings. No wonder you didn't rush at me like last time. Last time, she had revealed her true self, but now, disguised as an unattractive passerby. It was no wonder that Zhong Ran hesitated. Of course, this was merely jest. The real reason was that Zhong Ran remained oblivious to the myriad facades Bai Feiyu could adopt, even though her essence bore her mark. The persistent absence of a direct encounter with Xiao Bai left her feeling somewhat unsettled. If you wish for me to remove the disguise, that can be arranged. Bai Feiyu thought for a moment, a smile gracing her face, but you must agree to one condition. Zhong Ran's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. His disdainful demeanor akin to a charming young girl encountering a peculiar old man. Rolling her eyes, Bai Feiyu hastily clarified, rest assured, for you, it will be an utterly trivial matter. I merely seek your assistance in investigating certain matters. After a brief contemplation, Zhong Ran nodded, very well. Upon hearing this, Bai Feiyu, unperturbed by the possibility of a change of heart, decisively dispelled the illusion, revealing her true appearance. As Zhong Ran beheld a strikingly familiar visage, adorned with flowing silver locks, a glimmer of nostalgia and distraction flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Bai Feiyu's head erupted like a watermelon, blood splattering across Zhong Ran's face. With pupils constricted, Zhong Ran stood frozen in shock. What the hell? Like a jolt of electricity, Bai Feiyu sprang up, frantically feeling her head. What just happened? His expression contorted in discomfort as he recalled the recent events. Initially, he had intended to leverage connections within the Special Security Bureau to gather information and devise an escape plan. Unexpectedly, he had met with a sudden demise. The image of the suited man who had shot him flashed through his mind. Bai Feiyu, feeling utterly helpless, gradually pieced together the reasons behind this chaos. No wonder Zhong Ran was able to effortlessly rescue the Xiao Bai body that had fallen into the hands of that suited man, unscathed. It was evident that the man had orchestrated this deliberately, having prepared means of attack in Bai Feiyu's mind long before. He had likely waited for her to awaken and interact with Zhong Ran before triggering the explosion, aiming to eliminate Bai Feiyu before Zhong Ran's eyes. This was a vengeful act against Zhong Ran, a provocation, a torment, a humiliation intended to evoke memories of her family's massacre from years past. What a perverse individual. Bai Feiyu felt a chill creeping down her spine. The mere thought of Zhong Ran witnessing Xiao Bai's demise before her very eyes evokes a hauntingly familiar scene, inevitably conjuring memories of the massacre that befell her family years ago. This could lead her to a complete breakdown, even madness, as a distinct possibility. Such perverse, cruel, and utterly inhumane methods leave Bai Feiyu feeling inadequate by comparison. In contrast to that suited assassin, he at least considers himself a man with principles. One who would never resort to such extreme cruelty to vanquish his foes. Only 17 years of life remain. Reflecting upon this, Bai Feiyu turned his gaze towards the supersensory interface. Supersensory, Phase 1 control over the original body's physical form. Lifespan consumed, 1 year. Supersensory, Phase 2-1. Maintain the previous supersensory state. Lifespan consumed, 2 years. 2. Control over the original body's form, partial memories, and abilities. Lifespan consumed, 2 years. Upon scrutinizing the newly revealed rules, Bai Feiyu's eyes glimmered with hope. Is it truly possible to do this? He had believed that the second phase of supersensory would remain static. However, it now appeared that with each demise and subsequent bodily reconstruction, he could randomly draw from the original's partial memories and abilities anew. Of course, if he so desired, he could opt to retain the talent he had previously acquired, Thousand Faces. Isn't this akin to a roguelike game? A hint of excitement danced across Bai Feiyu's features. Chapter 79. Redrawing for Bai Feiyu. The original body represented an untapped treasure. Any talent he could draw would undoubtedly be of a high caliber, albeit skewed towards functional abilities. Although the disguise effect of Thousand Faces was formidable, it only enabled him to alter his appearance. Against seasoned players with peculiar techniques, it could potentially be unraveled. The prospect of redrawing a combat talent of high caliber sent his imagination soaring. A cybernetic fighter of such a caliber could elevate his strength to unimaginable heights. If it were of the highest caliber, how formidable would that be? He wouldn't just roam unchecked, but would at least be able to stand his ground against seasoned players without being mercilessly defeated. Though Bai Feiyu's lifespan dwindled to a mere 17 years, the urgency of the situation compelled him to act decisively. As time pressed on, the sense of crisis intensified. If he did not invest in his survival, he might soon find himself without life altogether. If he were to be eliminated, no matter how many years remained, they would become as meaningless as the balance in a bank account. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Feiyu opted for the second choice of Phase 2 supersensory, redrawing the original memories and abilities. On the surface, the assassin's action in killing him could, in fact, liberate him from the marks that Zhang Ran had left on his body, allowing for an escape. Perhaps this was not entirely a misfortune? After all, whether Zhang Ran succumbed to madness or despair bore little significance to him. Yet, this was a misconception. There is a saying that rings true: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ultimately, Bai Feiyu's greatest obstacle and threat in that world was the suited assassin. In the short term, he could not hope to contend with that individual. Should he be discovered once more, he would undoubtedly become a plaything subject to torment and, potentially, far worse. In contrast, Zhang Ran would at most confine him without inflicting harm, and indeed, she might even protect him, rendering her no true threat. Most importantly, Zhang Ran harbors an unyielding vendetta against the man in the suit with the explosive head. Backed by the Special Security Bureau, she possesses the resources to stand against him. At this juncture, Zhang Ran is, in fact, the most steadfast shield for Bai Feiyu. Not only can she draw hatred and deflect attacks, but she may also have the potential to directly overturn that man in the suit, thereby alleviating Bai Feiyu's gravest crisis on Blue Star. Should this woman falter, it would spell true disaster for Bai Feiyu. Thus, he did not linger, but rather, he immediately transcended his senses, intent on reappearing before her impending collapse. As his thoughts swirled, a familiar sensation enveloped him, and Bai Feiyu felt his body plummet rapidly. Darkness engulfed his vision. In the next moment, it was as if his eyes had flown open. The world before him suddenly brightened. A familiar silhouette came into view, adorned with lustrous, pink, wavy locks and a delicate visage. An old acquaintance. Had it not been for her being attacked by players and losing part of her memory, Bai Feiyu might not have extricated himself from her grasp. Both her makeup and attire were evidently meticulously curated, rendering her even more enchanting than the last time Bai Feiyu had seen her, a veritable star of a perfect girl group, captivating to behold. The gentle expression and the bright, affectionate gaze were unlike anything Bai Feiyu had ever encountered. He realized he had once again entered a fragment of the original's memories. However, unlike his previous experience as an observer, this time he was ensnared in the first person. He found himself utterly immobilized, like a spirit trapped within a body, able only to observe the unfolding scene through a pair of eyes. To be precise, the original was seated face-to-face with the woman in a cabin of a Ferris wheel. Seemingly on a date? Xiao Bai, what is wrong? The girl raised her delicate, luminous hands and waved them before Bai Feiyu's eyes. I'm fine. A gentle voice emanated from the body he inhabited. Beneath his eyelids, the original lifted his hand and gently grasped the girl's fragile hand, giving it a light squeeze. Why must I endure this memory? Bai Feiyu silently lamented. He had no interest in the affectionate exchanges of this young couple. Most repugnant was the fact that he was experiencing it in the first person. Unable to turn his head, he yearned to observe other surroundings but found himself utterly constrained. It was akin to prying open his mouth and force-feeding him a deluge of romantic sentiments. You seem a bit down. Has something happened? The girl rose, settling onto Xiao Bai's lap, gazing into his eyes with tender inquiry. That's quite enough. Please refrain from engaging in anything inappropriate on the Ferris wheel. Immobilized, Bai Feiyu could only grumble inwardly. I'm rather conservative. This is truly unbearable. Experiencing this memory firsthand was far more excruciating than imprisonment. Xiao Bai shook his head, offering no response. The young woman seemed to sense that the other party was reluctant to elaborate, so she gracefully shifted the topic. Xiao Bai, do you think I should participate in that drama? Which drama? The one titled Apocalypse, of course. She pouted slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. Did I not mention it to you before? She explained. My character doesn't have much screen time, but if I perform well, I could gain an intriguing ability, though it won't significantly enhance my strength. I see, then go ahead and act, Xiao Bai replied nonchalantly, turning his gaze towards the window. Some abilities that seem useless might come in handy at some point. All right, I'll take your advice, the girl said, snuggling up to her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Bai Feiyu felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. This woman was also involved in Apocalypse. However, he had not seen her presence in the earlier episodes. She must be a minor character. Yet, no matter how peripheral the role, she had still entered the world of Apocalypse and spent time there. She might possess crucial information that Bai Feiyu was unaware of. Perhaps even the true reason behind the impending apocalypse on Earth. He had originally intended to seek out actors from Apocalypse to gather information. Unexpectedly, a fragment of the original body's memories had directly illuminated his path. You know, Xiao Bai, who had been gazing out the window, suddenly spoke. If I were to die, how many people in this world would mourn for me? Chapter 80. Xiao Bai's cheat. Upon hearing the original body's words, Bai Feiyu was stirred, listening intently. Suddenly, everything froze. The space before him shattered like glass. Damn it, could this memory fragment be any shorter? Bai Feiyu lamented inwardly. I've stripped down. And now it has to cut off at such a critical moment? Nevertheless, the last sentence of the original body was indeed thought-provoking. It conveyed a sense of knowing one's imminent demise. Logically, given Xiaobai's prowess, if he encountered a life-threatening crisis, he would surely find a way to navigate through it, rather than wallowing in despair and even fantasizing about his own death. Unless he believed that his death was an inevitable fate that no one could alter, rendering any effort futile. Only in such a case would someone as powerful as he be compelled to relinquish all hope of survival, succumbing to the shadows of death. Could it be that he possessed the ability to foresee the future? Bai Feiyu pondered in confusion. No, if he truly could foresee the future, he would strive even harder to change it and save himself. How could he abandon the hope of survival? Or perhaps, he speculated, he could only predict his own death? And that death was a predetermined event that no one could change? With the current information being too scant, Bai Feiyu's wild guesses would certainly not lead him to the correct answer. As he felt himself about to detach from the memory, he hurriedly focused his mind. Blinking. The familiar scene reappeared before him. In the hospital room, a blood-splattered Zhong Ran stood frozen, helplessly gazing at the headless corpse on the bed. With her lips slightly parted and her eyes rimmed with red, she stood at a loss for words and actions, exuding an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Reminiscent of a little girl who had just lost a loved one, evoking deep sympathy. It was only when the lifeless body on the hospital bed suddenly transformed into a cascade of starlight, dissipating into the air, that Zhong Ran seemed to awaken from her stupor. Turning her head, she beheld Bai Feiyu, who was smiling warmly at her. You're not the only one with means to survive, Bai Feiyu teased. Now you understand the feeling I had after you deceived me last time, right? It felt as if I were a clown. Zhong Ran pouted, saying nothing, and rushed forward to tightly embrace the man before her, silently weeping, unwilling to part ways. My friend is all about pure love. I have no interest in someone else's girlfriend, Bai Feiyu thought to himself, feeling somewhat exasperated yet unable to extricate himself from her grasp. This was the first time he realized that after resurrection, the remains of one's previous death would dissipate. This could be considered a small flaw in the ability of resurrection. Should one ever plan to escape through death, this detail must be noted. If an enemy discovered the anomaly of the corpse, it could indeed lead to trouble. As his thoughts whirled, Bai Feiyu paid no further attention to Zhong Ran and eagerly opened the attributes panel to examine the abilities acquired from this extraordinary draw. For him, as long as it wasn't he something utterly worthless, as long as it wasn't he the previous chameleon, he could accept it. Little White. I place my absolute trust in you, he mused with anticipation, his gaze scanning the attributes panel. Given your strength, it's not too much to ask for a decent ability. Anxiously whispering to himself, he hoped to find a chance to truly shine in this world. His gaze settled upon the talent list, where, aside from Timid Lizard, there was now an entirely new entry that had not existed before. What is this? Bai Feiyu stared at the question marks, doubting his own vision, wondering if there was a glitch. In typical online games, a network lag could indeed result in attributes failing to display correctly, leading to a plethora of question marks and gibberish. However, could such an occurrence truly happen with a system as enigmatic as this one? No matter how he looked at it, it seemed utterly perplexing. Bai Feiyu couldn't help but toggle the attributes panel several times, yet the newly added talent remained unchanged, persistently displaying nothing but question marks. Could it be that the name of this talent was simply question mark, question mark, question mark? A thought crossed his mind, and he quickly entered the secondary interface of this enigmatic talent to seek a more detailed description and understand its function. Upon entering the secondary interface, Bai Feiyu was utterly dumbfounded. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the system was incapable of interpreting this talent? The system should, like in a game, provide a detailed textual description of the player's talent abilities on the attributes panel, but only if it could fully decipher the talent's capabilities. If one were to suggest that a player possesses a talent ability that the system cannot decipher, it might very well lead to the current predicament. The system is only aware of the existence of such a talent, but is utterly incapable of discerning its effects or articulating them in words. It is a talent that transcends the system's comprehension. Merely hearing about it sounds overwhelmingly powerful. Ah, Xiaobai, you truly are my dearest companion. Bai Feiyu was unable to contain the excitement bubbling within him. At that moment, Zhong Ran, who had been clutching him tightly, seemed to sense his exhilaration and lifted her head with a hint of confusion. Then, she quietly released her grip and took a few steps back, as if she had encountered a peculiar individual, her face displaying a look of disdain. In his fervor, he inadvertently appeared as something of a weirdo. However, Bai Feiyu was not inclined to concern himself with such trivialities. After all, he was not one to be swayed by the opinions of others. He was eager to uncover the true extent of this talent ability that the system could not even comprehend. Yet, A question surged within him. What kind of talent could possibly reach such heights? While he acknowledged that Xiaobai must possess formidable strength, did it not seem somewhat absurd to have a talent that evades the system's regulation? Bai Feiyu recalled his earlier conversation with the man in the suit. During their exchange, he learned that Xiaobai was not a player, yet held extraordinary power, evidently akin to him, possessing an external aid. Indeed, how could an ordinary talent ability escape the system's notice? Unless, his eyes widened slightly as he came to a realization. What he had drawn was not a talent at all, but potentially Xiaobai's external aid. With this thought, Bai Feiyu felt an insatiable itch of curiosity. However, with Zhongran present, he could not freely explore this matter. I just used my life-saving trump card, and now I feel a bit weakened. Could you perhaps find me a quiet and safe place? Bai Feiyu suggested. Zhongran regarded him thoughtfully and nodded. Entering a clean, warm, and cozily decorated private room, Bai Feiyu casually scanned his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Sinking into the soft embrace of the sofa, he let out a long sigh of relief. You may leave now. Allow me some time to rest alone. Bai Feiyu waved to Zhongran as one might summon a maid, just as he seemed to recall something. He called out to her, when you were just holding me, did you happen to mark me? No, Zhongran replied honestly, shaking her head. You still possess a shred of humanity, Bai Feiyu remarked with a smirk. However, on our way here, I marked you to prevent you from escaping, Zhongran swiftly countered. Maintaining her candor. You truly are something else, Bai Feiyu responded with a hint of irritation. Did you not realize that I could have easily extricated myself from that situation? Even completely shedding the mark you placed on my body? Out of concern for your potential breakdown. I even went so far as to reveal my trump card and reappear before you. He wore a dissatisfied expression, feeling that good deeds often go unrecognized. After a prolonged gaze, Zhongran remained silent and turned to exit the private room. In this unguarded place, you are free to leave at any moment. I merely wish to confirm your safety, she said with a soft sigh. However, do not act too tyrannically. No one from the Special Security Bureau will pursue or confront you. My assistance can extend only so far. With that, she closed the door to the secret chamber and departed silently. Bai Feiyu had long sensed that this woman was quite emotional and would not impose difficulty upon him. He was taken aback, however, by her straightforwardness in allowing him to leave. It seemed his recent actions had touched her. The prospect of not being imprisoned lightened Bai Feiyu's mood considerably, and he eagerly began to explore the features of the Little White's external assistance. While he had considered the possibility of acquiring a powerful talent, he had never imagined he would directly obtain the external assistance of his original self. This ability bore no name, nor did it possess any attribute description, yet this did not hinder Bai Feiyu from utilizing it. Like other abilities, it functioned seamlessly, akin to skills within a game, devoid of any need for intricate techniques. Merely a thought was sufficient. As he concentrated, a resplendent golden light filled his vision. Lifting his brows slightly, a virtual interface, radiating a gentle golden glow, materialized before him. Within this interface were numerous exquisitely crafted cards, each positioned individually and arranged neatly. Their backs facing upward. Drawing cards, is it? Bai Feiyu could hardly contain himself. It appeared remarkably similar to the external assistance he possessed, equally simple-minded. He couldn't help but scoff at how, in this day and age, external assistance was designed with such apparent simplicity. Was it a reflection of the developer's concern for the intelligence of their users? Yet, upon reflection, what purpose did sophistication serve in this realm? Was it merely for show? Practicality was what truly mattered. The more straightforward and crude it appeared, the more potent it might become. How to utilize it? Bai Feiyu refrained from hastily proceeding, opting instead to observe meticulously. He pondered whether this external assistance lacked self-awareness. Otherwise, upon the demise of Little White, it would likely seek a new master rather than fall into his hands by chance. A whimsical thought crossed his mind. Would my own external assistance behave similarly after my death? Without dwelling too long, Bai Feiyu noticed on the left side of the virtual interface the inscription Character Extraction Device. Character? Could it be the character as I understand it? A look of contemplation crossed his face, meaning that each card represented a distinct persona. In this light, Little White had deceived everyone. He was not suffering from dissociative identity disorder. A flash of insight struck him. It was merely that his external assistance could switch between various personas, leading to the misunderstanding of a fragmented personality. No wonder it was said that he would manifest a new persona after intervals. It seemed he had merely drawn a new character card. With this realization, many mysteries within Bai Feiyu's mind began to unravel. This epiphany brought him a sense of comfort. Moreover, one last thought lingered. The man in the suit had mentioned that all of Little White's personas derived from a character within a certain narrative. Did this not imply that the extracted character cards were likely sourced from that same narrative? The concept of character design encompasses not only a character's personality, background, and preferences, but also their inherent abilities. Otherwise, a novice would not possess such formidable power. The intricacies of character design are truly remarkable, unlike in films and television, where characters are bound by the constraints of visual representation. Textual descriptions allow for an exaggeration that surpasses imagination. For instance, a character could effortlessly wield the power to obliterate worlds, dictate the course of eternity, and invert the very fabric of the universe. While such portrayals are rare in visual media, they abound in literary works. Moreover, there are no barriers to entry. Even a character conceived by an elementary school student could possess earth-shattering capabilities. It is no wonder that a novice could easily attain immense strength. If one were to draw upon a divine character design, would they not ascend to godhood? Feiyu could not help but marvel at how this seemed far more straightforward and potent than the previously mentioned approach. However, one must remember that even those endowed with such extraordinary advantages ultimately face demise, suggesting the presence of certain limitations. Before long, Feiyu noticed a number 0 in the lower left corner of the interface. Was this the currency required for drawing cards? He quickly grasped the situation. In games, drawing cards invariably requires money, and this was no exception. Undeterred, he reached out to tap the exquisite cards facing downwards, only to be met with silence. Much like the previous interface, there were no instructions, leaving him to ponder how to acquire this currency. How frustrating it was that a novice would leave him with not a single coin. Couldn't he at least draw one card for the thrill of it? Yet, he understood that if he were to gather enough currency to draw cards, the original character would undoubtedly do so immediately to enhance their power, hence the balance of 0. There is no greater agony than having a powerful advantage before you, yet being utterly clueless on how to wield it. Wait a moment, Feiyu thought. Although I cannot draw cards at present, the novice must have done so, and likely more than once. If character cards can be reused. A glimmer of hope sparked within him. While he might not be able to draw new characters, surely he could claim some second-hand ones without cost. Upon meticulous examination, he indeed made a discovery. Chapter 81. The Inherited Treasure. Feiyu realized that the virtual drawing interface could be navigated through pages. On the second page, he was greeted by a collection of previously drawn character cards. A full page of these cards was neatly arrayed before him. This is the treasure left behind by the novice. In an instant, Feiyu found himself momentarily dazed, rooted to the spot. One reaps the benefits of the labor sown by others. Inheriting the legacy of a powerful character, he need not exert even the slightest effort, instead indulging in the purest form of unearned rewards. The fruits of his acquisition came without toil. Feiyu felt as though he were soaring, sensing that his journey as the Dragon Overlord was about to commence. A meteoric rise was imminent, starting today. Shall I give it a try? Unable to contain his excitement, he began to examine the character cards before him. What does this mean? He focused intently on the cards, a hint of confusion etched upon his face. Unlike the character cards displayed face down in the first pool, the drawn character cards before him are all clearly facing up. However, a veil of shrouded darkness obscures the designs upon them. In the upper left corner of each card lies a crimson inscription of chaos, serving as a foreboding warning. What is happening? Feiyu pondered, perplexed. Upon inspecting the other character cards, he discovered they all shared the same fate. Completely enshrouded by the dark mist and bearing the mark of chaos. Yet, beneath each card, the word use was also inscribed, indicating that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to utilize all the character cards he possessed at any moment. At this juncture, he truly grasped the convenience of the system's data-driven nature. Had the system been capable of interpreting the character extractor before him, it would undoubtedly present its status in a manner akin to an attribute panel, much like equipment or abilities, making everything crystal clear. Instead, he found himself utterly baffled, reliant solely on conjecture. Is this a negative effect resulting from some curse? After a moment of contemplation, Feiyu began to piece things together. Couldn't I simply inherit the assets? Why must I also inherit the curse? Logically, such a crude and simplistic external aid ought to allow for a clear understanding of the specific effects of the drawn character cards. Yet, it seemed that Xiao had fallen victim to some sort of curse, or perhaps this external aid had encountered an unforeseen complication, leading to the current predicament. Each character card had transformed into a mystery box. Although they were all usable, he could not discern what kind of character lay beneath the surface. Even the most straightforward card drawing games typically included a few useless cards or those with adverse effects to accentuate the prowess of the higher tier cards. It was unlikely that the character extractor before him would be any different. If every character were formidable, there would be no need for a draw. Any one of them would suffice, and one could simply rotate through them. Thus, it was certain that the pool concealed some inferior characters. In fact, it was likely that the majority of those characters were utterly useless. Powerful and virtuous characters would, more often than not, be the rare exceptions among them. Given the multitude of characters drawn from the original source, it was improbable that each was a masterpiece. There might well be hidden pitfalls. Why does it feel more exhilarating? Bai Feiyu couldn't help but smile. Nevertheless, he was not one to shy away from social embarrassment. As long as the characters were not the type that relished in public nudity, he felt little concern. If it came to opening mystery boxes, so be it. At worst, he would experiment with each one, thereby unveiling their effects. After all, these character cards were drawn from an external aid. They surely wouldn't lead to his immediate demise. Would they? Moreover, controlling Xiaobai's body, he felt undaunted even in the face of potential life-threatening scenarios. Which one should I choose first? Bai Feiyu rubbed his hands in excitement. What on earth could be happening to render you so joyful? Suddenly, a voice, somewhat familiar, echoed from behind his head. Initially filled with excitement and anticipation, Bai Feiyu's body suddenly stiffened. That voice unmistakably belonged to the man in the suit who had previously executed a headshot. This was inconceivable. How could that individual possibly be here? Zhang Ran had clearly stated that a mark had been placed on that man. Not only should he not be here, but the moment he set foot in this city, he would be detected. Furthermore, this was a safe house that Zhang Ran had specifically brought into. As his mind raced, Bai Feiyu resolutely prepared to activate the second stage of the Cyber Blade. At present, his power had undergone a qualitative leap. Even if he were not a match for that man, he could still make an attempt. Don't move, or your head will explode just like before. The shadow behind him remarked, seemingly aware of Bai Feiyu's intentions, speaking in a nonchalant, yet rapid manner. You wouldn't want to experience that sensation again, would you? The memory of the earlier headshot flashed through Bai Feiyu's mind. He had no doubt that the terrifying figure behind him possessed the capability to carry out such an act. And he forcibly restrained his slightly rising body, obediently settling back onto the sofa. How did you end up here? He inquired, not turning around, but gazing straight ahead, unable to suppress his curiosity. Isn't it quite obvious? The man in the suit replied casually. Did you really not foresee this? As his thoughts shifted, Bai Feiyu finally grasped the detail he had overlooked. How could the man in the suit have perfectly timed his attack while he was conversing with Zhong Ran? It was not even during the initial part of their conversation, but rather at the moment he had removed the guise of 1,000 faces and revealed his true self to Zhong Ran, that he was shot in the head. The timing was simply too impeccable, almost illogically so. Only after Zhong Ran had seen Bai Feiyu's true visage in her presence would the shock be most profound, and the psychological impact most pronounced. But how did the man in the suit know that Bai Feiyu had awakened? How did he know that the two of them were together at that precise moment? At the time, Bai Feiyu had been completely absorbed in the process of extracting Bai's abilities and memories, failing to contemplate the situation in depth. Reflecting on it now, the timing was so masterfully orchestrated that it could only imply one thing. That man had been watching them all along. He had awaited Bai Feiyu's awakening, patiently biding his time for their meeting, even waiting until they had finished their intimate moment, until Bai Feiyu revealed his true visage, before choosing to execute the headshot for the most devastating psychological effect. The horror of that man's depravity was beyond words. How did you accomplish this? Bai Feiyu blurted out, a chill running down his spine. You wish to inquire how, despite that woman marking me, I could approach you without a sound, correct? The man in the suit seemed to read Bai Feiyu's thoughts, responding in a deliberate manner. The reason is quite simple, however, he continued, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. I see no necessity to divulge it to you. Do not forget, he added, you are the hostage, and I am the captor. I ask, you answer. Do you comprehend? Listening to the chilling voice that gradually enveloped her from behind, Bai Feiyu felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, every part of her body shivering with cold. At this moment, it was no longer merely a matter of a mere 2-year lifespan. Everything that had transpired before had been keenly observed by the figure lurking behind her. This signified that the adversary was already aware of her possession of a life-preserving resurrection technique. The notion that Bai Feiyu could escape this peril simply through another death was nothing short of a delusion. Even in death, she would inevitably face the relentless watch of her foe. Freedom was no longer a possibility. I can feel it, I can feel it. The voice behind her echoed once more. The fear within you is continuously growing, spreading. This sensation is truly exquisite. There was a hint of delight in his tone. You should have been like this before me. Is it because you realize that your greatest trump card has been laid bare before me, and thus you can no longer contain the terror festering within? He leaned in closer, whispering softly into Bai Feiyu's ear. Goosebumps prickled her skin, and her scalp felt as if it would burst. She remained silent, her mind racing as she frantically pondered potential solutions to this predicament. Not enough. Your underlying fear is far from sufficient. The silhouette behind her distanced itself, lamenting, "I have yet to savor the taste of despair. It seems you still harbor a seed of hope deep within?" His voice carried a trace of amusement, "Then allow me to personally extinguish it. What do you intend to do?" An inexplicable unease stirred within by Feiyu. "Did I not inquire about this previously?" The man in the suit said leisurely. "Despite all the personalities that Xiao Bai has split into, I have yet to uncover the origin of your true self. I detest this sense of the unknown. It may lead me to make erroneous decisions." He paused. "Thus, I have meticulously gathered information regarding you. This has inspired a wholly new line of thought," he continued. "Ever since your resurrection, you have exhibited an intense fascination with the currently popular series The Apocalypse, to the extent of obsession. It appears you are desperately seeking all information pertaining to this show. Initially, I assumed, much like the actor from the CAF who starred in The Apocalypse, that you merely anticipated your next mission, preparing in advance for your entry into this narrative. However, the information I possess far surpasses what that individual knows. I am acutely aware that you are undoubtedly a novice player, freshly resurrected, with an infinitesimal chance of encountering the tools that foresee the next mission world. Thus, I shifted my perspective slightly. Could it be, a playful tone laced his voice, that upon accidentally viewing that series, you felt an uncanny familiarity with the world portrayed within? It bears a striking resemblance, he articulated slowly, to the world in which you once lived. Bai Feiyu felt as though her scalp might explode. It was terrifying. Just 2 months after my university graduation, I had only acquired my golden finger mere days ago. Her composure began to waver. What right do I have to engage in a battle of wits and courage with such a character? The fears that reside within you begin to multiply exponentially. The man in the suit remarked, a hint of exhilaration evident in his voice. It appears I was correct. Your so-called persona indeed originates from this series. Xiao Bai's abilities extend beyond merely extracting character personalities. He can even draw from the personas within films and television. However, there remains one perplexing aspect. The series Doomsday was released only after Xiao Bai's demise. How could he achieve that? As doubt lingered in the air, Bai Feiyu felt an unsettling chill at the nape of his neck. He could almost envision that man standing behind him, staring intently, awaiting a sincere and satisfying response. Bai Feiyu was indeed somewhat terrified by this individual, nearly convinced that he had discerned his identity as a traveler from another realm. Yet, it seemed that the man was merely forming a plausible hypothesis based on the information at hand, without considering the notion of time travel at all. Indeed, when juxtaposed with the man's logical deductions, the concept of time travel appeared utterly illogical and detached from reality. Following conventional thought, it would be impossible to arrive at such a conclusion. Nevertheless, this man was undeniably formidable. Perhaps he had already contemplated the possibility of time travel, but dismissed it as too far-fetched due to the lack of supporting evidence. Why do I always feel inexplicably fearful in this man's presence? Even before the confrontation, I find myself hesitant, Bai Feiyu pondered, a sense of confusion washing over him. Is it because I know he has killed Xiao Bai? Or perhaps because I have witnessed him annihilate the Zhong family? Or could it simply be due to his overwhelming strength? With so many reasons compounding, fear seemed a natural response. However, Bai Feiyu knew that in this world, he would not truly meet his end. Although there would be a price to pay. Akin to playing a game, he had multiple opportunities to restart. Moreover, he was not inherently timid. Upon first entering the Doomsday world, he had dared to kill without hesitation. Among ordinary people, he would certainly be regarded as a fierce character. Understanding the capabilities of his unique advantage only emboldened him further. No matter how formidable, he should not feel such dread, to the point where his thoughts became incoherent. Bai Feiyu recalled that the man had repeatedly alluded to the theme of fear. He seemed not only able to sense the terror within him, but also to revel in it. Was this perhaps a special ability? Could it be, Bai Feiyu mused, that this man can amplify the fears that lie within me? He touched his slightly trembling body, further affirming this hypothesis. As fear enveloped him, Bai Feiyu felt his mind freeze, rendered blank, his thoughts confined. If he did not devise a way to regain composure, he would be ruthlessly subdued and toyed with by this man, with no possibility of escape. Speak. The man in the suit's voice turned icy and filled with menace as he awaited a response that did not come. I wonder if you are aware of my utmost annoyance at incessant barking, Bai Feiyu remarked, resolutely deciding to engage in a grander game. Gazing at the array of character cards displayed before him, he hesitated not for a moment before selecting the 6th card, shrouded in a veil of dark mist. Activate. Chapter 82. The first character card reads, My name is Bai Feiyu, and I am a killer, the strongest assassin in the world. In my youth, my father often taught me the virtues of being a good person. Yet, I was a mischievous child, often rebelling against my father's teachings, declaring my ambition to become a villain and amass great wealth. In truth, I was the sort of child who felt a pang of guilt merely witnessing the slaughter of chickens. I harbored the utmost goodwill towards the world and all its inhabitants. I could never become a villain, nor would I ever. However, everything changed on my 7th birthday when a killer took my father's life before my very eyes. In that instant, my world shattered. The desire for vengeance consumed my thoughts entirely. Naively, I believed that only by becoming a more formidable assassin than the one who had wronged me could I avenge my father. Thus began my relentless pursuit of mastery and marksmanship, practicing day and night, eating while practicing, even honing my skills in the restroom, and dreaming of it while I slept. Years passed in this manner, and eventually, I achieved a state of perfect harmony with my weapon, becoming the world's most powerful assassin. After enduring countless hardships, I finally tracked down the one who had slain my father, only to discover that he had already met his demise at the hands of another. I stood before his grave for an extended period, reflecting deeply. For over a decade, I had envisioned the moment of our encounter, rehearsing every word, expression, and gesture in my mind countless times. My elaborate preparations culminated in that day. Although I faced only an empty grave, I performed my meticulously crafted lines, expressions, and actions as if he were there with me. To my astonishment, a passerby witnessed this scene, leading to my admission into a psychiatric hospital. The doctors there unanimously diagnosed me with a mental illness. Yet, I was more lucid than any of them, despite being the strongest assassin in the world. I had no desire to harm ordinary people. Life in the psychiatric hospital was tolerable, at least providing me with a place to rest, to compensate for my inner turmoil. Every night after everyone else had fallen asleep, I would stealthily slip out to right wrongs and uphold justice. No one would suspect that a legendary figure like myself, during the day, was merely an ordinary patient in a mental institution. My true identity remained undiscovered. Though I was absent from the underworld, legends of my exploits circulated widely. My name is Bai Feiyu, the kindest assassin in the world. It seems you genuinely wish to experience the sensation of being shot in the head once more. The voice of the man in the suit, laced with anger and murderous intent, awaited a response that never came. Yet, one could not help but wonder how many more times your resurrection ability could be utilized. 15 times. Seated on the sofa in a state of silent contemplation, Bai Feiyu abruptly broke the stillness with a swift proclamation. What? The response from the man in the suit was starkly decisive, leaving him momentarily taken aback. I said. Bai Feiyu replied, casually lifting his feet to rest upon the coffee table before him, deliberately slowing his tone as though imparting knowledge to a child. My ability to resurrect can be utilized a maximum of 15 times. Turning back, the man in the suit, his expression grave, inquired earnestly, do you comprehend? The casual revelation of his most significant trump card, devoid of any ostentatious language, still radiated an air of arrogance and audacity. It was enough to momentarily distract the man in the suit, who could not prevent his sudden turn. The visage of the man in the suit was laid bare before Bai Feiyu, starkly contrasting with the polished appearance one might expect. He now bore no resemblance to a human. His form was humanoid yet composed of countless twisting black lines, resembling a colossal tangle of dark threads forcibly shaped into a semblance of humanity. The bizarre and ominous presence was both unsettling and replete with danger. The earlier confusion found its resolution in that moment. No wonder this individual had delayed Bai Feiyu's return, even resorting to threats against his life. No wonder Zhang Ran had been unable to detect any marks. Before him stood not the true essence of the man in the suit, but rather a puppet-like incarnation. Your deep-seated fear of me has vanished in an instant, the voice of the incarnation expressed with a hint of surprise. How did you achieve that? In a fleeting moment. He discerned the reason, his pitch-black eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. Have you switched to a so-called alternate personality? Perhaps, Bai Feiyu replied, seemingly unimpressed by the circumstances. Let us reacquaint ourselves. I am Bai Feiyu, a killer. A killer? The incarnation scrutinized Bai Feiyu, who appeared to have undergone some transformation. According to my investigation on Xiaobai, there is no indication of a killer among the personalities he has revealed. He asked with keen interest. Are you a newly manifested persona? I do not know. Bai Feiyu shook his head. I am merely a killer. Why do you insist on emphasizing your role as a killer? It sounds somewhat ridiculous. The incarnation, evidently intrigued by the current Bai Feiyu, regarded the profession as anything but a prestigious one. To an ordinary person, it may be frightening, but to us, it is merely a jest. Because I am a killer. And thus, it is the most formidable profession in the world. Bai Feiyu declared with unyielding seriousness, uttering the most audacious words. I do not require this profession to validate my strength. Rather, it necessitates me to affirm its worth. Do you understand? I am eager to witness just how powerful you truly are. Witnessing the other's earnest declaration of such audacious yet somewhat juvenile sentiments, the incarnation found himself perplexed by this individual. He suppressed his inclination for jest, recognizing that within Xiaobai's personas did indeed reside several eccentric characters of formidable strength. Then let me broaden your horizons. Bai Feiyu let out a light laugh. As an assassin, my mastery over firearms has reached a level of transcendence, where weapon and wielder become one. Accompanying his words, he raised his right hand, extending his thumb and index finger while curling the other 3 fingers, forming a gesture resembling the number 8. It seemed as though he was wielding a pistol, with his straightened index finger aiming at his opponent like the barrel of a gun. There exist countless weapons and myriad ways to take a life. Why must it always be a gun? The incarnation could not help but question the essence of this choice. After a moment of silence, Bai Feiyu candidly replied, in movies, assassins always use guns, so I do as well. Is your so-called unity of man and gun also learned from films? The incarnation gazed at the childlike gesture of his counterpart, feeling no trace of foreboding. It was difficult to take him seriously, with his keen perception. Had this truly been some dreadful lethal technique, he would have sensed the danger the moment he was targeted. He would have surely braced himself, rather than jesting so lightheartedly. Indeed, Bai Feiyu nodded obediently. No one taught me. I could only learn from movies, and gradually, I became one with my weapon. The absurdity of the situation intensified within the incarnation. Initially, he had thought that this persona was merely quirky, but now it seemed that there was something fundamentally off. No wonder he felt no fear in the presence of this individual. It was almost as if he were confronted by a mind that did not function normally. Why are you not afraid of me at all? The incarnation could not help but inquire. Why should I fear you? Bai Feiyu countered. The incarnation paused. Because I will kill you. You cannot defeat me, Bai Feiyu asserted with unwavering confidence. I am the strongest assassin in the world. If anyone is to kill, it shall be me. Haven't you realized? I've been toying with you all along. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. The incarnation found himself bemused. He inexplicably missed the previous persona of Xiaobai, who at least exhibited a semblance of normalcy, capable of rational thought. The individual before him, however, was anything but conventional in thought or action. You must retain the memories of your former self, correct? The incarnation inquired. Then you should know that I have killed you once before. He raised his hand, akin to a reaper wielding dominion over life and death, declaring, at the slightest whim, your head could explode just as it did before. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Bai Feiyu confidently shook his head. You are simply incapable of such a feat. The incarnation narrowed his dark eyes. What makes you so certain? You managed to explode my head while I was unconscious, having tampered with my body. Bai Feiyu replied with an air of exasperation, as if addressing someone of limited intellect. But now I inhabit an entirely new body, one you have never touched. How could you possibly achieve such a thing? From the moment you revealed yourself and the deliberate intimidation you enacted to prevent me from seeing your true form, it is evident that you lack absolute confidence in your own avatar's abilities. You are acutely aware that you cannot contend with Zhongran. Hence you chose to manifest only after she departed. You even harbor doubts about your capacity to subdue me, resorting to feigned threats in an attempt to extract pivotal information through conversation. Am I correct in my assessment? He spoke with a deliberate calmness, his articulation devoid of any semblance of madness. In the depths of his inky eyes, a newfound seriousness emerged. At this juncture, he finally recognized that the individual before him was far from the foolish caricature he initially appeared to be, despite my clarity surpassing that of others for reasons unknown. Some persist in perceiving me as deranged. Bai Feiyu regarded his counterpart, helplessly sharing his thoughts. I have articulated my position with utmost clarity. He smiled, revealing, I am merely toying with you. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent surged forth as the avatar's form trembled, and a multitude of inky threads erupted from beneath him. Like slender, serpentine shadows, they slithered rapidly across the floor, encircling Bai Feiyu's body in an instant. The most formidable assassin did not falter, swiftly raising his right hand. Firearm aimed and fired. With a recoil akin to a tangible force, his wrist snapped, and his index finger ascended. Though no visible anomaly manifested, no energy fluctuations, no bullet trajectory, not even the slightest sound to slice through the air, the seriousness of his stance momentarily halted the avatar's advance, compelling it to lower its gaze and inspect its own form, seeking to ascertain the intensity of the assault. Yet, as it perceived no threat, its body remained unscathed. Undeterred by the absence of results, Bai Feiyu maintained a serious demeanor, repeatedly brandishing his silent pistol, akin to a jesting child, evoking a certain absurdity. Your deranged reasoning is indeed perplexing. The avatar chuckled silently, almost falling for your ruse. Suddenly, the previously stilled black threads sprang back to life, coiling around Bai Feiyu's body like countless black earthworms. Bang! A simulated gunshot echoed from Bai Feiyu's lips. In that instant, The Avatar's obsidian eyes widened in shock. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his left side as if struck by an invisible, colossal bullet. His left arm, shoulder, and a portion of his torso vanished instantaneously, leaving a precise arc of absence on his disfigured form. Bang! Another simulated gunshot resonated from Bai Feiyu. In an instant, the Avatar's legs disintegrated, its fragmented body collapsing to the ground. The inky threads that had ensnared Bai Feiyu's form weakened, gradually slipping away. He advanced deliberately towards his opponent, each step accompanied by the imitation of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. With every stride, a portion of the adversary's body inevitably vanished. When Bai Feiyu approached, the Avatar had been reduced to nothing more than a mere head. This was evidently the result of his meticulous planning. Is this what you refer to as the unity of man and weapon? The remaining head of the Avatar lay flat on the ground, gazing up at the figure before it, indignantly questioning whether such tactics could truly be learned from films. Indeed, Bai Feiyu appeared utterly nonchalant, asserting that the inability to grasp such methods merely indicated a lack of intelligence. My intelligence is lacking? The Avatar, filled with rage, could scarcely contain a laugh. This was likely the first time he had heard such an assessment of himself, and from the lips of a rather deranged individual, no less. The irony was striking. He had been reduced to a defeated pawn of this lunatic, enduring humiliation with no means of resistance, a situation that was almost unbearable. Using such an Avatar against me. Is that not a sign of diminished intellect? Upon witnessing the other's agitation, Bai Feiyu remained unfazed. Do not employ such tactics again, or you shall only invite further disgrace. He raised a foot and sent the head of the Avatar flying into the air, declaring, if you wish to confront me, let your true self come forth. Bang. The remaining head vanished entirely into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 83, A Maddened Creek. The tightly shut door of the chamber suddenly swung open, allowing fresh air to rush in. What has transpired? A tall, handsome man with golden hair rushed in, his expression anxious, seemingly startled by the commotion inside the chamber. This man was Jelly, a member of the Special Security Bureau and also part of Zhong Ran's team. Zhong Ran had specifically arranged for him to be in this safe house to watch over Bai Feiyu. In the event of an unforeseen incident, he could provide immediate support and notify Zhong Ran. When Zhong Ran and Bai Feiyu had first arrived, they had exchanged glances and identified themselves. Having just executed the Avatar, Bai Feiyu turned to face Jelly, his demeanor dismissive, as if he had merely squashed an insignificant insect. He raised his right hand casually, forming it into a gun shape, aiming it at the concerned golden-haired gentleman. In an instant, Jelly reacted like a startled cat. Panic etched across his face as he darted behind a nearby cabinet. Bai Feiyu, what are you doing? His tense and bewildered voice came from behind the cabinet. I merely wish to test whether you were aware of everything that transpired in the chamber just now. Bai Feiyu's honesty remained unwavering. It seemed evident that you had witnessed the entire sequence of events. Had you not seen it all, understanding the terror of his firearm, you would not have reacted like a frightened animal. What do you mean? Jelly still did not peek out, his tone irate as he vociferously defended himself, asserting that as a member of the Special Security Bureau, a heightened sense of vigilance was fundamental. Although you were once a member, you are no longer in a position to earn our absolute trust. He reasoned, if you suddenly exhibit such behavior, should I not be cautious and seek cover? Had you dared to show even a hint of your face, your words might have held a modicum of credibility. Bai Feiyu shook his head. Your current demeanor clearly indicates that you have witnessed my methods and attacks firsthand, which is why you dare not reveal even a fraction of yourself, fearing that you might become my target. His expression bore no trace of anger. He merely articulated the facts with calmness. You were clearly aware of the disturbances in the secret chamber, yet chose not to assist me, instead waiting until the dust settled before deliberately entering, feigning goodwill. Why? For a moment, Gully fell into a brief silence. To continue defending himself would be sheer stubbornness. He could never have anticipated that the other party, having just experienced such upheaval, would promptly think to test him. Even though he had mentally rehearsed the dialogues several times before entering, he never fathomed that the opponent would entirely circumvent his predictions, catching him completely off guard. Furthermore, the terrifying displays demonstrated by the other party had left such a profound impact that, at the moment he was targeted, the gruesome fate of that shadow flashed in his mind, eliciting an instinctive response. I apologize. I was momentarily distracted, chatting with my girlfriend, and failed to notice the turmoil in the secret chamber right away. Gully's voice was filled with sincerity and regret. By the time I realized what was happening, it was all over. It was indeed my oversight that placed you in peril, and I am truly sorry. His demeanor was earnest. You may report this matter to the team leader. What about the chat records? Bai Feiyu interjected. What? Show me your chat or call logs from your conversation with your girlfriend, and I might believe you. Bai Feiyu's words were straightforward, devoid of any ambiguity. All right. Guli seemed relieved, exhaling softly. I'll toss my phone to you. You can check for yourself. As he spoke, he threw a phone high from behind a cabinet. While Bai Feiyu's attention was diverted by the airborne device, a figure swiftly darted out of the secret chamber. I have hit you. Bai Feiyu did not pursue. He merely stated nonchalantly, returning to the sofa and languidly crossing his legs. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2. He spoke leisurely, his tone utterly devoid of urgency, as if pronouncing the countdown to another's demise. 1. At the moment the word fell, the blonde figure reappeared at the entrance of the secret chamber, looking extremely pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The other party's methods were bizarre and terrifying, formless and invisible, leaving no trace. They could even deceive one's senses, rendering any danger undetectable. The earlier manifestation had been utterly defenseless against such a strange and potent technique. He, too, could find no means of countering it. Guli knew full well that the claim of having been hit could very well be a ruse, yet he dared not take the gamble. Life is singular. A wrong bet would surely lead to a fate as dire as that of the shadow he had just witnessed, meeting a gruesome end. Returning obediently left him at least some room for negotiation, especially since the other party had not exhibited overt murderous intent. Why? Bai Feiyu inquired, his expression remaining serene. I, Grelly, discerned the inquiry posed by the other party. His demeanor was somber, seemingly grappling with his words, and hesitating. Nevertheless, his attention remained unwaveringly fixated on the hands of his interlocutor. Should there be any inclination for the other to launch an attack, it would unequivocally confirm that Bai Feiyu's prior assertion had struck him as an absolute falsehood. He would, in that instant, exhaust all means to flee. Why? Bai Feiyu reiterated, his tone laced with impatience. Jealousy. Grelly inhaled deeply. Jealous of me? Indeed, I am envious of you, Bai Feiyu. My jealousy has escalated to madness. Grelly abruptly lifted his gaze, abandoning all restraint, fiercely locking his stare onto the silver-haired man before him. I truly cannot fathom why the leader harbors such an infatuation for you. You already have a girlfriend, you have long since passed away. Yet in the depths of the leader's heart, you remain an indelible presence. His face contorted with frustration as he tugged at his golden hair. No matter how much effort I exert, I cannot penetrate her heart. Although the leader cannot forget you, I am willing to wait. A bitter expression adorned his face. After all, you are deceased, and time will eventually dull all wounds. Yet why? He lamented. Why have you managed to claw your way back from the depths of hell? Do you realize that upon your return, all my endeavors have dissipated into nothingness? The once elusive hope has been utterly crushed by your very existence. I know, given the leader's unwavering devotion to you, that even if you do not engage with her, as long as you inhabit this world, I shall forever be devoid of any opportunity. Grelly, in a fervent outburst, confided his grievances. I naively believed that if you had truly perished, he revealed with a bitter smile, the dreams you shattered might have a chance to coalesce anew. I am sorry. He bowed his head, sincerity etched upon his features. Truly very, very sorry. Bang. Abruptly, a sound resembling a simulated gunshot reverberated within the confines of the chamber. The muted noise struck Grelly's ears like thunder, sending his heart into a frenzied spasm. Agonizing pain surged from his lower body, and Grelly let out a heart-wrenching shriek, collapsing onto the ground. He gazed in anguish at his vanishing legs, the blood gushing forth staining the floor crimson. I am also deeply remorseful, Bai Feiyu declared with utmost seriousness, despite your apology. I cannot grant you forgiveness. Given your obsession with Zhang Ran, even if I were to pardon you this once, it would undoubtedly recur. Perhaps with even greater malice next time. His logic was crystal clear, to prevent a recurrence of such troublesome incidents for both of us. I have resolved to terminate you preemptively. Grelly, in excruciating torment, stared at the other, astonished by the cold ruthlessness before him. He had meticulously constructed his rationale, and his tone of apology was exceedingly sincere, merely once failing to render aid, and the other was prepared to take such drastic measures, offering him no chance of survival. In that moment, Grelly finally comprehended the fundamental distinction between this new persona of Bai Feiyu and the previous one. When Bai Feiyu was brought to the safe house by Zhang Ran, he had a fleeting encounter with his previous persona. At that time, the individual had introduced himself with a playful demeanor, exuding a sense of familiarity that felt quite endearing. Coupled with the knowledge of Bai Feiyu's recent exploits, Guli sensed that this persona possessed a considerable foundation of principles and goodwill. In the presence of this persona, as a member of the Special Security Bureau and part of Zhang Ran's team, it was improbable that he would resort to extreme measures. Moreover, a sincere display of remorse would surely shield him from any cruel treatment. However, the new persona before him had exhibited erratic behavior since the confrontation with the shadow. resembling an individual with an unorthodox mindset. One could not apply conventional reasoning to such a person who operated under a distinct set of logical standards. To an ordinary individual, murder might seem barbaric, yet to a person with a disturbed mind, it could appear rather intriguing. This was not due to an inherent cruelty. Rather, it stemmed from a divergent thought process, wherein they might genuinely believe that taking a life was not an act of savagery. This was precisely the nature of the Bai Feiyu persona in front of him. Clearly, within his reasoning, Guli deserved death, regardless of his identity or the potential complications that might arise. Thus, he unhesitatingly pronounced the death sentence, indifferent to notions of mercy. Guli's attempts to elicit sympathy might yield some effect against an ordinary person, but faced with someone of such an unconventional mindset, he found himself utterly powerless. "You are truly deranged," he exclaimed, as excruciating pain coursed through him, twisting his features in agony. He screamed, "Go ahead, kill me. In any case, you shall accompany me to the grave." "Why?" Bai Feiyu inquired, his expression one of curiosity. "If it weren't for Zhang Ran's unwavering support, do you honestly believe you would receive such favorable treatment from the Special Security Bureau?" Guli laughed uproariously, as if he had discovered a fitting companion in death. "I am a member of the Bureau. Should you take my life, you will undoubtedly be classified as a high-risk target, and even Zhang Ran's position could be jeopardized. He cannot protect you." He glared menacingly. "You shall experience firsthand the might and terror of the Special Security Bureau. Trust me, you will gradually taste the bitterness of despair." Bai Feiyu remained composed, seemingly unfazed by these threats. "Of course, the greatest trouble you currently face is not the Special Security Bureau," he remarked. As Guli's complexion turned pale, an air of morbidity surrounding him. "Why not take a guess?" Bai Feiyu remained silent, gazing intently at him. "Let me tell you the truth," Guli continued, his laughter manic. "For Ran's sake, I have long wished to eliminate you. After your arrival at the safe house, I disseminated your location. That shadow was merely an accident. It was indeed regrettable that you survived. However, fret not, for you have many enemies from your past. They are well aware of your resurrection, and they have not ceased to investigate your whereabouts. Soon, you shall face their most terrifying retribution. You shall perish in endless agony and torment." No longer shrouded in ambiguity, Greer laid bare his malicious intentions. His bloodshot eyes widened as he sought to discern even a hint of fear or panic upon the face of his adversary. Alas, he was met with disappointment. The myriad of life-threatening crises seemed utterly incapable of eliciting even the slightest tremor of anxiety from the individual before him. There was not a whisper of intent to flee from the already exposed location. Indeed, this fellow appeared to be mentally unhinged. Perhaps he harbored no reverence for death whatsoever. How then could he fear this so-called perilous crisis? Like a fish striking empty air, Greer, desperate to vent his frustration, felt a profound discomfort within, ultimately spitting blood in exasperation. At that moment, he suddenly perceived a shift in the opponent's previously inscrutable gaze, a marked contrast to the demeanor displayed moments ago. "Have you switched personalities?" Greer's eyes gleamed with a hint of malicious glee. "I am truly astounded. Why does this character persona last such a fleeting time?" Bai Feiyu, exasperated, pressed his forehead, gazing at the now legless Greer, overwhelmed by a wave of headache. This character card was indeed powerful, effortlessly dispatching the embodiment of the suited man. However, its brevity left him with a plethora of unresolved issues. Ha ha ha, relishing the other's discomfort, Greer realized that the death-defying persona had dissipated. And he could not help but mock openly. "Bai Feiyu, you are afraid, aren't you?" Hearing the jarring taunts, Bai Feiyu lifted his eyelids to regard the now somewhat deranged individual before him, a chill creeping into his gaze. Gradually, a radiant smile emerged on his face, a sight rarely seen on the visage of the earlier deranged persona. Chapter 84. The deceptive demon. The effects of the character card are remarkably peculiar. It does not induce a split personality, nor does it allow a foreign persona to invade your mind and commandeer your body. Rather, it resembles an author forcibly altering a character's design. For instance, if Bai Feiyu were a character, he would possess a fixed persona encompassing his background, personality, preferences, and thought processes. This is a persona uniquely his own. However, the character card forcibly replaces his persona with that of another character, one with disparate experiences and a somewhat unstable psyche. The character card previously employed substituted his original persona with that of a different Bai Feiyu. He remains himself, cognizant of all he has endured, aware of his current predicament, with his memories unaltered. Yet, his personality, thought processes, and preferences transform entirely. Consequently, due to the shift in personality and cognitive approach, Bai Feiyu's actions, decisions, and manner of conducting himself naturally evolve as well. Just as individuals with differing personalities and thought processes make varied choices and employ distinct methods when confronted with challenges. In the earlier persona, Bai Feiyu exhibited extraordinary abilities. His thought processes deviating from the norm, governed by a unique logic that rendered him indifferent to the consequences of his actions. Now, having reverted to his original self, both his mindset and character have undergone a transformation, making it impossible for him to act as he once did. Gazing at the golden-haired man who had lost his legs, Bai Feiyu wore a radiant smile, yet his eyes betrayed an unsettling chill that sent shivers down one's spine. This unnerved the nearly deranged Grelly, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Instinctively inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" "I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to apologize." Suddenly, the coldness in Bai Feiyu's gaze dissipated, replaced by genuine remorse. "I am truly sorry. The actions of my previous persona were entirely beyond my control, and I did not foresee the extent of your injury." He looked at Grelly's still bleeding legs with concern. "Shall I summon assistance for you? It should be quite simple for the Special Security Bureau to preserve your life." The swiftness of this transformation nearly led Grelly to believe that the earlier chill he perceived in Bai Feiyu's eyes was merely a figment of his imagination. "Do not pretend. If you wish to kill me, then do so." The agony of his lost legs gnawed at his nerves, prompting an involuntary outburst of anger. "Calm yourself. Let me attend to your wounds first," Bai Feiyu responded, seemingly genuinely concerned for Grelly's life as he stepped closer. "Oh, I see." Grelly, pale from blood loss, suddenly realized, unable to suppress a cruel smirk. "You're afraid, truly afraid. You think by preserving my life, you can curry favor with the Special Security Bureau." With a mocking tone, he continued, "Your calculations are quite astute." At this point, there was no room for retreat. He looked defiantly at the silver-haired man approaching him, taunting. "You might as well kill me outright and flee. At least then, before the relentless pursuit begins, I could feel a modicum of relief. Rather than facing humiliation at your hands in despair, I will not kill you." Bai Feiyu's expression reflected innocence as he shook his head in protest. "I have already stated that the actions you witnessed earlier were the doing of another persona, entirely unreflective of my true intentions." Hearing this, Grelly felt an overwhelming sense of relief at no longer contending with the previous maniac. He yearned to unleash all the humiliation he had suffered previously. "I know you must be terrified. The moment I perish, your situation becomes utterly hopeless. Neither the Special Security Bureau nor your enemies would spare you." He continued to provoke, venting his pent-up resentment. "Your only path to survival lies in begging me not to die, thus forcing you to endure my scorn. How utterly ridiculous." "Huh." Bai Feiyu crouched beside him, examining the wounds with a serious demeanor. His gaze darkened as he lowered his voice. "How could I ever bear to let you die?" Grelly, with a brazen expression, furrowed his brow. "Did you not notice that the crisis you spoke of earlier poses no challenge for me to resolve?" Bai Feiyu whispered, his eyes still focused on Grelly's wounds, seemingly contemplating how to staunch the bleeding. "What a charade." Jelly gazed at the silver-haired youth before him and could not help but let out a cold chuckle. "The very fact that you were able to observe everything occurring within the secret chamber suggests the presence of surveillance and listening devices. It is reasonable to assume that all your previous confessions during the self-detonation have been recorded." Bai Feiyu lowered his voice, a subtle, barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a calm yet deliberate manner. "If we are to speak candidly, it was your jealousy that led you to conspire against me first. Moreover, it is merely my alternate persona that has caused you harm, not the individual standing before you now." He tore several strips of cloth from Jelly's solemn expression, attempting to bandage his wounds. "As long as you remain alive and I have not taken your life with my own hands, the Special Security Bureau has ample room for maneuver. Throughout this ordeal, my persona has been the victim, never inflicting harm upon you in the slightest." He paused, raising an eyebrow at his opponent. "At most, I will receive a punishment akin to that of some mentally disturbed criminals, imprisonment. And with my beloved Ran and watching over me within the Special Security Bureau, I firmly believe I shall receive the utmost protection. No one will be able to harm me. In contrast, you, driven by jealousy, have resorted to such actions, jeopardizing not only your position but also your very limbs. You might even have to endure a period of confinement." He turned his head, regarding Jelly with a gaze filled with pity, his voice low and resonant, like a devil emerging from the depths of hell. "The thought of you enduring the remainder of your life in such a state brings me genuine sorrow. How pitiable." Overwhelmed by the provocation, Jelly's face contorted in anguish. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes wide with rage, as if he wished to consume the silver-haired man whole. "Do you wish to strike?" Bai Feiyu's tone remained lighthearted. "If so, you might as well hit me hard. This way, I can better portray my plight before the Bureau. After all, I rely on their protection." He applied pressure to Jelly's wounds with fervor, causing the latter's face to flush crimson from the pain. "The harsher you are with me, the greater the trust and treatment I shall receive. Why does your face appear so ghastly?" He feigned concern, extending his bloodied hand to touch Jelly's forehead. Is it due to excessive blood loss? Are you too weak to retaliate? Would you like me to assist you? Jelly gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the silver-haired man before him, his lips quivering, his entire body cold as a chill settled in his chest, rendering him speechless. In this moment, he recognized that compared to the previous deranged persona, this current one was the true embodiment of malevolence. The earlier persona was merely erratic, unable to judge situations with reason. However, this seemingly jovial individual, who appeared devoid of aggression, was, in fact, a master of disguise, a demon clad in human skin. Now, as its hidden true nature was revealed, it sent shivers down his spine. Oh dear, my little pitiable one, are you on the verge of shedding some tears? Bai Feiyu remarked, his eyes sparkling with mockery as he observed the nearly furious golden-haired man. Is this too much for you to bear? This is merely the beginning. After this matter concludes, you shall transform into a forsaken wretch, enduring a life of torment. He raised his hand to shield his mouth, acknowledging that although I might face confinement by the Special Security Bureau, Ran would likely visit me daily, rendering my solitude less unbearable. Upon hearing this, Gully seemed to reach his breaking point. Unable to endure any longer, he seized Bai Feiyu by the collar, his gaze fierce. If you dare to lay a hand on Ran. Originally, I held little interest in her, Bai Feiyu interjected, entirely disinterested in the threats posed by his adversary, his expression exuding insolence. However, due to your pathetic existence, I have suddenly found her quite charming, indeed. Rather to my taste. I will kill you. Gully, overwhelmed by fury, lost all reason, a crescent blade materializing in his grasp. I can offer you a chance, Bai Feiyu said softly. Momentarily halted in his desperate assault, Gully clutched the blade tightly, suspended in midair. I have no desire to languish in prison. Even with Wanron's company, it would be exceedingly dull, Bai Feiyu continued, a benevolent smile gracing his features. Let us pretend nothing has transpired. I shall not hold your betrayal against you. As for your missing legs, devise your own excuse to gloss over it. He cast a glance downward, adding, from henceforth, we shall coexist peacefully. I will never again intrude upon you and Wanron. Gully found himself ensnared in hesitation. Seemingly engaged in a frenzied contemplation of the pros and cons. Cease your pondering, Bai Feiyu remarked with a grin. What you have lost is merely a pair of legs. Yet what you might gain is the love you have long desired. Gully fixated his gaze upon the silver-haired fiend before him. He recognized that his opponent was acutely aware of the Special Security Bureau's might, unwilling to completely antagonize them, which compelled him to utter such words. This is not a conspiracy but a calculated strategy. Bai Feiyu evidently discerned that Gully's affection for Zhang Ruan surpassed any jealousy or resentment he harbored for himself. For instance, when Bai Feiyu lay asleep in the hospital, Gully had the opportunity to disseminate his location, inviting enemies to strike. He could have easily ensured Bai Feiyu's silent demise in his slumber. Yet, he refrained, choosing instead to reveal Bai Feiyu's whereabouts only after he had arrived at the safe house. The rationale was transparent. Upon awakening in the hospital, Bai Feiyu would first encounter Zhang Ruan. This signified that this foolish woman, fearing for his safety, had vigilantly stayed by his side during his slumber. Should enemies have been drawn to confront Bai Feiyu at that moment, Zhang Ruan would undoubtedly risk her life to protect him, thereby endangering herself. That was a scenario Gully was most reluctant to witness. He would sooner relinquish the prime opportunity to eliminate Bai Feiyu than harm Zhang Ruan in the slightest. Thus, he chose to reveal Bai Feiyu's position only after they reached the safe house, and Zhang Ruan had departed. In truth, Bai Feiyu now resembled the villain in a film who threatens the protagonist while holding the leading lady captive. His motives lay starkly bare. As long as Gully harbored sufficient affection for Zhang Ruan, he would not refuse. He might even go to great lengths to obliterate evidence, seeking justification for his lost legs. To speak frankly, your words have led me to an internal agreement, and Greeley has let his head droop in despair. In the face of impending death, he has succumbed entirely to madness, feeling an utter lack of hope for survival. Now, with the other party's personality transformed, they're chilling. Cutting words have rendered him completely calm. Following their guidance may result in the loss of his legs, yet it spares him from death, allowing for a possibility of resurgence in the future. This is certainly preferable to mutual destruction. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to embrace a noble demise. After all, from the very beginning, he harbored no intention of perishing alongside the adversary. However, a bitter expression crossed Greeley's face. It is all too late. Upon hearing these words, Bai Feiyu furrowed her brow. Why? Let me enlighten you. A hoarse voice echoed from beyond the chamber. Neither of you will leave here alive today. A figure emerged from the illuminated entrance of the secret room. Long time no see, the person greeted, reminiscent of an old friend, with a raspy voice. Xiao Bai. Bai Feiyu rose to her feet, squinting at the figure. It was a woman, approximately in her 30s, with a voluptuous physique, heavily made up. Her nails painted a striking red, and a flower the size of a nail graced her left cheek. Who might you be? By Feiyu realized that this individual was undoubtedly the enemy Greeley had warned about. She arrived far sooner than he had anticipated, since the woman's appearance. Greeley had kept his head bowed, refusing to meet her gaze. It was unclear whether he was wallowing in regret or had already descended into utter despair. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to recognize her identity and understood that, in their current predicament, neither could escape alive from her clutches, which only deepened his hopelessness. Her strength was surely formidable. Who am I? The woman appeared to find this question remarkably absurd. It is quite ironic to hear such words from your lips. However, I truly have no desire for idle chatter with you in your current state. Her gaze suddenly hardened. Kindly proceed to your demise. No sooner had she spoken than an aura of murderous intent surged forth. In an instant, that voluptuous figure vanished from sight.